Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 201. Transcendent 2. He closed his eyes. From far off in the distance of the providential world, something was flying in like a comet. A fast and enormous colony of large fragments. While protecting something at the epicenter, the fragments covered the sky, but gradually, a difference in speed could be spotted. The ones at the forefront were slightly faster. Like scouting warplanes, the fragments increasingly became faster as they rushed through the providential world. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, warns the coming of the first night. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, claims from observation that it is approximately 1-0 monsters and a boss. Soon, a detailed observation of the Vintage Clark was shared in numbers. According to the data, it would be similar to a monster backflow of an SS dungeon, which would be enough to flip a country upside down if they weren't prepared for it. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, estimates the boss characteristic to be plague. Plague her as if to prove it. A murky aura of green appeared in his mind and drew a trail behind as it seeped its way across. Those moving molecules were extremely small and fine. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, assumes that there are 7 days left till its arrival. 7 days? Why is it so soon? You should have told me at least a month ago. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, informs that it has only finished 10 of the analysis. Yu Jitae thought to himself. To be honest, an SS dungeon was something he could get rid of by himself without letting anyone catch wind of it. However, anything more would be impossible for him to completely deal with, no matter how strong he was as an individual. This was due to a problem with the difference in numbers. It was the same with humans and superhumans, but anything in existence would amplify in strength when gathered in a cluster. It was also the exact reason why catastrophe-ranked demons, who cannot be defeated even when the current rank 2, 3, and 4 were to gather their strength, were growing their numbers in a corner, reluctant on going against the superhumans of the entire world that were 1-0 times more than them in numbers. 1-0 against 10-0 might be possible, but 1-0 against 1-0-0 was not. It would instead be troubling for the demons themselves if they provoked the superhumans too much. The same was for Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae was strong, to the point that thousands of monsters wouldn't be a problem. However, if dozens and hundreds of thousands of monsters or millions of monsters were to strike them, he would not be able to stop the horde of monsters without anyone shedding blood. It was exactly why Earth had been destroyed when dozens of adult dragons raided the Earth. He was just an individual. Although it would be easy for him to protect a few hatchlings, the fundamental cause of regressions was the destruction of humanity, and that was why he was here right now, standing in the association. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, says that the notice would be a lot earlier after 20 of analysis. Any new data about the new room, Vintage Clark X, whatever, forget it. Vintage Clark X. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, states it is working without taking a single rest. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, is trying its best. The Authority, Vintage Clark X, was unable to sleep at all last night. Shaking his hand, he got rid of the messages full of excuses. In any case, it wasn't the worst timing. Although one was still just a staff member of the association, it was about time to flip the board upside down. He sent his memories, and after a few minutes, he received the sign from Clone One that he had finished receiving the memories. Season, will you be going for the next schedule? That was when Kang Arjun voiced her question. Yu Jitae's hazy gaze traveled down and reached her eyes. The association headquarter is very complicated, but you can call me a human navigation. I'm ready to do anything you say. Anything. Of course, anything. Well, if you tell me to make coffee, then my pride as a graduate of Seoul Superhuman University might be hurt a bit. I want you to make some coffee. Oh, you must be unpopular with women. Kang Arjun giggled after saying that. It seemed that she was comfortable already after going around with him for a few days. Yu Jitae really wanted a coffee, though. In any case, he shook his head after some thought. No, don't mind it. Call the Strategy Council right now. Yes, Kang Arjun asked, wondering what it was about, and tell them. An SS dungeon will appear in 7 days, near the southern region of Amazon. It would sound like absolute nonsense. The position of a 4th-grade agent was 2 stages above the lowest official. Clone 1. the military advisor, was a third-grade agent, while Yu Jitae was considered by the association to be his subordinate. And yet Yu Jitae was currently saying that a war was about to break out in the south of Amazon. Ah, what do you mean all of a sudden? Why, can't do it. No, it's just too sudden, so you're saying that a fissure of an SS dungeon is going to appear. What makes you say that? She wasn't wrong to ask such a question. The basis of any information was important. If he were to continue dealing with the association in the future, and if he were to convey new facts to the association, Yu Jitae was bound to be asked the same question dozens of times. The question of, how do you know such a thing? He was a regressor. In the previous iterations, he had once presented them with valid facts and revealed that he was a regressor. However, such actions didn't usually end on a positive note. No matter how reasonable his claims about an unknown event were, they were refuted, and after his words gained credit, there were more and more people that sought profit from his words, like Galileo, who yelled that the earth was revolving around the sun, and how the church was trying to kill him since he was against their interest. On the other hand, when he revealed that he was a regressor and proved it, he became the enemy of the entire world. He was trying to prove the coming of an unknown event, and yet had become an unknown existence himself. People tended to fear and distance themselves from the unknown. The answer he finally came up with in the fifth iteration was the existence of a unique person that could tell them about the future. Three conditions needed to be met for this to work. 1. There had to be a superhuman that could see the future. 2. That superhuman had to be protected by an existence with absolute strength and have trust for each other. 3. At the same time, the superhuman with absolute strength cannot be seen as an unknown, threatful existence. The existence with absolute strength here was Yu Jitae himself. In other words, he only needed one person who could see the future and cooperate with him unconditionally, and there was one person who was the perfect fit for this. However, now wasn't the right time to reveal all his cards. For now, he had to give reasonable answers as to how he foresaw the event, and in the last 2 weeks, he had been searching for decent puzzle pieces just for this. The data I confirmed when I went to advise the 11th search squad was the basis. 11th of August. Open the mana density graph on the southern dungeon. Ah, yes. Although flustered, Kang Arjun accessed the data on her watch and put it on hologram display mode. At the same time, she moved her fingers again and started recording his voice. Soon, complicated theories started leaving his mouth. You can see the mana density jumping rapidly in the PL section. This is usually the byproduct when a problem occurs with the rotational axis, or when a fissure above 500 MLA rank closes. Prior signs for fissures like these often go against the Kenlock fissure analysis method. The jump in the graph should approximately consist of 15 hours, but in this graph, Yu Jitae had served the association for 90 years and had once served as its chairman. It was him talking based on his long years of experience. The explanation and comparison of theory and phenomenon caused Kang Arjun's eyes to roll as she had trouble understanding more than half of what he was saying. However, when she compared what she understood with the graph and the data, she realized that all of his words were true. It didn't sound like an absurd gibberish of information. There was a fact without anything to prove it, so he had to weave lies and facts to prove his words in a plausible manner. It was a tedious task, but the regressor was used to it. Ah, please wait. So what you said just then we would need all day to have you understand, but this will happen in approximately 1 week. Ah, the puppy widened her eyes. What? I thought you were a human mobile phone. Well, I've never been a human phone, though despite the doubt on her face, Kang Arjun obediently nodded. I understand. Let me convey it straight away, she said, since the headquarters will be the one making the judgment. She hurriedly called somewhere and sent the voice recording before explaining whatever she could. Now, all he had to do was wait. Yu Jitae and Clone, one were like hot potatoes of the association already. People tended to stop after gazing at them like strange beasts inside a cage from a distance. But it was natural for the beast to gain more attention when it suddenly started talking. Just like what he expected, on the same day, a special guest came looking for Yu Jitae before it was time to get off work. Creak. Knock, knock. The guest opened the door and belatedly knocked on it. Do you have a bit of time? He was an old black man standing straight. With grizzled white hair and a face filled with wrinkles and white beard, he gave off a ferocious aura complemented by his tall height. The cross hanging on his neck and the rosary on his thick wrist didn't suit him that well. During his earlier days, during the Great War, the man used to be ranked third, a soldier who participated in countless battlefields without a particular organization. Now, he was a superhuman who was considered an elder veteran, one of the five transcendents of Chaliavan. His alias, King of Mercenaries, Christoph Willibald Freeman. The old man in front of him was one of the superhumans who had the biggest influence inside the association. Yu Jitae was in the middle of taking care of Jung Tibik in his inner dimension, on the sofa of the personal office that he got from Clone One. He opened his eyes. Out of everyone possible, the guest had to be the most stubborn and the most self-centered person out there. Yes, please come in. In order to maintain the appropriate attitude for the conversation, he decided after some thought to imitate a person treating an elder veteran soldier. This was one of the basic wisdoms he recovered while living daily lives. Season, was it? Nice to meet you. Christoph. His eyes twitched. Right, I received an extremely strange report. Looking at it made me very upset. 3 years ago, was it? It was even more annoying than that one time when the old lady in my house was preaching from the side while I was working on my computer. Although his words resembled a joke, his tone didn't. He appeared to be sincerely feeling uncomfortable. What could be the matter? Is this what you found yourself? Drop. After throwing down the report on the table in front of Yu Jitae, the old man sat on the sofa placed on the other side of the table. Then he crossed his long legs. Yes, it was me. How laughable. It looks decent, and it's a surprising perspective as well. The central command center is in a mess right now. Yu Jitae's expression didn't change, since it was an obvious result that he had been expecting. Then what do you think is the problem? In my eyes, you see, it doesn't make sense. Based on which? For at least 70 years, he had been seeing this man's face in the association. Spending so much time with this old man, there was something Yu Jitae found extremely mysterious. My instincts. It was none other than that instinct of his. It wasn't an ability, authority, nor a blessing. It wasn't a look into providence either. It was something that was impossible to understand for people like Yu Jitae who moved only based on concrete facts. The power of trying to instinctively understand the world. Those were the instincts of a genius, sharpened to an abnormal degree. It feels really strange. The chief aide, the counselors, the strategists, the commander. Everyone except for Yu Jitae says it's plausible and an amazing achievement. They are blabbering gibberish, apparently wondering how someone could possibly find out such things. But not me. I think this is wrong. Reason, nothing, just my damn instincts. Yu Jitae remained silent. The mercenary who avoided thousands of hazards across numerous battlefields based on his instincts became an old man with sharp eyes after building more wisdom. I don't know if you young friend know about it, but this old man has fairly good instincts. But because of that, the old man was wrong. Yu Jitae skillfully weaved falsehood and presented the source of danger, and the old man realized that it was fake from his instincts. However, the truth was in fact placed within that falsehood. The truth had already been proven by the principles governing the world, something that meager instincts of a human cannot dare compete against. The authority, vintage Clark X, shrugs its shoulders. And what? Yu Jitae asked. You must persuade me now. You're saying it's wrong based on your instincts, and yet you want me to persuade you. You won't be able to, and that's why you're wrong. Old man, maybe it's time for you to drop your sword and retire. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. Christoph sneered, causing the wrinkles near his mouth to lift up. Right now, you're trying to make the entirety of the Fisher observation team of the association into fools. And though you sound very plausible, I am certain that it isn't, and that's why it isn't. Most of the 5th Command Room's members will think the same as me. It seems that the 5th Command Room is commanded by people like you who live based on their instinct. That's not it. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? It seemed that he was saying that he would persuade the Command Room to think like that. In the end, he was just here to say that he didn't like Yu Jitae. Why? Would there even be a reason for it? Probably nothing but his instincts. Christoph was always like that. There were perhaps a lot of other people in the association like him that were against Yu Jitae and Clone One. Some random guys that were acknowledged for their tracking skills and military knowledge. Just because of luck, they might be thinking of them as lucky bastards appointed due to connection. The old man was simply the most hasty guy that came first. Then, are you saying that the association will simply watch the appearance of an SS dungeon? It would be better for you to not hope for any help from all the troops that I can influence, at least, replied Kristoff. Yu Jitae gave a faint smile. After a short silence, the regressor opened his mouth. Kristoff, I'm not sure if you know. About what? Instinct is credit. Oh, so you're saying 70 years of credit is a fairly trustworthy power. That might have been the case so far. But when it breaks once, 70 years of history that you've built up with correct judgments will crumble all at once. Really now? That's interesting. So when do you think that will be, HNN? The old man gave a wide smile. He seemed amused from the sight of a laughable young man. What do you mean when? Look. Facing him, the regressor returned a smile. He had seen Kristoff's instincts crumbling countless times, as well as how he lost his credibility inside the association. Your instincts have gone down the drain already. The smile disappeared from the old man's face. Chapter 202, Transcendent. 3. Listen, young man. Kristoff's words were curt. The old man, who had been laughing by himself, suddenly started making a straight face by himself. I don't know what kind of random fella you are to say nonsense here, but from what I see, I guess you have some sort of pride for yourself. Right. You must have killed a few monsters during the war, and that's why you have your neck straight in front of one of the 5 transcendents of Chaliavan. Yu Jitae didn't reply. There was an extremely large issue with the current association. Maybe this is what you were thinking, that some bastards with nothing behind their name that were around your level in the past suddenly began widening their shoulders after riding on back of the association. Without the association, they'd be around your level again. Something like that. The reason Earth was completely destroyed in the upcoming Second Great War, don't act up, was because they were living in the past. I, Christoph Freeman, am a hero of the Great War, one of the 5 transcendents of Chaliavan. They looked at the present with the eyes of the past, and were unable to have a different look at the present even after seeing the upcoming future. This was something that was prevalent throughout the association, an emotion being felt by everyone who had gone through the great hardships together. It wasn't just the old hero in front. Antonio Jefferson, the chairman, and even BM was the same. It wouldn't even be considered a task to crush this old man to death right now. But that would render Yu Jitae an unknown threat and cause things to go in an inefficient manner. The regressor contemplated several possible measures before deciding to let him go for the time being. Is that all you have to say? In response to Yu Jitae's words, Christoph laughed with a flat voice. Youth is good indeed, HNN. Very good. Just like how you can bark without knowing how high the heavens are. I was the same when I was young. Then let me bark a bit more. That great hero of the Great War comes all the way here and says, I don't like you. I'm going to pick on you. I am the best. Even my kid doesn't do that. You should feel ashamed. Yu Jitae's energyless voice caused the old man to laugh even more. It was a sincere laughter and not a scornful one. But when the old man suddenly returned to his straight face, silence covered the office. If I was 10 years younger, I would have grabbed you by the collar right now. You little kid. The regressor numbly reflected on how it was 10 years ago before giving his reply. That's not it. What? An energyless voice put a full stop to the conversation. If it was 10 years ago, you would have been dead already. Well then, try your best. After a long silence, Christoph left those words behind and left the room. The old man had trouble containing his killing intent to the point that the air inside the office was trembling unstably. Perhaps the reason why the person, who depended on his pride as one of the 5 transcendents to live his life, didn't strike the young junior on the neck. The reason he was able to restrain his killing intent might have been due to his instinct. Unconsciously, Christoph might have realized that it was better for him to not get involved with the young guy in front. In any case, that was the end of their conversation. The next day, a report given by one caused the entire command center to be flipped upside down. It was about the high likelihood of the appearance of an SS dungeon in the south of Amazon. In fact, an SS dungeon alone wasn't enough to flip the association upside down and have them stand on their toes, but the location was also a big reason for their agitation. Provisional troops were formed for further investigation. Should we head off to the central command center? That day, Yu Jitae, Clone One, and Kang Arjun were all busy since they had to gather people from numerous troops. However, there weren't that many troops that were willing to lend a hand. They merely returned statements like, not sure. We will think about it though. We have set schedules till next year, you see. It is troubling. Yu Jitae could force them if he wanted to, and there would be troops that would change their minds if he were to frighten them a little, but he didn't do so. The reception wasn't good on my side either, sorry, sir. Kang Arjun lowered her head with a dejected expression, but Yu Jitae cursorily shook his hand in response. Antonio Jefferson was the one who was able to gather the most number of troops, thanks to his authority as a member of the Central Command Center. That night, a person who was assigned to be the temporary advisor of the Provisional South Amazon Guardian Forces came looking for them. By the way, I am sure you know already, but the report this time was way too sudden, said the advisor. He continued with a hint of worry in his voice. If it all goes wrong, someone will have to take responsibility for moving the association's forces. The more so since the troops were gathered because of circumstantial evidence. If Mr. Jefferson wasn't so strong with his assertion, these forces wouldn't have been formed in the first place. Please do not worry about it. I will take all responsibility, replied Clone One. And that's good. But even then, it might be difficult to get the amount of troops that you were after. That did appear to be the case. Is there a reason? Isn't it obvious? Your years of service are unreasonably short, so who would be willing to trust you and participate for the fight? Is that the standpoint of the Fifth Command Room? What? Oi. Look, that kind of attitude is not good. I'll turn a blind eye to it, 'cause I'm not a rigid person myself, but what you said just then was enough to earn you some trouble. There are lots of ears listening inside the association. Don't say that somewhere else. Let me apologize. However, we do not need an excessive addition of military forces if it is difficult. The advisor gave a nod before asking, even though it's an SS dungeon. Yes, as much as you can afford will be enough. Well, even if the dungeon really does appear like you said, I guess it wouldn't be a problem even if the number of superhumans aren't enough to suppress it. Superhumans should be able to escape with their lives with relative ease, and if it does appear, the association will voluntarily add more soldiers. We must protect the lungs of the planet, and that's the responsibility of the association after all. But by the way, the middle-aged man tilted his head and stared at them before asking with intrigue, by the way, you and your two mates are really strange. What do you mean? Aren't you curious about the rewards you will get for taking responsibility? Because we don't need it. Ho ho. You don't need rewards, huh? You guys meant to be some sort of saviors or something. If we were looking for materials or honor, do you think we would have lived in a corner after the end of the war? We won't turn down whatever is given, but we won't necessarily ask for anything either. The words of Clone One caused the advisor's eyes to open wide. In fact, rewards didn't really matter because Yu Jitae could access both materials and honor whenever, as long as he wanted to. Clone One was simply acting his part of the scenario, but the advisor seemed to have become fond of that attitude. Interesting. Even though it's true that you were living a secluded life after the war, how can someone have no greed whatsoever? How would people like that even have any aspirations to become stronger in the first place? He was asking in a roundabout manner about what his aspirations were. It will be fine as long as people don't die. Clone One replied, meaning that it will be fine as long as they could stop the regressions. You really do speak like a hero. Misunderstanding his statement, the advisor was in awe. However, regardless of one commander having positive thoughts about them as an individual, the association continued being in doubt of their claim. Another day passed, leaving just 5 days until the event. While the troops were still in the middle of being formed, Jefferson came looking for Yu Jitae after finishing his work as a secretary. How many soldiers were still looking for them? The 10th Special Air Force, Lamia Anti-Monster Unit, Dan SS Sniper Squad, the 3rd Corps of the Central Command Center. Adding them all up, we somehow managed to gather up 120 people in total. 120 for an SS dungeon, huh? They're really reluctant to use people, I see. Even this was extremely difficult. How about rankers? Rank 37, 66, 91, and 181. Apart from them, Own Sungo is participating as an individual. All of them, excluding Sungo, were all discontent, but they were all affiliated to the command center, so I was somehow able to force them in. After saying that, Jefferson asked Kang Arjun, who was sitting next to Yu Jitae, anything from the 5th command room? Ah, no, I am very sorry. I tried proposing it several times, but it was ignored every single time. KNNG. Jefferson rolled his eyes before facing Kang Arjun with a slight frown. You, step outside for a bit. Kang Arjun widened her eyes but nodded regardless. Yes, sir. After she left the office, Jefferson opened his mouth with a slightly rigid look on his face. Season, speak. I would like to talk a bit about the future. What do you want to know? For now, to be honest, it doesn't really hit home even for me that an SS dungeon is about to appear. But if it does appear, what are you planning to do afterwards? The future you predicted was the consecutive appearances of 3 SSS fissures. Considering the interruptive and reciprocal nature of fissures, they won't be opening in the same place. If those were to pop up all across the globe in the middle of his speech, Jefferson gave a frown. Yu Jitae looked at the door Kang Arjun left from before turning back towards Jefferson. The association won't be able to stop it without any damage either. Jefferson continued. Right. The great hostility was as great as the congregation of the power of 3 adult dragons, and the army led by that great hostility will be 3 times the size of the previous Eastern Asian Great War. If all your words are true, the SSS dungeons will be all over the globe because of the dimensional interruptions, and it would be necessary to gather all of them into one place to minimize the damage. Jefferson was exactly on point, but who could do such a thing, considering how those are SSS dungeons and not random fissures? His sighs were therefore justified, but that was because he didn't know that the witch, Valentine, was able to change even the coordinates of SSS dungeons. There is a way, and the plan has already begun for that side of things. Yu Jitae said, "What is it? What's the amazing plan? We can bring the witch. Sorry. By which don't tell me you mean Valentine, that senile old fox." He was calling the owner of the Past Generations Association an old fox, but there were reasons for that title. Yeah, then what is it? Can that friend called one really find the location of the witch? Yes. Oh my, but even if you do find her, the next step would be the problem. The witch Valentine is one scary woman. It's fine. There won't be a single problem. It was right when Yu Jitae finished saying that. Ooh, Yuang, ooh. A scream was delivered to Yu Jitae's brain. It was the scream of the young and immature Clone 2. It seemed that there was a problem. 3 minutes ago, Clone 2 was shedding beads of cold sweat. What's wrong, boy? Smelling the deep scent of her skin that traveled through several meters caused his brain to turn white. Where was I up to? Clone 2 slowly retraced his memories. Firstly, he mentioned that he needed her help. A large war was about to break out, and it would be great if you could distort the dimensional coordinates to change the locations of the fissures. That was what he had said. After that, that queen-like woman laughed. It has been 10 years since I was disqualified as a sovereign. Now I am but a powerless and feeble lady, and yet you are making a harsh request of me. She complained, saying it was too hard. Are you telling me to put my life on the line for you? She was saying it was a difficult task that required her to put her life on the line. However, her words were a bit weird. In Yu Jitae's memories of other iterations, she had distorted the dimensional coordinates with ease. Even though the witch was no longer a sovereign, she still had her strength as one of the powerhouses worldwide. The position of a previous rank, one wasn't for nothing. Yoo-hoo-hoo, and that smile was also weird. She had never given such a smile when facing Yu Jitae. What is the difference between me and my lord? Why didn't she smile in other iterations, and why is she smiling at me now? After deep thought, Clone 2 discovered 2 differences. Himself, who was created based on the second iteration's Yu Jitae, didn't have the oppressive aura like his lord, and the other was I've heard enough. Boy, he was as young as a 15-year-old Yu Jitae, but how strange. What do you mean strange? A negotiation must come with a reasonable price for both sides. One must give money to buy bread. What is your thought on this? Yes. Ah, yes, of course. The witch's lips curled up while her eyes relaxedly glanced across Clone 2's body. For some reason, her gaze sent goosebumps down his body. And what you are asking for is my life. Right, life. Ah, not real if the witch stopped his mama. If you wish for my life, what can you give me instead for the appropriate price? That's you don't know. It's fine. That's okay, because you are still young. Yes, you can start learning what you don't know. Her long white fingers reached forth and pointed at Clone 2. Ooh, hoo, she giggled, looking at Clone 2 as if she found him cute. Then she curved her fingers several times before pointing at the empty large blooming flower next to her. Come here. Yes, come here. This Nunar will now teach you what you don't know. Clone 2 felt his heart come crashing down. No, he must not go. The thought that a big problem might occur flooded his heart like an ocean wave. Meanwhile, the slow and gentle whisper continued. What are you doing? Boy, Clone Two's face reddened. Hurry chapter 203. Transcendent 4. The witch had been alone for a very long time. This deep and quiet place was a lot more boring than she initially thought. Actually, she wasn't alone from the start, since there were a lot of toys she brought with her at the start. But although those were the best of the best she chose, she eventually became bored of playing with them and unconsciously became rougher. Because of that, the weaker ones were inevitably unable to handle it and were crumbled. It was very unfortunate, but how many out there would be able to cope with the previous sovereign? From time to time, the witch was dissatisfied with her own strength to the point that filthy thoughts like cancelling her retirement often floated up. In the middle of such boring days, a man came to her. The witch was unable to hide her amazement. Look at this man in front. He looked manly with a good body, decent height and wide shoulders. As a mage, she felt his mana and felt the dynamic depth and size of the pool of mana. This was already enough to be the best toy and the best cure for her boredom, but there was something that amplified the sweetness of all those conditions by tenfold. It was the innocence of his face. The man was a boy. How can such a strong and remarkable human, giving off the scent of a male, be so young? He was different from others that were worn out beyond repair. He was different from those that were arrogant and impertinent just because of a bit of strength. After sharing a few words, she became all the more certain. Boy, you are really clear without any speck of dirt. What if I add a hint of red to that white canvas of your face? Thinking that, the witch was unable to stop herself from being smeared with intrigue. Yu Jitae opened the memories he received from Clone 2, the witch's smile and her voice. Fitting her name, the witch tempted children, but by crossing her legs and having the clothes flow to reveal her skin. Slowly, Yu Jitae ran his fingers across his hair all the way from his forehead. What's wrong with that old woman? That was his honest thought. She was different from when he had gone looking for her in the previous iterations. The witch had changed. On the outside, she appeared to be the same person, her face that stopped aging after reaching mid-30s, the enchanting and relaxing expression, her arrogant gaze and her clothes with a lot of exposure. Since the witch was the same, he had to look for the change from the visitor. Young Yu Jitae. Realizing something, Yu Jitae pressed on his temples before asking Clone 2. Were there any men nearby? Adults? My lord, no. There's none. She would be able to see through him even if the clone was to merely change his face. Using mimicry, which allowed someone to change their body and skin itself might do it, but none. No, Yu Jitae heaved a sigh. There was not a single person on Earth that could serve as the substitute of the witch, and it would take years at the very least to find someone suitable from a different dimension. That was how precious the previous sovereign was as an existence. Besides, she had lived long enough already, and threats didn't work on her. In one of his nameless iterations, she had immediately killed herself after being threatened. So she needs to be persuaded at all cost, but what should I do? Her like eyes are strange. What else can you do? Walk away if you're not ready, make up a story and leave. Tell her Yow'll come back later. Yes, sir. Clone 2 was sitting next to the witch right now. He had screamed inwardly just then because the witch's hand had gently touched his face. Something was on your eye. She then touched yet again, before naturally caressing his cheek. Her hand was so warm that it heated up his face, and Clone 2 could feel his heart beating rapidly. What's wrong? What do you want from me? Even though I may look young, I am a bit old, and my shoulders are always stiff because they are heavy. As if to show what was causing her stiff shoulders, the witch bent her body forward, causing something to gently shake. Nervous to the point he could almost die, Clone 2 had to maintain his gaze on her forehead and stop his eyes from traveling down, not realizing that it was exactly that mindset of his that was increasingly stimulating the witch. So, can you give me a massage? A massage? Yes, a massage. Massage. That would go against one of the pieces of advice given by Clone 1 on how he shouldn't enter the inner room and avoid physical contact. Although he was already doomed in that regard because her hand had touched his face, it was possible to justify that as it was against his control. Him touching her on his own volition would be even more dangerous. Even then, Clone 2 wanted to settle this by himself. He wanted to earn the acknowledgement of his lord and Clone 1. Will you really listen to my request as long as I give you a massage? That is not it. That won't be enough. Sorry. Then that will be the start. Yoo-hoo-hoo. The start the word gave him chills. Immediately, Clone 2 stood up from the seat. What are you doing? Where are you trying to go? Sorry. I will be back again later. By whose permission? Sorry. Clone 2 started dashing forward. Wearing a frown, the witch reached forth. When she threw her hand into the air, a fissure was created near the back of Clone 2's neck as the witch's hand soon appeared from within. Right when her hand was about to grab Clone 2 by the neck, he turned around with a flinch and smacked the witch's wrist away as hard as he could. Along with a thud, the air was sucked in before letting out an explosion. Clone 2 desperately ran and disappeared from the witch's room. My lord, the shockwave created by the Clone 2 wasn't small. Startled, the Death Knights ran towards her. Are you unhurt? That impertinent human, please give us the command. We will immediately bring him back half dead. The witch shook her head. Leave him be. Did he not say he will be back? She then touched her reddened, swollen wrist. How dare he make a wound on my body? That was the initial thought she had, but after some time, even that turned into a praise. Oh my, so he can create a wound on my body. Soon, the petals of the bed rose up and covered her body. Within the darkness, her crimson tongue traveled past her crimson lips. Boy, aren't you energetic? The witch laughed like a witch. For the time being, Clone 2 hid himself in a corner of the underground dungeon and stayed there. That side wasn't in a rush in the first place, and a more delicate approach was required even if it were to take more time. Meanwhile, time passed fast for the association. In the span of 7 days, they had several strategy meetings, and the troops were reorganized every single day. There was a lot of conflict from the sudden order for cooperation, and the troops formed due to the command center's arbitrary commands were very discontent and managed to waste the entirety of the 7-day period. Although they received hundreds of thousands of dollars a week, they were veteran soldiers that could earn millions in that same period if they were to move privately, thus their dissatisfaction. War was history. Superhumans didn't fight against monsters. They fought for more profit. The 7 days of leeway alerted by the vintage clock vanished just like that. On the night before the predicted event, unlike Yu Jitae's assumptions, there were unfortunately no signs of the fissure rapidly approaching from the far-off dimension. The command center turned rowdy. Is it even coming? How come there aren't any signs a day before? Soon, the dawn of D-Day arrived. Even then, there weren't any visible signs of the fissure, and the command center turned all the more rowdy. This does not make any sense. Can there be a fissure without any preceding signs even when it's this close? Antonio Jefferson, weren't you the one that was so confident about this? Jefferson couldn't reply. Even when the troops were set to depart, the command center was still uncertain about the appearance of the SS dungeon. Jefferson slowly became anxious. In the central command control room of the association, advisors and executives had to hide their discontentment as they waited for the chairman to open his mouth. However, the chairman of the association remained sitting on the chair with his legs crossed, watching the situation unfold. On the screen, the troops, the nearby terrain of South Amazon, and graphs of mana fluctuations were being updated in real time. Why was he silent? Hiding their curiosity, the executives looked at the man. Unlike other large superhuman rankers of the room, the chairman was relatively short. He had a solid body, but was comparatively small. However, his distinct deep gaze was clearly on the monitor. Everyone inside the room had to continue watching his gaze and gesture to read his mood. The small giant was sitting in the center. However, that small giant was silent. The ones that were confident with their fast-working brains looked at each other. Among them was also someone that had to stay as an assistant adjutant under Jefferson for tens of years. Since Jefferson's secretive hobby life was confidential, Jefferson's position inside the association was relatively solid. There were several conflicts between him and Jefferson, but the assistant adjutant was always the one coming out with a loss. He had been dying for revenge, but there weren't any opportunities to publicly create a dent in Jefferson's reputation. The assistant adjutant had been waiting for a day like this to come even in his dreams. Chief Aide. In the awkwardly silent command control room, the assistant adjutant opened his mouth and gathered the eyes of the surroundings. Jefferson, with a myriad of feelings, remained silent. Chief Aide, answer me. Antonio Jefferson, he raised his voice. The assistant adjutant didn't forget to glance at the chairman to read his mood, but the chairman didn't even spare them a glance. In other words, it meant that it was okay for him to take a step further. That was when Jefferson looked at the assistant adjutant. What is it? Assistant Carlon, in such an important situation. An important situation, chief aide. Do you really think this is an important situation? What? I can't help but think that you are trying to make a fool out of all the executives gathered here, the chairman and the association itself. His words were full of thorns, but he was speaking for everyone in the room. One of them let out a soft whistle. Since the chairman was still here, his words could be considered too rash. Because of that, no one voiced out their agreement but nodded to show their agreement. Close your mouth, assistant. There are still minutes or hours left until the expected time of the Fisher's appearance. You haven't changed at all in 10 years and still blabber on before it's even over. Jefferson talked back as composedly as he could, against what he was feeling on the inside. Why? Why are there still no signs? Do you not realize that that alone is already strange? After seeing through the chief aide's anxiety, the assistant adjutant shot out of his seat. Now that the prey was bleeding, it was time to bite. Look, chief aide. 92 of Fishers give off signs at least a week before and 99. 9 at least a day before. The dimensions fluctuate and mana spark in the surroundings. The only exceptions would be tiny or empty fissures. Who doesn't know that? Yes. Of course you should know that too. Right, you should. Since you're so knowledgeable, please do tell me, what is happening right now? Why aren't there any omens of an SS dungeon? Do we still have a week left? No, 3 days. No, then 1 day. NNN. Do we still have 1 day left or what? Quang. The assistant adjutant reached his hands out and smashed them down on the table. Repeat what you said just then. Chief aide, repeat what? How much time did you say we have until the expected time of the appearance? Say something. Antonio. In response to the shout, Jefferson had to bite the bullet and open his mouth. A few minutes or hours, and yet there are still no signs. Please tell me, chief aide. If this isn't someone trying to deceive us, then what is? Do you still want to say that what you're trying to do now isn't an insult to the association? Jefferson couldn't reply. The assistant adjutant didn't say anything wrong, and even he himself had trouble believing it at this point. At this rate, his position inside the association would take a big hit from this one incident. Although the years he had spent loyal to the association were long, his critical mistake would follow him like a tail all the remaining days of his life. Right, Chief Antonio, you must take responsibility. How unfortunate. What happened to you? We had to move our troops for no reason. As if to prove the fall of his position, people started grumbling from all around. His heart raced, and even his hands sweated. Realizing that now was the opportunity, the assistant adjutant immediately dashed towards Jefferson and grabbed him by the collar, before pushing him back and forth. Because of the atmosphere, no one stopped his disrespectful conduct. Why are your lips sealed? Ha! What happened to that mouth of yours that loved blabbering all day for the last 10 years? Did you see Sodom and Gomorrah? Why are you like a salt pillar all of a sudden? Powerlessly, Jefferson's body was shaken back and forth. During that, Jefferson stealthily glanced behind. Although one was out in the field with the troops, Season Yu Jitae was inside the command control room. Despite the situation, he was staring at the same direction as the chairman with an expression way too calm. Damn it. Say something at least. Say something at least. Season, please, Antonio Jefferson. It was then. Ho, a small gasp was heard. It was from the chairman. Although it was a soft mutter, his voice had the power to force people's ears and eyes towards him. The rowdy command control room immediately turned quiet. Ho, what ho? With circular eyes, the advisors all turned back to the screen with a hint of doubt. They then screamed out in lament. Ah, no. Impossible. Inside the screen, the monograph started rapidly fluctuating unstably. It crossed the 40-line mark and soon reached the 100-line mark before suddenly jumping over 25-0. At the same time, the screen of the landscape suddenly contorted on its own. Around 200 meters in the air, a vertical dissection of approximately 40 meters was created in the sky. Like the mouth of a monster, it creaked open, revealing jet-black darkness. For a short moment, silence covered the room, and the atmosphere of doubt was lifted in an instant. With his head turned blank, the assistant adjutant forgot to even let go of the hand that was holding onto Jefferson's collar. It was then. Yu Jitae, who was sitting at the back, stood up and grabbed the assistant adjutant by his head. Slam! He then fiercely thrusted it down. Chapter 204. Transcendent 5. A few seconds before Yu Jitae smacked the assistant adjutant's head down, right when the fissure opened, commands were immediately conveyed to each troop of the association. The Force Lycan will now enter the combat formation. We're short on time. Hurry, hurry up and kill the monsters. Urgent, cruiser medic squad to front lanes. Hurry and heal the guys that get injured before others, so that we can boast later. 10th Superhuman Infantry Platoon. Extra aid will be there shortly. Demand for perfect management of spoils. Watch for the time being, but hurry and don't miss any spoils. Central Scouts. We demand a swift discovery of the boss, location, its features, and information. How much money will the boss net us? An SS dungeon had really appeared without any precedent signs. It was a surprising event, but this was this, and that was that. Since it had begun in any case, the ones in charge had to think about the next step at all times. For the heads of the association that did not even consider raid failures, the appearance of a dungeon was no different from the appearance of a new gold mine. They were ones who had survived through the warring period. They were ones who had their futures set by dedicating their life to catching monsters. They were the association. As soon as individual profit was on the line, the operation became queerly twisted. Since they were confident in dealing with it anyways, they had to consider ways to maximize profit. Even if they took 10 for themselves, if they managed to get 50 for the association, the fines and punishments won't be that large. How could there ever be any problems? We're going to annihilate them anyways. We are the association, after all. Because of that, on the south of the Amazon rainforests, when the troops were set to begin the raid, Clone One, was prohibited from moving. Ah, wait there for a second. He was here as a free mercenary sent by the command center, but the commander stopped him from moving with an unfavorable gaze. What is this about? Asked one. You do not need to participate. I am aware of all the strategies. I won't bother the operational movements of the No. No, just don't move. Stay here. What? Clone One turned around and looked directly into his eyes. When their eyes met, the commander felt slightly uncomfortable but tried to ignore it. Therefore, Clone One walked towards him. What are you trying to do? I am here as a free mercenary, and the request just then was to move within the scopes of the operation. This is a fair request. For what justified reasons are you stopping me from moving, Commander? In response, the commander waved his hands in irritation. Please just stay still if I ask you to HNN. Why are you like this? It's not like you haven't experienced things like this before, right? Or what? Did you really stay ignorant of what was happening around the world while you were on your retirement? Clone One felt slightly irritated for an instant, but that was when the chief advisor supported Clone One. Commander. But One was originally assigned from the start of the operation. So what? He wouldn't be a detriment to the troops even if he were to fight together. What's wrong with you now? The commander shook his head and remained stubborn. Clone One clicked his tongue. Although he could force his way if he wanted to, he decided to watch for the time being. Both Yu Jitae and Clone One had their given roles. Yu Jitae would now persuade the headquarters of the association using the same method Clone One used to persuade the 3 hostages of the association. By shaking the values of the organization from its core, he would make them ready themselves for the upcoming future. It might sound ridiculous that a mere individual without any connections until recently would shake the operational values of the organization that represented global military forces. But even then, Yu Jitae had to pull it off. While his lord was working hard, was Clone One going to do nothing? Definitely not. His job was to make them appear as friendly as possible for the association, so that Yu Jitae and Clone One wouldn't be seen as mysterious threats. Clone One had to show overwhelming power while also demonstrating that his power would be used for the association. In other words, Clone One had to be a hero for the association. That's why he was going to move straight after the fissure was created, and yet these humans that were crazy for profit were stopping him. If he ignored them here and dashed out trying to kill monsters, that would deviate the direction of his strength away from the association's direction. A human or two dying wasn't going to inconvenience Clone One in any way. He asked the commander, are those your direct subordinates? With his chin, Clone One gestured at the ones on the vanguard that were about to confront the monsters. NN. Well, yeah, do not regret it. Commander, what? What misfortune are you trying to bring? Go away right now. Clone One took a few steps back. It would be correct to give up for the time being since he wouldn't listen no matter what advice he gave. Don't you think so too? O great overseer of the world's providence. The authority, vintage clock, X, does not reply right now. What was flying from the far-off dimensions of the providential world was hostility, and only the vintage clock was able to gather its fragments. That was why the clone had borrowed the vintage clock from his lord just for this occasion, but for some reason, the vintage clock was in a strange state. The authority, vintage clock X, states that it is extremely discontent. The authority, vintage clock X, signals that it is very unhappy with the situation. The authority, vintage clock X, claims that itself is not an object. What do you mean? Of course your esteemed self is not an object. Vintage clock X. 3. I'm not sure, but please let me apologize if I have made you feel uncomfortable. The authority, vintage clock X, asks you to not talk to it. I understand. Once again, I am deeply sorry. Vintage clock X. Vintage clock X. The authority, vintage clock X, wriggles its body. Vintage clock X. Vintage clock X. The authority, vintage clock X, signals that it wants to go home. The authority, vintage clock X, is dumbfounded by the fact that it was lent like an object. The authority, vintage clock X, hates Yu Jitae. Vintage clock X. The authority, vintage clock X, demands you to bring Yu Jitae right now. Vintage clock X. Vintage clock X. Now that clone one was staying silent because he was told to, messages began appearing in his head without an end. He tried to bear with it at the start, but the vintage clock's messages were extremely burdensome on the mind. At some point, it started making him dizzy. Left with no choice, Clone One had to speak to the vintage clock again. Please calm down, O great overseer of the world's providence. Vintage clock X. I cannot do anything even if you are angry. Vintage clock X. Even if you are very angry, I cannot do anything. My apologies. I have no words to say. However, aren't you aware of it as well, how important this place is? The authority, Vintage Clock X, hates you. Vintage Clock X. The clone's conversation with the vintage clock was cut short. The fissure trembled. Bulging and swelling, the sky wriggled as if about to vomit something out. Mana fluctuated, and the air weighed down. A crumbling noise resonated, but after concentrating on the sound, people realized that it was the sound of hundreds and thousands of fluttering wings. All troops ready yourselves. Straight after the commander's bellow, like the aftermaths of a crumbled dam, filthy mana alongside the atmosphere and monsters of darkish green came flooding out all at once. Vuon they each had a head, a thorax, and an abdomen with shells of a crustacean. With body hair here and there, and a large yet thin pair of wings, they resembled insects but were monsters with unprecedented appearance. Appearing with a jet-black cloud, they covered the skies of the great forest. Shaped like a dense concentration of thick fog, they covered the sunlight and drew shadows all over the ground. Pure darkness beset the earth like the coming of a night. The first night had arrived. Charge in, do not falter. Superhumans clashed with the monsters head-on. Immediately after the first clash, the commander widened his eyes and stuttered in grief. What is happening? Something was off. At the front lines, the scouting superhumans were the first to get swept by the deep green aura. Uark, hack, hook. From just a simple contact with the mana, they grabbed their own throats and wriggled their bodies. As if in a seizure, they collapsed on the ground as their bodies trembled. What in the world is that? Poison. Has to be poison attributed. Dodge it. Distance yourselves from that murky aura of mana. Since it was unprecedented, the information in their hands was too scarce. Belatedly, the commander ordered the troops to stand away from the fissure. Oi, you all right? Huck, wake up, mate. One of the medics was finally able to get his hands on the scout, who had been swept by the mana at the front lines. He poured healing magic across the body of the superhuman scout, but he repeatedly coughed out blood. Despite being under the influence of healing magic, his coughs did not stop. Hoop, cough, cough, ha hack. What's with these coughs in that moment? The superhuman healer suddenly noticed something filthy penetrating through his respiratory system. Immediately, he stopped breathing and closed his eyes. Manipulating his mana, he pushed that thing away while analyzing it at the same time. The aura was filled with encroaching and infecting elements. Startled, he hurriedly opened his eyes and shouted at the commander. Boss, this isn't poison. What are you saying? Then what is it? This is. Right when he was about to speak, a cough stopped his words. The superhuman medic gripped onto his chest. Cough, cough, ha ag. This was no poison. This wasn't such a simple mana attribute that merely affected the body. Do not go near the fallen superhumans. Control your breath and make sure you don't swallow the mana. This is growth, division, and a repetition of infection and encroachment. An ancient attribute of mana that was hard to find in the modern days, a plague. The medic commander's shout reverberated across the great forest. Their plans started off on the wrong foot. Plague-attributed mana swept across the superhumans whose sense of smell and sight were obstructed. The unexpected turn of events caused 15 of their soldiers to become food for the monsters. That alone might have been fine. They were the strongest powerhouses of the world and were extremely rapid at adapting themselves to the situation. However, the seventh iteration being affected by hostility created events against the expectations and knowledge of humans and the providential world. A message of Vintage Clark floated up. The authority, Vintage Clark X, has acquired 100 of the information regarding the first night. Seventh iteration's Throne of Plague, Kyle Kaf. Rules of a fissure backflow were cancelled, allowing the boss type to appear from the very beginning of the backflow. The boss, who usually should only appear by breaking the fissure after all the underlings leave, it immediately began shooting out its large beak that resembled a straight spire from within the darkness of the fissure. What? Why is the boss coming out already? They weren't prepared at all, and the battlefield was completely in control of the monsters. The anti-boss weapon they brought wasn't even fully ignited yet. Above the despairs of several soldiers, a bluish-black bird with a bizarre appearance, the boss Kyle Kaf, revealed itself like the arrival of a disaster. It had a body length of 25 meters. When it reached its large wings out afar, its unrealistically enormous size visible even under the dark skies oppressed the soldiers. It flew above the humans and green powders scattered from its wings. NOOO. His troops were going to be annihilated, the commander wailed. The battlefield resembled a pandemonium. Out of their minds, the humans were simply in a hurry to escape and kicked off even their comrades if they happened to drag behind. That is why I told you. One man took a step forward among the trees. Yal regret it half out of his mind. The commander gazed up at him. Oi, you run as well. Ya'll die if you stay here. Why aren't you going then? Where will the commander go when all his soldiers are dead? How and where can I possibly go? Clone One understood it. Commanders with incompetent results were better off dead, but not now. Thinking he would be a burden, the clone struck the commander on the back of his neck. With a thud, he collapsed. Since the clone didn't have knife hand strike D, the commander might have died there. Anyways, at this point, it should be fine to ignore the military commands he received. Coming to that judgment, Clone One relaxedly unsheathed the sword he borrowed from Yu Jitae from the alternate dimension. It appeared like a normal sword on the outside, but was in fact a level 4 weapon artifact stolen after killing Noah. Dream Eater. Average superhumans won't even be able to use it, and even if they could, the wicked sword would eventually swallow even its owner. Normally it would be an unusable weapon. However, he was Yu Jitae's clone. Within the confusion of the pandemonium, Clone One held tightly onto the sword. As if reacting to his sublime mana, the dark and murky green mana of plague crashing in like a sandstorm started creating a tornado around him, unable to approach him. It was a strong reaction of mana, enough to cover the entire area. A tornado with a diameter of hundreds of meters trembled the great forest. Bugs were unable to fly properly due to that flow, and the humans that had been in perilous situations crawled on the floor to resist the air current of the tornado. What is this? Ah, it's there. Their eyes gathered to one person. Standing in the eye of the tornado was the existence responsible for this incomprehensible and imposing feat. At that moment, they unknowingly shuddered. The mana covering the man started spattering with a sharper aura than the killing intent of the mysterious monsters. Even the flying boss monster was turned rigid and was made to stare at the small human, unable to move. In the center of all those gazes, Yu Jitae, created based on the sixth iteration, opened his eyes. Ignite, he then colored the world in Akrama. Chapter 205. Transcendent 6. Inside the screen. While the green aura was covering the forest of the south of Amazon, outside the screen, the situation inside the central command control center of the association also changed rapidly. The face of the assistant adjutant that had been thrust onto the table was half broken, with blood covering the tabletop. Being a superhuman, he wouldn't die from just this much, but this was the association, and was the most important command center of the association. That wasn't the end. Christoph was there, as well as Yu Jitae and the chairman. Yu Jitae's conduct exceeded the realms of acceptable disrespect. Therefore, while the advisors were in a hurry to call for more reinforcements, other fairly powerful superhumans inside shouted with frowns. Must have really gone mad. What do you think you're doing? Let go of the adjutant right now. What are you all doing? Take him outside right now. Immediately, weapons were thrown towards Yu Jitae on all sides, swords and spears. 2 at the front and 3 at the back. They were all high rankers in their hundreds. Even more gazes were on his forehead and the chest, if including the snipers that were on stealth. There were 3 snipers, but 31 weapons pointing at him in total. Dozens of weapons were currently being pointed at Yu Jitae. Although the weapons were right in front of him, he instead pressed harder on the head of the assistant adjutant. Ku Yuharak. Even after hearing the groan of pain, the guards were unable to rashly attack him. That was when some of the executives raised their bodies, including the king of mercenaries, Christoph. He originally belonged to the 5th Command Room and was unrelated to the Central Command Center, but he attended here just because of Yu Jitae. I'm warning you, Season. Let go right now. When those executives were determined to raise their auras, tension was created inside the room. That was when an indifferent voice was heard. Hey, I get that you're mad, but can you keep that for later? There was someone in the corner of the control room, staring at 32 hologram screens by herself. She was the head director of the association's Military Strategy Council, Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae didn't reply. He had been waiting for the right opportunity. Ha! Can't you see what's happening right now? It's damn concerning enough already. Or you can go outside and do whatever you want there. Are you all kids or what, huh? She, who had been grumbling without any sense of tension, soon gazed directly at one of the screens. Like a large balloon of grey, there was a grey alternate dimension covering the south forests of the Amazon. That's why is that NN. As if realizing something, Yu Jitae frowned. Soon, the eyes of the superhumans that were gazing at Yu Jitae all turned towards the hologram. Inside the screen, just one superhuman was overwhelming the SS boss, which was a large flying type monster at that. What is happening? Who is that? What in the they all observed the situation wearing frowns. Their eyes, the fluctuations of mana, the attribute of the embedded mana. All those sources and data were implying that the strength of the person responsible rivaled the 5 transcendents. That bizarre-looking sword artifact might even be stronger than that. Since the user of the weapon was different, the revealed shape of the dream was also completely different. Not a single one of the onlookers could connect that to the Dream Eater they knew. Who was it, though? They could sometimes take a glance at the man's face through the grey alternate dimension, but it was too faint for them to identify him. It was right when their doubts were about to stack up like a mountain. It's one. The 3rd-grade agent that participated as a free mercenary. A report was given. The ones that were aware of that name turned their gazes away from the screen. Half of them gazed at Yu Jitae, while the other half gathered their eyes on Antonio Jefferson, who had been dumbfoundedly staring at Yu Jitae for a while now. Case closed. Although the fight was still going on, Yu Jitae opened her mouth after finishing her calculations. That served as a signal of some sort. Along with sighs and lamentations, a few of them were able to sit back straight, but none were able to relax. The situation outside might have been settled, but the situation inside the association was still in progress. Ah, Season. How about you let go for now, oi right? When someone was about to soothe Yu Jitae by breaking the silence, Christoph cut his words off short. Don't let go of that hand, he said. What, should I kill him then? No, you can't kill him either. You must hold on to it, since that's your lifeline. Old man, how is something like this my lifeline? Ha ha, how? You'll die if you let go, and you'll also die if it breaks. What is it if not a lifeline? Christoph unsheathed his sword from his dimensional storage. It was a silver longsword with sharp tips traveling down the blade. It was a level 3 artifact. Ranked 9th from the top among level 3 artifacts, it was an ancient relic-type weapon. Fangs of a hungry wolf, a longsword that did not let go of anything it pierced. I have seen people like you many times. The old man revealed his fangs with an even more threatening voice. There are a lot of them like you. They have black blood running beneath their skin, and yet wear white clothes and pretend like they're not devils. You have no eyes. Shut it. They're always like that. Somehow you trick people into thinking that you're able and smart in extremely clever ways. Mere parasites that try to put their own desires on the shoulders of the association. Do you have Alzheimer's? Must have forgotten who insulted my mate first. Is that the only excuse you've prepared? HNN. Season. Without saying anything in response, Yu Jitae let go of the head of the assistant adjutant that had been crushed beneath his hand. Unconscious, the man fell on the spot and crumbled down, but none of them went to support him. The guards were those that were almost brainwashed to protect the executives of the association, even if their daughters were at stake. Even though there were so many of those guards there, none of them was able to move in an attempt to save the adjutant. The existence of the man standing still was oppressing and destroying their values. Right. Just like that guy in the forest, you're not average either. I thinking that the king of mercenaries felt his blood boil. Now, all of you Central Command Center, please take the chairman and step outside. Let me deal with this guy here. Ah, yes. Then let us, the chairman, executives, and even Yu Jitae were about to leave the room without trying to accelerate the problem. The room turned noisy. Chairs creaked against the floor. People walked and coughed. No. But when a dry voice left like a sigh, all sources of sound vanished from the room as if someone had turned the place on mute. You will not leave. Their legs stopped. After stopping, they pondered. Why did I stop? Most of the ones inside the room felt the same thing. Opening his eyes, Yu Jitae glanced across the room from left to right. Meanwhile, he sincerely thought of wishing to kill everyone here by dissecting them into pieces. When he did that, something impossible to explain began oppressing everyone inside the room. Among the ones that looked into his eyes were also those that felt like their lungs were being contracted. Before entering the association, Yu Jitae had already undone the chains of hell. It was all for this moment. From now on, no one will move from their spot. As if they were thousands of meters inside the depths of the ocean, oppressive energy covered them on all sides and pressed down like it was trying to force them into balls. Lower officials that were unable to deal with the unprecedented level of presence lost their consciousness. However, their stiffened bodies weren't even allowed to fall. Either sitting down or standing still, they lost their consciousness with their eyes open. I am not forcing or threatening you. You must listen to my words, but you can decide for yourselves. The gazes of the oppressed ones headed towards Christoph. What was one of the five transcendents doing? But all they realized was that the expression on his face was crumpled like a fiendish devil. You bastard, the only difference would be that he was the only one able to speak. Are you a catastrophe-rank demon or a new sovereign? No, I am just another superhuman. Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are, but do you think Yao'll be fine after daring to do this at the center of the association? Ha! Along with a shout, he tried to move his body. In order to force his unmoving body to move, the transcendent had to squeeze the muscles of his body and face to raise his body. Tujuduk something snapped inside his body, but he did not care. I am one of the five transcendents appointed by Chaliavan, and this is the association, no matter who you are and what you do. He could no longer continue. Yu Jitae, who was standing right before him before he could even realize it, looked directly into his eyes. Old man, you really like saying weird things. Kuwang, an oppressive killing intent, was added only for him. Christoph's mouth was sealed shut after a gasp. His teeth shattered when his mouth was forced to shut. The mysterious killing intent that had previously made him feel like he was in the center of the depths of the ocean now felt like the entire outer space was trying to crush him. A mere human. Yu Jitae started oppressing him with all his killing intent. Suddenly, the old man's heart stopped beating. When the astronomical level of killing intent suffocated him, the old man bled from his mouth and nose. Tears of blood traveled down his cheeks and his wrinkled face before dripping on the ground. Belatedly, even his ears started bleeding. From the first time we met, you've been repeating the same thing. This is the association. I am the transcendent of Chaliavan, as if the authority given by those concepts actually exist. Laughable, is it not? What meaning is there with an association that simply gets oppressed by one superhuman? The regressor asked the old man, but the old man could not dare reply. Seeing the abnormal state of Christoph in real time, the onlookers were shocked and befuddled. After the war, you managed to reach your spot thanks to a lot of hard work. There must have been a part of you asking to be rewarded. Presenting the glory of the distant past like a trophy, you merely reminisce in those memories. That's all you are right now. How dare you do it in front of the association? This is the heart of the association, how funny. Turning to the left, Yu Jitae stared at the superhumans. If I kill all of you there and fill it with people I know, is that still the association? Well, maybe. Cuck blood oozed from the lips of one of the listeners. Turning to the right, Yu Jitae gazed at the superhumans on the other side. Then if I kill all of you here as well and fill them up with my people, is that still the association? Will that still be the case? One of their eyes exploded, but they were unable to raise their hands and cover their eyes. They were being greatly overpowered. If everyone here dies and it's filled solely with my people, is that still the association you know of? Instead, if I don't kill you and chase you out, will you gather outside and tell me that you are the association? Then there will be two associations under the sun. Right, how laughable. Among the listeners, the ones that weren't aware of the story of Theseus' ship could not understand what Yu Jitae was trying to say. But even the ones that were aware of it were in distress. After comparing the abstract concept of the ancient Greek ship with their organization, they had to feel their long-time belief and values shatter. According to him, there is no such thing as the association. It's but an illusion. The association does not exist. Only you who assign great meanings to useless concepts and stay by your claims. Look at the reality. If the decent shell called association doesn't exist, then what does that make you guys standing here? Turning his head, Yu Jitae looked at the chairman. Although he was sitting relaxedly with his legs crossed, he didn't say anything in response. Aren't you just a group of weak superhumans being oppressed by one superhuman? He once again turned towards Kristoff. Bleeding from his entire body, the old man trembled like a leaf in an attempt to stand against Yu Jitae's pressure. And what about transcendence? If Chaliavan calls you a transcendent, do you suddenly transcend something then? Does your title alter your existence? Do you transcend something and become a different being from others, enough to lead people forward with unprecedented power? Answer me, you sloppy old man. Are you truly a transcendent? Christoph immediately felt the aura oppressing his body disappear in an instant. The man in front of him asked a question and was giving him a chance to reply. Even when trying to reply, Christoph could only do so within the given time of the opportunity. He couldn't dare call himself a transcendent in such a situation. When his belief in himself as a transcendent that had followed him all the days of his life was shattered, the old soldier felt his own self becoming endlessly contemptible. Even the ones watching the two of them felt similar to Christoph. There was an existence in front of them. No one acknowledged him, but without the acknowledgement of others, his existence alone proved his transcendence. The true transcendent was before their eyes. Right, I see. There was one person there who was the only one able to reply without being oppressed by Yu Jitae's aura. Yu Jitae turned towards him. He was the owner of the International Superhuman Association, the greatest contributor to the establishment of the association, and had once been the owner of the witch. He was the one who rectified control over the world's disorder. The chairman of the International Superhuman Association, Chaliavan Greenrain, opened his mouth. You are truly a strong human. Chaliavan continued with an indifferent look on his face. Perhaps the same as our sovereign or even stronger. It doesn't make sense how such an astonishing thing could happen, but that is how it feels, and even catastrophe-ranked demons won't be your opponent. I haven't gotten this feeling even when I was against the God of Monsters during the Eastern Asian Great War. He wasn't trying to curry favor with Yu Jitae. With such strength, he should be able to do whatever he wants, so why is he bothering to exert his influence here? There seems to be something even you can't handle alone. I can't even imagine it. What is it that is approaching us, that you had to reveal your existence to prove the danger of the upcoming disaster? A transcendent being like him appearing here at a time like this implied something. The chairman, Chaliavan, was asking what that exactly was. What is the approaching future, and what do you wish from the association? Yu Jitae turned silent for a while. Soon the killing intent that had been oppressing the entirety of the command control room dissipated. Hook able to breathe again, they gasped for breath while their suffocated hearts began beating again. However, the superhumans were still unable to look away from you, Jitae. You must prepare for the future. Chaliavan squinted his eyes. You will experience yet another war. His assertion came to them like a fact. You will confront an army incomparable to the likes of the Eastern Asian Great War. Slowly, the gasps for breath ceased yet again. You will watch humanity crumble under that overwhelming violence. He looked like a prophet. A long night will come, a night unending on its own. Like today, the night will be without its omens. Darkness will suddenly color the world, and the day won't come no matter how you wait. His words sounded like a revelation. You must wake up and prepare for a war. The worthless ceasefire you made with the demons, just because they don't make money, must be concluded at all costs. Force superhumans living under the virtual concept of transcendence and rankers to compete and seek improvement, and filter the soldiers resting under the shelter called the association that will be useless in the times of distress. Even without that notion, are you not the mightiest strength protecting humanity? In the seventh iteration, there was a power called hostility distorting the world. Since the regressor always moved considering the worst possible case scenarios, he was here in an attempt to bring the best future possible. Thus, you must be able to protect the world. Even without the illusion, they were the organization of the strongest superhumans, and the beginning of the establishment of their organization was also to save and guide humanity. Before being the association and transcendence, they were soldiers, fighting to protect humanity. After their long-trusted belief shattered, what was left were the hearts of the soldiers who had lifted their weapons to simply save people. A lot of thoughts appeared in the minds of the listening soldiers. However, all the things he spoke of were what he was requesting from the association. Although the authenticity was yet to be confirmed, those were simply what the association had to do before the approaching era he mentioned. Wearing a frown, Chaliovan asked, "Then what will you do?" The Transcendent replied, "I shall be with you." Chapter 206, Stay Still Dick Jitty, 1 It had already been 2 weeks since her relationship with Balm turned awkward. They occasionally encountered one another since they were still both living at Unit 301, but Yoram didn't greet, and nor did Balm. Even just then was the same. She went to the kitchen to have supplements with milk and found Balm filling up a cup with water at the water purifier. While Yoram was opening the fridge, Balm walked away after filling her cup with water despite their eyes having met for a split second. That bit, she holds grudges for so long in spite of her words, she felt slightly uncomfortable on the inside. Even after looking back at what she had done, Yoram couldn't understand Balm and thus found it difficult to apologize wholeheartedly. What was the big deal about a stupid pen name? FCK. After thinking for some time, she felt slightly annoyed. So what if that wasabi dragon hates me or not? Since when did I care about things like that? But thinking from another perspective, she did ruin her mood, so it was correct for her to apologize if they weren't planning to go entirely separate ways. But wait, I did apologize. I apologized, and yet she's just ignoring me, right? Or did I? Am I the only one that thinks I apologized? Well, I did go over it quite fast, no. Wait, shouldn't that still count as an apology? I also had to force myself to say something I didn't want to. Isn't it better for both of us if she just accepts it without making a big fuss about it? FCK. This is stupid. What's the big deal with a stupid pen name that she's being so picky, huh? Yoram's concerns repeated on without an end. She irritatedly scratched her head. Ah, so annoying like that. She agonized over it for 2 weeks and finally came to a decision today. Let's give it just one more shot. One last shot. I'll apologize sincerely, and if she's still like that, then FCK it all. Thinking that, Yoram walked towards Balm, who was lying down on the sofa of the living room. Blankly, Balm was reading the book and lifted her face after sensing a presence in front. Their eyes met. The two of them stayed silent for a bit. "You look pretty even from up here, you bit coy. Why, you still mad?" "No, then what? Why are you walking past me every damn time? You ignoring me? Not really. Why are you ignoring people when you're not even mad then? Doesn't feel good. Sorry." In the middle of her speech, Yoram shook her head. This was the speaking style of the stupid grass race, and it would simply lead to a vicious circle if she were to nitpick on it. Yoram heaved out a deep sigh. Then she thought of a target she could resent for this irritatingly annoying and cumbersome situation. Yu Jitae. Whatever the reason, Yu Jitae was just a son of a bitch. After resenting her guardian like that, she felt slightly more at ease. Soon, Yoram opened her mouth. "Oi, you know how I changed your pen name. Sorry if that made you upset." In that instant, Balm's eyes widened a little bit. Yoram wanted to listen to her reply as well, but after saying it out loud, Her fingers started to distort from how cringe it was. Thus, she hurriedly turned around. Whoa, this feels like she. You Jitty, you son of a BTCH. Son of a bitch, in any case, this time it seemed that she was able to give a decent apology. That evening, when she was alone pressing barbells at a gym, Yoram was lost in thought as usual. Now that the awkwardness dissipated, something else rose up inside her head. Thinking back to her observations, Balm had been cuddling next to Jitty for especially long periods of time during the past 2 weeks. So, what was up with you, Balm? All the situations came to an end at the association. By the time the reinforcements of the association belatedly arrived, the battle was already close to over. In just over 5 minutes, Clone One had managed to defeat the flying boss-type monster Kyle Kaif. The physical prowess demonstrated by One to the officials of the association and the overwhelming might of the Level 4 artifact shocked everyone. He rivaled or exceeded the power level of the 5 Transcendents. Only then did the superhumans realize that One wasn't just a lucky guy who happened to have connections. The third-grade agent position is just ridiculous for a different reason. Now I know, right? Who would put a transcendent-level ranker as a third-grade agent? So did the chairman want to change it to 6 transcendents? Nah, that guy. Apparently he wanted to stay a third-grade agent. What? The association attempted to give a better position to One, but was rejected, and did not alert the media about his identity either. The rewards all ended up going to Antonio Jefferson. On the outside, One and Jefferson were comrades who had been acquainted for a long time, ever since the Great War. Soon, the association realized that Jefferson was an extremely important personnel when dealing with One. Then, what about that guy called Season? I heard he disappeared from the association. Disappeared? Yeah. He only talks to One and Jefferson, and apparently mentioned he would only come back when necessary. Seriously? What in the world happened inside the control command room that day? I wonder. That day's events of the control command room were extremely simplified. People simply talked of how a godlike transcendent prophesied about the upcoming future and shocked all the executives of the association, including Chaliavan. But as always, it was impossible to completely stop words from spreading. Dude, this is a secret, but what is it? Apparently Season made Christoph tremble there without even moving his fingers. Ha! The superhuman listener burst into laughter. Mate, you're making things up again. No, dude, I heard this from a reliable informant. Quiet. What kind of nonsense is that? You better cut ties with that informant. There were too many unbelievable stories and rumors. Later, there were only a handful of people that knew the truth. But surprisingly, the association began to gradually change. It was slow that people couldn't sense the change, but it was certainly enough to sweep across all the officials. The association rode on the current of reformation. Meanwhile, Clone One observed the eye taken away from Kyle Kaif. It was a vivid yellow eye as large as a human head. It was filled with an especially filthy aura. The Authority, Vintage Clock X, has confirmed the presence of hostility from the other side of the horizon, embedded inside Kyle Kaif. The Authority, Vintage Clock X, begins collecting the revealed traces of the hostility's trace fragment gathered. 37. 3. The fragments that had stopped at 37. 2 once again started building up. Once this reached 100, Yu Jitae would be able to know for certain what the hostility exactly was. However, the eye of Kyle Kaif bounced on its own, or acted as if trying to explode. Despite not being alive, it was wriggling from the influence of hostility. Therefore, Clone One headed to the underground labyrinth and created a spot at the top of the fragment of paradise for the eye, and only then did the eye stop moving. Afterwards, Clone One headed to the association once again. He would be even busier now, since Yu Jitae would not be present most of the time. On the other hand, BM disappeared from the underground labyrinth once again in search of new ingredients, and after taking his hands off of the association's affairs, Yu Jitae headed to the shallows of the abyss and looked after young Tebik's corpse when the dragons were sleeping at night. He started separating the leftover fragments of the chimera that were tangled with the body. In order to suppress the superhumans of the association without relying on violence, even Yu Jitae had to reveal all his power. Yu Jitae, who had released the chains of hell, bound his heart again with the black chains after it was over. He returned to Unit 300 and won early the next morning after the incident. For the first time in a long time, he felt exhausted. This was the first time he was tired ever since he killed Noah. That was when a message appeared inside his head. Vintage Clark X. You hear? Good work. Vintage Clark X. What? Vintage Clark X. What? Why? Vintage Clark X. Vintage Clark X. It states it doesn't know the authority. Vintage Clark X declares that it will go off to finish the leftover tasks. Then the presence of the vintage clock disappeared from his head. He wondered what was wrong with it, but decided to let it be for now. In any case, he took the pocket watch out and checked the time. It was 7 in the morning, about time for the kids to wake up. He walked up to the door of the dormitory. One day before Yu Jitae returned, Yoram looked for Keel. There were a lot of eyes in the house, and it might be that she was the slowest to realize it, considering the fact that she had been uninterested in things like this at the start. Keel blinked her golden eyes. Or you Keel. Why, you know her. WHY. Why are you walking towards me? Go away. Come here for a bit. Have a chat with Annie. Who? Why? Keel was dragged by the arm and was taken to Yoram's room. Why? There's a drama about to start right now. Dude, a drama isn't what's important right now. Then what is? You balm. What about Barmany? Does you balm like you, Jitty? Yoram's question lifted the irritation away from Keel's expression. It wasn't because she was talking casually. That was normal since Yoram tended to call anyone by their name when they were the only ones having a chat. Keel appeared slightly surprised as a sense of dilemma appeared in her face. She belatedly replied with a loud voice, I don't know. Although Yoram wasn't the best at reading through people's lies, Keel's reaction spoke for itself to a ridiculous extent, and she thus immediately realized it. You know something, don't you? Keel gave an awkward smile in response. You definitely know something. Right, HNN. What do I know? What is it? Come on, tell me. Does you balm really like you, Jitty? Well, of course, right. I like Arjasi as well. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I don't know. How do I know what Barmani thinks about Arjasi? What made you think like that, Annie? Keel asked. What? Why did you think Barmani was strange? What's that about? I didn't say anything about you Barm being weird, though. Oops. After realizing that she made a mistake, Keel closed her mouth and bit her lower lips. It's fine if you don't know, said Yoram. That was when Keel slightly gazed up to read Yoram's mood, before glancing at the door once again. A different light appeared in her golden eyes as she suddenly ran towards the door with a worried look on her face and locked the door. Annie, listen carefully, she said. Okay. Actually, Keel glanced at her and hesitantly swallowed her words. Is she going to say something? Thinking that, Yoram waited, but when the hesitation exceeded her patience, she was about to get mad. Come on, you idiot. Say something. You are whatever. Barmani really wants to have Ajasi all by herself. What? After finishing her words, Keel blocked her own mouth with her hands. Then she carefully placed her hands near Yoram's ears and whispered with a voice ever so soft. Barmani wants to have Arjasi by herself, okay? What? Really? Yes, yes. What do you mean specifically? Macarons. If Arjasi buys 30 macarons for us, then both you and Barmani would want to eat them, right? Anyways, okay. But I want to eat them by myself, without giving them to anyone else. It feels something like that. Yoram pondered for a bit before asking her again. When did you notice that? When we went to the island before. Why didn't you tell me? How would I tell anyone that? I didn't want to know about it either, and it was against my will. A wish to monopolize. Yoram contemplated how different that would be for love and but couldn't come to a conclusion no matter how much she thought. Oi, monkey, does that feel different from liking someone? I don't know either. I haven't loved someone like Xiaojiu Manga either, so what about you, Annie? Although she had never liked someone either, trying to put that into words hurt her pride a bit for some reason. Got it, but why are you asking that all of a sudden? Nothing. For now, keep our conversation a secret, okay? Why? Don't ask why. Just know that it has to be a secret. After walking away from Keel, Yoram began looking for Jayal. Jayal, who had been struggling to open the container of food for the fish, turned around with a flinch when someone opened the door without even knocking. What now? She asked with a frown. Oi, Blue. What? Let's have a chat for a bit. Don't want to. When Yoram obstinately walked in, Jael immediately moved her hands and sprinkled water over her face. However, Yoram cursorily flicked it away with her hands and walked towards her in large strides. Then she crouched down to look into the eyes of the child. Leave. Wait, just listen. Leave, I said. No. Seriously, this is important, okay? It's related to our household. What nonsense are you trying to say now? Jael glared at the infiltrator with a disapproving gaze, but the next words that left her mouth did intrigue her a little. Do you know what you Barm, I mean what Barmani talked about when she was alone with Arjasi? The child widened her eyes. NN. Why, like, you were using the same room with Barmani for a long time, yeah. NN. Did you Jitty ever, I mean? Arjasi ever talk to her alone inside the room? Calling him, Yu Jitae made Jael frown, so Yoram had to try as hard she could to please the child, since she was the one asking the question. Crossing her small arms, Jael went She touched her chin, but after seemingly thinking of something, she turned back towards Yoram. Do you know something? Talk outside. Yoram was annoyed after hearing that, and even thought to herself that she shouldn't have asked her the question. That was until she heard the next words from Jael that continued after they entered Yoram's room. Ani and Arjasi were on the bed together. Shocking words caused Yoram's chin to drop. Chapter 207, Stay Still Dick Jitty, 2, NN. Why, just the two of them on the bed, three including me. RFCK, no wonder. So what then? Yoram asked. They just talked. What did they say? MHMM, I slept, so I don't know. Yoram frowned. It was still too early to jump to a conclusion. Balm sometimes acted as if Jael was her daughter, and Jael also tended to follow Balm as if she were her mother. That wasn't anything strange. Balm was a green dragon, and the green race was the race of Providence that tended to treat all the other races like their children. From the perspective of the red race, they were a mother-like race pretending to be slightly mysterious. Tell me everything you know, said Yoram. However, Jael seemed to have been discontent with her words. Crossing her arms, Jael contemplated before using the words she learned from you, Jitty. Why should I? Who? Or Hihai? This is a really important matter. What do you mean, why should I just say it? For free. Yoram was speechless. Since when did this childish kid become so greedy like this? You kid. Just because you're a little bit older, Jael, however, was serious. What did the unlikable red dragon do for her that she had to tell her everything she wanted to hear? What do you need? Asked Yoram. In response, Jael made a circle by connecting her index finger and her thumb. It was the gesture she saw from the movie she watched together with Yoram. Ha! Wow! How ridiculous, forget it, if you don't want to. Wait. Yoram went through her drawers. There was the dollar she had left over from the $50 Yu Jitae gave her after buying $49 worth of books on the day of the festival. This should be enough since she's a little kid, right? Thinking that, Yoram gave the dollar to Jael, but a cunning smile appeared instead on her lips. $1 won't do it, though. Bam. Jael opened her mouth after being smacked on her forehead. Annoying. Just say it. I'll give you another $5 when I get it, okay? Putting the $1 note into her pocket, Jael closed her eyes to revive the memories of that time. She could have stubbornly refused to answer her, but the reason Jael obediently opened her mouth was because she was curious what Yoram was referring to as an important matter. Balm and Ujidi talking on the bed after she fell asleep. It happened quite a few times. Although she couldn't remember everything since she fell asleep halfway most of the time, the thing that first re-entered her mind was when Ujidi suddenly started banging on her back when she was sleeping just fine. What did Balm say back then again? Little bit softer, please. A bit gentler. A little bit more gentler. As if you're caressing it. That was probably what she said while Ujidi was tapping her on the back. After listening to her words, Yoram was shocked. What? Are they actually crazy or what? NN? Softer. Gentler. NN. Before long, Yoram's expression turned dark. Like, did the bed shake at all? No. Why? They must have been hella soft then. Wow, that's crazy. Crazy, look at these damn guys. Were they really playing like that behind my back in secret? Or don't tell me you're lying, tell me straight up. This is really freaking important. No, I'm not lying, you're not. Wow, crazy. You Jitty and you Balm, these damn bits is why. Why? What's wrong? Don't you know? No, I guess you wouldn't know. How would a little kid like you know anything? Yoram started mumbling to herself. Wow, fuck, beware of the silent man and still water, was it? Like, was you Jitty that kind of bastard? Acting calm and refined on the outside, and my gosh, fuck. So they were actually doing that together, huh? In the middle of her mummers, she suddenly turned towards Jael. NN, what are you doing? Why are you still there? Like I said, what's wrong? Whatever, kid. Don't need you anymore. Leave. Pushed from behind, Jael was chased out of the room. Kung, the door closed behind her back. What was that? So annoying. Scratching her hair, Jael unhappily glared at the door and turned around whilst thinking to herself. Thinking back, similar things happened several times even after that, but she didn't think those were strange by any means. So what was wrong with that bore right now? The mere fact that Yu Jitae and Balm were cuddling wasn't the important part. Well, they weren't kids, and it would be fine if they both wanted to. It didn't matter to Yoram whether the two of them did that or not. However, there was a big paradox here. During an amusement, the red race tended to enjoy doing such things because it truly was an interesting deed. Even Yoram herself, if she didn't have a clear objective and a definite course of life, she might have been enjoying herself left and right as well. But from what she remembered, the blue or the green race weren't usually like that. That was simply the characteristics of those races. Naturally, there would be the doubt that any dragon could do so considering the individual characteristics of that dragon, but the green race was an exception. Somehow, all the dragons of the green race had similar personalities, as if they were all printed by the same machine. They were boring and uninteresting to the point it made Yoram think that any dragon catching a glimpse of the future would inevitably be like that. Therefore, Balm doing that with Yu Jitae without love was difficult for Yoram to understand based on her existing knowledge. Then, does Balm really love Yu Jitae? That too didn't make sense, because as long as the origin fragment was in their bodies, hatchlings weren't able to fall in love. This intense paradox repeatedly created doubts upon doubts. Since the origin fragment was the most important thing for a dragon enjoying their amusement, Yoram realized that this wasn't something simple that could be dismissed with ease. At this point, whether the two of them did it or not was not important. This was an even more serious matter. Early the next morning. These days, Yu Jitae left the dormitory at night by himself and didn't return till late in the morning. Because of that, Balm had to leave by herself in the morning to buy food from outside. HNN. That was exactly what she was doing today. While humming, Balm was preparing a shopping bag before going outside. Now was the best time for a conversation of just the two of them. Honey, hello, you're early today. Seemingly in a better mood, Balm greeted back with a gentle smile. You going to buy food? Yoram asked. NN, let's go together, okay. What happened to you? The two of them walked outside. Yoram always considered that there was something called morning air in the early mornings, around 2 to 3 hours after the sunrise. Despite being in the height of summer, the world would still give her a relatively cool and refreshing feeling. Thus, Yoram tended to open the window whenever she opened her eyes in the morning to enjoy the air. But today she was unable to wholeheartedly enjoy the air. By the time they were about to enter the commercial district after a long walk, Yoram opened her mouth with a clear voice. NN, do you like Yu Jitae Arjasi? NN. She replied all too easily, so Yoram thought her question just then was wrong. No, oh, Yoram. Look, Balm said. What do you think about those? Yoram turned her head to see Balm pointing at a sandwich store operating from early in the morning. Ah, yeah, looks good. Really, that's good. Maybe the timing was a little off. On the way back after buying sandwiches, Yoram asked once again, Balmani, NN, I have a question. What is it? Tell me straight without going in circles. NN, do you love Yu Jitae? No. Again, she replied all too easily naturally, as if she had never even considered such a thing. Yoram glanced at her face and found the usual indifferent expression that hid her inner thoughts. Then, Yoram inquired deeper. What then? No is a no. No, but like, don't you feel clingy, trying to have him for yourself or liking him so much that you could die? NN, I don't. Her response was a little strange. If Keel was right, she shouldn't be answering like that. Keel mentioned that she had not yet told Balm about the things she knew of, which meant that Balm probably didn't know how Keel had witnessed it. Yoram walked in large strides before stopping in front of Balm. You know, NN, what are you doing? Let's talk. Stopping on the spot, Balm blinked her eyes. I am serious. This isn't something simple. Yoram added, is this related to the question you asked before? Yeah. But why are you asking that all of a sudden? It's strange no matter how I see it. From what I've seen from time to time, I feel like there must be something between you two. Who knows, I do cling to Arjasi quite a bit. What if it's more than that? The expression on Yoram's face was serious and even grave. After looking into her eyes, Balm let out an awkward smile while touching her hair. What happened to you today? There's something, isn't there? Yoram asked. Nothing. Really? Balm placed her hand next to her chest in response. the dragon heart next to which was the origin fragment. You know, I have it too. The fragment embedded with the power of the first dragon of the ancient era, the Ancient One. It was always next to the hearts of dragons that were going off on an amusement by crossing to a nearby dimension. It was in a way a beeper, like a passport or a plane ticket. At the same time, it served as a guide so that young hatchlings would not become overly immersed in their amusements. We all got it confirmed by the Lord on our way out right. But if I love Argosy when I am in the same boat as all of you, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Right. Exactly what you said. That's also why I'm acting needlessly serious right now. Taking a pack of cigarettes out of her pocket, Yoram placed one between her lips and ignited it by creating an ember from her fingertips. How unlucky are we on our first amusement, right? We came out and got FC-ked. She took a deep breath in and out, along with a gush of thick smoke. Now we might be doing fine, but when the dimensions were disjointed, and we ended up being stranded here without even knowing why, what was the only thing we believed in? Again, Yoram took a deep breath in. Nothing but the origin fragment, right? Yeah. If your origin fragment has a problem here, then something might go wrong for you, Unny, while all of us get sent back. That's why I am asking you. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your origin fragment? Do you seriously not love Argosy? That's what I've been saying. They say standing guarantee for a green is at least better than going out with a blue, but Yoram murmured. It was a famous joke of the red race, meaning that they hated blue dragons to the core, while green dragons should not be trusted that easily. Balm frowned as a joke. Hey, isn't that ridiculous? Why did you ask in the first place if you're not even going to believe me? If you do have a problem there, you need to stop playing around living normal lives and stuff. Do you have time to waste like that? You need to work on fixing it. Let me ask one last time. What you said then about not having those feelings for Argosy, her gaze, as she sucked in the air through the cigarette, was deep. With a sharp gaze of doubt, she appeared like a hunting dog twitching its nose from the faint scent of blood. With a deep exhale of smoke, she continued, Can you swear you're telling the truth? The air felt heavy around them, but Yoram was asking since she was sincerely concerned. NN. Even then, Balm replied with little regard, and Yoram burned the whole cigarette on fire. Resolutely, Yoram sharply glared into Balm's eyes for a while as Balm returned an awkward smile, saying it was okay. Afterwards, Yoram did not speak to her. Yu Jitae looked at the pocket watch. 7 in the morning. When he was at the door of the dormitory, he happened to come across Balm and Yoram, who were returning after buying breakfast. Balm shouted, Argosy, so he waved back in return. That was when Yoram suddenly started running towards Yu Jitae with a bright smile on her face. Oh my darling. While addressing him as if she was in a good mood, Yoram jumped up and dashed towards Yu Jitae. He was exhausted and was thus defenseless. Yoram wrapped her legs around his waist and hung her arms around his neck. Then she suddenly started pushing her head forward. Her lips were also protruding out as if she was trying to give him a kiss. Naturally, he lifted his hand to stop the kid's face before slowly pushing it away. What are you doing? Why, do you not want my kiss? Get down. I am a bit tired today. Yoram stubbornly clung to him, so he raised her up high into the air before placing her down on the ground. Unable to resist the difference in strength, Yoram was forced onto the ground like a child. Freaking unit, come on, whatever. It's not our first time kissing. Un. Seeing that the exhausted Yu Jitae didn't say anything back in response, Yoram grinned and entered the house after throwing a glance at Balm. Ah, we bought sandwiches for breakfast, said Balm nonchalantly while showing the bag as the two of them soon followed Yoram into the dormitory. For some reason, the gaze that was on Yoram's eyes was stuck in a corner of his mind. What was up with these two? However, that was just the beginning of Yoram's strange gimmicks. Chapter 208, Episode 69, Stay Still Dick Jitty 3, Count Edward. Jealousy is the most honest of the emotions. Reading shoujo manga made her feel upset just as much as it made her smile. Especially when it was about the villainess, the rival of the female lead. That freaking bitch. Trying damn hard to wag her tail. Like, how can you like an idiot like that? Looks so weak that I can crush her head with a punch. If this stupid male lead goes to her, I am killing the author with my hands. Yoram corrected her choice of words. The problem wasn't the rivals, but the villainesses that made the female leads upset, also causing herself, who was cheering for the female lead, to feel upset. These villainesses tended to linger around the male lead and wag their stupid tail to make the onlookers mad. Whenever that happened, the female lead would act in a frustrating way or get mad, whatever it was. She would get emotional and act accordingly. If I were her, I would grab a hammer at night and go to her bedroom. Why the FCK are you crying by yourself? Art, wait. This isn't what I should be doing in any case. She was now going to try and drag out the most honest of human emotions, jealousy, to discern whether Balm was in love with Yu Jitae or not. Thinking that it was the role of villainesses made her feel trash, but it did intrigue her a little when she was the one that had to pull it off. Here you go. So during breakfast, when they were having sandwiches, Yoram gave a wide smile towards Yu Jitae. Darling, without saying anything in response, Yu Jitae simply frowned, while Yoram stealthily glanced at Balm's face. Balm was simply chewing on the sandwich, without even looking at the two of them. As if she was feeling thirsty, she raised a cup of milk and drank it before licking the milk off her lips. She looked way too uninterested. Yoram realized that she needed a plan, a strategy of acting like a fox. A situation being formed would be better than her doing it all by herself, so Yoram gathered her two younger sisters and informed them of the strategy. Got that. After listening to her plan, Keel and Jayal stared directly into her eyes. Are you serious? Yeah, why? Have you finally gone mad? In that instant, Yoram had to resist the urge to test if Keel's cheeks could stretch like cheese or not. Are you doing it or what? From looking at each other, Keel and Jayal pondered. Since she was saying that it was very important, they decided to obediently listen to this short-tempered Unny's request. Like that, Keel and Jael went outside with the baby chicken for food, leaving only Yu Jitae, Balm and Yoram inside the house for lunch. Closing her eyes, Yoram reflected on the countless images she had seen till now. It was now time to show off her polished months of experience of reading shoujo manga. Yu Jitae gazed at the empty kitchen. Today was a Saturday. Both Keel and Jael should be inside the house, and neither of them being at home during lunchtime was an extremely rare sight. NN. Blinking her eyes, Balm touched her watch. Where did these kids go without even saying a word? Oh yeah, they said they were going outside to play. Yoram replied. Because of that, it was just the three of them having lunch that day. The menu was an assorted array of sushi bought from a nearby restaurant. Right when he was about to open the bag and take out the box of sushi, he realized that Yoram was staring directly at Balm. When Balm lifted her head up after feeling a gaze, Yoram nonchalantly looked away as if she hadn't been staring at her. For some reason, it reminded Yu Jitae of the gaze he saw in the morning. During the meal, she was even more strange. The dining room was quieter than usual without Keel. Yu Jitae and Balm, who were originally of few words, were quietly focused on having sushi. That was when Yoram slightly lifted her butt up and moved across one seat to sit next to Yu Jitae. She then used her chopsticks to dip the sushi in soy sauce before bringing it to his mouth. Opa. His hands that were about to lift the sushi up came to a stop. He wasn't hearing things. The usual sharp voice and gaze was long gone, and with gentle eyes, Yoram spoke to him once again with a voice ever so delicate. Here, eat this. However, her hands weren't so delicate. He slightly pulled his head away, but the sushi came flying in like a missile and collided with his lips before eventually falling from the chopsticks. Oi, what are you doing? He asked. Ah, what a waste. What are you doing? Trying to give you sushi, what else? Why are you avoiding my sushi? Yoram instead stared at him resentfully before picking up the sushi that was on the ground. Something was slightly off. While raising her head back up, Yoram looked at him and mumbled something with her lips. Her shoulder-length hair flowed down and covered her side, so only Yu Jitae saw her mumble. But the thing was that he couldn't understand what she was saying. Opa. Say once again she tried to feed him sushi. Why are you doing this? Just eat it. It's nice, you know. Although he had no idea why, it wasn't like this was the first time Yoram was doing something strange. Despite feeling doubtful, he ate the sushi off her chopsticks. After the first one, the second one was easier. Cuddling right next to him, Yoram fed him sushi and looked into his eyes while blinking her crimson eyes. In between those quirky acts, Yoram occasionally, very occasionally, threw glances at Balm. Soon she found Balm staring back at her with circular eyes. Did she take the bait? I can't believe my eyes, what are you doing? Huh, well, just giving sushi to my opa. That's all. Ah, I see. Is today a day where we take care of Argosy instead? Saying that, Balm naturally dipped the sushi into the soy sauce before bringing it towards Yu Jitae. Yoram's doing that because you always eat so little, Arjasi. Here, say ah. Yu Jitae hesitated slightly before eating her sushi as well. Meanwhile, Yoram realized that her plan had somehow failed. What was it? Was Balm being jealous right now? But for that to be the case, her expression and gestures were too calm. Let alone that, even the situation was strange. It was different from before, but Yoram wasn't entirely sure about the nature of the change. The situation where Balm might feel jealous, because she was feeding him. Sushi was immediately changed by Balm, by putting on a frame that today was a day where they were taking care of Arjasi. But Yoram couldn't wrap her head around it. As a result, it would just be a part of today's concept, no matter who fed him sushi at this point. Although Yoram didn't know the exact reason for the change, she still knew that her first strategy had failed. Later, it was Balm who instead fed Yu Jitae more sushi. Yoram slightly glared at Balm, but she merely blinked her eyes and tilted her head in response. That was the end of lunch, and Yu Jitae couldn't figure anything out aside from the fact that there was something wrong with the two kids. That day, Yoram acted in a strange manner throughout their daily lives, evident from how she cut her hand while playing around with a knife next to him. He turned his head and found Yoram bleeding from her fingers. Balm and Yu Jitae both stared at Yoram while she groaned and rubbed her finger. FCK. It hurts. She wasn't a human, nor was she a young kid who had never once held onto a knife. A red dragon cutting their finger while playing with a knife. Yu Jitae couldn't understand what was happening. Yoram stared at him like a wounded puppy. Opa. It hurts, but Yoram saying it hurts touched a not-so-good memory of his. Towards the very end of the fifth iteration, Yoram was in tremendous pain, but she had never once mentioned it until the very last second of her life. My heart hurts, and she said that with her last breath. Reflecting on that weighed his mood down for some reason. With no other choice, Yu Jitae stood up and walked towards her. Walking up, he grabbed her by the wrist and observed the wound. It wasn't a big problem and should therefore be healed very soon. NN, how did you get hurt? It was then. Balm indifferently walked towards Yu Jitae and Yoram as if curious. How did this happen, Yoram? She said before pouring the mana of Mother Nature to heal her wound. The wound closed in the blink of an eye. All done. It's healed now. Be careful. What kind of red dragon gets hurt while playing with a knife? Balm giggled while Yoram was silent. Even after that, Yoram continued acting strange. After about an hour, she suddenly fell towards Yu Jitae, but he easily supported her back up. After 2 hours, she wore a tennis skirt and a girlish flower-patterned t-shirt bought by Keel and Jayal, but Balm complimented her the most by calling her cute. At night, when they were watching a movie together, she grabbed Yu Jitae by the arm saying she was scared, but Balm, who was sitting on the other side, pulled and hugged her. Do you get scared by things like this? How cute, Yoram. Leaning her head on Balm's shoulder, Yoram remained silent. Yoram was confused. She couldn't discern whether Balm was actually doing her best for her like a mother, or if she was simply being jealous. By the time she came to herself, all her strategies ended up failing. At this point, she only had her last resort to rely on. The time when Yu Jitae and Yoram were physically the closest would be whenever Yoram returned after her personal training in tatters. Especially when doing the standing and walking training, she would return home every day with bruises all over her body. For some reason, Yu Jitae was able to use the mana of the red dragons. That was a doubt that remained in a corner of her mind ever since she first learned the pulsations from Yu Jitae. In any case, Yu Jitae would give her a massage whenever her body was depleted with mana. Since neither Yoram nor Yu Jitae thought anything of the other party, a physical contact of that level was nothing. What happened? Yu Jitae asked curiously. She had now reached a decent level with standing and walking, although still low, and had now begun training on how to see. No matter how hard she trained, she shouldn't be in tatters like that. What happened to your body? Huh, nothing. I was just revising what I learned so that I wouldn't forget them. Her entire body was full of bruises. Drenched in sweat, she staggered her way into the dormitory. Are you okay, Yoram? Balm, who was on her laptop in the living room, asked in surprise. Yeah, just a bit tired. This much was true. Whenever she was training like this, Yoram had to endure the feeling of her body crumbling down. Although there was a different objective today, the process was still by no means simple. Yoram collapsed on the sofa. You punk. Why do something you weren't even told to do, said Yu Jitae. Instinctively, Yoram was about to reply, "Am I your dog that I need to do only what I am told to?" but decided against it. Now was the best timing. Wasn't Balm watching them from the side right now? Yoram made the most pitiful expression she could make with reference to Keel's expression. "Opa, please give me a massage." Yu Jitae wondered how a person could become so different in just one day, but regardless, since it was the usual thing, he walked towards the sofa where she was lying down and crouched next to her. Then he placed his hands above her bruised skin. Imitating the pulsations of the red race, he began massaging Yoram on her calves. Meanwhile, Yoram threw a glance at Balm. Throughout the day, whenever things like this happened, Balm would nonchalantly turn around after glancing at them or ignore them completely. Or she would composedly step in to solve the problem in their stead. But this was different. Yu Jitae giving a massage with the mana of the red race went beyond a simple treatment and was like a red dragon parent grooming their child. There was nothing Balm could do by intervening here. Ho! Balm was staring at them. There was a bite. For a long time, Balm didn't look away from the two of them, unlike how she merely glanced at them during the day. However, she soon retrieved her gaze. With an indifferent expression on her face, she stood up and began heading to her room. Ha! Is she going back just like that? It was still half-half. She wasn't necessarily glaring at them, and going back to her room here was hard to see as jealousy. It did feel like a bite, though Yoram couldn't end it like this. It was the reaction she finally got after all the hard work she put in. Thus, she let out a faint moan. At the same time, Balm's footsteps heading back towards her room stopped ringing. Slightly lifting her body up, Yoram glanced at the direction Balm was heading in. Balm had turned her body around and was looking at them. Surprised, Yoram hurriedly turned her face away and closed her eyes. For a second, her eyes met with Balm's. Chapter 209 U Balm Illustration. Stay still, Dick Jitty. 4. U Balm Illustration. Slowly, Balm walked back to her seat and sat down. Even without having to look at her, Yoram was now certain. She could definitely feel her gaze. Yoram tried evaluating Balm's situation. When their eyes met just then, she was wearing the same expressionless look on her face. She didn't look particularly mad. Although it was a rare sight in the first place, her eyes weren't trembling like the time when she tried to smash the laptop. It was the same for other elements. The heartbeat and breathing pace of a human body tended to speed up when stimulated, but Balm was breathing peacefully while the beating sound of her heart couldn't be heard. What is it? Is she trying to bear with it? Or does she really not care? Yoram still couldn't say anything with certainty. In fact, asking whether she loved Yu Jitae or not in the first place might have been a mistake. If she truly loved him, that would mean that she was trying to bear it right now. But if that really was the case, it would intrigue her a little bit because acting the role of a villainess was slightly fun. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae's hands slowly climbed over her knees and reached her thighs. Since she crushed every muscle in her body, her thighs were also full of reddish-black bruises. Yu Jitae carefully eased the tense muscles around her thigh. "Should I bait her a little bit more?" Said Yu Yoram. "Yeah, do a little bit harder, please. I can't feel anything." The hands that had been careful as if he was caressing a kitten felt now as if he was caressing a grown-up cat. That's good. A little bit more inside for the thighs. Yes, right there. NNNR, that's good." His hands were careful as if he was trying to heal a wounded animal. Since the two of them had never thought of each other as anything above a teacher-student relationship, even a massage like this was extremely natural and wholesome. How could a male be this boring? She thought, but it didn't matter. As long as the situation appeared strange, it would be enough of a bait. That was when she realized something strange. Balm was breathing peacefully while the beating sound of her heart couldn't be heard, was it? "Why can't I hear her heartbeat?" "NN. Why?" Yu Jitae asked. No, go on." Yoram couldn't hear her heart beating. Usually she could, so the fact that she couldn't hear it meant that Balm was intentionally hiding the beating sound of her heart. She glanced at Balm once again. Is hiding the heartbeat a part of jealousy? Even after reaching this point, she wasn't sure. Hatchlings were young, and they couldn't ignore stimulus. Depending on the perspective, the physical contact between herself and Yu Jitae might appear risque. Even if one wasn't interested, their heart might beat faster, and it was possible for them to hide it. Didn't Yoram herself find her heart beat fast whenever she was staring at erotic or gory things, even if she wasn't particularly excited? Thus, the focus had to shift away from erotic things. Yoram had to focus more on love. Love. The reason this young child of the red race was reading a shoujo manga was because she enjoyed the process, leading to the exhilarating result of a male and female mating. That was why the likes of ghosts annoyed her. Therefore, she was naturally ignorant of love, and nor was she interested in it. Love it was difficult, the more so if it was the love of a dragon and not the love of a human. But after pondering for some time, there was something that brought itself up in her memories. It was a part of Baum's novel that she read. Since it was a horror novel, she skimmed through it, but in the orientation of Out of Sin of Daybreak, there was a short articulation about love when the female lead was expressing her love to the boyfriend she brought to the mountain shed. What was it again? Closing her eyes, Yoram reflected on the words. That was but a fleshly love. Bodily love tends to occur from sensation. The eyes spot a beauty. The nose smells sweetness. Being protected to rest at a nearby pond, and the feeling of elongating my existence is brought forth from a bodily relationship. But that stops once filled. It dries rapidly, and something sweeter can always replace it and ache the heart. But psychological love permeates through the stomach and levitates the entire body. It occurs not from sensation, but from the time spent together. It pervades and is not filled, and thus cannot be replaced with anything else. It forever establishes its position in between the soul and warmly embraces my body and mind. This is fundamentally different from the short throbbing or aching of the heart. Thinking about it, the warmth spreading from the lower stomach to all over the body through the veins is like that filling the empty outer space called me, brightening it with warm light. Though I have yet to hear such stories about love. At the time, she wondered what kind of nonsense this was and stopped, but now that she was thinking about it, wouldn't that novel probably convey what Baum, the author, was thinking? The meaning behind the text was still hard to decipher, but she could still understand some of the key words. So when his hands traveled past her thighs and went across the pelvis to reach her stomach, Yoram asked something unusual. You know, NN, hello, say it. Yu Jitae said, my stomach hurts. Why, I don't know, pat it please. When he touched her abdomen, Yoram grabbed him by the hand. Not there, she said. Then she casually moved his hand to the lower region of her stomach. Yu Jitae retrieved his hand. Why would this part hurt? I don't know. But it hurts. Yoram replied, that's strange. It shouldn't hurt. It does though, whatever. Let's stop the massage for today. Aang, why? It's not like you have to use your body in the upcoming training either. This is enough, so go to your room and recover. Don't do things you weren't even told from tomorrow onwards. Ah, why? Are you really not going to do it for me? Although she whined, Yu Jitae stood up without saying a word. Thus, Yoram continued whining to at least clutch at the straws. How can you stop in the middle like that? It really, really hurts, though it hurts. Yoram did not know that those words were touching on the past existing only in his memories. There was obviously no way for her to know of the other red dragon, similar to herself, who was in so much pain, unlike her joking self, who couldn't express it till the end. But it worked out for her. Standing still, Yu Jitae looked into her eyes for a bit before having no other choice but to lower his hands. He was about to slowly caress her again on the stomach. Yoram. That was when Baum, who had been watching from the side, opened her mouth with a slightly thorny voice. Ha! Acting ignorant, Yoram turned towards her. The muscles around Baum's eyes were shivering faintly. How about you stop now? Asked Baum. What? I've been watching you, but you're a little bit weird today. How am I weird? I knew you were strange from the morning, but now it's even worse. You're deliberately trying to trouble and corner Arjasi. A red light went off inside Yoram's head. It was a bite. It wasn't just a normal bite like before. She was definitely on it. She now had to pull her out a little bit further. When did I do that? Do you have proof? Proof? Why do you moan when you're getting a massage? I did it because it hurt, though. You didn't. Do you think I am a fool? Despite the situation, her voice was calm. However, she couldn't hide the shivering of her grass-colored eyes and the eyelashes. Don't you know I was always next to you whenever you were getting a massage? You never had to go inside your thighs, did you? Same as you moaning. You didn't have to let it out, did you? Do you even freaking hear yourself? So what if I do moan? Yoram asked. What? Whether I moan from the massage or from feeling horny, what does that got to do with you? What are you saying right now? To be frank, what does it got to do with you whether I spread my legs here or not? You have something with Ajasi. Yu Jitae was about to open his mouth to intervene. Stay still, Dick Jitae, you shit. Yoram shouted as if in a seizure. It was the first time he was seeing her being sincerely angry at him like this. Yu Jitae squinted his eyes. These guys, did they do drugs? What's wrong with them? They had been doing fine till now, and a conflict like this had never occurred before. He contemplated whether he should give her a knife-hand strike, to the back of her head, but since the two of them looked grave, he decided to watch for the time being. You Balm, tell me straight up. What I asked you before. You do right. No, you're the only one that doesn't see your eyes trembling like crazy. It's the same as when you threw the laptop, so how am I wrong? Yoram. Because you were acting viciously for no reason, Arjasi was feeling troubled. That's why I are. So you're saying Arjasi was the one that was feeling troubled just then I cut the crap. Right, now I get it. I really thought there was no way, but damn. You sure nothing happened to you? No, it's nothing, so stop. Please. Balm lowered her gaze. Anxiously, she fidgeted with her small hands. Don't look away from me. Look straight into my eyes and speak. Don't you know that I'm saying all this because I am worried? What's wrong? What happened to your heart? Yoram, it's really okay. No matter what strange things you requested of Arjasi, I wouldn't have done this if you weren't troubling Arjasi. With her head facing down, Balm desperately chose word by word and said with difficulty, but Yoram sneered in response. Ah, so spreading legs is okay, but pulling my clothes up to have my stomach touched is no good. You crazy beach, how far are you, oi? Lifting her gaze that had been on the ground, she stared directly into her eyes. Yoram's voice came to a stop, the grass-colored gaze accentuating itself from the indifferent expression, and the muscles around it were shivering intensely as if in an epileptic seizure. When their eyes met, Yoram felt her breath being suppressed. That was when Yu Jitae growled. What do you think you are doing? Although his voice was low, it resonated clearly and froze the situation completely. Surprised, Yoram widened her eyes into circles and turned towards Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae was staring at Balm. You Balm, are you out of your mind? Get rid of that right now. Similarly shocked, Balm widened her eyes and looked back at Yu Jitae. Get rid of what? Yoram couldn't understand what Yu Jitae was talking about. Soon, Balm clenched her lips. Blood oozed out of her lower lips and traveled down her white chin. Go to your room. Yoram realized what Balm had been trying to do half a second after that. She didn't see anything, nor did she feel anything. And yet the fact that Yu Jitae was warning her that meant that Balm was manipulating something. She had pointed that extremely dangerous something at herself. Yoram was saying and acting out of worry, and yet what was coming back in response was an extreme reaction. The moment she had a faint idea of that something which exceeded the realms of normal animosity, Yoram couldn't control her emotions. Oi, where do you think you're going? Balm turned back. Yoram lifted the cup of coffee that was next to her. It was the coffee Balm had been drinking. Before anyone could discourage her, she poured it above Balm's head. The hot coffee was poured over her face. With her hair and clothes turned wet, Balm frowned and glared back at Yoram. Come here, you fuck. Yoram suddenly moved her body. Grabbing a fist, she pushed the table and jumped towards Balm, all in the blink of an eye. In that precarious situation, right before the two collided, Yoram lost her consciousness and collapsed on the floor. Yu Jitae had struck her on the back of her neck. He turned towards Balm. With coffee covering her body was trembling and her head similarly shivered left and right. Go to your room. Standing still, Balm slowly lifted her hands. Then she wiped the coffee that was on her cheeks. After repeatedly wiping them, something besides coffee also began being wiped away. Endlessly, no matter how much she wiped them. Tears. Balm was sobbing. Sorry when he looked at her, she avoided looking his eyes and replied with a crawling voice. I knew it would turn out like this today. Tears could be heard interfering with her voice as she gulped and sniffed. After crying for a long time like that, she heaved out a deep sigh. Then she lifted her head slightly before closing her eyes. Tears dropped yet again. I knew it, but swallowing her last words, Balm turned around and walked into her room. Only then did Unit 301 turn quiet. Looking at Yoram, who was collapsed on the floor, Yu Jitae heaved a sigh. It was dark all around. Opening her eyes, she could only see white tiles on the ground as far as her eyes could see. In a room like that, Balm opened her eyes. Her head was in a daze and her brain wasn't working straight. Her eyes were hazy. The next thing she felt was the cold and stiff texture of the tile touching her legs. Lowering her hazy eyes, she gazed at her own legs. Why was it? She wondered. She wasn't wearing anything. The only thing she could see right above the legs was the large business shirt. A business shirt with an extremely familiar smell. It was so big that she couldn't wear it properly, and her fingers were buried in the sleeves. Since she had worn it once before, Balm immediately realized what it was. This was Yu Jitae's business shirt. Why am I here like this? Right when Balm was blankly looking into the sleeves of the large business shirt, something pulled her by the neck. Oot! She ended up falling flat on the floor. She then realized that something was tied around her neck, and soon noticed that it looked similar to a dog leash. Raising her eyes, she noticed the chains that were connected to the leash connecting far off into the darkness. In other words, it meant that someone had pulled her just then. Surprised, Balm twisted the leash and tried to snap it as hard as she could. However, the chains were so tenacious that she couldn't rid herself of them. That was when someone began walking out of the darkness. It was definitely that someone who was grabbing the other end of the leash. With anxious eyes, Balm gazed up at the person. In an instant, Balm raised her body. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Where was she? She was on the bed. What was that just then? Was it a dream? However, she felt strange. Her heart suddenly began beating fast, and the suppressed emotions started rising up from deep inside. The world shook. The blanket, the bed, the chair, and even the lights on the ceiling. No, it wasn't the world that was shaking, but her own eyes. Awful thoughts covered her brain like a fog, a red fog. Her uneasily trembling gaze scanned through the room. Her eyes stopped at pen tips, scissors, and box cutters. Each and every one of them was sharp. You Balm, it was then. Someone called her by her name. The moment her eyes met with the eyes of the person staring at her from the bedside, the fog engulfing her head dissipated rapidly. The tension weighing on her body loosened like a spell, and the crazily rapid heart calmed down. Heaving a sigh as if she was crumbling down, she leaned on the wall. Ajasi Yu Jitae was there. Chapter 210. Distance of touching breaths. Pervading in one clank, while the protector was wiping the floor with a rag, Yu Jitae lifted up Yoram and headed to her room. On the way, his eyes met with Keel and Jael's, who were peeking from behind the door. Since it was night time, they were all at home. Flustered, they looked into his eyes and tried to assess what was happening. They must have been surprised. Thinking that, he gestured to the kids with his eyes, as if everything was fine, but anxiety remained on their faces. After placing Yoram down on her bed, he walked out. Chirp, that was when the baby chicken cried without reading the mood. Keel startledly held tightly onto the beak of the large spirit beast in her arms. He stopped his feet. He could hear the loud and fast thumping of their hearts. He didn't know how to soothe startled kids, but at least he now knew how to talk to them. You don't have to be so scared. Why did they fight? NN. Right, why did the two of them fight? He didn't know why either. However, it didn't seem like a good option for him to say that. The unknown tended to bring out meaningless imaginations. Although it was an efficient method he relied on while ruling with fear, something more transparent would be better to settle the minds of the kids. After thinking for a little, he crouched down in front of them and matched his line of sight with them. There's nothing to worry about. It's normal to fight when your thoughts are different. Different thoughts. Yeah. I don't know the details, but there must have been something they didn't agree with. He continued. There's no need to worry. Fighting like this is a way of telling each other that their thoughts are different, and whatever is different can be compromised or aligned. Why are their thoughts different? Look at you. Aren't you doing something similar yourself? The baby chicken cried because it wanted to, and she grabbed its beak because she didn't want it to cry. It happened because their thoughts were different. Realizing that, Keel carefully released Chirpy's beak and whispered, "Sorry." The baby chicken rubbed its circular, furry head on her arm. It's simply because they're a different people. It's natural, so don't worry about it. Relationships are about fighting and making compromises, so don't worry and rest. NN. Aki. Yes. After settling them down, he went back into Yoram's room after feeling a presence inside. Yoram wasn't entirely back to normal, even after waking up. She was sitting on the side of the bed, and her breathing noises were extremely coarse. It was evident that she was trying to hold it in. When would be the best time to talk to her? He did not know. Therefore, he decided to wait next to the child until she calmed herself down. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, and 3 hours. Time passed, and only when it was in the middle of the night did Yoram collect her breath and lay down on the bed. "Why are you here?" she asked. "Why did you fight?" "Nothing much. Be honest and say it." Lying down on the bed, she wriggled her arms and pulled the blanket from underneath her body. She then covered herself with it. "I don't know. We just fought. I knew you were a little strange today from morning. There should be a reason why you were like that. What were you thinking? Yoram was silent. Are you not going to say it? You're a living under the same roof. It'll be uncomfortable with a persisting problem. Yoram. She audibly took a deep breath in. Soon, a sigh with an equal amount of breath escaped from her lips. I don't really know either. What don't you know? I wasn't trying to pick a fight, so how did things turn out like this? Makes me wonder why it became like this. I was worrying about you, Balm, in my own way, though. What were you worrying about? And what's the deal with the heart and the laptop? He asked. Is the laptop thing about you playing with her pen name? Yoram closed her mouth again. After some time, she opened her mouth with a softer voice. You know, yeah. You said you had been leading a hard life, right? A very long time ago, I did. Is that why you're a weird? She asked. What? Have you had your heart flutter recently after seeing a woman? Who knows, but what about it? Or wanting to possess a woman? Well, it could be a man as well. Why would I want to possess a human? Why not? Nothing wrong with feeling like that. If you don't psychologically feel that way, then how about this? If I moan or act erotically, does that arouse you? No, it wouldn't. Is that because I'm young? Because that isn't what I want from you. Are you a eunuch? Who knows? But I won't be aroused by you ever, including the future. Why would I be aroused? A kidnapper pretending to be nice, that's not the nature of the relationship between you and me, though. What is it then? She asked. A guardian and a ward. I simply protect you and hope it turns out well for you. My wish is for you to be healthy and strong. Why? Because that's what you wish for. Yoram remained silent for a little. The blanket moved as she began turning her body underneath it. But that's weird. Are you Santa or something? Or a genie from a lamp? How could there be a human who lives solely for the sake of another person? Soon, Yoram opened her mouth with a bunch of questions. There's one here. Why would you live like that? It's just that such people exist. No, that can't be the case. That's way too freaking weird. Humans all live for their own selfishness, don't they? Living is just a process of trying to be happier. How do you become happy? By helping us? In fact, there was a fundamental difference between the foundational thoughts of Yoram and Yu Jitae. In his opinion, humans didn't live to become happy. Regardless, there was no reason for him to correct it for her. Does that matter? It's not like you want something strange from me. Yu Jitae said. That's true. I want to become stronger. My wish is to go back and smack the shit out of that bit of a sister. I know. But what if I was actually not interested in becoming stronger? What if my wish was to have you for myself? What? Didn't you say it was the guardian's role to listen to what the dependents wanted? But if I wanted to have you for myself, and wanted you to desire me as well, even if I am not like that, some stupid crazy bitch might be like that. Then what? Are you going to listen to her request as well? Why aren't you saying anything? What if that's what the dependent wants from you? According to what you say, you need to listen to that as well. Weren't you a guardian? Dicty shitty Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae could guess who Yoram was talking about. It was the second or third time he was made to think about the topic, but it was nonetheless a question that was difficult for him to reply. He considered that he had no right to become happy alongside the dragons. At the same time, a dragon trying to be happy with him was also a thought that was difficult for him to accept. More than anything, he couldn't understand why Yoram was curious about that, and naturally, he had no obligation to reply. Why aren't you saying anything? Yoram asked. Come on, say something. This is very important, you know. You love silence, don't you? Fuck, Yoram laughed along with a gush of air. What are you going to do now? Yu Jitae broke the silence with a question. What do you mean? You fought with Balm. Do I have to do something here? I'm the freaking victim, though. Are you serious? Of course. The damn perpetrator needs to come up to me and apologize. Why do I, the victim, have to do something? I was saying all that because I was worried about her. The reason I was trying to hit her was because she tried to kill me first. No, the things that were all around me like fangs, that thing was a killing intent, right? And yet I was simply using my fists in response. Shouldn't you be complimenting me for being able to hold back? Yu Jitae remained silent for a bit. Depending on the perspective, her words could be both right or wrong, so he felt annoyed by the situation. Thinking back on the event apparently made her upset again, and the thin blanket started faintly trembling. Crazy bitch, she's a crazy bith. Of course, I'm a retard as well, but that bitch is actually a crazy psychopath. I want to tie her down and smack her. Fuck, stop. That's enough. What? Your emotions are getting the best of you right now. You're bound to make mistakes with your words when you're upset. I'm not making any mistakes. I was really surprised, and I was really upset. Stop, Yu Jitae's voice came out strict and surprised her. Why? Why are you telling me to stop? Why only me seemingly feeling mortified? Her voice suddenly turned louder before abruptly coming to a stop. Then, after repeatedly heaving deep sighs, she continued, "Do you think I made a mistake?" The statement that they probably both made mistakes would probably be meaningless even if he were to let it out of his mouth. Maybe I did make mistakes, but I held out a toothpick and she brought out a sword. Yoram, I'm not trying to discuss who's in the wrong here. Rest for now and calm your emotions down. You're too stimulated right now. I'm not angry, of course. Ah, I'm serious. Yeah. Keel said she's going vegan too. What are you even seeking? Saying, Yoram grumbled. His awkward joke was apparently a failure. Lifting his body, Yu Jitae was about to leave her room. That was when her final words flew out and touched his ears. Are you going to that BTCH? Yeah. Then tell her to apologize to me first. Yoram continued with a sunken voice. It was slightly unexpected of her to say them. Then ill apologize as well. He went into Balm's room. It was 3 in the morning, and she was lying down on her bed. Going next to her, he gazed at the sleeping child. Suddenly, Balm woke up as if she was having a fit. After raising her body, she squeezed tightly onto her chest before glancing around the room with an anxious gaze. The regressor followed her gaze and turned his eyes. There were sharp things wherever her eyes stopped. Balm looked like she was possessed by someone, so he called the child. You, Balm. In a fluster, Balm quickly turned towards him. Her hair, drenched in sweat, was stuck next to her face. Carefully collecting her breath, she tucked her hair behind her ears. Ajasi Balm had trouble looking into his eyes. He nonchalantly walked next to her and sat down. Balm then pulled her small feet that were protruding out from the blanket and hid them beneath it. For a long time, the regressor did not open his mouth. It was an extremely complicated situation. Yoram treasured Balm. According to what she was saying, it could be said that she was treasuring the existence itself of Balm. But unrelated to that, Yoram was upset at Balm. That would probably be the same for Balm, judging from how she formed her surprisingly sharp and secretive killing intent into a form to the point that it could kill Yoram. Even he didn't know how she could utilize it so well. Both of them made mistakes to one another, and both of them probably had their own thoughts and resentments. It was impossible for someone to always love their precious ones. Even the regressor himself was the same. Although Yoram was precious to him and he was nurturing her well, even he was slightly irritated by her temperament these days. Having precious people didn't always mean a good relationship. What was the correct thing to do then? I'm sorry, what? Why are you sorry? We must have bothered you for no reason, Arjasi. At least you know. How do you feel? A bit better. Would you to like to chat? No, it's okay. It's all my fault, so Yu Jitae gazed into her face. What? Yoram didn't do anything wrong. My mistake was too big, and I couldn't control my emotions in that moment. The reason for her emotional acts was her desire to monopolize. Yu Jitae was aware that Balm wanted to monopolize him, but was merely having trouble discerning whether that was love or simply a desire to keep things all by herself. A few days ago, when Ajasi wasn't at home, I made the same mistake when Yoram touched my laptop on her own accord. What happened? I hate my belongings being touched, so I suddenly got a bit mad and tried to throw the laptop back then. Yoram apologized first, so this time. I'll go and apologize first and stick to it until she is satisfied. While saying that, she carefully glanced at his face in an attempt to read his mood. When he looked back at her eyes, the child avoided looking into his eyes. It was strange. The regressor found her words a little strange. It didn't really sound authentic. Why was he getting this feeling? You can scold me if you'd like to punish me. Please do so. Balm was different from other hatchlings. She had always been trying to help him. From their first meeting, when he suddenly threatened to kidnap her, when he was bringing other hatchlings, even when the other kids were having trouble with their school life, and even when he was catching demons, and when Jael was shedding her skin, all those things she did. Who was it for? Even now it was the same. If they both remained prideful and stubborn, it might lead to a troubling situation that could affect the management of daily lives at Unit 301 with both of the hatchlings living together. But Balm quickly lowered her pride. Who was the one that would be made the most comfortable by Balm lowering her pride? It was himself. At this point, wasn't it as if Balm was living for his sake? This was completely confrontational to Yu Jitae's thought that he was living for Balm's sake. He had a doubt that she was lying right now. Although he didn't have any proof, it was a strong doubt born from his conviction without him even knowing why. While he was leading those complicated thoughts forward, Balm opened her mouth with a worried voice. Jessie, I actually had a dream just then. What kind of dream was it? This time, she was even more cautious than before. Her fidgeting fingers and her blinking eyes proved it so. What's wrong? Come on, what was it about? From within her slow voice popped out an unbelievable word. A dream about being imprisoned. Chapter 211. Distance of touching breaths, pervading in 6 timelines worth remembering had disappeared. Hundreds of years' worth of relations and thousands of relationships left him behind. Countless deaths hazed by his memories flashed past him. He had been as ordinary as a human could be. It wasn't something he could possibly withstand with a sober mind. The man who had lost his senses belatedly realized the correct method. Forced to foolishly go the long way around, the man was finally standing next to Balm's bed with legs covered in wounds. After realizing that everything in the world would eventually leave him behind and disappear, the man stopped forming deep relationships with anything. With the end of the 6th iteration, and with the hazy memories of thousands of iterations flashing past his head, he was finally standing here after ever so faintly retrieving his humanness. Although he couldn't predict how this iteration would turn out in the future, he could still guess that some kind of relationship would inevitably be formed. Imprisonment. So when the word he had to hide the most suddenly escaped from Balm's mouth, he felt blood racing out of his brain. His body immediately cooled down, and so did his mood. Black liquid bubbled up from a corner of his emotions. Of all the things, it had to be the green dragon. The dragon whom he met 1,000 times, at the very least the one he abused and harassed the most due to her strong vitality. The one he imprisoned inside the underground labyrinth. The one that enlightened him whilst cursing him till the end. Of all things, it had to be the azure eyes of the young green dragon staring at him. Imprisonment. That was a word which should never come out of the mouth of Balm, who was living a normal daily life. A word that should never ever leave her mouth. He needed to properly confirm why this was the case, using a method even more credible than the eyes of equilibrium. The authority, Vintage Clark X, observes the target, Yu Balm. He wasn't agitated. In the 7th iteration, he knew that reality was being manipulated for some reason. He had always been considering the worst-case scenario, so whilst hiding his thoughts, he quietly asked, "How were you imprisoned?" The floor was white. There were things like tiles on the floor, and it was dark. Dark, yes. It was bright around me. But I don't know if my body was emitting light or if there was a lamp next to me. There were no tiles on the floor of the underground labyrinth, nor was it dark. Since the fragment of paradise was always lit up, that place was always as bright as day. As if to wedge his doubt further in, a message was floated by Vintage Clark. The authority, Vintage Clark X, did not find anything abnormal from the target, Yu Balm. The authority, Vintage Clark X, feels comfort and familiarity from the target, Yu Balm. Vintage Clark X. Vintage Clark's judgment might be slow, but it was never wrong. There weren't any problems with Balm. The arrow traveled right past his neck. The black thing surging from within regained its calm, and his emotions that were sinking down with an anchor became a level lighter. The regressor gave a nod. Now, it was time for him to listen to the story of the child as a guardian instead of as a regressor discerning the situation. And there was a weird string attached to my neck. What string? Something like a dog leash. It was connected to a chain and was very long. That is indeed a bit weird. Right. So although it's not certain, it felt like I was being imprisoned there. Balm vacantly touched her neck. Is that all? And there was someone. Someone holding the leash. Who was it? I don't know. I woke up right before seeing their face, so really. And what else? She shook her head in response, seemingly against saying anything more about the dream. He didn't know how to interpret dreams, nor did he dream himself. Therefore, there wasn't anything else he could say about the dream. But do dragons dream? Hatchlings do, yes. Very frequently, though. Do you tend to dream of what you wish for like humans? Yes. Maybe there was something you were wishing for in that situation then. Balm stared at him as if she found his words ridiculous. Then she shook her head. That was the end of their conversation. Balm was silent and fidgeted her feet in deep thought. He was thinking about leaving the room when she suddenly opened her mouth again. I want to stay inside my room for the time being. Why? I don't think I can see Yoram's face right now. Saying that, She heaved a sigh and ran her fingers through her hair. She slowly repeated that several times, and her azure hair moved about, reflecting the light within the darkness. You don't need to worry. I won't make everyone in the house awkward. I just want to rest here and settle my thoughts before coming out. To the kids, their rooms were like a lair of their own. He nodded his head. You don't need to worry too much about it. It's normal to fight, he said. Yes, and even if Yoram got hit by that, she wouldn't have died. So don't worry. Right. If we fought, I would have been the one getting bashed up, right? Probably. You're not saying no. I'm still a dragon, though, said Balm. Who do you think is teaching her how to fight? Ah, right. I was this close to dying then. You wouldn't die. Then I guess this close to having black and blue eyes. The tone of her voice was slightly humorous, so Yu Jitae faintly smiled. Why? Is it funny to imagine me being hit? It is, because it's hard to imagine. So mean, she murmured before giggling out loud. It truly was hard to imagine her being bashed up. The mood eased a little. Balm gazed outside the window, and he turned his gaze too, following the eyes of the child. It was late in the night, but there were people taking their dog out on a walk. How cute! That was when another pair of a person and a dog came running from the other side. The dogs showed intrigue at one another, but suddenly started barking out loud, as if discontent about something. However, the leashed puppies were nothing but pet dogs. The fight was soon dissolved, as they were each pulled away by the hands of their owners. Balm watched them for a very long time, until the puppies eventually disappeared. Just like me, the words vacantly left her mouth. What do you mean? NN. Ah, I meant they were cute just like me. I look a bit like a puppy, don't I? No, not at all. There's no way do you want to see me wag my tail. For a bit, he imagined a green lizard wagging its tail, but shook the thought away. In any case, she was in a better mood in just a short period of time. Balm giggled and tilted her head slightly before gazing up at his eyes with a drooping pair of eyes. By the way, Arjasi, have you tried smoking before? Huh, yeah, you don't smoke anymore, do you? Right, because I quit it. Why? Because there was no reason to continue. How did you quit? I heard it was very addictive. I decided on a day to stop smoking. Why are you asking that, though? You know, bad things are always fun, aren't they? Even if it's not good for me or the people around me. I was just wondering how people restrain themselves once they get addicted to it. In this day and age, the addictiveness or the danger of nicotine wasn't that important for superhumans. But even then, the superhumans were unable to quit it easily after laying their hands on cigarettes or drugs. Rather than the addictiveness of the material, it was just that they found it difficult to change their habits. Should I try it? Balm said as a joke, but he nodded instead. Are you serious? She asked. Yeah, do it if you're interested in it. You're not stopping me. It's not wrong to do what you want to do. Her eyes widened in response to his words. I heard you die quicker if you smoke, though. But you're a dragon. Even then. If someone wants to do something, I think it's good to try it rather than postpone or avoid it, no matter what that may be. Balm appeared slightly surprised, but he couldn't guess the reason. Soon, when she opened her mouth, there was faint dissatisfaction mixed with her voice. That's strange. That's a bad thought. What? If you find your life precious, shouldn't you avoid doing that? What are you saying? It's all over once you die anyway. Everything precious to you is worthless once you die. That's the strange part. Why are you thinking about the meaning it holds after you die, when we're living like this right now? Her voice mixed with dissatisfaction continued. Is that strange? He asked. Of course, you only have one life. Even if I had 10 lives, they would be precious, and even just 3 would be more precious than 10. But we only have one life. How can you not find that precious, Arjasi? He didn't reply. There were lots of things he could say, but nothing in particular that he wanted to say. There are just people like that, he stated. With a frown on her face, Balm remained silent. She was simply staring at him like a puppy out in the rain. When he was silently staring at her face, his eyes reached the torn wound on her lips. It was the wound that was formed by her teeth when she was trying to hold her anger in. Guess you didn't heal it fully. Doesn't it hurt? It does hurt. Whenever I speak. Then why are you just leaving it? Because it needs to hurt. What do you mean? My mouth made a mistake. Because I said something wrong to Yoram, I wanted to remind myself whenever I speak to not make another mistake. It was something he felt from time to time, but the mind of this child growing flowers was no different from a barren wasteland. I find you hard to understand sometimes, he said. Sorry, sometimes your thoughts are quite extreme. Balm looked into his eyes before asking a question. That just then. Yoram said the same thing, didn't she? While swearing at me. No, she didn't say that. I know. Her mouth is like a rag. She must have called me a crazy BTCH, a lunatic and a psychopath NN. Why aren't you saying no? So she really did say it, huh? No, she didn't. She did, didn't she? What an awful girl, no. She didn't say anything. It's fine. Doesn't matter what she says. But I want you to know at least, Arjasi. I'm not crazy, I know. Of course you're not. Maybe you can call me a boring girl, but not crazy. Okay, just heal your lips. Don't want to, she said firmly. Whatever you want. NN, you thought you Balm was a weird child just then, didn't you? She asked. He shook his hand in response. Who knows? More importantly, Balm, you should stop talking. You're a talking too much and your wound's opening again. I need to finish what I have to say. I'm not crazy. I was even more normal. If I was living by myself, I would have been a lot more normal than now. I get it. I get it, so it's fine. But SHH. Taking a tissue out, Yu Jitae brought it to her lips and carefully wiped the blood flowing from her lips. When his hand touched the lips of the child and wiped the dripping blood, Balm murmured with a vacant voice while her eyes were blankly gazing into his eyes. Someone's constantly trying to drive me crazy from the side. When he retrieved his hand, Balm slowly laid herself down on the bed. He thought that she must be talking about Yoram. In any case, she was back on the bed, so it would be fine to take that as a sign that he should now leave the room. I am going back then. Rest as much as you want and come out once you settle your mind. Yes, he was about to leave the room when Balm whispered, Please tell Yoram to stay away from my room for now. You have to make up. Weren't you going to apologize? But even then, I don't think ill like Yoram for the time being. Why? It's hot, very annoying. That might have been the clearest way to express her hatred from Balm's perspective. After that, Balm did not leave her room a single time for over a week. Going training. Yoram, who recovered her mentality first, left for her daily workouts as if nothing was wrong. Jael found it uncomfortable for a day or two at the start, but was back to normal after a few days. Arjasi, Arjasi, Arjasi. When is our Annie coming back out? Is she fine? How long is she going to stay holed up in her room? Keel looked as if she would stay anxious like a baby chicken holding in its dump until Balm left her room. In Unit 301, Yoram appeared to be slightly feeling out of place. Whenever Yu Jitae, Keel and Jael were sitting down and playing together, she would avoid them for no real reason. Although Jael didn't care, Keel was different. After trying to speak to her several times and failing, Keel looked for the right opportunity. One day, she headed to the most popular confectionery store of Lair from morning and lined up to buy some macarons. When Yoram returned in tatters after her training, she ran up to her and spoke to her. You, Unnii, I got some super-duper delicious macarons. Ah, do you want to have them together? No, I'm good. Ah, this is very good. No, like, I haven't tried them yet, but the other kids said it was super amazing. Kung. When the door closed in front of her, Keel stared at the door of her room, not knowing what to do, before turning towards Yu Jitae. He gestured to her to come sit down. Hing. I don't want to eat this anymore. The macarons ended up going to Jael's hands. She started enjoying them one by one, and after glancing at her indulging in the macarons, Keel also stealthily picked up a piece for herself. Judging from how her expression soon brightened, albeit by a little, it seemed that people weren't lining up in front of the store for no reason. Even though it's so delicious, right? NN. You know, for me, I find things like this very, very uncomfortable. Nod, nod. Right, Jael. Isn't it times like this when Arjasi should be stepping forward? Please hurry up and bring Annie back. Yes. Following the two kids, the baby chicken also started chirping out to him as if it knew what was happening. When he stayed still, it began poking his legs with its large beak. He silently listened to the chirping noises of the two baby chickens and the blue bird. Since Balm didn't wish for it herself, he had already decided to wait for her. It wasn't like Balm would stay holed up in the corner of her room for an eternity. 2 more days went by before Balm walked out of her room. Around noon of a certain weekend, an urgent voice was heard inside Yu Jitae's mind. My lord, there is a serious problem. It was from Clone 2. Chapter 212. Distance of touching breaths, pervading in 3 that day. Only Yu Jitae and Balm were inside Unit 301. Yoram went off for her lesson early in the morning. Jael was at her elementary school, while Keel had left for a nearby Spirit Beast cafe with the baby chicken, Chirpy. It seemed that she was also playing with the Spirit Beast pets of other people there. Thus, Unit 301 was empty during lunchtime, and the protector had just sought his permission to take a walk on the back mountain since the weather was fine today. As the protector of the Green Dragon, it liked being surrounded by nature and would therefore be enjoying the nature outside in the restricted area around the mountain. And Balm, she seemed to be having a chat with someone over the phone. Who could it be? Although he wasn't interested in eavesdropping to someone else's phone call, he decided to check the voice at the very least, considering her current state of mind. Of course, my husband really loved it. He would always peek inside like a cat whenever I was baking bread. Really? What kind of bread? It was a familiar voice, the voice of an old woman. It was Lee HWA. After identifying the person, Yu Jitae stopped eavesdropping. He felt as if Balm was letting him know of her survival after 10 days of silence, and that was more than enough. In his free time, he entered shallows of the abyss. White translucent hands approached him and bent their wrists. Since it was a daily routine, the hands of the abyss brought young Tebik's corpse to Yu Jitae without him having to say anything. Sitting in front of Tebik, he laid his hand on top of the corpse of the child that was being stored safely. Then he manipulated his mana to remove the fragments of the chimera that had merged with the existence one by one. It was a tedious and tough task that required a lot of caution. The fragments of a chimera were like hundreds of thousands of fine fishing hooks stabbing into the body, and there were lots to consider even when trying to remove one of them. The dead did not have a will of its own, and a corpse was therefore prone to losing mana. The same was for young Tebik's corpse. Because of that, it was weak and fragile, and one small mistake would cause an irrecoverable wound. It was the only existence on Earth that could undertake a task like this. Carefully and slowly, Yu Jitae moved his hands. It was when he was removing a small fur of the chimera from the red pupils of the child. Clone Two's will echoed his brain. My lord, there is a serious problem. A few minutes ago, Clone 2 was in the 280th floor underground of the southern boreal forest. It was slightly above the 290th floor where the witch was residing. Since he often spotted human-like subhuman races living in this area, he was planning to find it and wear its skin before returning to the witch. A young man around 15 years of age who was strong enough to be acknowledged by the witch. A human-like that had never existed even within the history of Yu Jitae's regressions. That was why Clone 2 was unable to predict that things would turn out like this. Clink 5 Death Knights appeared in front of him, in jet-black armor and a broadsword as large as a human body. Their swords glistened under the sunlight. Among them was also an overclass, a high-rank Death Knight. Wearing a black helmet with golden ornaments decorating it, it was one of the highest-ranked guardians that was as strong as an SS-ranked monster. Even two-digit rankers would find it hard to beat them one-on-one. It surrounded Clone 2 along with the other Death Knights. "What are you guys?" Clone 2 asked. "Sorry, but you must come with us to our Lord." "Why should I?" "Our Lord wishes to see you." "And what?" "That's her problem. What if I don't want to go? I was not asking for your opinion." Clank the Death Knights lifted their greatswords and postured themselves. A long crevice appeared on the arms of the overclass Death Knight. It revealed a complicated mechanic structure as it soon turned into something resembling a ballista. Its height reached 5 meters, and the steel arrow in its body was also as big as a human. It looked like a siege weapon and appeared like a level 3 artifact at worst. A cold bead of sweat traveled down the clone's back. Crazy as Valentine, that kind of person. A devil, that T, tries to kidnap young children. Shut up. Do you not realize how much of an honor it is? The overclass pointed the ballista at Clone 2. Speak. Will you walk there with us? The large and bizarre arrow with thorns covering its tip was pointing at his legs. Or will you lose your legs and be carried there? Clone 2 gulped. Till now, he had never fought with his life on the line. If he were to fight against all of them at the same time, he might be forced to put his life on the line. I get it, who? Really? Of course not, you bastards. Immediately after his words, the boy quickly turned around, but the opponent was already expecting it. The overclass shot an arrow that was as fast as a missile. It disappeared from sight and was right behind him by the time it reappeared. The boy stepped hard onto the ground and jumped up high. The arrow barely missed his feet, but the pressure caused by the shot twisted his ankles. Catch him. In midair after the jump, Clone 2 observed the large artificial garden of the 280th underground floor. It wasn't the best location. There weren't any flowing rivers nor caves to hide in, and the trees of the forest were neither too high nor too low. No matter where his eyes scanned, he couldn't find anywhere he could hide in. "Come here right now," shouted the Death Knight. Left with no other choice, Clone 2 raised his hand into the air. Cutting through the dimension, a longsword slipped out. He was commanded to preserve his energy as much as possible, but there was nothing else he could do. In order to protect his chastity, he had to swing his sword. Afterwards, a fierce battle continued for roughly 20 minutes. A sword strike exploded parts of the forest, while an arrow cut off hills. One of them, rolling on the ground, created a cloud of dust enough to cover the sky. Although he could only use two of Yu Jitae's powers, Clone 2 was not weaker than the Death Knights. Four knights were crushed before long and were rolling on the ground. Right when he was about to drive the final blow by striking the metal helmet of the overclass, Toon, Cuck, an arrow suddenly struck him on his thigh. Like a person being struck by a car, his body flew dozens of meters. Was that an arrow? The sound it created when it struck him was strange. It made something like a crushing sound, so where was the arrow? Looking down, Clone 2 felt stifled. The spherical bone connecting the femur and the pelvis, his caput femoris, had been totally crushed. Fragments of the broken bone ripped through his skin and were out in the open, but he wasn't bleeding that much. Large chips of his bone were blocking his veins. Barely withstanding the shock and standing firmly on the ground, the parts around the wound screamed out in pain. It was painful, and he almost lost his balance and ended up on the floor. To stop his tears from flowing out, the clone gritted his teeth. That was when a chill went down his spine. The clone immediately turned around with a flick and swung the sword down. A fissure was created there without him even realizing it, and the upper body of the witch was protruding out from it. His sword was easily caught by the witch. I thought the witch was lonely. I thought she wanted someone to talk to. I thought she wasn't going to hurt me. After a faint speck of resentment flashed past his head, Clone 2 quickly shouted towards his lord that there was a problem. Along with a decadent smile, the witch pushed her body forward whilst licking her lips. Unable to escape, Clone 2 had to decide on an extreme move. Stop. Do not come near me. He pointed the sword at the part between his legs. What are you doing? Try coming any closer. Okay, try it. Take one more step and it won't be any fun. In response, the witch slowly lifted her hands into the air and stopped on the spot. Collecting his breath, Clone 2 distanced himself from the witch, but the smile deepened on her lips. Boy, put that sinister thing down. Huck, Huck, if something were to happen to your precious body, this Nunar will not feel very comfortable. HNN. Calm yourself down and do not be irrational. The witch's voice sounded like a mature nanny soothing down an immature child. Hesitantly, Clone 2 opened his mouth. If you touch me, my lord will come for you. What? He's really strong. You might die. Is that so? Hua, the witch sluggishly smiled. Oh no. Thinking back, the clone remembered how the witch immediately committed suicide after being threatened in one of the previous iterations. Oh, or this. When he placed the longsword between his legs again, the witch slowly shook her head. Boy, it seems you are misunderstanding me. I'm not interested in your body. What? What I am interested in is you. You, who is so strong at such a young age. You yourself, who is extremely cute, so you can relax and come here. I will heal your legs for you. Her sweet voice comforted his ears. No, but for some reason, it sounded like a lie. For now listen to the witch's requests, but also ask for some distance. That was when his lord gave him the command. My lord, I am terrified. It's all right. I will watch over you. Don't worry. I will immediately cancel the shadow of Archduke once the situation goes south. I understand. His lord was watching over him. Thinking that, Clone 2 felt less frightened. After breathing in and out, Clone 2 calmed himself down and opened his mouth. There is a condition. Speak. We ask each other for one thing at a time with what we both want, or I will run away. And can we refuse? The witch asked. If it is too much, then yes. Good. Let us do so. Silently, the two of them kept to themselves while thinking of something to request. The witch was the first to open her mouth. I will heal you, so sit on my lap. Crazy, was she serious? However, his lord didn't say anything back, which meant that it was fine to do so. He gulped as his heart began to race. My request is for you to not touch my body. I see. Why, you're promising me to not touch me, right? That is what I said. Only after getting the confirmation did Clone 2 carefully walk up to her. His broken leg couldn't properly move, so he had to stagger his way there. When Clone 2 walked up to her, a large rose bloomed from the ground in front of Valentine and blossomed like a bed. Sitting there, the witch waited for Clone 2. Oh my, it must hurt a lot. Please don't act like you're feeling compassionate. You are a devil. Who's the one that made me like this? Let me apologize. I have hurt you. Who I was not expecting you to be so obstinate. Let this Nunar apologize once again. Nervously, Clone 2 carefully sat perpendicularly on the witch's lap. The witch was a very big woman, enough to make Clone 2 appear like a child. When she reached her hand towards the boy's pelvis, something gentle and warm came flowing out and began healing his broken bone. Clone 2 found it difficult to maintain his sanity. He could feel the body of the witch touching all over his body, and the fragrant scent of the flower was too sweet on his nose. It wasn't that much, and yet was very stimulating. His bone and flesh began connecting again. It was an incredible healing magic. After a few minutes, she opened her mouth. Boy, yes. Should we go on to the second request now? Yes, but I will be going first this time. In order to take the initiative, Clone 2 shouted with a loud voice, but the witch simply smiled contently and gazed at him. Please tell me what you want from me apart from my body. Good, but have a chat with me before that. In the distance of touching breaths, the witch requested as such. Overlooking the situation, Yu Jitae pressed on his temples. He had just returned to Unit 301. It was becoming a very bothersome situation. There were two reasons why one should not give their body to the witch. One was because the scent of the witch was more addictive than any aphrodisiac in the world. The second was because she stole the essence of the mana whenever one gave their body to the witch. This was the trait of the Lord of the Abyss that she made a contract with. The witch wasn't a demon. However, she was a similar existence to a catastrophe-ranked demon, a human resembling a quagmire. The regressor pondered. Power would only allow him to crush her neck. Abilities like mind control didn't work on her either. It was only because she was a human that's strong and unique that Yu Jitae was seeking for her help in the first place. The witch didn't have any lingering attachment to life, so using her life to threaten her wouldn't work. The witch didn't have any precious humans, so threatening her with a hostage wouldn't work either. To solve this situation, he had to somehow persuade the witch using words and actions. However, persuading people using just words was something he did not know how to accomplish. The reality was that the regressor couldn't even properly reconcile two angry young girls. Creak, that was when Balm walked out after opening the door of her room. After carefully peeking her head outside the door, she glanced around before looking into Yu Jitae's eyes. For the time being, he had time while the witch was healing Clone 2, so Yu Jitae walked towards her. You feeling a bit better now? Balm shook her head. Though she was looking into his eyes, she appeared to be gazing at a place further away. Then why are you out already? She was silent. Did you see something? Balm fidgeted with the hair that was reaching below her chest. Her fingers were fidgety, and so was her gaze. He didn't know why she was like this, but she appeared somewhat embarrassed for some reason. Soon, she asked with a soft voice, Do you need help? Help with what? That was what he initially thought, but something immediately popped up inside his head. Now that he was thinking about it, there wasn't anyone better than her in terms of dealing with a male-to-female relationship, was there? Chapter 213. Distance of touching breaths. Pervading in 4. I don't know how it works, said Balm. The principle behind how it worked was in fact quite simple. Yu Jitae could communicate with his clone with his mind, while dragons could receive memories and emotions of the one they come into contact with. The fundamental principle behind that was mana. Mana was the manifestation of will, and the regressor had exquisite control over mana, better than anyone else on Earth. Naturally, he could also freely control the level of memories and emotions being shared. What I do know is that I can help Ajasi at a very close distance. Is what I saw correct? Yu Jitae thought to himself. A very close distance, in other words. Just like how Clone 2 was sitting on the witch's lap, he had to let Balm sit on his lap. He would then act like the witch, while Balm would act like Clone 2. Since memories and emotions would be conveyed in real time to each other, it would allow them to control Clone 2 like Balm's avatar. Is that the only situation you foresaw? Yu Jitae asked. Balm shook her head. There was also one where Ajasi disappeared for a month. And then, something precious to you would disappear. Yu Jitae immediately understood what she was saying, and Ajasi Balm hesitated. "What about me?" he asked. "Come on, speak. You look like you would do something bad," so Balm replied. The regressor twitched his eyes. She was cautious, while worry was mixed into her gaze. It seemed that she had seen a not-so-positive possibility of the future. Yu Jitae raised his hand. Startled, Balm flinched a little while he continued carrying his hand and scratched his own forehead. Seeing that reaction put the regressor in a slightly uncomfortable mood. Doing something bad. She had seen the right thing. If things turned south, Yu Jitae was planning to use Clone Two's body as bait to lure the witch out. Although it sounded like something that should never be done, in the end, it was a clone of himself, and it was a better option than having his strategy take a hit. The witch didn't have any lingering attachment to life, nor did she have anything precious. To her, committing suicide was as simple as pressing a button. If it was proving to be difficult to find a solution, he was thinking of making the body of Clone 2 something more precious than her own life for the witch. The method was quite simple. Although he wasn't skilled with interpersonal relationships, he knew exactly how greed tended to operate, and the witch already had greed for Clone 2. If need be, he was going to give her new entertainment that could accompany her for the rest of her boring life, no matter how many months it may take in the process. The clone would give his body as she wished, but would stop at the appropriate time with his command. Clone 2, with its essence of mana stolen, would probably be broken. Although that would be extremely unfortunate, it was but a clone in the end. The loss of a clone and the mental damage would be solely on him, but it was bearable. Ultimately, only when the witch found Clone 2 more important than her own life would Yu Jitae gain what he wanted. It was a tedious and tiresome task, and he would also lose a portion of the mana essence. Right, okay. He'd be glad if you could help. Since his plans had been seen through, the regressor felt uncomfortable but spoke whilst hiding it. In response, Balm gazed directly into his eyes. "Come here and sit on my lap. I'll explain the situation to you," he said. Was she anxious? He had been sharing positive times as her guardian. However, Yu Jitae's plan was inhumane, and the result it foresaw would have been a shocking scene for the young hatchling. But wasn't she feeling embarrassed just then? Maybe she was simply feeling uncomfortable. "What are you doing? Come here." And then, heaving a sigh, Balm tucked her hair behind her ear. He sat down on the sofa, and Balm walked up in large strides to sit perpendicularly on his lap. A distance of touching breaths the same as that of Clone 2 and the witch. But before starting all this, he had to ask something. "Balm, do you find this burdensome?" She shook her head in response. "Or was I scary in the scenes you saw?" Balm again shook her head before prudently opening her mouth. "What meaning is there behind having just the body? What? If you don't earn their hearts, it would ultimately go bad for sure." He couldn't really understand how far she had seen in the future for her to say such things. "So, what is the situation?" she asked. In any case, the strategy meeting began, and so did the strategy. The witch's thigh touching his thigh, her body touching his arms, and her arm wrapping around his back, all made Clone 2 feel awkward. It was awkward, uncomfortable, and stimulating. Blood gathered at a specific part of his body. Clone 2 tried to cross his legs. "Boy, don't move your legs. I'll do what I want." While the witch smiled as if finding that cute, Clone 2 raised his leg and placed it above the other knee. When the weight was conveyed to the leg underneath, his bone that had yet to fully heal screamed out in pain. A silent scream left his mouth as he bent his back. "Ego, what did I tell you? Huck, uck, HKK, stay still, stay still." The witch said that while bringing her body closer towards Clone 2 to restrict his movement. "Good boy." Feeling the weight behind his back, Clone 2 almost gasped, but quickly opened his mouth to regain his state of mind. "No, no, no, please wait. So what kind of conversation do you want? Will you accept my apology?" "No. It still hurts a lot." Although she was healing him after he had broken her death knights, wasn't that the witch's fault in the first place. "Does it hurt that much?" she asked. "I feel like dying, seriously." "Then let me help. However, I will change my request." "To which one?" "Let me touch you only for the treatment." Clone 2 was flustered. That was when the voice of his lord echoed through his head. A command. "From now, see what Balm is doing and copy exactly what she does." "Exactly what she does, is it, sir?" "Yeah, both speech and movement." Soon, the scene in front of Yu Jitae started being conveyed to his head. Yu Balm was sitting on the lap of his lord, sitting in the posture as himself. The witch lowered her hand, Yu Jitae lowered his hand. The witch moved that hand of hers towards Clone Two's pelvis. Yu Jitae also moved his hand towards Balm's pelvis. Balm remained still, so Clone Two also had to stay silent. Before long, the witch's fingers touched his pelvis and began massaging it to ease the pain. Very gently and delicately, her fingers swept past Clone Two's pelvis. Stay still. Boy Clone 2 felt like he was about to faint at this point, but Balm, who was having her pelvis touched in the same manner by Yu Jitae, remained still without her expression changing in the slightest. After understanding how the mana was being conveyed, Balm lowered her hand and slowly pushed Yu Jitae's wrist away before opening her mouth. "Ah, I think you can stop now," said Clone 2. "HNN, what is wrong? I can do something similar from here." The trembling of his voice was a mistake. Clone 2 couldn't completely imitate Balm's expression and gesture. Nonchalantly, Balm massaged her own pelvis and manipulated the mana before gazing up at Yu Jitae. "Oh, it's time for us to request what we want from each other, right?" Clone 2 said. "Yes. Then, should we start again from the start?" The witch faintly tilted her head. Clone 2 couldn't understand what Balm was saying, but regardless, a faint smile soon revealed itself on his lips. "Since we want something from one another, let's match them as we go." Hugh, quite sudden, is it not? Did she find something odd? That didn't sound like what I would say, thinking that. Clone 2 was inwardly feeling flustered. Interesting, how interesting. Boy, aren't you a man with a twist? Yuha, while the witch laughed to herself, Clone 2 resolutely opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. "Who do you think should start?" Their thighs were touching. In that close of a distance, the five senses that Yu Jitae allowed were all being conveyed to Balm. Thus, there was no need for him to say the lines himself. "Who do you think should start?" "Then I will go first. This is the 280th underground floor, and I want to take you outside. So my request is to bring you 20 floors up." Yu Jitae didn't say anything, nor did he smile. However, the witch said it was fine and smiled. She then requested that they became even closer with each other. Thus, Balm raised her legs and sat facing Yu Jitae. The witch reached her hands forward and supported Clone Two's back, so Yu Jitae copied her and made sure Balm could lean back as well. Now that he thought about the distance between them being too close, he stealthily pulled his body back. Seeing that, Balm frowned and shook her head. They were simply working. It was work, but for the first time in a long time, he felt perplexed by the situation. Balm's pinkish lips twitched as she whispered, "Concentrate, please." Clone 2 mumbled quietly before closing his mouth. "We are working art." It seemed that this wasn't meant to be said to the witch. "Did you say anything?" "And no, I didn't." Clone 2 let out an empty cough. There was a problem. Both Balm and Clone 2 were similarly sitting at around the middle thigh, but Yu Jitae and the witch didn't have the same body structure. Therefore, unlike Yu Jitae and Balm, who were about a palm away from each other, Clone 2 and the witch were practically right in front of each other. "Boy, you are a mysterious child. You're small and cute, but sometimes you give off a manly smell. And you also know how to be bold, HNN." Even then, Clone 2 could still bear with it. The person inside his head was Balm, and Balm was a target of protection that his lord was eager to protect. So seeing her face dispersed all the raging bad thoughts inside him. "My turn to request now. Let me caress your head. You are so cute that I cannot bear it." Yuak, straight to physical contact. "Isn't this a bit too bad, Miss Balm? All right, oh no. But instead, let us raise your residence by another 20 floors. It doesn't add up, does it? Isn't 20 floors too much for simply touching your hair, is it?" "Yes. 20 floors for merely caressing your hair. How about any time, anywhere?" Balm smiled. SSO the clone also smiled, albeit awkwardly. Soon, a fishy smile appeared on the witch's lips. "You know how to negotiate well. Good." Saying that, the witch reached her large hand forward and touched Clone 2 by the hair with utmost care and gentleness. Saberback, Saberback. Her fingers traveled through the short strands of hair, and again, the fragrant scent of a flower. The smell of pheromones spread like a fog. It was dizzying and dangerous. Once again, feeling a dangerous change in his body, Clone 2 slowly pulled his legs together and pushed his butt back as much as he could. Balm frowned like a cat dumped with water, with eyes asking why he was moving on his own accord. "Please tolerate this much. Please, so there should be 240 floors left now." "Yes, dangerous distance, dangerous posture, and dangerous gestures." Balm opened her mouth and began saying something, and Clone 2 repeated the same thing. "By the way," he said, "NN, Have you been here for a very long time? Well, yes. Alone. The witch remained silent in response as she continued caressing the clone's hair. Saberback, Saberback, it continued. This place is very wide. Clone 2 added. It is. It took a very long time for me to even come here. I think being alone in a wide place like this would be very boring. The witch shook her head. It's all right. Are you really all right? Of course. Valentine, why are you living here? This Nuna hates tiresome things. Tiresome things, yes. If you bothered to come looking for me, you should already know who I am. I have seen a lot of blood throughout my life. Half of them human blood. Oh my. Was it too scary for you, boy? No, I am all right. I am curious. Staring at the face of Clone 2, the witch faintly smiled. Another half of the human blood I saw was my own. Crimson is a very tiresome and disorderly color. Ah, it was extremely frightening and scary when I was young, but it became tiring after getting used to it. I thought everything would be fine after the end of the war. Imitating Baum's expression, Clone 2 gave a nod. But that was not the case. Once the common enemy disappeared, humans began fighting each other. I was a sovereign, and seeing those foolish children, it made me uncomfortable like I was seeing dead humans. That made me decide to leave. Baum nodded with a sorrowful expression. But what about this place? No matter where you look all across this boreal forest, it is nature. There is no excessive greed. You cannot see any of those disgusting humans. Flower blooms from the ground and birds stroll through the skies. Ah, boy, you haven't seen the night sky of 291st floor yet, have you? That place is a little bit dangerous, but is extremely beautiful. There are countless stars hanging in the sky. So what? That was the honest thought inside Clone 2's mind, but Baum said something else. Wah, I can imagine it being super pretty. The witch smiled faintly. Right. She started caressing the clone's hair again, with her fingers going from his forehead all the way to his sideburns. Baum opened her mouth. It would be even better if there was someone to look at it. With the witch squinted her eyes. It was a sentence which she intentionally hadn't let out of her mouth. Yu Jitae was caressing Baum's hair. It would be even better if there was someone to look at it. With in response to her words, the witch stopped her hand, so Yu Jitae also stopped his. Suddenly, Baum reached her arms out and fully wrapped them around his back. Perplexed by that gesture, he pulled his body back, but Baum came even deeper and eventually succeeded in hugging him. Her grass-colored hair touched his neck and chin, giving off the scent of nature. Copying the actions of the surprised witch, he raised his hands into the air. But when Baum gave him a tight hug like this, and the beating sounds of her heart were conveyed through his skin, perplexity rose up uncontrollably. It was despite him being aware that this was work. What are you doing right now, boy? The witch asked. Nuna, you must have been so lonely. Chapter 214, Distance of Touching Breaths. Pervading in 5. He could feel Baum breathing near his collarbone. They couldn't get any closer than this. He had to draw the line and keep to it. He knew how the child wanted to monopolize him. If he were a possession, he would be willing to let the child possess him as much as she wanted to. But it had to end there. Any emotion above that had to be avoided. The regressor decided to draw a clear line once again. Therefore, he didn't hug her back, even though the witch gently returned a hug to Clone 2. He stopped after merely imitating the witch's movement. Soon, the witch gently pushed Clone 2 away from her body, and Baum also distanced herself simultaneously. Whenever it was like this, Baum would giggle and excitedly try to tease him. However, she was currently wearing a serious look on her face, and her gaze was that of a person warmly consoling another person. Thus, the atmosphere quickly returned to normal once there was a distance between the two of them. It meant that she was also treating this situation in a very businesslike manner. Boy, you are making some eccentric remarks. I do not dare try to embrace me again. Since I did not allow it, that was a fairly impudent action. Do you understand? There was no longer a smile on the lips of the witch, but weren't you trying to approach yourself? The witch's attitude was difficult to grasp, and Clone 2 thought the sudden contact initiated by Baum might have been a mistake. However, Baum nonchalantly nodded before lowering her head so Clone 2 copied her. Sorry. All right. Good boy. Wearing a smile, the witch lifted Clone 2's head by the chin with her finger. Now it is your turn. Request. My request is to raise your residence by 40 floors. 40 floors. It was twice more than the previous request for 20 floors. Consequently, the witch was able to give a request that was twice that of the previous request. Stay with me where my hands can reach for the next month. I cannot do that. What? 40 floors can only equal 2 weeks, and I can't stay here for more than 2 weeks. The witch scoffed in response. Again, it doesn't add up. I am allowing 40 floors, and yet you mean I can only get 2 weeks of your time. She sounded displeased. Clone 2 was once again nervous and felt stifled. This large woman showing her temper gave off a pressure that was difficult to put into words. Valentine, there is something you must know. Speak. The any time and anywhere that I mentioned, how long do you think that would last? After understanding the meaning behind Clone Two's words, the witch could not help but laugh. The expression on her face changed to one which suggested that she found his audacity cute. It meant that she could caress his head to her heart's content over the next 2 weeks. At the same time, it meant that whatever she requested henceforth would last throughout the 2 week period. Valentine, a week of you exerting your power is more than enough. After that, you can return here to rest. How skillful have you negotiated with yourself on the line often? Clone 2 embarrassedly shook his head in response. Good. With 40 floors, I will have you for 2 weeks. Thank you. You can start this time, Valentine. Let me embrace you. What do you mean by embrace? Clone 2 asked back with a slightly flustered look on his face. Kaihaha the witch laughed heartily with her mouth wide open. What is wrong? Are you concerned that I might devour you? Isn't that what you wanted? How many floors should I give you then? No. That request is no good, said Clone 2, while crossing his two arms in front of his body to cover his chest. In the eyes of the witch, his gesture appeared so adorable that it could drive her crazy. You truly are playing me like a fool, never mind. Just a normal hug. If you give me 40 floors, that would be enough. How expensive. That too will be any time and anywhere, I suppose. Yes, all right, come here. The witch threw her arms wide open, and Balm tactfully pushed her body forward. Good, said the witch. The regressor realized that this was a crisis of its own. He was trying his hardest to draw a line, but the witch was starting to be a lot more aggressive than he expected. Now he had to hug Balm. While the witch was hugging Clone 2, he remained still. That was when Balm's left eye crumpled into a frown, seemingly trying to ask what he was doing. Since she was acting in a businesslike manner, it in fact allowed him to also move. Carefully reaching forth, he hugged her. Balm was still silent with an indifferent gaze and didn't react in any way even after he slowly wrapped his arms around her. The witch asked, "How come you are staying still? 20 floors, is that okay?" Heaving a light sigh, the witch soon replied, "Do as you wish." Only after that did Balm carefully reach her arms forward and return a hug to Yu Jitae. Her movements were also quite rigid. It could be that she was acting that way because Clone 2 wasn't used to such actions. Although it was their first time hugging each other, there wasn't any strange atmosphere surrounding the two of them. Yu Jitae thought that was extremely fortunate. If Balm had decided even slightly to make him perplexed, he felt that the line he was trying to draw might have been shaken. However, Balm was treating this like business, and thanks to that, he was able to keep the boundaries straight. At least that was what he had been thinking. "I want to kiss you on your forehead." Hearing the following words of the witch, Yu Jitae frowned. "How shameless can that old lady be?" Balm replied with a cold voice. "Valentine, sorry, but it is my turn to request. Please follow the rules. I will go up 40 floors. No. Wasn't this something you and I promised on? 50 floors. I am disappointed. Promises aren't meant to be broken casually. 60 floors. No more than that. But they shouldn't be too inflexible either." When Balm's lips faintly curved, the witch simultaneously smiled as if she found it cute. Then she brought her lips over to the forehead of Clone 2, whom she was tightly hugging. Carefully, as if she was kissing a kitten. Chu the witch kissed on the forehead of the clone. In real time, he could sense the warm and soft texture of the witch's lips. There's no need to copy this, is there? Thinking that, he remained still with his arms still wrapped around Balm. However, Clone 2 suddenly began panicking after losing his guide. My lord, what should I do? What do I do now? What? You can't do it by yourself. I feel like fainting right now, sir. The regressor heaved a sigh. In his eyes, it seemed that the witch's objective was to seduce Clone 2. A kitten was boldly snarling at her, so she was giving it snacks until it opened up to her. Since the clone had been controlling his emotions by syncing with Balm, he was completely exposed to the stimulus when he was forced out from syncing. Therefore, Yu Jitae had no choice but to bring his face towards Balm's forehead. Balm appeared nonchalant regardless, and seeing her calm expression and gesture allowed Clone 2 to also calm himself down. However, he didn't kiss Balm on her forehead. The regressor did not cross the line. But it was then. The witch gave a knowing smirk. Boy, yes. She suddenly grabbed Clone 2 by the neck. The immense force created by her large hand caused the clone's body to be pushed back while her sharp nails dug slightly into his skin and made him bleed. Uck cuck, the smile disappeared from the witch's lips. You what are you? Clone 2 was flustered, and both Yu Jitae and Balm were also surprised, so they were slow to react. What should we do? Yu Jitae asked with his eyes. What are you doing? Hurry up and hold my neck. Hurry. Balm threw her gaze downward. Thus, Yu Jitae reached his hand out and carefully grabbed Balm by the neck while she was still sitting on his lap. But in order to imitate Clone 2, Balm pushed his fingers in and made him grip even harder. Why are you doing this? I've been thinking something was off from a while ago, but after kissing you on your forehead, it feels all the more strange. What do you mean? Who are you? In that instant, Clone 2 felt goosebumps traveling down his spine. However, Balm calmly composed her reply, so Clone 2 quickly regained his senses and copied her. What do you mean by that? It doesn't feel like you are the only one inside you. Am I feeling the wrong thing right now? My neck hurts. Please let me go. Tell me the truth, before I rip that cute face of yours. While saying that, her right hand approached his face like a weapon. Her sharpened, long and red nails arrived right in front of Clone 2's face. Balm didn't say anything, so Clone 2 didn't say anything either. The witch directly gazed into the eyes of the silent Clone 2. Suddenly, Clone 2 stuck his tongue out and slowly licked the witch's nail and her fingers, with a relaxed gaze and a teasing expression. Before long, a smile reappeared and replaced the serious expression of the witch. Indeed, how is that important? Whoever you are, and whatever it is that is inside you. When you are this cute, her hand holding the clone's neck loosened. How troubling. I was going to drive you crazy, but the witch raised her knees. Sucked by her gravity, Clone 2 was soon embraced by her once again. Hugging Clone 2, the witch whispered into his ears. You are driving me crazy. The witch said, I will give the second request. Spend the night with me. This was naturally in consideration of the upcoming 2 weeks. In response, Balm requested her to go up by 80 floors, which was all the floors that remained for the witch. Being completely defeated by Clone 2, the witch nodded and told him to do whatever he wished. She seemed to have given up, an insanely attractive and cute kitten that is hard to get. That seemed to be the witch's impression of Clone 2. This should mark the end of things. However, the witch was embracing Clone 2 for a very long time, so Yu Jitae also had to stay still with his arms wrapped around Balm. Kung, kung, he could hear the beating sound of her heart. He could see the delicate closed eyes of the child. Balm, let's stow SHH. Not yet. Balm whispered before looking up at him and warning him. Thus, the two of them couldn't separate for a long time. After around 30 minutes, Clone 2 was finally separated from the witch. Only then did Balm gaze up at him and heave a sigh before giving a smile. Wah, we are finally done. He couldn't say anything in response. Staring at Balm, Yu Jitae felt something strange. Her hands fanning her heated face, her awkward smile, her fingers wiping the beads of sweat on her forehead, her lips closing after a sigh, those things remained longer in his eyes. The regressor was doubtful. Since when was it that he began feeling like this? Was it when Balm licked his fingers? Or was it just then when her heart pulsing right next to his body had been giving off a beating sound for over 30 minutes? Or even after that, when the young green dragon buried her head into his chest and wriggled it? No matter how much he tried to, he couldn't discern the start. Of all the iterations that he had encountered her, the regressor felt a strange feeling budding for the very first time. Living through a very long time, he had already lost all interest in women. His heart had never moved from anything beautiful. That was the case, so when was it? The times he spent using the excuse that he was feeling perplexed from the countless times spent at a distance of touching breaths. Slowly, ever so slowly, he did not realize that something was ever so slowly pervading him. Thus, in regards to the emotions he felt today, he decided to call it as such. For some reason, Balm was prettier today. Chapter 215. Once upon a time, Yu Jitae plucked a flower. It was a bad thing to do. He tried not to regret it. It was a poisonous flower, a flower that drove his life down into the gutters. Thus, he decided to break the flower, and he did. He had no intention of justifying his acts. Plucking a flower was a bad thing to do, and he indeed was a bad human. He simply had to accept the past as it is. After several seasons and the passing of time, the same flower budded in that same location. Finding that new flower precious all of a sudden was a laughable thing to do. All he had to do was simple. He merely had to water the flower whenever appropriate and nurture it. There was no need to find it precious, since he wasn't growing the flower because he liked it. That must definitely have been the case, but living together with the flower, seeing the flower bud, seeing butterflies and insects flying to the flower, seeing its dews on the morning and it flutter under the night wind, he discovered himself slowly finding the flower more precious. In order to grow it well, he had to love the flower. But loving the flower increased the size of his guilt of breaking the flower in the past. No matter how pretty the flower was, he couldn't stare at it for too long. While he was feeling confused from all those constraints, the flower spoke to him. "This feels a lot better now." Balm nonchalantly got down from his knees. Yu Jitae, who had been thinking about something different, asked with a dazed voice. She didn't reply to his question and simply stretched out audibly, KNNGGG. In a good mood. "Oh, right. I think it's about time to talk about it." She continued. "About what? I actually don't want to do it yet, but I am done settling my emotions. So can I just practice it once before the actual thing? About what? Come on. Of course, about Yoram." Right. It was indeed about time that they made up. Right, think of me as her in practice. Okay, who? Closing her eyes, she breathed out before opening her mouth. Episode 71, How a Green Dragon Breaks Sorry. On the rooftop of Dorm 107, Yoram, who was leaning on the wall smoking, looked to the side. She could see Balm with her cucumber-colored hair tied in a ponytail. "Sorry for what?" "Sorry for trying to attack you." "Attack? Do you call that just attacking? Weren't you trying to kill me?" "Yes." Yoram let out a scoff. "Not even gonna say no, you crazy bitch. Sorry is sorry enough. When I almost died back then. Of course, you would have been dead by me straight after that, though. I am sorry. Really sorry. How do I know you're actually sorry?" What should I do for you to feel better?" Balm asked. Yoram replied subconsciously. "Kneel, you fusing BTCH." In response, Balm obediently lowered her body and kneeled, despite wearing short pants with open knees. "You're actually kneeling," murmured Yoram, before walking up to her and putting her foot forward. "Kiss my foot." Vacantly, Balm gazed at her foot before meekly lowering her head. Then she actually kissed her toes before lifting her face. "Is that enough?" she then asked. "Or are you actually crazy? Why would you actually do that? Would you kill yourself if I told you to?" "No, you should have known something was off about my command, you retard," said Yoram. "I did think it was off." "Then what? Do you have no sense of pride?" "I do." "Then why would you do that? It's not time for me to take care of my pride." "What?" "Yoram, I don't really know what you want. If this isn't what actually betters your mood, tell me honestly what does. Don't tell me to do weird things like that." In other words, Balm was saying that she was trying to match her own apology to the mindset of the lunatic, that is Yoram. But Yoram in fact thought that her way of thinking was closer to that of a lunatic more than anything. "Were you always like that?" Yoram asked. "Like what? You look like you have a massive screw loose in your head. If you're going to be like that, the thing you always use, that eye of providence or whatever, why don't you use that to see what I want? Would I be doing this if I saw it? You know yourself. I can't see providence just because I want to." Puff, puff. Smoke left through Yoram's mouth and nose. Suddenly she remembered something and opened her mouth. It's almost done, but I don't have an ashtray. How do I turn this off?" Balm blinked her eyes before opening her mouth and sticking her tongue out. Yoram scowled after seeing that. "You crazy BTCH just don't learn. Put your tongue back in, you lunatic. This isn't what you wanted either. You stop telling me to do meaningless things. Whatever. Yoram shook her hand. Balm had always been a bit of a strange kid, but these days she tended to act like a somewhat broken person. "So what is it in the end?" Yoram asked. What are you? When I cuddled with you, Jitty, you were jealous, right? What happened to your heart? You're not gonna say anything. Why, I don't know." Yoram frowned in response to those words. She flicked the cigarette off her hand before walking up to Balm, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Oi, is there a problem with your origin fragment? You love you, Jitty, don't you, huh?" Balm blankly gazed up at Yoram before letting out a smile. Then she stayed silent for some time before dropping her head low and murmuring softly, Yoram, in the first year after we left for the amusement, was it fun? What are you suddenly on about? Was it fun? And well, I did find it enjoyable bashing people around. It wasn't for me. Every day was boring and tiresome. I didn't know what the point of my amusement was. But after coming here, there was something that I enjoyed for the first time. Those were things Balm had never let out of her mouth until now. Whenever their conversation led to a similar topic in the past, she had glossed over it, but not this time. The process of making Argosy a human is fun. Yoram took another cigarette out and placed it between her lips. She flicked her thumb and index finger to light it on fire. You say that as if Yu Jitae isn't a human, Yoram intervened. Is a human without emotions a human? Huh. Continue. I think a human is someone that can express their emotions. That's why I'm teaching Ajasi emotions one by one. That's what I have been doing so far and will continue doing so. And what? But there was a big obstacle. What? Don't tell me it's love. It is. Who? Yoram breathed out a gush of smoke and giggled. True, I can't imagine that human ever loving someone. Right, but he will. Surprise appeared on Yoram's face as she heard those words. A green dragon saying he will. What did that specify? It meant that Balm had seen Providence. For real, that human loving someone. Who is that? It was me. But for some reason her response was slightly weird. It was you. Ah, don't tell me. Yoram reflected on how Balm had turned strange these days. Until now, balm was always like alcohol mixed with water. Water mixed with alcohol, a dragon with a murky personality. Usually, it was hard to tell whether she was in a good mood or not, and her emotional expressions were very few. A diligent, but an inflexible and boring kid, that was the impression she gave off. But how was she recently? She was emotional, impulsive, and the way she treated situations started being strangely different, like a broken machine doll. Ah, Yoram remembered hearing how the green race tended to become like that in certain situations. I get it, you saw something with your eye of providence, but something went wrong. Right. Providence was absolute, but it was always shown in fragments. It was up to the dragon to interpret the entirety of the providence by only seeing a fragment of it, and a young dragon tended to make mistakes in that process. Balm was hesitant to say it. Yoram wanted to give her more time to think, but couldn't help but ask the most important question. And what about you right now? What do you currently think about you, Jitty? It's a little bit complicated. Would you still like to listen? Say it. I'm changing Argosy right now, right? If Argosy were to feel love for someone, the best candidate for that was me. Why's that? Because I am the loveliest. Crazy BTCH. For that to work, I had to become interested in Argosy myself. And so I took interest at the start and tried to get to know him along the way. Argosy had a clear line drawn, and to change Argosy, I had to cross that line. I tried a lot, and that was when I saw through Providence. A providence of me being embraced by Argosy. What? Embraced? NN. Ah, like how? Deeply. Deeply? What do you mean, being deeply embraced? Balm interlocked her fingers in response to her question. Then she slowly started closing her fingers together as it soon formed a fist. Something like this. Oi, don't tell me. Is that what I think it is? Probably. Yoram repeatedly coughed as smoke gushed out from her nostrils. RFCK, that's freaking interesting. What next? I am a green dragon. Would I do the deed with someone I have an ambiguous relationship with? Never. So back then, I thought it would be me that would eventually make Argosy into a human. And, kneeling on the ground, Balm gazed up at Yoram. The words that continued from her mouth were fairly shocking even for Yoram. But in an even more distant future, Argosy was embracing a different girl. A black-haired girl. Yoram was astonished. Her expression was frozen solid for a few seconds, but soon crumpled into a frown. She shouted, "What the FCK? Who is that Bith? Her face and her race? I don't know. I only know her hair color. Wait a second." Then Yoram finally realized exactly why Balm was broken all of a sudden. Balm started feeling extremely anxious and stressed. Was it because the future changed? No. If Balm simply considered Yu Jitae an artwork, the change in future would mean nothing to her. Say it straight. So you're saying what I'm doubting is correct. Pressuring her to quickly open her mouth, Yoram grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her. With her body being pushed back and forth, Balm opened her mouth. You are correct. My emotions are certainly there. A part of my heart must have gone wrong while the dimensions disjointed. It was too late by the time I realized it. Balm powerlessly smiled. I love Argosy. After sending Balm off, Yoram took out another cigarette and placed it between her lips. Providence was unchanging, so the future Balm saw would definitely occur. According to her, Yu Jitae would one day embrace Balm and would later go to definitely embrace that black-haired BTCH. This was an unchanging future. Yu Jitae, this fuking bastard, this trashcan of a bastard mumbling as such, were all in vain. No one knew how exactly the future would span out, nor did anyone know what would happen to Yu Jitae. Besides, they had no idea who that black BTCH was. Either the issue was that the hair color was the only hint. That alone was difficult for them to specify the identify of the person. Even Yoram herself was the same. The reason she persisted with her red hair was because that color was the honor and pride of her race. If she wanted to, she could dye her hair to any color. Thus, it was a meaningless concern. The only reason Yoram was still here smoking through another pack of cigarettes was because Balm's face was vividly etched in her vision. How she immediately started crying after confessing her love for Argosy. I feel so anxious. It drives me crazy. Balm had cried over and over again. Even when I'm breathing, I don't feel like breathing, and my mind just doesn't settle. Acting normal is just not easy. When I became mad at you, I was already at my limit. I didn't know either, but I get very greedy and jealous. When I see you talking to Argosy, it makes me want to stop you from talking to him alone. But I can handle that much, because I also like you, because our Unit 301 is more important than my emotions. But, now what? In the end, it means Argosy won't be mine. So what if I change Argosy? After changing, wouldn't he love someone else and not me? Thinking about that, my heart aches so much. I feel so anxious that I feel like going crazy, squeezing her heart. Balm cried for a very long time. That small hand of hers was trembling non-stop. Sorry. Sorry for getting angry. Yoram forgave her. Puff. Puff. After breathing out a mouthful of smoke, Yoram heaved out another sigh in a complicated mood. After seemingly calming herself down after getting forgiven by Yoram, Balm had spoken back then with a refreshed look on her face. At least it feels better after saying it out loud. What are you going to do now? Yoram asked back then. What else? I have to finish what I have started, and normally it is okay because my endurance is very good. Unless someone does it intentionally like you, there is no problem. Fuck. Ah, this is a secret. You know that, right? Secret, my ass. Maybe it was Yoram herself that should have asked for her forgiveness. Thinking that, her mind was muddled with complicated thoughts. Yoram returned to the dormitory. Are you back already? What about training? Whatever. Don't talk to me. You're a disgusting. Yu Jitae blinked his eyes. What was wrong with this child? Glaring at him, Yoram whispered very softly, an actual son of a bitch, before entering her room. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 216. What is required of a guardian 1. For the next 2 weeks, Yu Jitae spent the night with Balm. It was because they couldn't leave Clone 2 and the witch by themselves when they were spending the night together. The extreme mindset of Clone 2, that he would rather erase the exclamation mark between his legs than give his body to the witch, forced the witch to psychologically seduce the clone. As long as Clone 2 could withstand that temptation, the witch would help Yu Jitae and the association as they had planned. At night, after the kids fell asleep, Yu Jitae walked into Balm's room and indifferently placed one of his knees on the bed. But Balm was sitting in the middle of the bed without giving him space to sit. Move aside a bit, he said. No, don't come, please. Curiously, he asked. Why, just because, that's all. Yes, what does that even mean? When he continued pushing his body forward, Balm reached her feeble arms out and pushed his chest away. What now? NNN, she shook her head, with an afraid look on her face for some reason. It wasn't like he found it a shame that he couldn't sit on the bed, but weren't they both fine with the idea of sitting on the same bed till now? Since there was no reason to be conscious of that for both of them, it had been something natural, but not today. What was wrong with her? He quietly pondered on her decision-making process, but that seemed to have caused a misunderstanding. Balm carefully asked, Why, do you really have to come here? No, it's all right. He couldn't really understand what she was thinking. Besides, he didn't need to be right next to Balm in the first place for what they were planning to do. Walking away from the bed, he sat on the chair next to the bed and held her hand, before sharing the situation with Clone 2. Sitting on the chair, he gazed at the bed. Her face being illuminated by the moonlight within the darkness pulled his gaze in. Strangely enough, his eyes kept going there. It was fortunate that there was a gap between them. He fixed his gaze on the sky outside the window. Thanks to that, Clone 2, the young Yu Jitae, was able to go through the night without a problem despite being with Valentine the witch. You will spend the night together, but not lie down with me. The witch frowned as Clone 2 nodded with a relaxed look on his face. She realized that this request was a continuation of their two-way requests. Then I will hug you to sleep on the last day. Hug to sleep. Yes, with my skin touching yours. Touching skins, that blunt expression frightened Clone 2. Even Balm appeared slightly flustered, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Okay." Thus, the witch sat leaning on the backrest next to Clone 2 and spent the night with her hand holding his. She, too, was the cream of the crop among the superhumans, and sitting still wasn't at all uncomfortable. But it was true that it was a little bit of a letdown. Since there was no time limit for caressing his hair, the witch raised her hand and decided to caress the hair of the boy while he was lying down on the bed. "Have you caressed someone else's hair before?" Clone 2 asked. "Why would you ask that?" "Because it feels nice." Hearing that, the witch suddenly gripped a little bit harder. Holding on to the short hair strands of Clone 2, she abruptly pushed her face forward. "Those words are quite irritating to hear. Do you think I'm doing this to make you feel nice?" Clone 2 suddenly turned stiff, even more so than when the witch was being aggressive with physical contact. The witch often felt a small sense of doubt when seeing the small changes in the boy's expression or actions. "Ah, sorry. I was only trying to say that your hands were very natural. I will let it be. So, what do you think?" "Sorry, I think there would have been one." "There was, right. When was it and who was it?" "It was a long time ago." Clone 2 spoke to the witch. "About 40 years ago, I had a puppy." The witch started speaking as Clone 2 quietly listened. "A puppy, a small and cute puppy." And sometimes the clone added several questions so that the witch would continue with her speech. "No, a human. Oh, he was small and cute, though." Balm smoothly opened up the witch's heart, and the lonely witch enjoyed talking about herself. For the next 2 weeks, Yu Jitae and Balm spent the night listening to the stories of the witch. "Boy, what a very good listener you are." Thanks to that, they at last succeeded in opening the witch's heart. Now, she would lend Yu Jitae a hand when he needs it, by using the dimensional magic that only she can manage. They managed to pull it off. They listened all night long to the chatters of the old lady, but there was no time for him to rest. The next morning, while the floating island Haterling was floating above the Indian Ocean, Yu Jitae left early in the morning to go to the store before returning to Unit 301. The breakfast menu for that day was steak, the reason being that Keel wanted to have some steaks. He cursorily sliced the meat and added salt, pepper, and oil before frying it on a pan of butter. Beef was beef after all. He cooked it without much care, and yet it still gave off a great smell. Once the delectable scent of the cooking meat spread across Unit 301, a door was swung wide open from the other side of the corridor. Standing behind it was Keel in her pajamas. "Ewa, the smell is crazy," with sleep marks covering her face. Keel giggled, hee, while running towards the kitchen. "Meat?" she asked. "Meat," he replied. "Meat, beef. Yue. Did you buy it because of my request?" "Yeah, Ajasi, you're seriously so cool." Keel banged the table repeatedly with her two hands both holding Folks. Hearing the fuss, Balm, Yoram, and Jayal all came towards the kitchen. Seeing Balm, Keel widened her eyes into circles. It was her first time seeing her in 10 days. NN, Unnia. Keel ran to her with a bright smile on her face and threw her arms wide open. Balm smiled back as she hugged Keel. "What, Unnie, when did you come out? Are you feeling better now?" "NN, sorry, were you worried?" NN. Aunt Keel threw a furtive glance at Yoram, who was taking milk out from the fridge. Then she placed her hand near her mouth like one of those middle-aged chatterboxes of the town before whispering to Balm. "Did you make up?" "NN, really? How?" Balm caressed Keel's hair and smiled. "I begged, saying sorry." Why?" "Because it was my fault." "Ah, did they really make up?" Since Unit 301 had felt as if it was full of thorns for the past few days, Keel nervously gazed at the two of them. She soon found Jayal doing the same thing. Jayal also appeared nervous as she looked at Balm and Yoram staying in the same place. That was when Yoram used her fork to pick up a red piece of meat that was still uncooked. Meat is best served rare. But isn't that too raw?" Balm asked. "What do you mean? I eat raw meat in the first place," replied Yoram. Ah, right. You sometimes forget you're a dragon, don't you? I know, right? Oh, yeah. I was always curious, but what does your race usually eat? I don't know. Broccoli. Yoram and Balm both giggled after that, so they really did make up. Keel and Jael both felt peace watching the two interact. Suddenly, Jael became curious as she whispered a question into Keel's ears. Honey, NN, what is a broccoli? Ah, it's circular, fluffy, and tastes bad. Jael didn't know what it was, so she imagined what it would look like. Circular, fluffy, tastes bad. The circular thing she thought of was a bowl. Fluffy would be a puppy. Tasting bad would have to be fermented skate. Adding these together, she imagined a ball made by squeezing fermented skates together that had fur for some reason. She didn't know why, but it appeared disgusting. Thinking that, Jael asked yet again, "What else?" "It's green." The first thing that she thought of after hearing the color was Balm. Staring at Balm's hair color, she curiously repeated, tilting her head until Keel showed her a picture of a broccoli with her watch. Oh, Jael started glancing at Balm after seeing the picture of a broccoli. That was when Balm suddenly turned and looked back at her. "What's wrong, Jael?" "Nothing is wrong. I don't look anything like it. Don't compare me with something like that." Art. Keel bursted into laughter and chuckled out loud. However, that didn't mean that their dining table was fully harmonious. There was a slightly bizarre atmosphere. When Yu Jitae tried to stab a piece of meat with the fork, Yoram snatched it before he could and threw it into her mouth. And when Yu Jitae tried to stab a different piece of meat, Yoram again stole it before he could. After that continued several times, Yu Jitae was simply moving the fork back and forth as if he was chanting a spell. "What you doing?" he asked. "What am I doing?" Yu Jitae raised the fork and so did Yoram. When he placed it down, she did too. "Let me have some meat as well." Yoram frowned in response. Soon, after Yu Jitae successfully ate a piece of meat, Yoram didn't even spare a glance at the plate of meat that his fork had touched. She treated it as if the plate had been in the sewers. Hang! Even Keel, with her slow mood-reading skills, and Jael were able to immediately tell that something was bizarre. However, Yu Jitae didn't say anything about it, nor did Yoram do anything else that was strange. Thus, their breakfast table looked quite harmonious on the outside. That was more than enough for the time being for Keel and Jael. Yu Jitae looked at Yoram several times, but she did not return the gaze. It seemed that she was intentionally avoiding eye contact with him. He was curious what the reason was, but decided to let it be for the time being since the red race always acted as they pleased. She would be back to normal when she was in a good mood, he thought. Today was the 11th of September, the end of the Great War. It was a public holiday worldwide, and all the facilities of Lair, including Jael's elementary school, were closed. The kids sat next to each other in the dormitory and enjoyed board games with the protector, but when they were playing Jenga, the protector felt slightly mortified. "Crumble wah, cleaner Arjasi, you lost. Idiot. Get down, you steel pot. Quang quang quang." The protector had his back struck several times. Since the kids were all dragons, even the protector felt pain after having his back armor struck by them. "Gururuk." The protector grumbled before opening its mouth. "This is unfair, esteemed young ladies." "Why? This is not fair. Aren't my hands too blunt?" The protector pushed his hands forward. He was 235 centimeters tall, and his hands were also large, while metal gauntlets covered those large hands of his. Besides, there were spikes above the thick gauntlets, so his physical body was extremely unsuited for Jenga. "Not fair, my ass. Take your gloves off if you think it's unfair." "Who?" "Right. Arjasi, try taking your helmet off." Oh, the red eyes of the protector blinked. Yes, bored from all the Jenga, the kids finally found a new board game. Now that they thought about it, the protector had never taken its clothes off, and its natural appearance was with the armor on. Suddenly, the kids were curious of what was inside the armor. Before long, all the kids, excluding Balm, ran up and began pulling the helmet and armor out. "Why, you cannot do that." "Art, please, it couldn't hurt the kids nor take off its armor, which was the same as its skin and flesh." So the protector had to shed cold sweats for a long time. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae, who wasn't playing with the children, was staring at the baby chicken. Chirpy, the baby chicken, was dozing off but slowly opened its eyes due to all the fuss that was happening outside. After shaking its large head, it raised its heavy body and headed to a corner of Keel's room. Now, it could flutter its wings faintly and still float its body with mana. The large baby chicken stared off into the distance outside the window. Yu Jitae confirmed the gaze of the baby chicken. He also listened to the baby chicken murmur. Chirp, chirp that night. Ani, ani. Do you know how tiring it was when you weren't there? NN. Ah, sorry. Should I teach you today as well? Keel walked out of the dormitory with Balm to learn healing magic. Oi, let's go out and do that. That. Ah. Jael and Yoram also left for the training center for the anger management training. Left alone, Yu Jitae gazed at Keel's room. When the baby chicken stealthily opened the door of her wardrobe, his gaze turned a level sharper. After opening the wardrobe, the baby chicken carefully began using its beak to push the clothes that Keel casually threw inside it. Under the pile of clothes was a freshman magic studies textbook which Keel hadn't touched for months. This book was a very large one, but after the baby chicken pushed it off to the side, a circular hole was revealed from behind it. It was a hole made by the baby chicken, who carefully bit through it with its beak. Even the Count of Monte Cristo would be dumbfounded by its skills. Chirpy pushed its body through it and soon began rushing somewhere. Yu Jitae raised his body. That day, Chirpy's murmurs were different from normal. Not much time left, the time was slowly approaching. Yu Jitae was aware of all that. He followed the unsteadily flying baby chicken from a distance. After entering the restricted entry district, the baby chicken entered District Cheruminus 47, the area where the old research institute had been. It also used to be the hideout of demons, but was empty after Wei Yan's death. The baby chicken began walking whilst twitching its large butt. After crossing the building, the fence, and following the underground corridor to somewhere below, a scenery which would frighten the managers of the restricted entry district was waiting there for Yu Jitae. Chapter 217. What is required of a guardian? 2. Fourth iteration. Baby Yellow took in a parrot, a white, clean and pretty parrot. When her mind was in a mess, BY strangled the parrot, and it was by sheer luck that the parrot survived. Perhaps because of that, it soon opened the cage and flew away, never to return after that. Some precious things were only revealed once it disappeared, and it tended to penetrate deep into the mind. That was the same for the baby dragon. The young child that only knew how to be loved, knew how to give love to another, only after the recipient of the love disappeared. At the end of the underground corridor, there was a place that looked like it would originally be used as a storehouse of important belongings. From the darkness, white and red glistening eyes faced the baby chicken. Kurok Uong soon, those let out the growling sounds of beasts as they turned towards Chirpy. They appeared like a dog and a cat, but their body was that of a human's. They were beastmen, who had bodies that looked the most similar to humans among the spirit beasts. Mana could be felt from the bodies of the two beastmen, who had coarse and dirty furs around their body, suggesting the hardships they've suffered. The vertically cracked fissure behind them entered Yu Jitae's sight. It was around 5 meters in height. Reaching the ceiling of the underground room, it was greedily opening its mouth, trying to devour anything in sight. Although the fissure was dark, it was definitely linked to another world. This was an intersecting spatial fissure. It seemed that they had stabilized a fissure that linked to another place and moved it here with alternate dimensional magic. The two large spirit beasts resembling humans began walking towards the baby chicken. Currently, Chirpy was a big fat baby chicken bigger than a basketball, but appeared extremely tiny and feeble in front of human-sized beasts. Despite that, the baby chicken stood still and gazed at the two of them, and after approaching the chicken, the two of them lowered their bodies. Kururung meow, they then lowered their heads. These spirit beasts were actually escapees of the spirit beast breeding center. For the past 11 months or so, the baby chicken had traveled all across Hateling, let alone Lair, fighting other spirit beast escapees. That was why the baby chicken was always injured and had to be healed and scolded by Balm. The spirit beasts did not like the baby chicken. Their viewpoint was that they were free after finally escaping the breeding center. However, staying at Lair, and thus having to live whilst avoiding the eyes of humans, was not true freedom for these spirit beasts, who had strong homing instincts. Chirpy asserted for true freedom by saying, "Should we not return to our homeland?" and succeeded in persuading them thanks to both power and a justified cause. The baby chicken was always next to Keel. Keel always carried the baby chicken around, and during that process, the mountainous mana of Keel allowed the baby chicken to become slightly stronger. The lowly spirit beast had received the blessing of a dragon. Thanks to that, Chirpy became more and more stronger, getting less and less wounds over time. He increased his followers, and most of the surviving spirit beast escapees now served him as their leader. Little boss, that was what they called Chirpy. And at last, they finally discovered the fissure which some of them had come out of, and succeeded in stabilizing its intersecting space. Although the fissure in Yu Jitae's eyes appeared unstable and sloppy, it was the essence of the baby chicken's hard work. Most of the surviving spirit beast escapees had already returned to their own dimension through the fissure. Soon the two assistants began having a serious conversation with their little boss. Chirp, chirp, meow, kurung, mew, chirp. Their conversation went like the following. Cat, how long are you planning to stay here? Dog, that right. Baby chicken. Let me stay here for a little more. Cat, if the intersection breaks here, that is the end of everything. What is wrong? It has already been over a month. Dog, that right. Baby chicken, there might be more comrades we have yet to find. Cat, strange words. How can there be such a thing? Did we not search for them together? Dog, there none. Baby chicken, cat, you postponed changing to a human appearance and wanted freedom more than anyone else. So what is this on about? If you continue doing this, we can't wait for boss either. Cat, if you say that right one more time, I will smack you. Dog, most of the spirit beasts had already crossed, but the baby chicken stayed here and delayed its departure. That was what was happening right now. Although they looked cute and insignificant at a glance, their conversation was one that would most likely be seen at a film noir. In fact, just for this, Chirpy had attacked 30 or so humans and killed 7 spirit beasts that were attempting to revolt. The baby chicken was kidnapped away from its mother's warmth. In a foreign world, it was locked up in a cage and had its growth restricted for tens of years. After all the time it spent in a foreign world, breathing foreign oxygen, the baby chicken wanted to go home. But in front of the situation that it had been longing for, Chirp the baby chicken hesitates yet again, even today. Then what was it that was waiting on the other side of the fissure? What did the world where these spirit beasts were born and nurtured look like? Yu Jitae knew already, since he had been there several times. After hiding his body within the shadows, Yu Jitae casually walked between the spirit beasts and entered the fissure. Soon, a new world revealed itself in front of him. An extremely wide sky continued until the ends of the horizons. Underneath, there was a large tree around 7.0 meters in height, with countless birds and spirit beasts living within it. This tree had the name World Tree. It was made from a branch of the true World Tree, Yggdrasil, but was currently losing power and drying up. Around the place where the spirit beasts and beastmen were living among each other were houses with doors, windows, and ceilings. There were also fountains and sculptures. This world was called Annam. It wasn't Unit 301, but was the baby chicken's true home. Since it was a nearby dimension, he had visited it several times in those iterations of hazy memories whenever necessary. Gazing down, he stared at the drying tree. In the previous iterations, the world tree had always been burned down to ashes. The regressor had yet to touch the flow of Annam, and because he didn't touch it, the overall flow of things would go the same way as the previous iterations. Even if the baby chicken Chirpy returned to this place, it would die before long. Naturally, he wasn't interested in the life or death of the baby chicken. This tree dying had nothing to do with him, and the countless spirit beasts living here losing their habitat was none of his business. However, the gold hatchling of this iteration, her heart, had to be unhurt. Thus, he had followed behind the baby chicken for the past few months and had placed several small devices in this world. Let us finish this quick and go have some food. He turned around. Near the center of the world tree, there was an immensely large mechanical structure that resembled a whale. At a glance, it looked like a broken wing of an airplane. However, it reached 30 meters in length and was as big as a whale. Next to it were beaver spirit beasts gathered together, moving metal and timber with safety helmets on their head. Oi, oi, mate, be careful with that, would ya? One of the beaver spirit beasts shouted at the other beavers. The ones that received a mouthful were carrying something, and a mana core could be seen inside it. Treat it with care. It's over if the core's broken. We got no power source to replace that with. How will we meet our esteemed prophet if it breaks? Sorry, sir. Go again. Slowly, the beavers again started diligently carrying the mana core. The regressor gazed at the great tree that would eventually fall, and also at the countless spirit beasts living there, and the large whale-shaped mechanical structure. before turning around. Are you leaving already? Right before he was about to return, a voice echoed in his mind. He turned around again and gazed down at the large tree. The world tree was talking to him. Yeah, I see you've managed to find it. We were simply listening to your commands. However, it seems that that thing is not of our dimension. Trees probably wouldn't have eyes, but Yu Jitae knew that the gaze of this tree he was stepping on was on the large mechanical structure. It is yours. No, I am certain that over the 80 years of my life, I have never seen anything like it before. Today of all days, we would like to ask, for what purpose have you guided us to the road of life? Yu Jitae did not reply. He couldn't tell the tree that he was twisting the flow of the world simply because of the maturing of the mind of one young gold dragon. It was as if this place, Annam, and the world tree had become a virtual set adjusted by Yu Jitae. All the organisms and even the world tree were nothing but actors and the stage of the play formulated by the regressor. However, there was no reason for him to tell them the truth. Art thou the executor of providence? The tree asked if he was a sovereign. Shaking his head, Yu Jitae opened his mouth. I shall return in the near future. As you wish, prophet. The baby chicken, Chirpy, would play with Keel during the day and sleep in Keel's arms at night. To stay with her for as long as possible, it remained at Unit 301 till the end, even after its subordinates all returned. And since Keel liked the baby chicken, Chirpy stayed as the baby chicken despite having a chance to humanify. Ajasi, even if I don't want to let him go, it is correct to let him go if he wants to, right? Right after realizing that the baby chicken would eventually leave her, Keel asked him. Of course, he replied. Even if I really, really don't want to let him go, that's what a farewell is. Even though I don't wish for a farewell. Even then, who are you to stop him? Me. A dragon that really, really, really likes Chirpy. Yu Jitae looked into the golden eyes of the child. Although he was a guardian, he didn't know what was the correct way for him to live as the guardian of the dragons. He simply had to linger on the topic every day and ponder on. However, he knew that even the mightiest of the powers could not protect a person's heart, so he carefully told her, Keel, yes, when there's a beginning, there is an end. Yes, when there is a new encounter, there has to be farewells. Yes, you can't look away from it. I just don't want to. I want to run away. Even if you try to avoid it, you can't. In the end, it will be right in front of you. When that happens, you might regret all the time you spent trying to avoid it. Then what should I do? She asked, and Yu Jitae replied, You must prepare for a good farewell. How can there be a good farewell? She asked again. That's weird. How can farewells be good? How can there be good farewells in this world? Yu Jitae's words broke a dam built inside Keel's emotions. The child began crying with drops of tears dripping on the ground, and after crying for half a day, she vacantly asked, If we bid farewell, will there be another new encounter one day? There probably would be. He nodded as Keel asked yet again, Ajasi, what are things that are required of a guardian? Who knows? He replied. And they should be able to heal a wounded child and look after it right. Is that so? Yes, I think so. Bamani healed him whenever Chirpy was hurt. Me, I was the guardian, but I couldn't do anything. I was always sorry about that. I am the guardian, but I am useless after that. Keel changed her major so that she could learn healing magic, and began learning aspects of healing magic, occasionally from Balm, for another little thing that would require her protection. For another little thing she will meet one day in the future that should have been the case. So after returning to the dormitory, why was it that he found Keel pointing a small knife at her own hand? Why was it that a drop of blood was traveling down the white wrist of the child onto her clothes? Who, when his eyes caught sight of the blonde child breathing out a hesitant sigh, the top floor of the extravagant hotel, the girl that slit her own wrist with a sharp dagger in the bathroom, her appearance that was a spitting image of Keel, images of that girl flashed past his head. Ajasi, with surprised eyes, Keel looked at him. Without saying a word, he stepped into the living room without even taking off his shoes. His expression might have scared her. Keel was sincerely startled and was frozen stiff. Approaching the child, he reached his hand out and waited. Forgetting to even give him the handle of the knife, she handed it over with the tip of the blade pointing him. Yu Jitae grabbed the knife with his hand in response and began crushing it with his grip. Like clay, the blade of the knife was reformed accordingly with the shape of his fingers. Seemingly unsatisfied with that, Yu Jitae ripped the blade like paper and threw it behind his back. Charing. Fragments of the metal blade rolled across the front entrance and echoed. When Keel raised her hands in surprise and fidgeted, not knowing what to do, blood splattered and wetted both the ground and her arms. Keel, facing the child frozen stiff from surprise, the regressor asked with a low voice, "What did you just do?" Chapter 218, What is Required of a Guardian 3. It's not what you think. Keel flusteredly shook her hands. He could spot traces of anxiety, confusion, and fear from her golden eyes, but her eyes overall had enough vitality, like her eyes that he was used to seeing. I wasn't doing like something strange or anything. What were you doing then? I was just trying to practice healing magic a bit. Look here. While saying that, she lifted the towel and disinfectant that were placed near her legs. It seemed that he was overreacting in vain. Yu Jitae breathed out a deep sigh. His head cooled down as his blood began racing back out of his head. Oblivious to his thoughts or not, Keel continued gazing at him with anxious eyes whilst flapping her arms. He slowly approached the child, sat in front of her, and held her by the wrist as Keel flinched and lowered her head. The wound was on her palm, not her wrist, and was shallow. In order to make a wound on her body that was being protected by all sorts of blessings, Keel had to use quite a bit of mana. Why would you practice healing magic on your body? It's nothing big, but I needed some time to practice alone, and there has to be a wound to heal it right. Why not do it during lesson or at a training center? That's Keel hesitated. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae used a gauze to wipe the blood flowing down from her small palm. Heal your hand first. Yes. She gathered mana on her other hand. After Keel concentrated for a bit, the delicate attribute of healing magic was casted. Heal C, the most basic spell, and yet the one with the highest difficulty, stopped the wound from bleeding, disinfected it, and began healing it at a rapid speed. In an instant, the wound began to quickly close. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae stared at Keel's face. Whenever she was focusing on something, there was always an undisguisable phenomenon. Human conviction and thoughts stemmed from their eyes, which they used when looking at the world around them. There was no way that the world in Yu Jitae's eyes was the same as Keel's perception of the world. As if to prove his doubt, Keel's gaze appeared like an indifferent pout. Balm. NN. Slowly, her face returned to Keel. NN. Why? Why are you suddenly looking for Balmony? She was immersing herself in balm when using healing magic. Yu Jitae thought for a bit what would be the best way to lead a conversation in times like this. In his memories, Balm had always tried to slowly and calmly start a conversation. Instead of jumping straight to the trunk, he had to start from the branches of the roots. How unexpected. Sorry, didn't it hurt? Don't you usually whinge for an hour when you bump your toe on something? No, I don't. Maybe for about 5 minutes, only because it surprises me. Anyway, did it hurt? He asked again. It did. A lot. Yes, a lot, so I was very surprised I could feel it entering my flesh. It was like really terrifying and gave me goosebumps. I was almost about to cry. So why did you do it then? She seemed to have read what he was trying to say from his gaze. Keel laughed awkwardly before lowering her gaze. The wound was still in the middle of being closed. Something happened, right? In school, or when you were learning magic from Balm, guessed Yu Jitae. No. Judging from how she was rolling her eyes around, there definitely was something. Soon, he silently began touching his watch, so Keel asked with an anxious voice, "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for the phone number of your healing magic teacher." "Why?" "To ask him something." Please wait." Regardless, he continued operating the watch, so Keel clung to his arm and tried to pull it away. "No, you can't. Please wait." "No, stop. Don't press it." Wait." When it still didn't work, she used her small hands to hold his index and middle finger. "Keel, I'll say it." No, like it's nothing that crazy, okay? What is it then?" "It's nothing. It just seemed that I wasn't talented at healing magic," she murmured. What was this about? When he stopped his hands, Keel regained her composure and finished her sentence. "That's all." He realized that she was trying to gloss over the topic, like a sly snake. Thus, he began moving his fingers again, as undisguisable nervousness rose once again on her expression. Soon she started grabbing his fingers and whining again. Don't do it, be honest. My healing went bad." "What?" "It was during school." Keel breathed out a deep sigh. She glanced at his face and slowly opened her mouth. "I casted healing magic as I was taught, but it didn't go well. The chimera that we were healing got even more hurt. That's strange. Didn't you heal your own wound just then?" I don't know what's wrong either. Have you tried talking to Balm? No, I don't want to tell her. Why? Barmani is teaching very well. And I can also heal properly when I am copying Barmani, but that's only when I am copying Barmani. How is that a problem? That's simply imitating Barmani. It was the same just then. That's not my healing magic. That's just Barmani. Yu Jitae turned silent for a bit and thought to himself. Dragons had a strong sense of independence and were generally closed off from other races. The case with Unit 301 was only because Yu Jitae gathered the kids and forced them into one place. Originally, Balm, Yoram, Keel, and Jayal should never have been able to gather together and be this friendly with each other. It was the same as how Yoram had initially refused to learn under him. Back then, she had been speaking of the identity of herself as a red dragon. Fortunately, he was able to manipulate mana and fight using the martial arts of red dragons and was able to convince her. However, that wasn't the case for healing magic. What happened to the chimera then? Keel hesitated before letting out words like a sigh. Well, it just wasn't healed. Her expression rapidly turned dark. It was strange. A chimera that had to be healed was healed by the magic of a dragon itself, and yet it wasn't healed. Why? Keel was a dragon. She was from the race of magic. Of course, she might have made a mistake considering that she was in her early teens, because the uniqueness of a dragon was formulated over the long histories of their life. But even then, she was from the race of magic, the ones that created magic. Even if she wasn't gifted, it did not make sense for a mere healing magic to drag her behind. He saw the need to look into it himself. By gathering his killing intent to his fingertip, he sharpened it like a small blade and immediately slashed his palm without a second thought. His palm, with the blessings and authorities cancelled, screamed in pain as his skin revealed the flesh beneath it. Blood started flowing out as Keel startledly looked up at his face. W, what are you doing? Can you heal it? N, no, you might get hurt. After saying that, Keel seemingly belatedly remembered what type of person Yu Jitae was. Even now, blood was dripping from Yu Jitae's palm onto the living room floor. Keel cautiously opened her mouth. You can't get hurt, okay? I won't. Don't worry, mate. Ah, okay. Before long, Keel began unfolding her healing spell. Mana gathered to his hand. Mana molecules with the healing attribute gathered and started healing his hand. He observed the properties inside the mana. Induce, disinfect, settle, stabilize, and recovery. It was the same as a normal healing spell. Everything was fine. It wasn't bad at all. So why was it that the chimera wasn't healed properly? After receiving her spell for some time, Yu Jitae realized what the problem was. An empty smile left his mouth. There was a big problem with her healing magic. NN. Why? Does it hurt? No, it's fine. There was an absurdly large amount of mana in her healing magic. Plus, her ability to output mana was ridiculously big. Healing magic normally did require a lot of mana, but there was a limit to how much it would use. She was like a broken dam when the spell only required a water hose, so there was no way that it would go well. Besides, her control was another problem. If she were manipulating a water hose, it would be easy to control the direction of the flow. However, changing the direction of the water flow in a broken dam was easier said than done. In other words, Keel's healing magic was like a rock placed above a fine sieve. There was no way that a chimera would be able to handle this mountainous amount of mana. It was fortunate that she wasn't using this on a human, but Yu Jitae had no problem taking in her mana, so the wound began to close. Ah, NN. In any case, healing magic wasn't appropriate for the child while she was on her amusement. It would take hundreds of years at the very least for her to gain delicate control over her mana. Thus, he came to a conclusion. Let's stop this. Sorry, I don't think healing magic is for you. Surprised, Keel carefully asked. Why? Yu Jitae sincerely explained everything, from the principle of healing magic to how healing spells operated and the reason why healing magic wasn't appropriate for her. After hearing his words, a shadow was cast on her face as her eyes gazed at the ground. Is that okay? Yes, don't learn it at school anymore and give up on learning it from Balm. Keel was silent. She simply gave a small nod in response. Her response had to be perceived with care. Eyes of equilibrium, SS. Why, do you really want to do it? When he asked again, Keel shook her head. She was saying that she didn't want to do it, and the authenticity on the eyes of equilibrium was true, meaning that she was okay with not learning it. Do you not like what I am saying? Keel shook her head again, and this too was true. Keel did not dislike what Yu Jitae was saying. Then, is there something else you would like to say? No, I think you're right, Ajasi. I'm not suited for healing magic. Sorry to tell you that. It's fine. That's the truth after all. I know it too. That's just the type of person I am yet again. Her response was true, and her favorability towards him was heavily leaning towards like. Keel was being honest, and she did not hate him. And yet, for some reason, Yu Jitae didn't feel comfortable at heart. It's fine, her final words mysteriously remained vividly in his ears. It's fine. Her, although she might have been being honest, it still unknowingly touched a corner of his emotions. It was a thought stemming from the fourth iteration. BY always said she was fine even when she wasn't fine. Bai, who was a lot better than the current Keel at hiding her emotions, really did seem fine whenever she was saying that. So was BY fine? No, she was not fine. Over the period of repeating the same words that she was fine like a parrot, BY had been building up something in her heart. Things that built up and eventually exploded until now. Yu Jitae had always believed in the eyes of equilibrium. He had always been a man forming plans, and there had yet to be an error with the eyes of equilibrium. However, he got the feeling that he shouldn't trust the eyes of equilibrium, at least for this occasion. As for the reason, he had no idea. It might be that over the daily lives he had spent with Keel, he started understanding Keel deeper than the likes of a mere authority that could identify the authenticity behind her words. His senses rose up sharp. This wasn't something that he could simply ignore. I will go to my room and rest now. Keel said, rest up. After sending her away, Yu Jitae walked out of the dormitory and called the professor. Hello. Kim Chulgan, the professor of healing magic studies speaking. Hello, this is Guardian Yu Jitae. Yes, yes. Ah, hello, sir. Guardian Yu Jitae. I have heard many good stories about you. The professor, who was aware of the Yu household, acted humble. He might have decided against giving him a call even after the problem, because Keel was from the Yu household. I'm calling because I was curious about what happened with Cadet Yu Keel. I see. It's nothing much. Nothing really happened. Ha ha. No, I have heard from the cadet that something had occurred. Please be honest without any falsehood. There won't be any disadvantages on your side. Ah. Actually, the thing is, before long, the professor revealed the truth behind the matter, and only then did Yu Jitae understand a portion of what Keel had been feeling just then. It was the reason Keel was flustered when he made her heal him, and was also why she created a wound on her own hand. The chimera wasn't simply not healed. You mean it died? Yes, the chimera Keel healed had died. Chapter 219, Power and Conviction, 1. Keel these days. Yeah. Balm thought for a bit before worriedly opening her mouth. It was at night of the same day that Keel laid the blade on her palm. Yu Jitae called Balm to the terrace and asked several things, because Balm had always given him the answer in regards to things related to the dragons. She was a little bit weird. Weird, as in how? I can't really describe it, she shook her head. Nothing you've heard from her, he asked. Yes, you were teaching her healing magic, right? Well, yes, I was. Did you teach her well? Yes. I think so. Keel is just very good at copying in general, so she did it quite easily. Why? Did something happen? I did think it was strange because one day, Keel suddenly told me that she wanted to stop learning healing magic. When was that? 3 days ago. 3 days ago was when the chimera died to Keel's magic. After the call with the professor, Yu Jitae requested an image of the incident. What came in response was a video taken by the security camera, and the death of the chimera caught by the camera was significantly horrendous. Yu Jitae pondered for a bit before deciding to tell her the story. It was something she couldn't tell either Yoram or Jayal. Balm covered her mouth in surprise. That's what the situation is like. But if I was to be honest, I can't really guess the exact mood Keel would be in right now. She heaved a deep sigh. Keel wants to learn healing magic so that she could heal the target of her protection, right? Yeah. Then what do you think she would have had in mind when healing that chimera? Yu Jitae inserted himself into her shoes. He was learning healing magic to be able to heal Keel. He practiced it by healing another child, but that child died. It was difficult. Yu Jitae probably wouldn't have felt much. Since Keel immerses herself very deeply, she might have felt as if she had killed Chirpy with her own hands. But after hearing the next words from Balm, the situation sounded more serious than he initially thought. Her voice quickened as she continued. Ajasi. Yeah, I think this could be a really dangerous situation. What? Until now, there aren't many things that Keel was able to properly get a hold of from the things she had wanted. Throughout her amusement, all she did was play, and there wasn't much opportunity for her to find her identity. You can count them with your fingers right. Her desires are being suppressed. Thinking back on it, that was the case. She wanted to be a celebrity, but he stopped her. She wanted to stand in front of a crowd, but he stopped her. There were countless opportunities, but he had never once given the child any opportunity, since it would kill the child. Because of that, the regressor only allowed a small amount so that the child would not erupt, with extremely limited opportunities. While he was deep in thought, Balm looked directly into his eyes before taking a step forward. She then opened her mouth with a very careful voice. "There is a way, say it." But Balm hesitated and clenched her lips. "This method, yeah. I hope you won't think badly of me after hearing it. I'm not saying this with an evil mind or anything. Let me hear it first." Balm hesitated again before opening her mouth with a sigh. It's making Keel dependent. Her words made him doubt his ears. Whatever the case, Argosy has to stop Keel from receiving the attention from other people. So the solution is simple. Someone can flood her with that much attention and love, and when Keel becomes weary, she will lean on that person and crave for more. But who would be that person? Balm stayed silent and merely gazed back into his eyes, making Keel dependent on himself. No, it was more like making her crave desperately for his attention and love. Balm, she was considering the worst-case scenario, and the solution she shared was an extreme method that would suit the worst-case scenario. Although it wasn't wrong, the method didn't sound so pleasant to him, who had memories of the fourth iteration. Do you even know what your words are implying right now? I do. Let's say I do make her dependent, as you said. But wouldn't that simply hide and delay her fundamental desire? Do you think amusements will last forever? Balm asked instead of answering his question. No, it will end one day for sure. But even then, this is not good. A person that can only stand up with support from another person forgets how to stand alone. Aren't you thinking of Keel as something like a balm, Argosy, the gold race stop? For now, I get what you are trying to say. But it won't do. Okay, sorry. No, I should be sorry. But I also agree with you, Argosy. What do you mean? I didn't want to say such things either. What would it look like when Keel was dependent on Yu Jitae? Although he couldn't think of any details on the spot, it by no means would be a good and pretty relationship. Besides, it would be a situation that Balm would want to avoid, considering how she wanted to monopolize him. That might in turn prove how much Balm cared for Keel, but he couldn't listen to her words for this occasion. Dependence could never be a solution. In order to hide her rotting insides, the gold dragon depended on drugs in the fourth iteration. What was the result of it? A bathtub of red liquid, was it not? Depending on something and covering one's wounds with it could not solve the fundamental problem. The inside would simply rot even more. However, he couldn't reproach Balm for her idea. His emotions and thoughts that slightly deviated from daily lives rose up. Without the experience of the fourth iteration, what would I have done? Wouldn't I have done something even more extreme than what Balm suggested? It wasn't anything new. Even though he was somewhat used to daily lives, the broken cog somewhere inside his mind was still yet to be replaced. All in all, it was a meaningless hypothesis, so he shook his head away from those thoughts. "Then what are you going to do?" Balm carefully asked him. Ujidi rummaged through the small dimensional storage in his pocket. He could touch Balm's pocket watch, Yoram's socks, Keel's wish voucher, and the music box of Jayal. "There is one thing I found out this time. Looks like there's one thing that Keel would be good at." "NN, what do you think, Balm? Do you think Keel is gifted?" His words didn't specify what she could be gifted in, but Balm quickly understood his words and nodded. "Ah, yes, yes. But would Keel want that? Just your evaluation will do. How much is it? From the level of hatchlings?" I actually didn't really know until I started teaching Keel, but usually there was no need for her to use mana, and it had thus been concealed, but they got to know about it recently. The amount of mana Keel had, and her outputting ability in the standards of hatchlings, was Balm hesitated slightly before giving an awkward smile. "It's insane." Keel skipped her lessons and stayed holed up in her room. Next evening, he knocked on her door and called the child, who was vacantly holding the baby chicken in her arms. "Do you want to go to a cafe?" She powerlessly nodded. She was about to carry the baby chicken outside, so he suggested that they go alone with just the two of them. Keel nodded and placed Chirpy on the ground. Keel was in her pajamas, and her loose clothes were revealing her shoulder all the way down to her collarbone. It wasn't the best outfit to go outside in. "How about you change you clothes before we go out?" he said, and Keel returned a nod before closing the door. She then walked outside after changing her clothes. Right now, she looked like a stringless puppet. Choco Choco double extra chocolate frappuccino. This shocking menu was a drink made by blending chocolate milk with chocolate and ice, with chocolate-flavored whipped cream and a piece of chocolate on top. To top it off, it had chocolate syrup and chocolate cookies as garnish. But you have bad tastes, don't you? If you wanted to persuade a problem child like me, you should have brought something sweet. Even when she was ending her own life, she had been looking for something sweet. And her words back then weren't just an expression. Slurping the drink and biting the chocolate, her expression turned a level brighter. A small bit of energy was back on her previously dark face. "How does it taste? Do you want to know?" "Yeah, so tasty I can't chug." Keel emotionally stated that with a bright smile. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Jael. Ladybug, it was extremely abrupt. Keel tilted her head. Can't chug, Ladybug," said Yu Jitae. "NN, bug, plug, MHMM mug, jug. Ogoog. What's that?" "I don't know. The smell of Yoramani's gas." She then giggled to herself. If there was something like that, it would indeed be quite horrendous, so Yu Jitae returned a faint smile. While drinking his long black, Yu Jitae stared at the child. She was savoring the last piece of chocolate cookie and was holding it with both of her hands like a chipmunk. When her eyes met with his, she stopped eating and cautiously stared at him. "Why, what? You look like a bandit." Are you giving me a sign? I didn't know Ajasi would be like that." "What? Can't believe it. You could have simply asked for it." Keel said that and gave him the remaining half of the cookie. "Here." Her voice sounded as if she was very willing, but her hands acted differently. Her hands hesitated over and over again. Although he didn't need something like a cookie, he felt playful and received the cookie. Keel's eyes glared daggers at the cookie. When it slowly headed towards his mouth, her mouth also dropped open. How would Balm have teased her here? Maybe she would have licked the cookie before shaking it in front of her eyes. However, he couldn't go that far, so he reached his hand out and inserted the cookie inside her open mouth. Oop! The surprise on her face was slowly replaced by a bright expression as she started chewing. He guessed that it was about time and thus opened his mouth. "Keel. Yes. Why did you learn healing magic?" Her hands mixing the drink stopped, and she avoided his eyes. Maybe he shouldn't have brought the topic up, but it was already too late at this point. Because I wanted to be a guardian. Chirpy won't be with us for long now." "Yes. Are you learning healing magic for Chirpy?" "No. I'm spending more time with Chirpy. The guardian thing is because I want to be a guardian again. Why? I don't know. It just feels like it will happen again in the future, and it seems like my destiny. It was the destiny of the gold race, who lived as guardian deities of countries." Yu Jitae opened his mouth and spoke about the things that he had constantly been thinking of ever since he realized the child's magic output capacity. Isn't there a better way compared to healing them after they are hurt? Sorry. How about protecting them so that they don't get hurt? You have to protect them. You must protect them so that they don't get hurt if you are a guardian. Liveliness rapidly seeped out of her eyes in response to his words. Yes, the regressor twitched his eyes. This reaction again. "What do you mean, yes?" he inquired. "You're a right, Argosy. Protecting would be better. Do you really think so?" "Yes." Balmony healing Chirpy was on my mind, and I must have thought about something useless. Yu Jitae inwardly clicked his tongue. It was certain at this point. The repetitive failures caused her confidence to drop to the ground. As Balm mentioned, since all her decisions had been stopped by him, the child gave up on making a decision for herself after getting used to the failures. This was a new phenomenon revealed in the seventh iteration that hadn't occurred in other iterations. The regressor did not know how to console a child with a lack of self-esteem. Therefore, he was pondering on the next conversation topic. Ajasi, that was when Keel carefully opened her mouth. There was unexpectedly a common keyword between the two of them. "Yeah. Why, Ajasi, you're the guardian of me, Unis and Jael, right?" "Yeah. Then, what do you think a guardian must have?" Keel wanted to be a guardian, and Yu Jitae was her guardian. Right now, Keel was looking at Yu Jitae, asking him what it meant to be a guardian. He didn't know what a guardian was either, since it was his first time becoming a guardian in the true meaning of the word. However, when he deeply pondered about the topic, he discovered an answer that seemingly proved that the time he spent in the seventh iteration, nearing 2 years at this point, was not in vain. In his opinion, what a guardian must have was none other than that would be power and conviction. Power and conviction. You need power to protect them so that they don't get hurt. Power greater than any threat. Okay. To protect them well, you need conviction. A guardian isn't protecting belongings, are they? They need to ponder, contemplate, and constantly think what the better way to grow and nurture the child would be. Keel blankly listened to his words before giggling. What? That doesn't suit you at all. I thought Argosy wasn't thinking about anything. Why? Like, you're like a hermit sometimes. When? When you don't care about Euramani annoying you. Like you Euram, you mischievous child, I also think. A lot. Kaya, hee hee. This time her laughter was slightly louder. Then, since you're super strong, let's put power aside, but what about conviction? Do you also have a conviction, Argosy? I do. What is it? It's a secret. Aang. In that case, do you think for us and contemplate what would be a good way to look after us even now? Of course. Even right now, he was continuously thinking about the topic. The relationship between himself and Keel was that of a guardian and a ward, especially more so than that of the other children. Instead of simply keeping her safe physically, Yu Jitae's role was to lead her life forward so that the child could become sincerely happy. And he had finally come up with a solution. Yua, then what do you think about when you're thinking about me? Caillou, with a bright smile on her face, Keel lifted her index fingers up and poked her own cheeks. It's nothing much. I just want our Keel, to learn combat magic. Hearing words that she was least expecting, the smile disappeared from her face. That's what I think about. Doubt appeared in her eyes. There were 4 main categories in magic. 1. Combat magic. 2. Healing magic. 3. Daily magic. 4. Research magic. From these, combat magic was literally one that existed only for combat. Under that category were spells for protecting oneself and defeating others. The story about a guardian's conviction is too early for you. You're probably not too sure yet about what it means to be a guardian, let alone their conviction. Ah, yes, however, if you want to protect something in this world that's full of those with their swords drawn out, you need a bigger sword. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect anything. But look, how lucky. While others are playing around with swords, you were born carrying a gun in your hand. Keel gave a nod after digesting his words. But this time, her eyes weren't lacking in confidence, there was liveliness in her eyes. The problem with healing magic was all because your talent was exceedingly great. Your output is also tremendous for a hatchling. I didn't think it was that great till now, but after personally experiencing your magic, I am certain. Ah, Keel. In preparation of the time when you will be protecting something again, let's grow your power so that you can protect it from harm's way. What do you think? When the child turned blank with surprise, the regressor took out the final words he had been saving all along. Would you like to try learning combat magic? Chapter 220. Power and Conviction. 2. Keel is learning combat magic. NN. She said yes. On the way back to the dormitory, Yoram asked Balm. NN. She said she wanted to give it a try. We will be starting from today. How ridiculous. Who's she learning it from? Me and Argosy. Who? Yoram asked. I understand you, Jitty, but why you? I have to teach her magic, of course. Argosy said he wasn't that knowledgeable on magic. Really? That's weird. He knew the Red Dragon's magic, though. The question flashed past her head. Anyways, there are so many things to do throughout for our Annie. Yoram said. You mean me? Aren't you busy? You sharp with you, Jiddy. Look after the house. Teach magic to Keel. Ah, you went to Jael's school event as her mum a few days ago, didn't you? NN. They were all surprised. Of course. It's like a kid claiming to be a kid's mother. Right, said Balm with a nod. Yoram continued. You also right, and judging from your grades, you're also studying diligently when there's so many things to do. Doesn't your head get all messed up and dizzy? Not at all. Really. And there's no reason for it to be complicated. It's actually very simple. Why? Because I always think about Argosy. Yoram retched in response. Uek. Freaking Balm chuckled. But you know, how did you become like that? What do you mean? There must have been a reason, right? The reason you, became like that to you, Jitty. There was usually a clear reason in most of the shoujo mangas. Balm wanted to make you, Jitty, a person, but why did she start having those feelings for you, Jitty? However, Balm remained silent. She was thinking to herself, and her words naturally disappeared. The fact that Jael came running from afar, carrying a bag of ice cream and waving her other hand, also played a part in cutting her words off short. Balm threw her arms wide open. Even while being hugged by Balm, Jael frowned at Yoram as if she was looking at a bug. What's with those damn eyes? Why can't I look with my own eyes? You dare look at your Unnie with a gaze like that? You wanna die. Jael still had the discontent look on her face, but soon carefully took out an ice cream from the bag and gave it to her. Eat it if you want. Hell, you probably bought it with Yu Jitae's money, and look at you pretending to be nice. Yoram took the ice cream despite her grumbling. However, Jael felt like she was being falsely accused and opened her mouth. No, ha, I bought with money I earned. Nonsense. How does a kid like you earn money? Now you're lying just to show off, aren't you? No, I'm not. Give it back if you don't want. Jael came down from Balm's arms and reached her hand forward, but Yoram dodged her hands. So Jael used her mana to steal the ice cream with telekinesis, but in response, Yoram stuck her tongue out and licked the ice cream. Ah, fuck, when Jael was unable to hold it in and almost swore out loud. Yoram chortled with a voice that irritated the listeners. Ahihi kikik kekikek. It went along the lines of that. By the way, is that true? How you're earning money yourself? I am. How? Wait, well, they do buy and sell water in this dimension. Don't tell me you sold water to make money without caring about the pride of us dragons, right? Aye, there's no way. Of course not. Ha! Why did you hesitate just then? Jael was dumbfounded. I've always been a slow talker, okay? So you did. Ah, you're caught red-handed. This kid, you young little brat, you don't even know how important the pride of your race is and you go sell water. That's a trash thing to do. I didn't though. You are obsessed with money that much. Even the world-famous swindlers will show you respect. What does that even mean? No, I don't care, so don't talk to me. So annoying the repetitive slanders put her in a bad mood as she turned her head around and buried her face into Balm's stomach. Placed in the center of the two of them, Balm gave a faint smile, but that in turn caused Jael's rage to find its next target. Why are you smiling? It was her first time saying bad things to Balm. Because it's funny, replied Balm with a smile and caused Jael to be in a worse mood. Don't smile. I'm not in a good mood. Don't want to. What? I don't want to, you swindling merchant. Balm instead teased her with a cunning expression. Who, oohing unable to hold her irritation in, Jael bumped her forehead into Balm's stomach on repeat. Kang, Kang. Both Balm and Yoram bursted into laughter and laughed for a long time. From now, you will be learning combat magic. Yes, Balm will teach you, but I will be with you too when you're learning it, in case accidents occur. Also because we want to force you to continuously hit your output limit. Balm won't be able to know that either. Yes. Can you do it well? I'll try my best. Her response was somewhat lacking in energy. A person's confidence that has already dropped to the ground often leads to two circumstances. They either become pessimistic and refuse to do anything, or they simply follow the flow and do everything in a sloppy manner. What was common between the two circumstances was that there was not a sliver of passion to be found. It was fortunate that Keel was the latter at the very least. If she said the likes of, I can't do it, I don't think I can do it, or how would someone like me be able to do anything then, it would have been a lot more difficult for him to show her a different direction. As the guardian, he had to be the person showing the right path for Keel. There was a clear difference in their relationship compared to that of the other kids. He had been worrying about it the whole time and had just gotten the gist. Unexpectedly, it was Balm that was holding the key to the question. Now, let's do it together. Unnie, can you promise me that you will obediently follow everything I teach you? NN. From that day, Keel started learning 5 basic spells from Balm. Magic Bullet, C. Magic Arrow, C. Barrier, B. Blink, A. Attribute Enchantment Lightning, B. In fact, these were fairly advanced to be called basic spells in human standards, especially for spells above the B grade. However, they were the race of magic dragons. Humans might take weeks to learn each spell, but Keel succeeded in learning all of those spells in the mere span of 4 days. Naturally, her learning process wasn't that smooth. Magic Bullet, see? It was a simple spell where normally a fist-sized ball of mana would be condensed and launched after setting a direction. Usually, it would never be stronger than a cannonball, but no, Keel, it's too strong. You have to be more delicate. NN, NNNN, like this, Quang, Keel's magic bullet, see. was like an anti-aircraft missile. The problem was that it was a missile outside her control. Balm, who was helping from right next to her, was caught in the aftermath of her attack. Huck, Unnie. Balm flew to the other side of the training center and rolled several times on the ground. Unnie, are you all right? Keel ran up in surprise as Balm raised her body with disheveled hair. Keel, are you trying to kill me? You are, sorry. However, that was just the beginning. Even low-grade spells like Magic Bullet and Magic Arrow was like that. The dimension was shaken from its root whenever she was using Blink, so Yu Jitae had to carefully offset its effect. Otherwise, the entire dimension of the training center could have been ripped off. Despite that, Balm stayed next to her. Don't stand next to me. I can't really control this. You might really get hurt. Then you have to control it better so that I don't get hurt. You are, I don't know how, be more delicate. Let's do it again. Quang. Despite all that, Balm flew again. Again, quang, and again she flew. Why did it get stronger? Do it again. Quang. She rolled the ground on repeat. Lying on the ground, Balm vacantly stared at the ceiling. Yu Jitae approached her first and lowered his back. Are you all right? Yes. You have a nosebleed. Balm cursorily wiped the blood with her wrist before healing her body. She then walked towards Keel again, who was fidgeting, not knowing what to do. Go again. One day, 2 days, 4 days, and a week. Time passed rapidly. With Yu Jitae next to them, Balm's injuries never got out of control. The fact that Balm stayed next to her and got overwhelmed by Keel's uncontrollable mana might be an intentional action done to touch her sense of guilt. Looking from the side, he found Balm's teaching method to be slightly intriguing. He had never seen her teach anybody before, but it seemed that she was quite talented at teaching others. Keel, where are you going? I can't do it. I will do the rest tomorrow. No, come here. Where are you running to, or was she teaching? Keel was caught from her attempted escape and was dragged back. After less than 30 minutes of resting time, she started shooting magic bullets again. He gazed at the two of them and observed the atmosphere around them, which was different from normal. Huck, I am dying, Huck, Huck it. It feels like my soul is getting sucked dry. Huck. Keel grabbed her own chest and whinged. It was because mana was constantly being forced out of her. Stand up, Keel. We need to finish what's left. Unnie, please let me off. A little bit more rest. No. You've rested for 5 minutes already. Oyuang. How does it make sense to suck me dry for 2 hours and give only 5 minutes of rest? That's too cruel. Her complaint was logical. Normal magicians trained for 30 minutes and took 2 hours of rest. Even Keel knew that, although she hadn't learned magic before. However, Keel was a dragon no matter how young she may be, and her mana capacity was tremendously bigger than normal hatchlings. That was why Balm repeatedly tried to suck her dry, so that the child could get used to outputting large amounts of mana at a given time. This was what Yu Jitae told Balm to do, because both dragons and humans improved the most in extreme situations, so it was the most effective method. But no matter how good one's stamina was, how could a marathon be easy? Considering that she was also a 12-year-old girl who only started running a few days ago, it was impressive that she was able to endure it till now. When Keel remained stubborn, Balm walked towards the child and stared at her. Keel, we promised when you first started that you will listen to everything I say. Don't you remember it? I do, but I still don't want to. I might die at this rate. You won't. Ajasi is here, isn't he? No, that's not what I mean, is it? How can I do something this hard in 1 day? Both objectively and even in Yu Jitae's eyes, the training was quite severe, and because of that, Keel was almost out of her mind at this point. At last, when she was 1 week into training, she vehemently protested for the very first time. I really might die, or is there a way to do it easier? You know, Unnie, you're a green dragon, and you are very smart. Training like this is too primitive and hard. Training is meant to be hard, though. Which dragon ever trains like this? My mum and dad both lie on the ground and sleep, though. Only Yoramani would do things like this right. What if my heart explodes? Can't we take it a little bit slower? There hasn't been any improvement in a week. I can't even feel anything change, so how would I get the motivation to do it? Her shout, filled with tears, echoed the training room for a long time, perhaps because Balm was silent, without saying anything back. The words that finally left Balm's mouth were unusually low and dark. How easy your life must have been till now. Keel regained her sanity and gazed up at Balm. NN. Balm was looking down at her with an indifferent expression. Dear Keel, You must have been loved so much by your family. Your life must have been pretty and all flowers till now. Right. Not really. Isn't it? I think the fact that a dragon ignored magic for 12 years of their life is the proof, though. All the gold dragons I've seen till now weren't like you. They were both respectable hatchlings and adults. So a 12-year-old dragon not knowing a single thing about magic can't be a problem of the gold race. Then whose problem would it be? B. Barmanni, HNN. I wonder. Keel looked up at her in surprise. Both her disheveled hair and clothes made her look like a beggar, but her eyes that were gazing down her vertically slit pupils caused Keel to unknowingly shrink her body. Keel, even after coming out on amusement, you only ate, played around, and slept. Have you ever dedicated even a day to properly learn magic? Listen, it has been 12 years since you left your egg. 12 years. That's around 500 days. What you've been ignoring in that long a period is magic. Our sense of identity common all throughout the races is what you've been neglecting. There was no change in her tone. As always, her indifferent expression made it difficult for others to guess whether she was angry or not. Today, however, she gave off a feeling that she was mad, and that ambiguity scared Keel even more. Of course, it will be possible some time in the future, if you slowly receive memories of your mother over hundreds of years. But is that what you wanted? What did you say? Did you want to become a guardian in the true meaning of the word during your amusement? You want a visible change. After doing something for merely 7 days, you want something to miraculously change. The thing you haven't even glanced at for 500 days in just 7 days. Don't you think that's being too shameless? You, Annie, Keel tried to intervene. Shut your mouth, Keel. Balm cut her off and continued. It's been a week now. You just started, and yet you're already like this. What are you going to do in the future? Here I am sacrificing my time to bother teaching you. Do I have to waste time and listen to you whinge about things you can do just because you don't want to do them? Keel widened her golden eyes in shock. There was a chill in Balm's gaze. Frightened, Keel glanced at Yu Jitae, who had his arms crossed behind Balm, wishing he could save her. However, he stood silent, and Balm's strict voice saying, "You Keel," pulled her gaze back to the speaker. Get up, before I really get mad. Chapter 221, Power and Conviction 3. Isn't that because you're a genius? Maybe today was the day she decided to complain. Although Keel couldn't even look into her eyes, she nonetheless opened her mouth. What? You, Unnie, you're a genius. You're a very good at magic, right? I heard it at school. Aren't your standards just too high? Who in the world learns magic like me, D? Don't get angry. It's scary. Balm stayed silent for a while. Her expression that had appeared indifferent throughout now contained a slightly sorrowful look. Whenever she was angry, she tended to run her fingers through her hair, and that was what she was doing right now. My parents live separately. Balm's voice that finally flowed out after the hesitation was heavy like wet cotton. Keel widened her eyes. Parents living separately is like a divorced family for humans. It's actually quite different, but anyways, I was in my mother's lair when I was born, and my mother told me that there was a grand aspiration in plan for me. Unlike Keel, who cried after her mommy regardless of the time, Balm had almost never talked about her family before. Keel carefully listened to the story, but was a bit more scared at the same time. Balm's expression made her feel that way. I had to learn magic from the day I was born, all because of that grand aspiration. My mother was strict and had high standards, so I was scolded a lot. Was it because I was worse off than others? No, I was on the gifted side in magic from the green dragons, but she was never satisfied. In order for me to be used for the grand aspiration, I had to be a magician better than others. For almost the entirety of 20 years after opening my eyes, without resting a single day, without resting few minutes a day, I studied and researched magic. Even that wasn't enough, apparently. One day, she kidnapped 200 magicians from a nearby dimension. I was 3 years old back then, around the size of Jael after shedding my skin, but she said to me, "If you don't do it properly, I will grind these 200 people and give them to you for nutrition." The 200 of them were living and breathing humans, and back then I was scared of killing an organism, even if they were lowly humans. The life of a breathing thing ending was a very scary thing back then, so I wanted to match her standards and do it properly. Do you think I would have resented that reality and my mother? Balm asked with a hazy gaze, but Keel couldn't say anything in response. No. Logic-wise, I understood everything. Hatchlings were different from adult dragons after all. If my mind was completely dusted after living 1,000 years, and found the identity of our race to be more important than my individual thoughts and values, wouldn't I do the same thing to my child? It was just that it happened to be my mother and me that it was very tiring. But thanks to that, I managed to be this good at magic. She slowly walked towards Keel. Then she crouched in front of Keel, who was blankly staring back with her knees on the ground, and looked straight into her eyes. Keel, a dragon's amusement is a time given for them to find their identity, have fun, and build happy memories that would remain forever. We might have been forced to come on our amusement because of the time, but this will be a precious time, period that you will never find again once you return to your parents' lair. This might be the first and the last. It's precious, and if you've found your identity, there's no reason for you to sit down and rest when you should be running instead. Get up. Keel dusted her legs and slowly got up. The child appeared fairly shocked from her words, despite it being an indirect experience. What about the 200 people? What happened to the 200 magicians? Balm silently looked at her and shook her head. Keel felt something crumbling from Balm. At the same time, she felt embarrassed. The child was emotional and was easily carried by the flow. Swallowing the complex thoughts inside, she decided to give it another go. The few days of training after that was even more hellish for Keel. Protecting is a very realistic problem. Balm flooded her with reproaches whenever Keel was about to collapse. Look straight. How many spells are flying towards you? There's 10. Imagine one of them is an arrow flying towards Chirpy. If you don't intercept them with magic bullets, they will go straight into Chirpy's head. Look, you missed it again, didn't you? Chirpy's now dead. Is it because someone shot you? No, it's because you missed them. Yu the Guardian, you killed him. Focus until the end. Focus properly on the direction until the mana gets formed and shot from your fingers. Balm's words were like a blade sharp enough to wedge through a person's heart. For several days, Keel couldn't hold her tears in and cried constantly during the training. Her confidence that was at the rock bottom was now about to go through to the basement. But once she slowly got used to that, she stopped dropping to the ground even when crying. She stood still and kept on using magic, clenching her lips and dripping drops of tears. It seemed that Balm was discontent with even that. Keel, stop crying. Have you seen Arjasi cry? Guardians don't cry. When you're fighting someone, the target of your protection will be staring at you. What would happen if you cry because you're scared or frightened? How horrified would that child, who's only looking at you, be? She didn't stop scolding her even when Keel succeeded in intercepting the attacks. So what if you succeed in intercepting the attacks? Shouldn't you defeat the enemy with magic arrows? Even when Keel shot a far-off target, you have to be able to protect your target of protection from being swallowed by the aftermath. Even when she managed to safeguard an area with a barrier and simultaneously shoot the enemy's attacks, Balm didn't stop. Can something like that block an unstoppable strike? Say if Yoram was determined to strike you with her fist, would you be able to save Chirpy with that barrier? Only when she was able to safeguard with barrier, attack the enemy, and simultaneously use blink did her reproaches come to an end. It was an impressive feat that happened in just 10 days. I did it. Keel laid on the ground after the training and started groaning and crying. Because her dragon heart was completely void of mana, a pain incomparable to before was lashing at her body. Feeling as if all the blood was sucked out of her body, she was unable to smile even after a success and continued crying. That was when Balm turned around and walked towards him. Ajasi, good work. Balm. She had to repeat words that attacked and oppressed Keel's mind for several days. Her wild words were quite unexpected, and he was surprised at the start, but he understood parts of it after hearing the stories of her past. For some reason, Balm looked like she was about to cry. Don't you think I was being too harsh? Only then did Yu Jitae realize it. There were people that found it difficult to say bad things, people that hated putting other people down from birth. It seemed that Balm was one of those people. It must have been hard for her to crush someone else's confidence and mind. He never noticed it because she acted normal over the past few days when they were on their way back to the dormitory. But there was no way that shouting at a person for more than 10 hours a day would be easy on her mind. No, you did well. He consoled her. Balm's sorrowful expression strangely touched somewhere within his emotions. When she walked up and bumped her head into his chest, he unconsciously caressed the child on the back of her head. You did great. Go back first and rest. Yes. Please look after her nicely. Yu Jitae sat next to Keel, who was groaning due to mana exhaustion. Lying on the ground, she repeatedly wriggled and twisted her body, while her eyes cried buckets out and her mouth gasped for breath. Mana shock. She was like this thanks to being a dragon, and a normal human would have died 100 times. With her long blonde hair in a messy state, Keel laid down breathing in and out for almost 2 hours. After settling her breath, she faintly opened her eyes and her mouth. Arjasi, yeah, I am here. I did it. Well done. You did great. Please hug me a bit. She was like a child looking for her mother. That analogy was probably not wrong. In this place, Yu Jitae was like a mother to Keel. He raised her up in the blink of an eye, and when the small child powerlessly leaned her body on his, he tapped her on the back. You really did well. Seriously. Really. Yeah, you pulled it off. If Balm's role was to push her self-esteem down and make her synchronize with her own state and force her to move, Yu Jitae's role was to fill up her confidence that had dropped to the ground. Why was it difficult to find a dream? That was the topic that had been brought up during the meal of a certain day. Back then, Balm said the following: sometimes us throwing our body into a dream starts from a simple compliment. A cool elementary school teacher saying, "You're so good at maths," could make a girl who had no interest in her 80 score at maths to like it. And it could serve as a good memory that encourages her to grow up to be a maths teacher. Yu Jitae was in the position of the maths teacher. He had naturally become one over the past few days, but it might be that Balm had induced the situation to be like that. The arms wrapping around his neck were powerless, so he gave a tighter hug to make sure she didn't fall. That was when Keel, who was heaving deep breaths, raised a question. But I have a question. What is it? Even if I do all this, isn't it meaningless without conviction? What do you mean? You said that both power and conviction were necessary to become a good guardian. With power, that's only half the requirements. That might be the case for the time being, but that's not it. Sorry. When you do come up with a conviction, power is what lets you protect your conviction. Without power, the size of the conviction you can withhold decreases. Thanks to all your hard work in building your strength, you will one day be able to create a big conviction and keep it. You will be able to protect even more things. She pondered and replied after a long time. Yes, on the way back, he carried the child who couldn't walk properly on his back. He could feel the gazes of the cadets of the academy district, but he paid little regard to it. After walking a little bit, Keel fell asleep behind his back. Something was wetting his neck. He hoped it wasn't her saliva. A thought that suddenly popped up in his mind was how cruel talent was. He remembered how he couldn't reach other superhumans, including BM, when he started his life for the 4th time. If he was as talented as BM in combat, the number of iterations he had gone through would be halved. He didn't care too much about it when it concerned only him, but when Keel was in the equation, it reminded him of how cruel talent was. The 10 days she spent training with Balm, as long as she continued training like that, Keel would become stronger than Yoram in just 3 months. Naturally, she wouldn't continue training like this, but the vessels they were born with were simply different. Instead of Yoram, who desperately wanted to be stronger, Keel, who was suddenly dragged by someone else to become stronger, having more talent. It was a reality too brutal for Yoram. So that there would be no meaningless strife between the two, he had to draw plans for the future beforehand. Good work, Annie. When they returned to the dormitory, Jael ran up and gave a wide hug to Keel, burying her head into her chest. Thank you, Jael. But I'm very dirty right now. NNN. Parts of her t-shirt had dark stains here and there. They were all dried up blood that Keel coughed out from either her mouth or her nose. Even though she was powerless, she smiled hee-hee as she staggered her way into her room. Yu Jitae supported the child so that she didn't fall, and that was when Yoram opened the door of her room to observe the living room. His eyes met with her red eyes. Yoram glanced past him and gave a frown. She had the same disgusted look on her face like before, and because of that he wasn't able to teach her recently. Why? She didn't even reply and turned around to return to her own room. Thus, he ignored the incident and brought Keel to her room so that she could rest. Then he stayed there caressing her head and giving her compliments so that the child could sleep with ease. After going back into her room, Yoram laid down on the bed. The manga was boring today for some reason, so she threw it away. She scratched her head and had trouble falling asleep. She became irritated for no reason when lying down on the bed. Yoram stood up and stealthily opened the door of her room. In the living room, the protector and Jael were drying the likes of sweet potatoes on a tray. What were those idiots doing? When she was turning her gaze away from the small gap, her eyes caught sight of the front entrance. She could see Yu Jitae's brown shoes and Keel's white sneakers with black stains of dried blood. Yoram stared at the shoes for a long time with a frown. Chapter 222, Business Plan 1, Clank Clank, 7 a.m. The sound of metal created by the protector moving echoed across the quiet Unit 301. Bam! The protector and Jael were sitting on the floor flipping sweet potato pieces that were placed on a tray. They were making dried sweet potatoes. They were easy to make. A steamed sweet potato would be sliced thinly and placed on a tray. The pieces would then be dried for 2 days at the veranda, which was windy yet void of sunlight. They couldn't be dried for too long, and the timing had to be perfect. They had to retain their chewiness as well as some juice. Young lady, do these things actually get sold? Yes. Who buys them? The students. Jael looked up at the protector. Why? Well, it's just that I am curious. Yes, classmates. Her explanation was like the following. Since Lair was a superhuman school with high standards and the commuting children were from important families, a lot of the children were strictly forbidden from buying junk food and snacks because of the dignity and face they had to maintain. Thus, dried sweet potatoes, which were sweet and chewy despite not being junk food, was what made them popular. How did you discover such things? She explained that she had gotten the idea from how the kids loved it when sugar-glazed sweet potatoes were provided by the school. Oh, as expected, you are very smart, m'lady. And here, how much do you charge them? 1 pack for 50 cents. This much is a pack, right? That is a very reasonable price as well. It is perfect. Should I charge more? Wouldn't that be too expensive then? What if I add a bit more? Good idea. If you increase the amount by 50, that should be enough to realistically rip off your friends. Oh, Bam, who was flipping the sweet potatoes and listening to their conversation from the side, giggled. They were very serious with their conversation. Jael had fairly straight standards for freshness as well. The sweet potatoes that weren't sold for 3 days went directly to her own stomach. Just today, the sweet potatoes that had been cooked 2 days ago were ready to eat. Bam, the protector and Jael placed them into Ziploc bags in right quantities. Jael carried her bag and bid farewell to Yu Jitae. I am going to school now. Yeah, be safe. Walking out the door hand in hand with Bam, Jael glanced back into the house and her eyes met with the protector's. 1. 5 times the quantity but 2 times the price. The protector nodded. Seeing that, Jael nodded back with a faint smile. That evening, Jael's expression when returning from school was extremely bright. Oh, young lady, welcome back. Hoo-hoo, something good must have happened. Could you please share your joy with me? Come here, she gestured with her hand. The protector immediately ran up and kneeled on one of its knees. Then Jael hid her 2 hands behind her back and asked, Right or left? Quick, right hand, please. Jael showed what was on her right hand. It was a pack of dried sweet potatoes. What is this? Remaining pack, I see. Then what is on your left hand? She brought her left hand to the front with a bright smile. There were a bunch of $1 notes. Oh, how much is all this? From the 8 packs she had brought to school, she had sold 7 and had thus earned $7 in total. Carrying a bunch of notes in her hands, she swung them up and down. That is amazing, young lady. You hihi, she smiled. Jael went into her room and started writing something down on a notepad with crooked handwriting. The protector sneakily followed her and observed what she was writing down on the book. Bought sweet potatoes vegetable store. 2. $7. Sold. $7. Earned. 4. $3. Ah, it seemed that she was accounting for the cost and income. At the very bottom of the account book, the protector found a slightly different note. Goal, $40, ho. Does she want to earn $40 and do something with them? The protector's red eyes bent into a shape. Jael carefully crumpled the $1 notes and pushed them into the piggy bank. She had $3 remaining in her hand, which she probably was planning to use in order to buy more sweet potatoes. By the way, young lady. Yes. At this point, how about you make a lot at once and sell a lot of them? Aren't they quite popular? I will help you so that you can produce them in large amounts. Jael hesitated. Since she had always been making and selling a set amount of sweet potatoes, she had never even considered making and selling them in bulk. Would it be fine? Of course it would. Why wouldn't it be fine? Really? I will do my best to help you. Tung the protector beat its own chest. Jael took out $3 which she had folded for her emergency fund. Adding that to $3 which she hadn't put into the piggy bank, she bought $6 worth of sweet potatoes. There were so many of them that both of her hands were full on the way back home. Now is the time for me to show off my skills. Using the skills it had built up over time, the protector took out a large pot. It was a pot bought so that they could deep fry Chirpy, but recently the atmosphere was quite strange that it had ended up in the corner. After cooking the sweet potatoes for a long time with steam, the yellowish sweet potatoes were ready to slice and dry. They made 6 trays full of sweet potato slices. Perhaps because there were more trays than usual, others who were usually uninterested in them came and observed the food. "Oh, Jael, can I have a piece?" "No. Ah, so mean. They smell amazing, though. Chirp. I'll give you one. Chirp, chirp. What's with these messy things? Don't touch them. You know, that makes me want to touch them more. Please don't." Keel, Chirpy, and Yoram came one by one. Last one to show up was Yu Jitae. "What are they?" "Dried sweet potatoes." "Why are you making them?" "I want to sell them and earn money." If Yu Jitae wanted them, she was willing to give up to 2 pieces, but he in fact didn't ask for any. "Do you need an allowance?" Jael shook her head in response. After realizing that receiving things for free should not be taken for granted, she started refusing his money. "I will earn them myself." Dreaming of making a fortune, she smiled brightly. However, it happened to be summer. The humidity after the rain increased the moisture of the steamed sweet potatoes by several fold. Next morning, Jael found mold on the dried sweet potatoes. She froze stiff. Seeing the sweet potatoes with disgusting green darts here and there made her heave a sigh unknowingly. The issue was that she had bought too much. When Jael turned to the side with a flick, the glittering eyes of the protector flashed off in an instant. Jael scowled. When Yu Jitae returned from outside, he found the protector receiving punishment with its head on the floor. "What are you doing?" "I am receiving my punishment, sir." Jael was cleaning something up from the side with a discontent look on her face. He immediately realized that she was unhappy because the sweet potatoes had gone off. Yu Jitae crouched next to the child and helped her clean up the inedible sweet potatoes. "Are you all right? They all went bad. It seems like it. I made them with all my money." "Oh no." With a teary look on her face, Jael gazed up at him and shook her head. A sigh deep enough to blow the ground away left her mouth. "Will it continue raining?" "Probably. Since it's the rainy season, it will probably continue raining for the next 2 weeks." Quararang. The sound of roaring thunder coincidentally indicated her mood. This can't be. Thanks to Yu Jitae helping from the side, the sweet potatoes were all cleaned up in a flash. Jael cleaned the trays that were dirtied from all the mold with her spell. However, it wasn't like the sweet potatoes were going to come back. With that, so Jael was still in a very bad mood, despite being a blue dragon that loved rain. What could they do, though? Life didn't always go the way they wanted it to. But whatever the case, Jael still had a lot of opportunities, more so because Yu Jitae was with her. "Do you want some help?" Shake, shake. Even then, Jael refused his help. She stayed collapsed on the living room floor, even after cleaning up the sweet potatoes, and continued staring resentfully at the downpour. That was when something seemingly struck her mind. Jael ran to Balm's room and hurriedly knocked on the door. Seeing that, he walked outside again. That night, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of his room. He opened the door but found no one. No, there was someone lower down. Jael was looking up at him with a nervous look on her face. "Why are you here?" "Hi, hi." Jael cautiously glanced at him before handing him a paper. The A4 paper that was folded twice had something written on it with a crooked handwriting. "Business plan, please lend me some money." A business plan? There was no way that Jael would have known of such words, so Balm must have helped her come up with it. Yu Jitae opened the folded paper. There was a table of contents at the top, with plans about the business written beneath it. The texts were like the following. 1. Umbrellas will be sold during the rainy season. The rainy season is estimated to continue for the next 2 weeks. 2. Small and cheap umbrellas on the internet cost $1.50 each. According to Balm, a percentage is taken off when buying in a bulk. Using shop points and a discount coupon, 30 umbrellas can be bought for $39.80. 3. Selling each for 2, a profit of 2020 can be expected. Since there are 200 students at Lair Public Elementary School, 30 will be sold without a problem. Conclusion, please lend 40. It will be returned within 2 weeks. Lowering the paper, Yu Jitae stared at Jael. She was nervous, like a salesperson waiting for the confirmation of their client. She might even be feeling like a CEO borrowing funds for their business. He was dumbfounded. He had sent him to an elementary school, and yet she was about to become a salesperson. Of course, it didn't matter even if she became a salesperson. All that mattered was whether she became happy from that or not. It was just that he was surprised how her dried sweet potato business shifted to an umbrella business from the rain. He thought to himself, if Jael came and abruptly asked for $40, he would have given her $50 with no questions asked. But right now, Jael wasn't his precious child. She could be seen as a businessperson looking at the wallet of their sponsor. He decided to have a more realistic conversation. What you want is this, isn't it? Taking out $40 from his wallet, he showed it to her. Jael nodded. But will the kids really buy umbrellas? Sorry, it's not like the rain stops and suddenly falls again. It's the rainy season. It's a period where the rain continues to fall, so who would come to school without an umbrella? In fact, Yu Jitae didn't really know either. Besides, he wasn't interested in whether they commuted to school with an umbrella or not. The reason he nonetheless presented an opposing view was because he was curious how Jael would react to a realistic problem. It seemed that she hadn't been expecting a question. Jael glared at Yu Jitae with wide eyes. Then she scratched her head before sneaking a glance behind. Standing outside the study was Balm. When their eyes met, Balm slowly shook her head with a smile, telling her to do it by herself. Feeling betrayed, Jael glared at Balm with circular eyes before turning back to Yu Jitae. I can do it. Do what? I can stop the rain for a bit. You would be able to do that. So will you stop the rain and make it fall again? NN. Did she really understand what she was saying? Interfering with the weather just to sell some umbrellas, whatever the case, that was up to the ability of the debtor. All right. Good. How will you bring 30 umbrellas to school then? I will carry 5 a day and sell them, because the rainy season will last for 2 weeks. NN. He felt amused from how he could spot a trace of confidence from her response. Even then, he accounted for the worst-case scenario among worst-case scenarios and threw her the last question. What if they don't get sold and you have a bunch of unsold stocks? Her reply to the question was extremely intriguing. Refund. She was a born salesperson. Yu Jitae opened his wallet. Chapter 223, Business Plan 2. The next day, a post arrived at the house, and inside were 30 cheap foldable umbrellas. Jael took 5 of them and tied a pretty knot with a ribbon. Bye-bye. Yu Jitae waved back. He would be slightly busier today, since the vintage clock had alerted him of the appearance of the second hostility. The authority, Vintage Clock X, warns of the coming of the second night. The authority, Vintage Clock X, states that it will likely consist of approximately 30 monsters and a boss. Unlike before, the clock's analysis of the Great Hostility reached 20, thanks to which it was able to notice it 15 days before the arrival. The authority, Vintage Clock X, estimates the attribute of the boss to be augmentation. Besides, the images in his mind became clearer after hitting 20. The structure of the second night appeared in front of his eyes. A large and bizarre cluster of muscle repeatedly contracted and relaxed whilst giving off a disgusting aura. In a world without Yu Jitae, this would have been a fairly big threat. But it wouldn't be that dangerous, since this world had a regressor who was living through his 7th iteration. However, he couldn't be too relaxed, because the hostility of the far-off dimension can control the reality itself of the 7th iteration. The key question here was the principle behind its control over reality. It takes such a long time for the great hostility to arrive, and yet Ha Sitbiel and Wei Yan had been under its manipulation from the start. Have you found out the principle yet? The authority, Vintage Clock X, states that it is still unclear. The authority, Vintage Clock X, notifies that an instant control over reality cannot result in a large effect. The vintage clock was right. Wei Yan, 30-man Special Force Squad, Ha Sitbiel. After controlling the reality up to that point, the hostility on the other side of the horizon seemingly noticed how those couldn't impact Yu Jitae that much. It is estimated that the hostility has not even given it another try afterwards. And the analysis on hostility's trace fragments gathered, 42. 1/5 of fragments had been gathered from the first night, and Kyle Kaof, whom Clone 1 had smashed into pieces. For now this seemed to be the limit. In any case, Yu Jitae alerted Clone one of the same information and also decided to head to the association for some affairs. This enemy in particular required a more careful approach because the boss had the attribute augmentation. In the past, the Tower of Mages had picked three most difficult attributes to encounter. Those were none other than augmentation, immortality, and creativity. Creativity was the reason why the human-type chimera, who had been acting like BMS Sun, was dangerous. They developed endlessly, contemplated, and grew in unimaginable directions. Immortality referred to undying beings, but in truth, undying beings were impossible to exist. Even Yu Jitae would definitely die one day, and that was simply what providence was. Therefore, a being not dying when it is supposed to has incredible and complex reasons behind it. No matter how weak a monster was, it was deemed like a time bomb if it was an undying being that could be hiding inconceivable truths. And when a specific target was confirmed to be of the immortal attribute, the association's immortal monster disposal squad had to depart. In fact, the leader of this squad was the old man that was crushed by Yu Jitae, the king of mercenaries Christoph, one of the five transcendents of Chaliavan. And lastly, augmentation. This was an extreme headache to deal with. Augmentation referred to the borrowing of someone else's power to increase their own. In the history of the world's providence, there was a time for something to appear as well as a definite time for something to disappear. Like the warring race Karl Galacqua that had reigned supreme over the distant dimension, ancient forest, beings that were too dangerous and had to be vanished. Augmentation allowed one to borrow the powers of such ancient beings, let alone their danger. They were known to manipulate unfamiliar and bizarre abilities. Clone one would probably not lose. However, there cannot be a sliver of uncertainty in protecting humanity. Thus, Yu Jitae stepped into the association for the first time in a long time. It was then. His watch rang. It was a call from Lair Public Elementary School. Hello, hello. Is this the guardian of Yu Jitae? Yes. Yu Jitae speaking. Right. I am the homeroom teacher of Jaial Hikigaya Kanako. It's just that I heard how Jaial had brought umbrellas to school and was privately selling it to her school friends. I would like to consult with you regarding this problem. Would you be okay with coming to the school for a short meeting? She was caught red-handed, it seemed. Yu Jitae turned his feet. He had a meeting with Jaial's homeroom teacher. To the question, why was a child selling umbrellas? Yu Jitae couldn't really think of anything to say. Maybe she just wanted to, was all he could think of, but he received a warning that any conduct for private benefit inside school premises was not allowed. The meeting was held in the staff room. It was in fact the deputy principal nearby that was sweating and becoming nervous from each and every word of the teacher. The name of Yu household was quite famous in Lair, but this young Japanese teacher was very passionate. Yu Jitae decided to agree. The teacher wasn't saying anything wrong, and it was Jael's fault for conducting a business without approval. Yu Jitae apologized, and Jael also lowered her head. On the way back to the dormitory hand in hand with Jael, how many did you sell? Yu Jitae asked. 5. You have 25 left then. Should I refund them? If you want to. Although it might be a shameful and wrong method as a businessperson, Yu Jitae wasn't a guardian leading the child down the moral and correct path. His opinion was that it would be fine as long as Jael was happy even if she happened to be selfish. Besides, businessmen that did bad things tended to succeed more often, proven by history. However, after returning to their house, she realized that the umbrellas could not be refunded. It was because she had bought them in a pile of 30, and yet 5 were missing. Why is this happening to me? Placing both of her hands on her cap, Jael complained about her life. Hooeying. In the end, she was forced to keep 25 umbrellas as unsold stocks. That was just what a business was like. He looked at Jael staring at a pile of umbrellas, heaving constant sighs with an amused gaze. Should I tease her a little? Jael, yes, you have 12 days left to pay your money back. Art, the debtor's expression darkened. Y'all pay me back right. Yes, don't be late. Jael asked with a worried expression. What if I'm late? What will you do if I'm late? Let's see, what should I do? Yu Jitae thought to himself before deciding to tease her a bit more. What did Jael dislike? It was the protector. You will have to wear a helmet until you pay everything back. Helmet, that thing. He pointed at the head of the protector, who was watching TV in the living room. After suddenly being pointed at, The protector's eyes became little darts as it stared at the two of them in puzzlement. Jael's expression turned serious. Wearing a bizarre helmet like that, isn't it heavy? Still, isn't it ugly? Then should you be wearing something pretty? It's for your punishment. By ugly, you mean me. Young lady, even though I look like this, I was fairly popular among the living Armo. The protector tried to speak for itself. You be quiet, Argosy. I will pay it back. With a serious look on her face, Jael wrote something down on a piece of cardboard with a marker before leaving the dormitory. However, she didn't sell anything until night. She appeared sincerely sad when she returned, so Yu Jitae decided to stop teasing her. Let's go together. NN. He stopped acting like a creditor. Holding the child's hand, the guardian walked outside with a bag full of the umbrellas. Dazedly, Jael walked outside and began walking through the rain. The place he headed to was Colosseo Lair. The rain had begun falling around 2 days ago, and today was the day that cadets who had entered a 3-day training session would leave. Carrying the piece of cardboard, Yu Jitae and Jael sold umbrellas to the cadets. Foldable umbrella too, will it sell? Jael, who couldn't sell a single umbrella by herself for the past few hours, doubtfully asked him. Who knows? He wasn't certain either. Even in his repeating iterations, he had never sold umbrellas at Lair. But you will be wearing a helmet if they don't sell. Hewing. I done want to. Around the time when the cadets came flooding out of the center after their training. Cadets without their guardians waiting, or those that had been planning to play by themselves, were met with the sudden downpour. They then spotted Yu Jitae and Jael who were selling umbrellas near them. Argosy, 3 of these, please. $6, please. Yeah, right. Where do you want the money? To me, please. One of the cadets handed her a note. Jael widened her eyes in response. Oh my, she's seriously so cute, you're right. She really is. Jael opened her mouth after receiving compliments from the cadets. We done take refunds. The cadets burst into laughter. Their first transaction was a success. Jael waved the note in front of Yu Jitae. You did well. You did well too. Thanks. The cadets did not recognize Yu Jitae since he had pulled his cap all the way down. Sometimes when a staff member of Colosseo Lair walked up to regulate the unauthorized selling of goods, Yu Jitae raised his cap and showed his face. Hello, sir, said the staff members with an awkward smile after recognizing his face, and they quickly walked away. The stocks that had been unsold for a few hours began to sell rapidly, to the point that Jael struggled to keep up with the speed while giving them the change. Since it was also raining, she was in an extremely good mood, and the smile hanging on her lips refused to leave. Do you like earning money that much? Yes. Why? It's a secret. Kyuhihi excited. Jael grabbed onto his pants and bumped her forehead constantly on his thigh. It was something she did very often these days to people she was close to. More than 20 umbrellas were sold in an instant, leaving only one umbrella to Yu Jitae and Jael. However, the cadets that had been participating in the group training had already left. The gates of Colosseo Lair closed, and it was only Yu Jitae and Jael standing under the dark rain. Should we go back now? No. Why? We sold almost all of them. It's late as well. NNNN. Jael shook her head. I want to sell everything. Can't we do it tomorrow? There's no one here. Don't want to. Why? It's not perfect. Dragons were all relatively stubborn, and Jael too was a dragon. The two of them were both carrying their own umbrellas already. Yu Jitae pondered what to do before breaking the umbrella he was using and throwing it into a bin. Yu Jitae was suddenly without an umbrella, open to the rain. Surprised, Jael reached her arms up and tried to cover him with her umbrella, but her arms were too short. In a fluster, she floated into the air and covered his head. Although he was already wet, Yu Jitae opened his wallet with an indifferent expression and asked, How much is it? NN, can I buy one? His expression was the same as always. A colloquial way to describe it would be that he appeared expressionless as heck. Thus, Jael in a fluster wondered if he became mad because of her stubbornness, and quickly gave him the remaining stock of umbrella. Seeing that, Yu Jitae pondered about what had surprised the child before showing her a faint smile. He then put $2 into the child's pocket. Thank you. Only then did Jael understand what he was doing, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you. Then she also folded her umbrella with a wide smile and threw it inside the bin. What are you doing? He asked, and she replied, There's no umbrella now. It was rare for Jael to show such an innocent and childish smile. On the way back, Yu Jitae had to lift her up and place her on his elbow. The two of them had to be closer than usual because the foldable umbrella was very small. Making their way through the rain, they returned to the dormitory. Yu Jitae didn't like the rain. Sha. But today, the sound of raindrops didn't sound all that bad. Chapter 224, It will be difficult here. $40. Jael gave him a bunch of crumpled $1 notes. Are you certain? Yes, you have to confirm them for me. Yu Jitae's words made her float a pout on her face. Don't you trust me, Jael? There's no friends, parents, or children when it comes to money. So can you please confirm them properly? Is that how it is? Etching his words into her brain, Jael walked up and placed the notes down on the table one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, they were all $1 notes. After diligently going through the notes, it was clear that there were exactly 40 notes there. Why are they all $1 notes, though? Because that way it looks like there's more. Did you change them all to $1 notes? Yes, how strange, he thought while taking the notes for himself. Right, I've gotten them all. Now you won't have to wear the helmet. Hee hee, off you go. Jael turned around after a nod and walked out of the room. Right before closing the door, she glanced directly at his eyes. What's wrong? I liked it. You liked what? Selling the umbrellas together. I liked it too. The sound of her laughter after getting hold of money, and the sound of raindrops in harmony with her laugh, remained as a fairly enjoyable memory. Perhaps that was also the case for the child. Please, help me again next time. For free. And then, you need to give me money per hour, because I am helping with your work. Jael closed her mouth. She vacantly thought to herself before giving him a questioning gaze. Arjasi, how much for an hour? $1. If someone from the association heard it, they would be flabbergasted. Even if they paid $100 million, they would not dare dream of using Yu Jitae for an hour. However, Jael shook her head with a pout. Expensive? What do you mean expensive? Am I not worth even $1? She was silent and appeared discontent. Was she planning to negotiate? It seemed that his thoughts were on the mark. Jael mumbled several times before carefully opening her mouth. $1 for an hour and a half. The regressor was dumbfounded. This young blue child was already a true salesperson. Got it. 50 cents for an hour. How's that? As if to prove that, she looked unhappy even when he agreed to the negotiation. At this rate, she would probably bring it all the way down to 30 cents. That's half the price. Don't worry about it if you're still not happy. I won't do it then. Only then did Jael shake her head with a hurried look on her face. NNNN, I like it. 50 cents. Good. After a successful negotiation, she laughed like an evil boss. Chirp, chirp, meow, chirp, meowa. Chirp, meowa. The baby chicken and the cat talked to each other. The dog spirit beast was no longer there. 5 minutes ago, it had entered the fissure over to the other side, so only the two of them were left at lair. The cat spirit beast passionately lamented. I'm still waiting for boss, only because I have a good personality. Didn't that stupid dog leave already? How can you do this if you have even a speck of respect for me? In response, the baby chicken repeatedly apologized while begging it to wait a little bit more. I hate you birds. The word bird brain doesn't exist for naught. The cat spirit beast spoke in anger. Chirpy told the cat that it could go over whenever without waiting for him. The cat, however, was dumbfounded. But what if the fissure broke after that? Was I supposed to live a happy life while you stay here all alone? That would be very fun, meow. I will order some fried chickens myself, meow. Good idea. My owner liked them too. Listening to their conversation, Yu Jitae realized that the relationship between the two of them was deeper than he thought. Chirpy was a spirit beast who was not scared to use power, and it seemed that the cat spirit beast had been saved by Chirpy right before it was about to get killed by other cats. It seemed that the reason it was waiting alone till the end was to not betray its benefactor. But it couldn't stay that way for way too long. The cat was irritated by the insanely stubborn baby chicken. Meowa. Unable to hold it back any longer, the cat ran up, scratched, and bit Chirpy without an end. Smack D. The cat was serious, so the baby chicken had to run away whilst bleeding from its forehead. Chirp. During his escape, Chirpy said, I will definitely go, but not now, so please wait a little bit more. Unit 301, Yu Jitae spoke to Keel. For now, it will be fine for you to practice based on what you've learned from Balm. Yes, yes. Don't push yourself too much. Focus on reducing your output for the time being. But if my output is big, why do I have to practice lowering my output? Isn't it better to increase it even more? If you can't even control a small bit of power, how would you control a big output of power? There's a procedure to everything. You seem quite into it, though. Are you motivated now? Keel faintly smiled in response. Maybe a little, right next to her. Yoram, who was listening nonchalantly to the normal conversation, felt a bump from her words. Was it the voice, or perhaps an impression she got from the words? Whatever the case, Keel appeared different than normal, so it was bizarre. After breakfast, Yoram called her to the rooftop. "NN, what's up, Annie? I heard you were learning magic. How is it? Is it doable?" Yoram asked while smoking a cigarette. "NN, I don't really know yet." "What don't you know? It doesn't feel realistic yet, but it is fun seeing things go boom and stuff. It really was strange. Was this kid always this calm?" It felt to Yoram as if the child had changed a little in the last 2 weeks. "Oi, come here for a bit." "Why?" Keel walked up. Putting the cigarette between her lips, Yoram used both of her hands to tickle her on her sides. "You are." Keel, who was weak to tickling, giggled kaihahaha and wriggled her body. Only then did Yoram feel content. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Huck huck. No, whatever. So, is Yu Jitae a good teacher? Actually, there is something strange. What is it? I get scolded a lot by Barmani, right? Whenever I do, I always want today to be the last day, but when I feel like I'm about to die after the training, Arjasi suddenly compliments me and says, "Well done." Compliment, and then I feel motivated to do it the next day as well. Looking back, maybe I'm getting trained like a pet by the two of them, but it doesn't feel bad. Keel smiled like a puppy with the usual thoughtless look on her face. Yoram breathed out a mouthful of smoke. "He compliments you? A lot? Like every day." When Yoram remained standing blankly smoking her cigarette, Keel asked if she could go back now. "No, wait," said Yoram. What now, huh? You got a complaint? Is talking to your honey boring?" It really is boring. Of course that was a joke." Yoram's expression turned stiff, but Keel immediately showed her belly and wriggled her tail. With a satisfied look on her face, Yoram asked, "Do you have any plans to dye your hair?" "Ha! How did you know that?" Yoram twitched her eyes. "I'm thinking if I should change it to a brighter golden color." Fortunately, she wasn't. Yoram clicked her tongue. "Yeah, bright or dark gold doesn't matter. Just don't dye your hair black." Why? Just don't do it. Unless you want to see someone die. Does someone die if I dye my hair? Yeah. What about gray? Gray. You can't. Yeah, you can't. Then what about bright gray? It will be closer to silver, so would that be okay? Just live as a damn banana. Unless you want to die. N. Keel returned to the house after a nod. She then went out on a walk, and Yoram could see from the roof the two baby chickens running out like fools. Who left alone, Yoram entered deep in thought. That black-haired Bith. Dick Jitty, this bastard. You Keel learning magic. Can we fight together then? Such thoughts floated up in her mind consecutively, but at one point her mind turned blank. Strangely enough, what filled her blank head were the words of Keel. The words that Yu Jitty had complimented her every day strangely remained in a corner of her mind. Breathing out a mouthful of dense smoke, she murmured, "How rare that human, he doesn't compliment that much." And so what I thought was this. Inside a bright forest, in that world full of fragrant scent of the forest, Balm was sitting on a tree stump as she opened her mouth. There is a thing called procedure right. So, like a continuation of inevident incidents that occur within a given time frame. She was hesitant with her words. Procedure-wise, I am the first, but if there was another girl to come after me. Her words were slow like a singer who was a poor speaker, thinking of words to express what was on their mind. If I don't give the first, then wouldn't that solve the problem? Balm awkwardly smiled after saying that. Sitting on the other side, an old lady with white hair chuckled. Her name was Lee Hwa. Or perhaps the procedure itself was completely false. A wrong procedure, you mean? Like there is the possibility of the future I saw being a dream. Both of them. I wasn't embraced, nor was the black-haired girl. If all of it was just a dream, the old superhuman saw the young girl trying to desperately reason herself and heaved a light sigh. If you start doing that, won't everything that occurs in the future be covered in a fog? Yes, but if I give my first, then it will be the end for me psychologically. Is that so? Yes, so it was all a dream. A dream. From my knowledge, those things do tend to happen. Although they are quite rare, there is a possibility listening to the child, she found her to be in a pitiful state. Lee Hwa clicked her tongue. Listen, Balm. Yes, you yearn for that young man deeply from your heart, do you not? Yes, how much? How much? Yes, try expressing it. Staring off into the distance of the forest, Balm opened her mouth with a distant gaze. I choose all of Arjus's menus. Menus? Yes, for drinks and meals. If I don't, Arjus never tries anything new. He chooses the same things. Fried rice at a restaurant, basic fried chicken with no flavors, pepperoni for pizza, long black for drinks. What a boring taste for a young man. Right, that's what he always gets. So I choose a lot of different things for him, but Arjasi gets annoyed by it. Sometimes he scolds me, saying it's fine to eat anything. When that happens, I think to myself, should I annoy him a bit more? Oh, why? So that I get hit by Arjasi, like on my cheek or my butt. Not as a joke, but in a slightly harsh manner. Of course, it would hurt if he hits me hard. I might cry from the pain. But I can prove it if that happens. Prove what? That I can like Arjasi even if he does all that her gaze became all the more distant. However, Arjasi will probably never hit me, so I won't be able to prove that ever. That's what makes me sad. Lee HWA was silent. There is only one thing that is important. I just want him to not love anyone apart from me. After finishing her words, Balm slowly pulled her knees in and hugged them. I didn't used to like him this much, so when did it become like this? She asked, and the old woman remained silent despite knowing the answer. Deep emotions tended to deepen endlessly from a momentary distortion, like herself who loved her husband even more only after his death, and the child in front of her. The reality was an extremely miserable thing. After clicking her tongue, Lee HWA asked the most important question with a slightly bitter voice. If you yearn for him that much, do you think you will be able to refuse him when that man wants you? Balm, her eyes dropped, but her lips slightly curved upward. Balm sorrowfully smiled. It will be difficult. Chapter 225. Change of Seasons. 1. Lair, which was being operated by relatively younger staff members compared to other educational facilities, often carried out sweet events. 5 Transcendent Cadets of Ha Sukmu Selection Test was one of the examples. The original 5 Transcendents of Chaliavan were the select few chosen by the chairman of the association, Chaliavan. It wasn't decided by official ranks, and the title was only given when the individual's power allowed them to confront legions of superhumans. Lair was simply carrying out an informal version using the name of the principal of Lair, Ha Sukmu. Only the second-grade cadets were allowed to take the special exam, and 5 cadets with the best scores were given the title Transcendent Cadet. It acted as a type of certificate or a license that proved their worth. Even their name badges would have a Transcendent Cadet sticker put on, and people would glance at them and say, "Oh, look at them." However, the cadets did not like this event. It was because of the name of the qualification. Ah, it's so old-fashioned, I hate it. Team Machiyu Yurim, Sofia Volkova, Kim Jae-in, and Hisaki Saojiro. 4 of them were talking inside a cafe. Sophia grumbled, like those dotards must be crazy. What the hell is 5 Transcendent Cadets? Who the hell came up with a name like that? I know, right? What's wrong with their word choice? Kim Jae-in nodded with a serious expression on her face. For the sensitive cadets in their teens to early 20s, the name 5 Transcendent Cadets of Ha Sukmu was a fairly embarrassing title to speak of. But at least it's better than stiff titles. Actually, isn't it quite cool? The proof of a cadet exceeding the standards you weeb. What are you saying, eh? Jain. It's not just a deceptive title, is it? If I became one of the 5 Transcendent Cadets, for example, our village would probably make a placard, you know. Isn't it a suitable name for the qualification of both power and authority? Or Saojiro, hi. Whenever you say things like that, I really want to chase you out of the team. Like seriously. 8, me too. Wait. Next weeb, please shut up, Saojiro. The energetic Saojiro shrunk after hearing a mouthful from Sophia and Kim Jae-in. So mean for some reason, Yoram was a lot quieter today, so the cadets looked at her. You, Yoram, what do you think? Ha me. Isn't the word 5 Transcendence like super old-fashioned? Yoram, who had been quietly sucking the coffee, replied, it does sound retarded. Right. Yoram's response sounded energyless, as if her soul had left her body. Twirling her long hair in circles, Sophia was observing her expression when Saojiro jumped out with a question. By the way, Yoram, are you going to do it? Ha! Do what? Of course it's the Transcendent Cadet exam. If you're going to attend, that's already one seat less, right? Yoram blankly thought to herself. She had already proven her qualification by coming first place in the campus competition. All the strong superhumans of their era were in Lair, and she had already proven the fact that she was strong enough to represent the grade. Thus, there was no reason to bother getting another proof. They won't even be a match for her, so a competition was pointless. I can't be bothered, though. But that's really cool. The fact that you can choose to come first or not. One thing that was a shame was that she hadn't had the chance to fight the two strongest cadets of their grade last year. Yang Tiha of the Yang household, and Tir Brzenk, the son of Oscar Brzenk. Although she had wanted to fight and crush them, the 5 Transcendent Cadet exam did not have any interpersonal fights in it. You can't go back on your words, okay? Sophia, who had been slightly interested in one of the 5 Transcendent Cadet positions, asked that, and Yoram nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders in response. I'm not interested in child's play. Ho, confident, you BTCH. You think you're a world ranker or something, grumbled Sophia. Yoram quite liked her own words, and liked even more how those words had naturally left her mouth. I am the strongest. There weren't any cadets that could refute her words, at least in the 2nd grade. Try your best, you dipshits. Do you want to try taking the 5 Transcendent Cadets of Haas Sukmu exam? Hearing Yu Jitae's words, Keel blinked her eyes. Me. Jael also blinked her eyes from the side. Why are you, now that you know a bit on how to fight, it might be a good idea to try fighting even if it's virtual. Keel scratched her head in confusion before asking yet again. Me? Yes, you. I'm not confident, though it's all right. You don't necessarily have to be in the top 5. Yu Jitae gave her the handout. Keel opened it up and read through it, while Jael and Baum both glanced at it from the sides. The handout included a map of the dungeon as well as the contents of the exam. Just give it a go. Keel vacantly touched her head. It was as he had thought. Keel wasn't learning combat magic because she wanted to. In fact, if she had enough self-esteem, she would have refused learning combat magic altogether, since she didn't even want to learn it. However, she wasn't even able to say that. After failing and giving up numerous times, the child had become dispirited, and her self-esteem that had dropped to the bottom made her susceptible to being carried by the opinions of the surroundings. Okay. But why, you can't blame me even if I don't do well, okay? I definitely won't. You don't have to feel pressured. Okay, even now was the same. She was only listening to him since he, the guardian, was showing her the direction and calling it the correct path. According to Baum, there needed to be a continuous source of fuel that could motivate her even in the slightest. Baum shouting at her during training, and Yu Jitae complimenting her after the training. The two of them were just barely maintaining the flickering ember of her motivation. However, the test would be carried out with a lot of attention from the crowd. He hoped it would lead to a decent result. Are you doing it too? Yu Jitae asked Yoram, who was lying on the floor in the middle of the corridor. She pretended to have missed his words and ignored him. Yoram. Yoram. Only then did she turn her head. Are you doing this or not? Don't you like things like this? None of your business, Yu Jitae stopped and stayed still. When he suddenly turned silent, Yoram glanced at him in an attempt to see if he was angry or not, but Yu Jitae was simply gazing down at the table. He was in deep thought. These days, Yoram's improvement had slowed down. Was it because she played around too much? No, she was still persistently training. She crushed her own body and zealously tried to get stronger. The biggest cause for her slower improvement was because she was doing it zealously. After all, until a few months ago, she had been doing it to the point that she could die. It was because her sense of crisis had diluted. Yoram would die the moment she stops. Only advancement allowed her to survive. That was the reason for her amusement and was moreover the meaning behind her life. It was why she was obsessed with getting stronger to the point that she gave up on the favorite activities of the red race: alcohol, gambling, and sex. However, now that she was so far ahead of others already, it made sense for her to be unable to feel a constant sense of crisis. There might be an inward fear of the day of her return, but that was in the distant future. There had to be procedural crises, and that's what was lacking right now. There even was the proof. Even though Yoram acted like she hated him, he didn't care about it because her favorability floating on the eyes of equilibrium was still like. She in fact didn't hate him. Despite that, she was refusing to be taught by him, and that was bad. Yu Jitae could use the mana of the red race. He was the one and only suitable teacher for this young red dragon who had accidentally arrived on Earth. If she had even the slightest of those procedural senses of crisis, it did not make sense for her to refuse his teaching. That had been on his mind, but fortunately, a good competitor had appeared. Jiao, what if I get bashed by the monsters? Don't worry. It was you, Keel. He thought about the future. Firstly, he would make them compete against each other. The most important thing was to not create enmity between the two of them. Conflicts and competition, whilst not making them hostile to each other, would result in a positive influence for both of them. The problem, however, was that he couldn't really imagine how the strife between the young dragons would span out. Therefore, he asked the specialist for advice. NN. Ah, I think it sounds good. Yoram had never even considered Keel a competitor. Also, the red race always thinks very importantly of hierarchy. If Keel suddenly became stronger and became her rival, she would probably feel very threatened. What are the odds of their relationship being negatively affected? 50. That's too high. Then 0, 1, what's the difference? The first one's if you simply leave them be, and the second one is if Yoram ultimately wins. Balm's words sounded a little strange. Yoram ultimately coming out victorious was literally the result. Isn't the process what breaks down relationships? He thought for a bit and finally understood her statement. So you want me to tell Yoram that she will be winning in the end? Yes. It will be even better if she does win right. Yu Jitae didn't reply to her question. Ah, and it would be very helpful for Keel. Keel knows a lot about how great Yoram is. She doesn't make it obvious, but she actually does admire her quite a lot. If she wins against Yoram for a bit or comes close to defeating her, it would help set her pride back. He nodded his head. It would be a headache if something goes even slightly wrong in the process, though. Yes, it is a very sensitive topic. Can you mediate the two of them well? Okay, replied Balm. At night, while the kids were all sleeping at the shallows of the abyss, Yu Jitae was administering the body of young Tibik. While removing thousands of sharp fragments of the chimera resembling fish hooks one by one, his mind brought him back to the past. Was it because Tibik had red hair? A red dragon appeared in his mind. What the fuck are you? She wasn't Yoram. Do you even know who I am? Oi, are you crazy? Who? Let go right now. Go away. Fuck, D, don't you hear me, kook? After being grabbed by the neck, she was dragged to the underground labyrinth. Oi, oi, you fusing piece of shit. Open the door, Righat Nuoa. It was the memory of a girl that looked awfully like Yoram. In the fifth iteration, while Yu Jitae had yet to be perfected as a superhuman, in the fourth iteration, he had seen a new possibility, but when the light was about to vanish from that possibility, he had to address what he had been avoiding as the central topic. He didn't have enough power to protect his conviction, and there were a lot of things he had to compromise with. Thus, he had to become stronger. Ranked third worldwide, one of the 5 transcendents of Chaliavan, possessor of the dungeon free pass, although he was known as a powerhouse, what couldn't be concealed from all those miscellaneous titles was the fact that he was still weak. In order to become stronger, he locked the hatchlings inside the underground labyrinth and moved. He had already discovered the locations of the hatchlings in the 4th iterations, so it wasn't difficult in the slightest. What did I ever do wrong? What have I even done to you? Why are you doing this to me, a red hatchling that burned her own hot to escape the underground labyrinth? She furiously set herself ablaze while he wasn't there. The suppressed urge for violence erupted while her mind had gone crazy. The hatchling waged wars and endlessly wreaked havoc and became humanity's enemy. By the time he heard the news and rapidly returned to catch it, the entire body of the hatchling had already been torn to pieces, crushed and crumbled beyond repair. The child had never once complained about pain when she was locked up, but staring at the regressor with her only remaining eye, it hurts. My heart hurts. She moved her cracked jaws and requested him for a favor. Please, kill me chapter 226. Change of Seasons, 2. In the 4 lives he could remember, over hundreds of elapsed iterations, the regressor had never killed a baby dragon with his own hands. Yu Jitae submitted an application for the 5 transcendent cadets of Ha Sukmu selection exam with Keel's name written on it. Fortunately, she was given an earlier spot, and she was able to take the test the next day. Because of her nervousness, Keel wasn't in a good state. She started trembling from noon of the day before, fidgeted endlessly throughout the night, and stayed holed up in her room on the morning of the next day without at all showing her face for a few hours. It was a good thing that she was immediately taking the test. Nothing would change even if she were to prepare for it for several days. Yu Jitae knocked on the door of her room. Keel, are you in the room? Yes. Start preparing yourself. We will leave straight after having breakfast. Okay, Keel. Yes. Her voice sounded powerless. Although she didn't sound nervous, the place she was forced to stand in was too foreign a place to be in. Like the campus ranking competition, events that compared the ranks of cadets tended to gather a lot of attention. And Lair, which knew how to portray the superhuman cadets as heroes, knew exactly how to use the attention of the crowd. Therefore, this event was also quite bustling with people like the competition. There were a lot of eyes as well as an audience seat for them to cheer from. He called Balm. Start preparing yourself and bring Yuram. We will head straight to the venue and we'll cheer for her together. Should I wake Jael up as well? Yeah, I will prepare the meal. Their breakfast menu today was bread. One by one, he took the bread out from the paper bag. A well-balanced sandwich with ham, all sorts of vegetables, and a lot of cheese. Keel's favorite donut with a small crust of sugary glaze, and cold macarons of various colors. When having bread, Keel often asked, "Where is milk?" Thus, the last one he took out from the bag was milk. It was a breakfast menu that Keel could literally faint after seeing. Like I said, I'm not interested in transcendent cadets or whatever. Despite the complaint, Yoram walked outside after being pushed by Balm. Why? Let's go cheer for Keel together. But you know, even though it's a fake dungeon and a test, isn't it too cruel to make you Keel go into a dungeon? HNN, why? Don't you know how much of a coward she is? She will probably tremble like crazy, and it will be great if she doesn't piss herself. I don't want to see that with my eyes. Balm looked at her with a smile. You don't know anything, Yoram. What? You're saying that because you haven't seen how much Keel has changed now. Keel is very good. Right, Arjasi. Yu Jitae turned towards Yoram in response. Yoram was staring at him. Unlike the usual frowns she wore these days whenever she was staring at his face, there was slight tension in her expression. His following words created a crack in her tranquil expression. Of course, she's good. Keel was quiet throughout breakfast. She silently ate the sandwich, drank milk, and took a bite of the macaron. She appeared normal, different from how she was trembling the day before. You're not shaking anymore. Are you okay, Keel? NN. Yoram glanced at her before opening her mouth. You're all right, my ass. Do you want some relaxing pills or something, like anxiety pills? No. I'm good. Yoram frowned after hearing her response. She thought it was strange. Was she always this calm? She didn't think much about it when Balm was talking about how much Keel had changed, but Yoram started feeling slightly curious after seeing how she was acting. After the meal, the Yu household headed to Colosseo Lair, where competitive events started and ended at Lair. Near the large cylindrical building were bustling crowds of cadets in summer uniform, guardians and staff members. Although each had their own goals, a few of the cadets got on an elevator to head to the basement, which was the same for the Yu household. Fourth basement level, the virtual dungeon training ground. The difference between this virtual dungeon to others was that this dungeon was under the influence of the level 4 artifact, Statue of Competition. Therefore, the dungeons here were more natural, allowing for a more realistic training. Because of that, the virtual dungeon training ground was usually reserved for 4th and 5th grade cadets. But today, it served as the venue for the selection exam of 5 transcendent cadets of Har Sukmu. I'll be on my way then. The kids either waved their hands or shouted, "Good luck." With a stiff look on her face, Keel nodded before walking somewhere else under the instructions of the staff. The Yu household headed to the Guardian waiting room. The large room, resembling a movie theater, already had 300 or so of people, who were either guardians or friends of the cadets. I must sit at the front. Yoram, who was still uncomfortable with Yu Jitae, sat away from him, which he didn't at all mind. After finding a seat, he met someone familiar. The man had a tall height and a large body, hair short enough to be called a skinhead, and a vicious scar underneath. It has been a while. Mihailov. NN. You're here too, Mr. Yu Jitae. Next to him were cadets of Russia's RIL sitting in a straight line. Seeing Yu Jitae, they hurriedly stood up but didn't know what to do. They didn't dare greet him but still looked at him with gazes of admiration. What are you all doing? Hurry up and sit down. Despite the words of Mihailov, the cadets hesitated and didn't sit. Half of their gazes were on Yu Jitae, while the other half were trying to catch a glimpse of the dragons. It was something he was already used to. Even now, there were dozens of gazes all across the waiting room gathered on the dragons. As always, look at you bunch. Should I pluck your rolling eye candies out and throw them into your mouth, or will you sit down now? Ah, sorry, sir. Only when he shouted did the cadets of RIL hurriedly sit back down. This was what the usual relationship between guardians and cadets were for soldiers. Ah, sorry about that. The kids were being very rude. That's all right. By the way, Jitty, what brings you here? What else? Of course I came because one of my kids are taking the exam. Are you here because of Sophia? No. Sophia is on the last day, and today is the exam for a different child. Egu, if Cadet Yu Yoram is in the group, I guess we will only have 4 positions to contest for, said Mihailov. Ah, Yoram is over there, actually. Balm interjected. Hearing her words, Mihailov looked at the red-haired girl sitting near the very front of the room. He touched his plump forehead around the scar with his thick fingers. NNN. What? Why is Cadet Yoram there? Yoram isn't the one taking the test. What? Then who he then murmured, green, red, blue to himself before widening his eyes. Yellow isn't here. Keel. Right. So the child that read the declaration is taking the exam. That is the case. Who? A curious voice escaped Mihailov's mouth. Meanwhile, although it was the 2 guardians talking to each other, there were a lot of ears in the waiting room. The story quickly spread. Firstly, it was the group of guardians near them that picked up the said topic for their conversation. What? So it's Cadet Ukeel that's taking the test, that blonde-haired cadet. Ho, interesting. Now that's new. Cadet Yu Yoram really is here. Only at Unit 300, and one was Yoram, a run-of-the-mill hatchling. At Lair, wherever it may be, there would be gazes of awe and admiration on Yoram as if she was a celebrity. Besides, the story about the Yu household that was known to have BM and Mayang Yanghe as its sponsors was an even bigger topic. It seemed that the third daughter of that household had suddenly become a combat-oriented superhuman. By nature, the question of who's stronger was one of the most interesting conversation topics. That is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Cadet Keel fight. Don't think she has. She did look like a very feeble and fragile cadet. She was quite different from Cadet Yoram. Well, I did hear that Cadet Yu Balm was also quite deeply talented at magic. But talent when it comes to magic isn't always hereditary, is it? Will she really be that strong? I don't really think so, even though they may be sisters. Does it make sense for both of them to be geniuses? Aye, but I'm sure the household has their unique curriculum of some sort. It is the Yu household, after all. Right. The Yu household, after the chatter, the eyes of the guardians simultaneously headed straight towards Yoram. The representative of their group carefully walked up and called Yoram. Excuse me, Cadet Yoram. Hearing the quiet voice, Yoram turned her head with her arms still crossed. What is it? My name is Nguyen. I am one of the guardians affiliated with the Blue Tail Guild. Yes, and sorry. Ah, it's just that our kids like you a lot. What is that about? Thought you were whispering to each other at the back. And you have a question or something. Embarrassed by her straightforward words, the guardian scratched his head. Oh no, we were trying to quietly talk to each other, but you must have heard it. Sorry if that made you feel unpleasant. It's all right. Sometimes I do that too. Thanks for your understanding. The atmosphere seemingly eased a little. So what is it? Ah, so by the way, would it be okay for me to ask how strong Cadet Ukiel is? Although only one of the guardians was asking the question, several gazes of curiosity were urging her to reply. I don't know either. When Yoram cursorily replied with an indifferent voice, they followed it up with more questions. Does she use magic or is she a sharpshooter? Have you two sparred before? Yoram suddenly showed her temper. Like I said, I don't know, but aren't you sisters? What? Do I have to know everything if we are sisters? I don't even know her exact height. I'm curious too, okay? Ah, if you find out somewhere, then please come let me know as well. All right. Ah, yes. I see he already knew about her personality, so the guardian embarrassedly scratched his head before walking away. On the way back to his seat, he glanced at Yu Jitae. However, directly asking Yu Jitae was a bit daunting while Balm was sitting on the other side. That was when his eyes met with the eyes of the blue-haired girl, but she looked too much like a kid that she probably wouldn't know much. But by the way, this blue-haired girl was too cute. Does this household pick kids based on their appearance or something? What are you looking at? NN. RN. Nothing. When the child gave a frown, the guardian felt slightly uncomfortable and quietly turned around. Until then, Yu Jitae had simply been silently listening. Balm, who was sitting next to him with her legs crossed, suddenly gave a small chuckle. "What's funny?" he quietly asked. "Nothing. It's just interesting." "What is?" Thinking about how their expressions will change later. He thought to himself. It seemed that the daily lives had indeed pervaded in a little bit. Although he wasn't as expectant as Balm, he could still understand what and why she was expectant. "I see. They will probably be in an uproar. Cadet Keel won't be strong." That was when a powerful voice was heard from behind. "Sorry. Does that make sense? It's still the U household. Aye, there must be the curriculum that perfected Cadet Urim. It's too early to come to a conclusion. We haven't even seen anything yet, right?" The man with a powerful voice refuted the objective opinions. "I am sure you would be saying something different if you had ever seen one of Cadet Keel's magic classes before. Our cadet was in the same class, but she was as good as other people, though. Well, it was really unstable when I saw it last month." "What are you even talking about?" "Mate, Cadet Keel took the magic studies class last year. It's the same guy talking gibberish, just ignore him." It seemed that the man was someone who tended to talk gibberish very often, and a lot of the listeners appeared extremely discontent. However, the man with a powerful voice asserted even more. "Whatever, she is weak though, okay. Her manipulation over mana is so unstable that she could never be strong." His assertion became more forceful seemingly because everyone was disagreeing with him. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was still silent. In fact, he didn't think anything of it. He did not value the lives of organisms. The only things he acknowledged were the abilities of the individual. Because of that, humans he did not know of were no different from bugs. If a bug tried to bite him, he would crush it and kill it. If a bunch of bugs tried to bite him, he would disinfect the area and get rid of their habitat altogether. However, a group of bugs talking to each other about the grades of his daughter was none of his business. A damned stupid half-breed, talking nonsense just because you have an open mouth. He was silent, but perhaps because of that, it was someone near him that swore instead. The surprised cadets of RIL looked at the speaker, while Balm also turned her gaze towards him. "Should I rip that mouth of yours or something?" Saying that, Mihailov raised his body. Chapter 227, Change of Seasons, 3. Mihailov quietly joined the group that was having the conversation and listened. Although Eugidi wasn't interested in the conversation of worthless unknowns, he was a little bit intrigued in the movements of Mihailov, whom he had some connection with. It was like a dog he knew in town, walking up to a group of bugs. Turning his head, Eugidi looked at them. "Should I make another prediction? What is it now?" Cadet Keel will not be able to become one of the 5 transcendent cadets. He was a nameless male guardian of a nameless household. However, the regressor looked at the face of the woman hidden under the fake mask. It was a familiar face. Reflecting on it, he remembered who she was. She was a member of the Brzenk family, guardian of Tyr Brzenk, the son of the world's rank 1, Oscar Brzenk. At the same time, she was Oscar Brzenk's younger sister. Her name was Kitty Brzenk, also referred to as the Sorceress of Brzenk. She was a powerhouse ranked 129th worldwide. From what he remembered, she was meeting people here and there with a virtual identity under the approval of the Education Department of Lair. The Brzenk family was the only household whose name value exceeded that of the Yu household, and unlike the Yu household, which suddenly rose to fame, they were affiliated with the association, and their contact with the masses was severely restricted for the maintenance of a unique and mysterious face. Thus, Tyr Brzenk was also one of the cadets, but had almost never stood in front of a large crowd. It seemed that there were people from the Brzenk family that were itching to move. "I know the Yu household is great, but Cadet Keel can't be that strong, all right. Geez, none of you just have the eye for it. An example would be that woman pretending to be a man. Hago, what a wacky person, I don't care, so can you just go away?" The guardians shook their hands off and expressed their disgust, but the attention seeker wearing the mask of a man stimulated them further by laughing. "I'm not saying this without any proof. It was my first time seeing a cadet whose mana splattered like that. You know, it's to the point that the mana would erupt even before she could form a fireball in her hand." "Ah, how can you be so certain like that? Maybe she's not a mage." "No. Cadet Keel's manipulation over mana is so unnatural, and it has exceeded the norms. What meaning would her position ever have when her control over mana is that low? Front guard, sharpshooter, healer, she won't be able to do anything." His words weren't wrong. Keel's control over mana was unnatural. It did exceed the norms. If compared to water, it was like a water bomb splattering to all sides. But as for the reason behind all that, the person was clueless. Power has an endogenous origin, and before being released, it cannot be clearly discerned. Even Yu Jitae had just noticed it recently, so how would a mere rank 129 be able to see through it? The water was splattering only because there was a broken dam. The atmosphere wasn't that positive. The guardians who had already turned their ears off decided to not give any more food for the madman. Are you silent because you cannot say anything back? Despite that, he continued. My words are true, are they not? Can you please just stop? Why? The guardian from Yu household is also here, isn't he? Did I say anything bad or criticize someone? What's wrong with a healthy discussion on power? The person's thought process was probably like the following. As a member of the Brzenk family, she had some rivalry mindset with the Yu household. Despite that, Tia Brzenk wasn't even allowed to participate in events, while Yu Yoram was increasingly spreading her fame. It was probably an eyesore for her. And there appeared a secret which inferior, average guardians of this place cannot see through a secret only the truly strong ones can discover. The fact that Keel was weak. She was the only one aware of it, so there would be a conflict if someone happens to refute her, and in the end, when everything is revealed, she would feel joy from it. Lack of attention was effective. Kitty Brzenk was about to lose interest and walk away, but it was then. Oi, young man over there. A man's voice gathered the eyes of everyone in the room. The man with an especially large body, Mihailov, opened his mouth. Someone finally took the bait. Intrigue appeared on the fake face of Kitty Brzenk. What is it? Your mouth is quite the free one, is it not? I'm speaking with my own mouth. Any problems? The problem is that my ears didn't want to hear them. Ha ha. So what? Who even are you? Do I have to humor you in some way? Of course. Because if you don't, something unpleasant will happen to you. Kung the air fluctuated and vibrated as killing intent bounced from Mihailov's eyes. But immediately afterwards, Mihailov realized that something was off. The killing intent he emitted was enough to oppress the dimension and squeeze it, but the young man in front of him was receiving it with extreme ease. Did you do something just then? The man's crooked sneer infuriated Mihailov even more. You, come outside for a bit. When Mihailov suddenly started walking up to him, the guardians nearby stood up and blocked him. Oh ho, what's gotten into you? Calm down, Mihailov. It doesn't even concern you, does it? Suppressing the anger, Mihailov opened his mouth. From the days past, fists have been great teachers. Whether it concerns me or not, an impudent bastard has to be bashed, otherwise they won't listen. Kitty Brzenk asked back with a smile. If you want to, well, how about a bet? A bet. No more, no less. How about one flick on the forehead, on whether Cadet Keel can finish the test or not? Seemingly dumbfounded, Mihailov raised his hand and scratched his forehead. It's not even whether she can become one of the 5 transcendent cadets. Are you scared? He placed his middle finger behind his thumb and repeatedly flicked it. I've seen many superhumans till now, but I've yet to see someone with a loose mouth like you live long enough. Good on you, I guess. A retired bear, old and sick, still has a mouth as heavy as an active Soviet. You damn scum, Kitty Brzenk insulted Russian soldiers by calling them Soviets, and also touched his pride as a retired soldier. Mihailov had to hold in the urge to run up and crush his neck. What, you wanna hit someone? Then how about changing the bet? A slap for the winner. Once his rage exceeded its ceiling, it instead cooled rapidly. Mihailov replied with a low voice. I'll need a finger at the very least. Then what about a wrist? Wrist is good. More importantly, the loser quits being a guardian. How is that? Right now, Mihailov was being very irrational. Quitting the guardian position referred to leaving Lair. Mihailov was planning to chase after the young man as soon as he left Lair and kill him. What a crazy old bear, what? Are you scared? Vow before everyone here. Good, let's do it. Do not regret it. The onlooking guardians blinked their eyes in puzzlement, but that was the end of the fuss. No. 5 minutes too. Cadet Yu Keel, starting in 5 minutes. A sentence marking the start of the exam appeared on the hologram screen. The hunting dog of the Soviet Union, who would have charged in no matter the opponent and location in the past, gained patience with age. However, it seemed that 5 years wasn't enough for him to control his rage. Once he settled down his mood while smoking outside the building, Mihailov realized that he had been angry for no reason. Hello. What? He was calming himself down with a cigarette when Yu Yoram walked towards him. Arjasi, you looked like an actual madman there. Young cadets should go back inside. Fuck. What? Yoram placed a cigarette in her mouth and lit it on fire. Good job. I felt a lot better myself. It should be fine. Our guardian will take care of it. Mihailov opened his mouth after a long contemplation. Cadet Keel. Is she strong? His question was short. Did he butt in without even knowing that? Yoram was dumbfounded. The sigh of the retired soldier was visibly long and deep. I don't know, she replied. What? I'm not joking around right now. Cadet Yoram, I actually don't know. I'm serious. She learned magic at a place I couldn't see. I've never seen it before, and I'm also curious. Mihailov blinked his eyes. Are you serious? NN. But she is definitely strong. Based on what? Because she's a dragon. No matter what, Yoram couldn't say that, so she looked for the right word to reply with. My sister. Haha. Those were credible words indeed. It was so trustworthy that he could stand guarantee for her. It was a little bit more credible than how his uncle had asked for business funds 40 years ago. His two nostrils gave off a gush of smoke like the chimneys of a factory. She's on. The camera focused on Yu Keel as the eyes of the guardians all gathered on the hologram display. The camera and mic picked up the situation. Sir, he wouldn't be this anxious even if it was Sophia taking the test. Like a restless person who had held their piss in for 7 hours, Mihailov glared at the display before shooting out of his seat. Good luck, you Kiel. When he powerfully shouted out loud, the cadets of RIL also shouted out, you are, and good luck. The people that were unaware of what was happening were startled, but naturally, all these sounds would not be heard by Kiel, who was on the other side of the screen. Yu Jitae was silently staring at Yoram, who had returned to his side. Something might have happened, but she was in a good mood for some reason. You know, is she a lot stronger now? Like I said, she is. I hope she does well. Her vigilance had disappeared, although a little. With an excited look on her face, she stared at the display. Exam start. Light entered the necklace that Keel was wearing. It was a valley-shaped dungeon, a simple man-made dungeon that consisted of a straight-line path through the narrow and risky mountain slopes. The background of the situation was like this. There was a village at the end of this dungeon that had been attacked by monsters. In order to save the survivors, a raid group had been formed, but they failed after a clash with the boss, and a few of the members were already lost. There was only one survivor in the wild, but if they weren't saved in 10 minutes, they would die. That was why there was an image of an electric timer above Keel's head. 10 o'clock. Soon, her watch rang. ATT headquarters. Rescue Op superhumans on standby. Copy. Copy that. On standby. Keel calmly replied. Ho, she's calm, said someone in the room who knew how she usually acted. However, in Yu Jitae's eyes, Keel inside the display looked somewhat absent-minded. Begin the rescue operation. Copy that. 9:59. The time immediately started ticking as Keel ran forth. The first section 50 meters till the ridge. She simply had to run up the rocky slope with nothing else. Run! Let's go! People cheered for her inside the room. However, when Keel, during her sprint, bumped into a rock and fell on the ground, the cheers immediately turned into art. Oh no, and the atmosphere quickly died. Yoram giggled and laughed, while Mihailov's expression turned dark. Ego. An unfortunate start, Kitty Brzenk said as if it was a shame, but no one replied. Standing back on her 2 feet, Keel took a deep breath in and out before running again. This time it was stable. Her feet traversed across the increasing height of the rocky slope with light and long strides. By the time she reached the end of the 50-meter section, there was a large wall stopping her at the end of the ridge. It was a man-made structure roughly 10 meters in height, created to stop the hordes of monsters from attacking them. In just one stride, Keel jumped over the rocky wall. Oh, her feet are very light. Any superhuman physically trained could easily jump over 10 meters, but not that easily as if they were simply walking. They had to contract and relax the muscles and accurately add mana to them. So what Keel did just then required a lot of physical talent and understanding. Is she a front guard or a fighter then? Some of the onlookers thought that. It's possible Mihailov closed his fists. The next section was a vast land with swords and broken spears stabbed on the ground. They were the weapons of the dead ones, placed to mourn for those who had been sacrificed during the raid. She simply had to bow her head a little and walk past it. However, Keel stopped in front of each and every weapon and bowed to show respect. Ah, why would she like? What is she? People gasped and lamented at the sight, with the biggest one coming from Mihailov's mouth. Actually, that was the basic etiquette of superhumans, but this was a test, was it not? Is she doing that despite knowing the fact that it is a time attack? Ah, that was when Balm let out a faint gasp. What, Yu Jitae asked. I think I made a mistake. What do you mean? I told her to just follow what she learned. Saying that, she tucked her hair behind her ear. It seemed that Keel was doing it the OG way, following what she actually learned during the lessons in the past. Might be late, but should I at least tell her now, to do it more efficiently? No, it's fine. Leave her. Why? Yu Jitae looked at Keel over the display. Although he was physically distanced from her, he could still talk to her as long as he wanted to, but he didn't. Ever since she began learning combat magic, she had never done anything on her own accord. Keel wasn't a fool. The moment she heard it was a test, she should know better than anyone what would give her good grades for the test. The reason Keel was doing what she was doing despite knowing that was because that was what she wanted to do. This might be the first step into her gaining her independence and identity. Thus, he decided to quietly watch over it, even when Keel continued doing bizarre things. Keel, after bowing her head and showing her respect, suddenly began taking the weapons out and carrying them. Others would have dashed miles ahead already, but despite that, she ran only after carrying all the weapons under her left arm. The onlookers gasped once again. Ah, Ego. That's why exactly is she doing that? I cannot understand. It's a little bit hard to watch. Even when the heavy weapons shook, her body did too. What was waiting for her next was a 60-meter gap between two cliffs. Not only that, there was a strong gale surrounding the cliffs. From the list of items given to the members was an artifact that allowed people to create floating bridges. Only 5 were given, so every 12 meters. They had to throw one and create a floating bridge while carefully crossing it and avoiding the wind. At this point, Mirlev clicked on the RIL group, saved on his contacts, and went through the list. Who would be a good successor? He wondered. Mihailov. That was when a voice he did not want to hear put an end to his thoughts. It was Kitty Brzenk with the mask of a man. When Mihailov silently turned towards her, Kitty Brzenk smirked. Kneel and apologize right now. Then I will let you keep your wrist. She then giggled. Seeing that face, Mihailov couldn't withstand the desire to kill and couldn't care any less about the bet. It was when he brought his hand to the dagger on his waist. Ha! Someone doubtfully raised their voice. Naturally, the eyes of both Kitty Brzenk and Mihailov headed to the large hologram display. Kiel was on the other side of the 60-meter gap already. She continued running. After images of her mana, shockingly clean and sharp, scattered behind her feet. More importantly, it was such a long-distance dimensional movement that it did not make any sense. For cadets, no matter how great they were at it, that spell had a 15-meter distance limit, so the onlookers couldn't immediately tell what it was and were dazed. Ha! What was that just then? Blink, blink. That was blink. That was more than 60 meters. The atmosphere flipped immediately. Chapter 228, Change of Seasons, 4. The boom mic approached them. The cameraman filming the room did not forget his role even in this surprising situation and filmed the faces of the dumbfounded guardians and cadets. It doesn't make sense one of the guardians who had grown up as a mage said that. Surely it's a different spell and not blink. Only the footage and sound were sent over the display, so they had to make a guess with just that. A different spell. You think there are tons of dimensional spells or something? Sure, there's not that many, but there are some, right? Like what? There's only things like Zeta Blink, dimensional displacement, and interdimensional gates. At a cadet level, even if they used those 3 spells in a row, they shouldn't be able to cover 60 meters in a short period of time. Well, that's true, but she's from the Yu household, isn't she? The listeners closed their mouths. The name Yu household was strangely enough to clear most of their doubts. A unique spell of the Yu household. Is that what Yuray's saying? That is probably the case. The eyes turned back towards the display, filled with intrigue and with a different objective. If Yu Kiel was a mage, they might be able to see a bit more of Yu household's unique spells. Inside the screen, a crossroad appeared before Kiel as she stopped sprinting. Opening her watch, Kiel looked at the given map. The left road led to a high mountain slope that had to be climbed, and both monsters and traps were waiting there. Meanwhile, the right side connected to a very narrow side road on the side of a cliff. Standing before the crossroad, Kiel looked at the front and the bottom of the cliff. The side road was so narrow that Keel would fall if she were to stand straight on it, and a bottomless pit was under the cliff. There was still a strong gust of wind surrounding the cliffs, and there were also several bird-type monsters in the distance. If she were to cross the dimensions with magic, it would give off a dense pulse of mana that makes her the target of the flying monsters. The bigger issue here was that Keel was still carrying the large weapons under her left arm. She was short already, so the greatswords and broken spears appeared all the more large. "Aya, what are you even thinking about? Just chuck all those things away and go down the narrow path." Yoram furiously erupted. However, unlike what she wanted, Keel carefully hugged the weapons with her two hands and started walking down the narrow path with her back towards the cliff. Her blonde hair, neatly tied up in a bun, swept past the rocky cliff like a broomstick. Like, why the heck is she doing that? I think she's trying to walk until she's outside the flying monster's territory and blink from there. Bam replied. Like I said, why? If she's a mage, she can just kill them first. This time, Bam didn't reply as she too couldn't understand what Keel was doing. However, Yu Jitae had told her to leave her alone, and there must be a reason he said that. Soon, Keel was met with a precarious situation. From the other side of the narrow path, from behind the slight curve of the cliffside, a zombie reared its head. "Ah, that's gonna be dangerous," said a guardian who had worked for 30 years as an operator. "Dangerous? That's an infected zombie. It's the type that explodes when it's killed." "Ah, you're right. There were blue speckles all around the zombie's body. It was a common enemy in the battlefield. Normally people would try to make the zombie drop, but that thing happens to be a variant that lives on the cliff. The bones on its feet and ankles look like spikes." "Right. They do look like the spikes of crampons. They wouldn't fall that easily then. It's going to be difficult to either kill or have enough force to drop the zombie from a long range without exploding it. She would have to either fight close combat or explode the ground. But the variant gives off infectious liquid when it explodes, and she won't be able to move if she explodes the ground, so then the only way out would be to jump over it without touching it right, since the zombie moves very slowly. The Guardians nodded. So it's just a moving obstacle in a narrow space that needs to be jumped over while keeping their balance. When you put it like that, it doesn't sound that hard, though. However, the operator guardian shook his head. "I don't think that's the case. Sorry, why would there be an infected zombie on the side of a cliff? Well, it's a man-made dungeon, so someone must have put it there, right?" "Wait, huh?" The guardian muttered in enlightenment. "That's the problem. Unlike other educational facilities, Lair's virtual dungeons were known for imitating natural dungeons 100. It wasn't put there by humans. By the time Keel was halfway through the narrow walkway on the side of the cliff, the camera distanced away and displayed the full picture. Further down the walls of the cliff, a large chameleon-looking monster was stuck on the wall waiting for its prey after setting the zombie up as bait. Feeling the vibrations of the wall, its eyes rolled left and right as it waited on. "Ah, fuck." Yoram's expression also darkened. The chameleon was as big as an elephant and looked like shit. It by no means looked like a weak monster. If Keel exploded the zombie, her path would be blocked by the infectious liquid. However, if she simply jumped over it, she would feel the pressure of being chased by the zombie behind her, while the chameleon monster would attack her from the front. Even if she survived the attack, it was highly likely that she would fall off of this narrow ledge. Since she was still within the territory of the flying monsters, she couldn't blink forward, and the best option for her would be to blink back to the crossroad. All that while carrying all those weapons. 601, however, there wasn't much time remaining on the clock. If she were to go back to the crossroad, it would be difficult for her to finish the test. Stopping on the spot, Keel pondered and hesitated while the zombie walked up to her. "What are you going to do?" The solution Keel came up with was the most rational and simple solution. However, it was a solution that a cadet other than Keel could never even dare try. Click. Keel clicked her fingers. "NN. Ha! Ah! Ha!" Once again, the onlookers doubted their eyes. The zombie was covered in light before appearing further down the narrow pathway. It was Blink. Keel had teleported the zombie. "What is that? How in the world did she do that?" "Ha! NN. An object would be crazy enough already. A zombie." Their mutters were closer to horror at this point. Mana was the manifestation of will. Unlike other organisms, zombies had weaker wills. If one wanted to, it was possible to fold the dimension and move it somewhere else like other objects. Well, that was only the case for world rankers, in 4 digits at the very least. They were shocked. Meanwhile, the chameleon monster that was acutely sensing the situation with vibration mistook the thing that suddenly appeared before it as its prey. The light caused by blink served as a smokescreen. Quickly, the chameleon stuck its tongue out and pulled in the thing that was surrounded by light. However, it realized that something was off the moment it placed it into its mouth. Uek. The monster hurriedly spit it out, but its tongue was already covered with bluish liquid. The chameleon, who was careful and cautious enough to use bait, immediately ran away in fright. Thus, Keel easily walked down the narrow path and crossed the section. How much time left now? 5 minutes and 32 seconds. She's fast. The average time left for transcendent cadets last year after that section was 5 minutes and 37 seconds right. She's almost the same. While the guardians and cadets were watching the sudden turn of events with intrigue, Mihailov turned towards Kitty Brzenk. The man was wearing quite the look on his face, as if a set of dominoes he had laboriously built up had come crumbling down. Looking at the man's face, Mihailov still felt irritated, but at the same time he wanted to see that face crumpling to an even worse frown. I can't see the little dog that was barking till now. Ah, can you see it? Ho, he glared back. It seemed that his stupid ego was quite hurt. Or did someone sew the mouth of that dog? It was so noisy, I am sure it must have been hard. Mihailov laughed heartily. What was the thing he needed the most on such a happy occasion? The retired Russian soldier could dare say that it was vodka. Taking out a pocket-sized bottle of vodka from his pocket, he dumped it inside his mouth. The burning feeling in his throat felt rather refreshing. Meanwhile, Kitty Brzenk found it hard to control her temper. Children born and raised in the Brzenk family were always very bored. It was frustrating since they couldn't show anything despite having a lot of things. She had gotten hold of a fake identity with difficulty, and because she had to care for Tir Brzenk, she couldn't stay in this form for long. This superhuman in her 40s wanted to enjoy her pastime activities with more density. That was when she came across something entertaining. It was rare, so she had wanted to kindle the fire a bit, but it was now her that was being insulted instead. Kick, kick, kick. And why the hell was that redhead giggling like a fool? It wasn't just the redhead. All the superhumans that had been annoying her were laughing in secret with their heads turned away from her. Kitty Brzenk was ranked in the 100s and was a superhuman that would be treated like a VIP wherever she went. Mere insects that would not dare look into her eyes, outside laughing at her like this was very difficult for her to bear with. Even if it was because of her own mistake, she did not feel ashamed for that misjudgment. It was because she was a Brzenk. Alcohol tends to taste better with the right scenery. What do you think? Do you think today is a good day for some alcohol? Mihailov was churning her insides in real time with a smile. Look, it's still not the end of the test yet. Mihailov, stop your disrespectful words and watch the display. Were you not doing the same? You were the one judging Cadet Keel before she even used her magic, and yet you are calling me disrespectful now. You should reflect on your own attitude. Mihailov, I see you are a very talkative person. What? I'm speaking with my own mouth. Are there any problems? This time, Mihailov copied the same words that Kitty Brzenk had used, but that was when something interesting entered the sight of Kitty Brzenk. Right. Now I get it, you better put that bottle away right now. You're trying to say something strange again. VRRung, VVRRung. Your noisy mouth might need some repairs. Shut it. I am probably correct. Cadet Yu Keel is only a blink mage. She must be unable to use other spells. What? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. A cadet outputting that much mana, and using dimensional movement spells in a row like that. As if she had found an escape route, Kitty Brzenk's voice turned brighter. Then she won't be able to finish the test, because there is an opponent that must be fought. Hearing that, the smiles vanished from the faces of the listeners. In fact, the mages that had been watching the test so far had been carrying similar doubts. Going through several sections, Yu Keel had only been using blink. Even now was the same. After passing the cliff, when she met 3 monsters blocking the road, Keel avoided them with blink, and also when she was inside the underground cave that was full of traps, Keel jumped past it with blink. At this point, people were made to have the same doubt as Kitty Brzenk. Perhaps, perhaps there was just an extremely efficient blink spell unique to the Yu household. If the ability Cadet Yu Keel was enlightened to was a blessing related to dimensional movement on top of that, even this incomprehensible situation can be understood. Of course, that alone would be amazing. It was amazing, but their hearts that had been expecting something even greater were starting to be cut down. Inside the waiting room that had strangely turned quiet, Kitty Brazenk's voice represented their doubts. Look, even here, she won't try to use combat magic. Standing at the front of the only entrance to the ruined village was a large monster, with a height reaching 7 meters and a hairy and muscular humanoid body. It had the head of a bull, a ranked humanoid monster, Minotaur, a mid-boss level monster that physically exceeded an ogre with its crazy reflexes. It was not an opponent that could be defeated by a cadet. They needed at least a 4-digit superhuman to defeat it. However, the Minotaur inside the virtual dungeon had a suppressor shaped like a nose ring going through its nostrils. This level 2 artifact was one that greatly weakened the beast. Therefore, if the cadet could drive one accurate blow to its nose ring, the monster would be dazed for a short period of time. It cannot be dodged with blink, because it's fast. As soon as Kitty Brazenk finished her words, the Minotaur found Keel. Keel was by no means moving stealthily, and that was what gave her away. To monsters, humans were their enemies. The moment it discovered an enemy off in the distance, the Minotaur bent its body in an upside-down L shape. Its thighs as thick as building pillars built up power, and each one of its muscles contracted as it lowered its shoulders. Soon, the thighs with unprecedented force behind it kicked off the ground as the monster dashed towards Keel. Kung, 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 kung. The Minotaur sprinted through the dimension with a vigor like that of a tank. Even castle walls would not be enough to hold back its march. She has to fight it. What is she going to do now? Drop a piece of stone from above or something? The maximum distance of 60 meters that had been previously shown with the blink would serve as nothing more than a 2-second time frame against that monster. The Minotaur that had been as tiny as a fingernail in the distance was now as big as a house. It would be an instant death the moment it drove into her. Keel's body, and a height of 158 centimeters that was already smaller than others, appeared even smaller. That was when a crack appeared in the excitedly chattering face of Kitty Brazenk. At a frighteningly rapid speed, mana was condensed. Keel reached her right hand out as mana gathered into a golden dot. It was ever so tiny, but everyone could see beyond the screen the unnaturally dense ball of mana. Soon, when the formulae of penetration and speed were added to the condensed and focused mana, the dimension with a 3-meter radius away from her right hand started being crushed and pushed back. The Minotaur's head closed in, and tung as if the world itself had been suppressing it, like the crumbling of a dam, and like a volcanic eruption, an indescribably immense flood of mana was shot as a ray of light. It penetrated through the head of the Minotaur and exterminated its upper body. The ray of light did not lose its force even after that, and drew a clean cylinder as it flew off and cut a portion of the distant mountain. Even though their eyes had seen it, they could not believe it. It was the same for all of them. When Keel's magic talent was finally proven, the waiting room was filled with screams and yells of shock and fear. Chapter 229, Change of Seasons, 5. After losing its head, the Minotaur collapsed. The body could no longer move once its spinal cords were blown away. Its lower body was stiff, as if they were under a paralysis. However, it had been running at a speed faster than a car, and the body denser than rocks was also heavier than a car. The lower body rolled forward after collapsing on the ground while sprinkling drops of blood everywhere. Right when it was in front of her, Keel startledly used blink and avoided it at the last second. The large body of the monster collided with the fragments of light that covered where Keel had been and traveled through it until it crashed into a rocky wall in the distance. That much would have been perfect. However, perhaps because her legs were trembling, Keel stepped on a rock after leaving a pool of light elsewhere and fell on her bum. After falling on the ground, she seemed surprised from what she herself had done. With circular eyes, she looked at her hand and looked back at the remaining body of the Minotaur. When her eyes caught sight of the cut-off mountain in the distance, her body flinched visibly to the point that people could see it from the other side of the screen. She looked frightened. Yu Jitae looked at the hands of the child. She was unable to control her power at all. The electric mana unique to the gold race was still flickering and drawing tails around her palm. Her hand would probably be hot, and her wrist and elbow were probably still shaking. Just as he expected, Keel remained there blankly hugging her right hand. However, she didn't have a lot of time. Keel stood up. She dusted her bum and carried the weapons that had fallen on the ground. She headed into the ruined village and met the child, the only survivor. All that had taken just a minute and 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the waiting room was literally in chaos. Seeing a situation which immensely deviated from their common sense, people were shocked. Whether it be normal superhumans or guardians that were inside the waiting room, most of their lives had been spent living inside a basket of normal superhumans, awakening at around 15 years of age, entering an academy in their teens, and getting trained until early 20s. After graduation, they desired to be well treated by their country's military organizations, guilds, and their households. That's how the superhumans started their social life after becoming young adults. Strong superhumans can be seen anywhere, but they were like the moon. They gathered the eyes of others and could be seen commonly wherever, but were in fact uncommon. In the night sky, they were especially brighter than countless other stars. Those that couldn't tell the difference when they had been staring at it from a distance realizes it only once they become a star themselves. It penetrates deeply into their mind that the moon is different from them. Just then in front of their eyes, a star that seemed slightly brighter than other stars had revealed itself just then as a bright, shiny moon. You are, wah, insane. Seriously, what happened? The cadets showed coarse, undisguised reactions. The cadets of RIL covered their foreheads with their hands in shock, as other cadets showed similarly frightened reactions. The elements that cadets of Lair referred to themselves with, namely affiliation, organization, ethnicity, and nationality. All those elements crumbled before an overwhelming element exceeding the norms. Superhumans lived to become stronger. It didn't make sense for anyone to stay still after watching that. A superhuman sane after seeing that. How? A young cadet specializing in magic, whose heart had been tingling from the moment she saw Keel's blink, couldn't hold it in after seeing that offensive spell, and screamed out loud. Kiik Kuara, it's crazy, crazy. In the midst of the chaotic waiting room, the guardians that had been quietly shocked and rolling their tongues opened their mouths. What was that thing just then? I have no idea. It's the first time I am seeing it. From the speed, it doesn't look like a light attribute spell. It did draw a parabola at the end. From the trajectory alone, it looked just like a magic arrow, right? Aye, it can't possibly be a magic arrow, right? The sight of a worm as big as a snake made the veterans confused. However, that spell was indeed a magic arrow, see? While the guardians were trying to ascertain what the spell was, one of the guardians raised a question. So Cadet Keel recently learned magic, right? Who in the world did she learn it from? Jayal, who had been carefully listening to their words, tapped on Balm's arm. NN. Balm turned around and Jayal showed her two big thumbs. Seeing that, Balm also showed an arrogant expression before laughing it off and stamping her thumbs with her own. After receiving a stamp on her thumbs, Jayal turned around and looked at Yoram. Yoram's gaze was fixed on the screen. Seemingly surprised a fair bit, her expression was slightly crumpled while her mouth was slightly open. Jael was wearing a bright smile, thinking it was a great thing all around, but it was then. Why isn't she just stronger than you, Yoram? I think she's a lot stronger by far. Someone's voice was heard from the crowd. Jael turned around. However, there were too many people chatting to each other, and a lot of them were on their feet, so it was hard to tell who the speaker was. The issue was that Yoramani could hear anything that Jael herself could hear. Jael turned around to look at Yoram, and she became slightly surprised. Yoram was looking in the same direction she herself had been looking in. Why? When Jael carefully asked a question, Yoram, who had been obstinately turning her gaze in search of something, turned around. What? Why? Are you looking for something? No, it's nothing. Yoram once again turned back towards the screen. She then crookedly tilted her head and slowly crossed her legs. Please calm down. It's not the end yet, is it? Saying that from the back, Milov took out an emergency fire axe and swung it around. The look on Kitty Brazenk's face had exceeded shock and was even nearing fear. In the midst of the bustle, Yu Jitae was silent. Soon, the noise died down. Keel's test was not yet over. In the middle of the village, Keel stabbed the weapons of the rescue squad that had died in the field. Since they died trying to protect this place, she thought it was right to place the weapons here. Finally, they had returned to their rightful places. Keel moved her feet and found a young child who had injured her legs inside the rubbles. I have secured the superhuman survivor. Copy that. This is ATT headquarters. Copy. Return as soon as possible. After the report, Keel looked at the child who was on the ground. Her legs were bleeding while her face was covered by dust. The child was smaller than her and was perhaps a little bigger than Jayao. Following the given procedures, Keel spoke to her. Are you all right? The fallen child gazed up at her. Don't be scared. I'm here to save you. You just have to follow me. The child nodded. It was a normal reaction, naturally because this was a virtual man-made dungeon. This child, too, was a fake. My leg hurts normally. People simply had to carry this human, which was nothing but a mass of polygons on their shoulders, and go back, because they were short on time. Kiel was 2 years into her life at Lair and also knew it. I can't do it, but despite knowing that it was a test, Kiel just couldn't do so. Wasn't there someone resembling a human in pain? How could she just ignore it? It was an irrational judgment born from a trivial emotion. Despite that, Kiel decided to follow her own judgment. It didn't matter whether she was doing well in the test or not. I have medication. I'll put it on for you. After that, let's run away with Annie. Kiel hurriedly took the medical box from the emergency kit. Then, whilst reflecting back on the first aid course she learned during class, she wiped the wound, disinfected it, and applied medication on top. My mum is on the other side. It was then. The child's eyes suddenly turned vacant as she murmured, Ha, NN, my mum. My mum is there, a monster stepped on her and she's hurt. Please save her. The child pointed at the mountain that was even further away from the village. If Kiel was to go into the mountain and save someone and come back, it would go over the given time limit. Although Kiel was unaware, this was also an element of the test. A place invaded by monsters was like the manifestation of hell on earth. Survivors in that place are those that saw their family members and friends get ripped to pieces in front of their eyes. It was unlikely for them to be in their right minds. Despite seeing the corpses of their families, they believe they are still alive and ask for help. Was it just survivors in battlefields that lost their minds? No. Young superhumans inexperienced in wars also tended to lose their minds. Especially, the superhumans who had the mindset that they were here to save people were easily carried by their emotions. Even though they doubt it might be a false request, they still listen. The rescue then inevitably takes longer and ultimately everything gets messed up. Please help my mum, since this was just a test. Lair did not make the child too desperate. It was to avoid giving traumatic experiences for the cadets. The remaining time was 3:27. Looking at the numbers above her head, Kiel pondered. There were people on the other side of the screen lamenting and screaming as they saw her vacant self, but Kiel was uninterested in all that. Until now, Kiel had been doing everything Yu Jitae told her to do and didn't attempt anything that he told her not to do. However, that disappeared as she started learning magic. Yu Jitae did not command or restrict her. He simply told her that she could build power first and earn conviction one day. Kiel wanted to help the child. She thought it was her duty to do so. Was this the conviction Arjasi was talking about? She had no idea. A difficult word like that was not for her. However, although it was a test for now, something similar to this might happen in real life one day. It might be all right this time, because there aren't any actual victims inside the mountain. But if it does happen, the child's mother could truly be in the mountain, right? Should she ignore the cries of the child and return despite that in order to save time? Kiel did not want to do that. She thought that a person wishing to live as a guardian and a guardian deity should not do such a thing. She couldn't tell whether her judgment was right or wrong. Kiel was young. She simply did as her heart told her to. Hiding the child behind a strong wall of the village, Kiel asked her, "What's your name?" "Moon, all right." "Moon, you have to hide here and not move until Unnie comes back, okay? What about you, Unnie?" If Kiel had considered this a simple time attack test for even a second, she would have ignored the request of the child. However, she did not do so. "I will go save your mum." However, Kiel couldn't find the child's mother for over 3 minutes. It was because she wasn't there in the first place. At that point, she only had 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Blink or whatever she could use would not allow her to return on time. The moment the audience was certain about the exam failing, someone inside the room laughed like crazy. Then that person snatched the axe away from Mihailov's hand. However, what marked the end of the chaotic mess was when Kiel hugged the child and jumped through the distant dimensions. Teleportation. S. People outside the screen once again screamed out loud as Kiel returned to the designated place for the rescue team. 017. The timer stopped. I have successfully saved the survivor copy that. This is ATT headquarters. Copy. Congratulations on the successful rescue. She passed the test. Despite wasting 3 minutes, Keel succeeded in rescuing the child. The child gave off her programmed expression. Saying thanks, she hugged Keel with a bright smile, and Keel hugged her back. For the first time after she started learning magic, Keel felt something twitch inside her heart. Her mind that had been muddled and hazy was being cleared up. Like magic. What was that? You only have 20 seconds, so kneel and ask for forgiveness, was it? The axe was back in the hands of Mihailov. Kitty Brzenk could dare vow that she had never felt this irritated in her entire life so far. Can you read the numbers there? Read it out loud, please. Look, the one at the front is a 1, and the one at the back is a 7, but I can't tell what it is when you put them together. Please understand. I have a disease where I can't read any numbers under 20. He swung the fire axe in circles and smiled like a bear. The startled guards came running up and asked what was going on. However, they couldn't directly interfere with the situation unless the actual violence occurred. That was just the way superhuman societies worked. Kitty Brzenk thought to herself. She couldn't escape. There were too many eyes in the surroundings. It would hurt when her wrist is cut off. Superhumans were the same. Although it was possible to stick it back again, that was after all the pain subsided. However, what would hurt a bit more than the wrist was her pride. Me losing my wrist for something this meager. Kneel. I will take a finger instead of a wrist. She felt extremely irritated and did not want to act subserviently. Kitty Brzenk inwardly raised her mana and inserted them into her skin. She then went through 7 different formulae in a row. Inner shield, A. Right underneath the skin, she created a small barrier to block the axe. The physical protection spell used by a mage in the 100s was something that cannot be dealt with the power of a mere retired soldier. She could then scoff and walk away. The fake identity could be discarded, and she could create another one with the name of the Brzenk family. Although there would be less entertainment for the time being, and it would be boring, she could act based on the things that had happened today to have a more fun time later. Go on, try swinging it down. Saying that, Kitty Brzenk nonchalantly showed her wrist. With no questions asked, Mihailov immediately swung the axe down. Kang! The skin near the wrist was slightly cut, but the axe bounced off as if it had struck a piece of metal. Mihailov was surprised by the mana that immediately invaded his body through his hand. Due to the reaction of the inner shield spell, sharp lines of mana entered his body and wreaked havoc. Quickly, he raised his mana and blocked it, but his insides had been damaged already. He quietly muttered. What's wrong? Come on. Was that violence? No, there weren't any victims yet. Since the situation was flowing in a strange manner, the guardians and guards that were watching the situation didn't know what to do. It was then. Do you mind if I do that? A man began walking towards them in large strides. The man was tall and had wide developed shoulders and a hazy gaze that was difficult to look back at. Surprise spread across the crowd like a wave. Ah, of course. Mihailov nonchalantly handed him the axe while inwardly giving a smile. He wasn't going to care much about it. But the dog he was seeing often in the town got bit by a bug and was about to get bitten even more. A dog he knew crying in pain wasn't a welcome sight, so Yu Jitae decided to crush the bug and kill it. Standing in front of Kitty Brzenk, he raised the axe. Guardian of the Yu household, the superhuman that overwhelmed Salado Leo. Kitty Brzenk was visibly surprised as she pulled her hand back. Then she shouted at Mihailov. Oi, you can't make someone else do. Yu Jitae raised his shoulder. Right when people thought he was about to swing the axe, his arm turned hazy. Bam, a sound resembling the chopping of firewood resonated. The axe fell down and so did Kitty Brzenk's wrist. Arc, Chapter 230, Change of Seasons, 6. Kitty Brzenk soon stopped shouting. Although it did hurt, high-ranked superhumans were all trained in pain tolerance. The pain did not reduce, but their tolerance did increase. However, Kitty Brzenk soon felt a slightly bigger sense of fear. After walking right up to her nose, Yu Jitae grabbed her by the forehead. She was frightened, thinking how a human could have such a powerful grip. Even now, her inner shield spell was still active. If a tank drove into her, she might feel the shock in her body, but the tank would still fail to leave any direct damage on the bones or her skin. Despite that, Yu Jitae's hand that was grabbing her head ripped through her skin. Blood oozed out as the mask that had become one with the skin ripped, and he gripped until a part of her skull let out a crack. No matter how she twisted her body, it was futile. As if her head was stuck in a hydraulic press, her body twitched with the head stuck in place. Kitty Brzenk took a deep breath in. The two hazy eyes and grey pupils the man was staring at her. But he wasn't looking at her eyes, and it seemed as if he was staring at her true self hidden underneath her eyes. Don't tell me, did he find out? Even a ranker should not be able to see through the mask created by the Lord of the Tower of Mages, though. Hook, she took in another deep breath as her heart felt like it was being squeezed to a stop. Yu Jitae opened his mouth. I do not know who you are. A faint light of amusement spread across his hazy expression. That was when the guards ran in shouting, please let go, and stop, please. They had to bite the bullet and try to create a distance between Yu Jitae and Kitty Brzenk. The man obediently let go. He then raised his hands and followed their requests. Do not know who you are. Kitty Brzenk was instead certain from those words that her identity had been seen through. Yu Jitae's words sounded like a warning, saying try acting up again with a different identity if you dare. She felt her legs turning loose, so she had to use telekinetic powers to support her body. Yu Jitae was caught by the superhuman guards, and so were Mihailov and Kitty Brzenk. They were led to the sentries and had to write a summary statement describing what had happened. Although he could defy them if he wanted to, Yu Jitae obediently followed their requests. Before following them, he told Balm, take the kids back home. Balm, who had placed Jael on her lap and had covered her eyes with her hands, gave a nod. The sudden block of her vision and the skin contact was allowing Balm's good memories to flow into her. Therefore, Jael right now was waving her hands midair, trying to touch things in a flower field. Balm let go of her hands only after Yu Jitae walked out. Jael looked into her eyes with a frown. Why did you block? In response, Balm covered her own eyes before opening them straight. Peekaboo. Jael shook her head with a frown. I am not a baby. Oh, really? Fortunately, she succeeded in taking her mind off of the topic. If she saw Yu Jitae swing an axe with her own eyes, Jael would probably have been very surprised. Even though a dragon, she was still a baby. Balm gently smiled. Then Balm turned around and looked at Yoram. Although there had been a commotion inside the room, Yoram's gaze was still fixed on the display as if nothing else mattered. The display screen was a close-up full of golden colors. Outside, the exam venue were filled with reporters. Q, Cadet Ukeel, what was the spell you used at the end? Ukeel, combat magic Q. Since when did you start learning magic? Cadet Ukeel. Ukeel, just runs away Q. Is there a reason behind why you had been hiding your magic talent all the way throughout the first semester of second grade, let alone the first grade? Ukeel, sorry. It's not like I was hiding Q. Both Guardians and us reporters were really surprised after seeing the test. There have been numerous people wondering if you could be stronger than Cadet Yu Urim at this rate. What is your opinion on that? Ukeel. That's I don't think that's the case. Unnie is really strong and Q. Just then, you've mentioned that it wasn't the case, so does that mean you have had a training bout against Cadet Yoram already? Ukeel, no, we didn't fight but Q. So that means it's unknown who would come out on top when the two of you actually do fight. If you can keep the distance, would that give you a slight chance of victory? Ukeel. Using other people as an excuse, they asked slightly disrespectful and stubborn questions. A few of the cameras were on her right hand that was still shaking. Her right hand was red, as if it had been hit by someone all around, and there were also bruises here and there. That was when the sentries removed the reporters in the stead of Yu Jitae and put Balm, Jael, and Keel into an elevator. There were some reporters that wanted to squeeze through the gap and come in, but when Balm gave them a wholeheartedly serious glare, their bodies turned stiff and they froze on the spot. They were clicking their tongues when Yoram, who was slower than the rest, entered their sight. Yu Yoram, the most frightening one to interview, but wasn't she the cadet that guaranteed the most amount of traffic? The reporters glanced at each other. The first one to go might have their collar grabbed by her, but the following reporters could ask questions from behind, while the first reporter would act as the meat shield. Thinking that, they pushed each other. One of the reporters was pushed by others, and was made to stand before Yoram in the blink of an eye. Q, were you aware that Cadet Ukeel was such a great mage? Yu Yoram. Q, have you trained directly against Cadet Ukeel? Yu Yoram. Silence was the only reply to the several questions they asked. The camera focused on her expression, an indifferent expression as if nothing mattered. A reporter with a good sense instead found that to be strange because Yoram's expression had always been full of irritation whenever she was in front of reporters. In any case, she's usually just a freaking bitch, but she really is damn pretty with her mouth closed. It was when some of them were blankly thinking that. The following question led to a slight change in her expression. Q. It just wasn't revealed, and just like you, Cadet Yu Yoram, it seems that Cadet Yu Kiel had also been training extremely diligently, right? Yoram turned towards that reporter with a flick. Yu Yoram. That night, an edited version of the footage was revealed on the official website of Lair. Kiel's test video was quickly spread by word of mouth, and in just one day, the video recorded 6 million views. Wah! Yu Kiel is seriously crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. One strike to kill a freaking minotaur, holy shit. Is it like the special move of the Yu household or something? What kind of spell is that? From a distance, that is estimated to be a magic arrow. OMG. If that's a magic arrow, there is a leaning tower of Pisa between my legs. The only thing common is that they're both on an angle at that point. Isn't she the best mage cadet in history? That's not the end, is it? Look at what's on Young Dambis SNS RN. Official, Young Dambai Sweet Train, Ray. Please stop asking. Are all the mages the same? Jealousy is only when they're somewhat near your level. Haha, I watched it like 20 times. Can't even feel jealous. It's just marvelous, wah, the thing she watched 20 times. That's Yu Kiel's test video, right? Think so, yeah, wow. Most of the comments at the start were like the above. The footage was repeatedly shared, and after 3 days, a video exceeded 30 million views. Several broadcasting companies and superhumans talked about their opinions on Kiel's test numerous times. A cadet killing a minotaur in one strike. The distance of her short-distance dimensional movement being a shocking 60 meters. With these 2 points alone, she was compared to rankers in 400,500s, and people praised and were in awe of her talent as a mage. The highlight was definitely the teleportation spell at the end of the video. Long-distance dimensional movement had different equations and use of mana altogether. Kiel is a dragon who uses teleportation as easily as they would breathe, and had just followed what she learned from Balm. But for humans, it was a special ability that can only be used by 3-digit mage rankers. Actually, Kiel's teleportation could travel roughly 120 times the distance of 3-digit rankers, but none of them knew that. In any case, there were several people doubting that Kiel might be the same as a ranker in the 900s, a mere cadet, having the strength equaling that of a ranker in the 900s. People started seeing Kiel as the second coming of the witch Valentine and treated Yu Kiel as if she were a goddess. In fact, just like how being born with a tall height was different from being a good basketball player, the amount of innate talent people were born with was a different thing compared to their talent to learn. 500 years would be barely enough for Kiel to be on the same page as the witch, but how would the netizens even know that? It was around this point that strange comments were starting to be posted. Kiel said, "This place is too small." That was the start of Big Bang. Lalal. You freaking lalal. What is this about haha students look for past papers? You Kiel looks at the future, like, what are you guys writing lalalal, Elmau? So funny lal, my head is out, so take a deep breath and take it slow, said Kiel to her mother. Ak kekekekek lalalalal. Well done, Kim Yu Kiel. Destroy humanity with your hands. Fuck lalalalal. What the hell is this now, haha? One day, Kiel accidentally dropped her apple. It dropped on someone's head who said, this. Stop the crap, lalalal. Is it a gravity joke now, lol? Yes, you're right. That's why the word for something falling is fall. WTF, lalalal, the hidden origin behind the word lalal. Lalal. Stop taking it so far, lalalal, at the start. They simply deified Kiel and joked among each other. However, after a week or so, when the number of views on Kiel's video exceeded the 87 million views that Yoram's video had, Yoram naturally became a target for a comparison. The alarm wakes Yoram up each morning. But Kiel does not need the alarm. She decides the time herself. Lalalala, like seriously Elmau, kekekekek, the commonality between the First World War, the Second World War, and the East Asian Great War is that they started in summer and ended in fall. Who got goosebumps just then? That's crazy, Lalal. Aang, no, that's wrong. Not sure about the rest, but the Second World War started on the 1st of September and ended on the 2nd of September. Unlucky, mate. Fact, Ukeel is born on the 2nd of September. What the freak? How does this make sense? Wow, that's crazy, Lalalal. Some of those jokes raised Keel while lowering Yuram. It was done in a natural manner. That was just how impactful Keel's test was. Yu Jitae and Balm confiscated Keel's watch. Keel obediently handed her watch in and didn't go to school for the time being. Although she was now receiving a lot of attention, Keel was somewhat like an absent-minded person and didn't show that much of a reaction. Whenever someone asked her questions, she would just say, "Wow, it feels good." "I'm sorry, Keel." "NN. I'm all right. Honey, how do you feel?" "It does feel good, but right now it's kind of weird." "What do you mean?" "I don't know either. It feels good, but after that, Keel generally smiled as if there was a screw loose on her head and did everything Yu Jitae told her to do. Despite that, her appetite did not decrease at all, so the only times the lackluster child showed passion was when she was eating. Yoram looked at her for a long time before going into her room. It was night. Her body was more exhausted than usual, and her heart even more so. However, she just couldn't fall asleep, so she turned on her watch. She came across something and looked at it. For a long time, Yoram fidgeted with the watch. In the process, her sleepiness went away even more, and by the time she realized it, she noticed light seeping in through the curtains. Fuck, it's morning already. It was earlier in the morning than usual. Waking up before anyone else, Yu Jitae opened the curtains before going outside to buy breakfast for the kids. Around that time, Balm also woke up and readied herself because it was time for Yu Jitae to wake up. When the two of them returned after buying breakfast, he saw Yoram, who was about to leave the house without even having breakfast. It was a lot earlier than when she usually left. Wearing a pair of leggings and a tank top, she was putting her feet into the shoes. Those were the clothes she wore for training, but this early. "You going already? What about food?" Yoram glanced at him. Would she say, "None of your business" again? Thinking that, Yu Jitae waited for her reply. Seemingly pondering about something, Yoram twitched her lips and slowly opened her mouth. "You know." "Yeah." That was when Balm, who had gone back into her room to tie her hair, walked out of her room while tying her hair into a ponytail. Yoram threw a glance at her before stealthily turning around and whispering quietly, "Nothing. I'll message you later." Chapter 231, Change of Seasons, 7. After Yoram walked outside, Yu Jitae turned towards Balm. When their eyes met, the thought that her slanted eyes looked pretty abruptly appeared in his mind, so he shook that thought away before asking, "What do you think?" And she thought for a bit and replied, "I think it's about time now, is it?" "Yes." "Did you know that Yoram was constantly avoiding Keel quite a bit these days?" "Was she?" Looking back at it now, that did seem to be the case. These days, Keel had been learning how to control her power during the day from Balm, and she had finally gotten a chance to rest today. In any case, although it wasn't that obvious, he could still remember how Yoram had been slightly avoiding Keel. Soon, the kids walked into the kitchen. "Good morning, Arjasi." "Annie, hello." "NN, hello, Jayal. What's for breakfast today?" While the kids chattered and ate their breakfast, Yu Jitae thought about the state Yoram was in. Reflecting on the slightly hazy memories of the past, he could understand a little bit of how Yoram would be feeling right now. The regressor was not talented. Despite repeating his life several times, he had been weak. He did not pity or empathize with her, but he still wanted Yoram to be happy. She would probably be feeling slightly confused right now, since her eyes had only been looking forward till now. Just like how he had been, her vision was probably narrowed, her mind rash and easily shaken by tiny things. Most importantly, her vision narrowing down had to be avoided since her mind would ultimately break down, like himself of the past. Thus, it was time for her to take a slight breather. Yoram thought to herself. Wherever she went these days, she would hear stories about Keel. During lesson, restaurant, training center, wherever it may be, people were always talking about Keel. After the number of views of her video exceeded her own, there were more and more people who would sneakily try to hear her opinion about the matter. She felt very complicated. Drenched in sweat after finishing her early morning training, Yoram smoked a cigarette in the back alley by herself and turned on her watch. 1. Dick Jitty. On the messaging app at the very top of the contacts, she wrote Yu Jitty's number in and started writing the message. "Me, it's me." I have something to say after school if you have time, me. I have something to say. If you have time today, me. Do you have time? Yoram wrote several words down before deleting them. Repeating that several times, she realized that she didn't know what to say. To be frank, what exactly could she do after sending him a message? Be mad at him? No, there was no reason for her to be mad. Then do I tell him I'm feeling complicated? That would hurt her pride too much. It's not like she was a kid, so how would she even say that? Then, should I ask him if we could start training again? The memories of how she had been acting disrespectfully to him these days held her back from saying that. Why did I do that? I must have empathized too much with Yu Balm after seeing her tragically cry. Maybe because her future was also destined like myself. But I do also know that Yu Jitae is not the type of person to swing his lower part left and right. I do, but fuck, due to all those thoughts, she couldn't send him the message. Only the smoke continued leaving her mouth. She was confused, and the emotions that sometimes reared their heads were mostly negative. Yoram was a relatively weak hatchling. She was the slowest to leave her egg, with an almost 100-year difference between herself and her oldest Unnie. She knew it herself that she had no talent. She would die after going back home, and in order to live, she had to try harder. Fortunately, she had the best teacher, a human that could use the martial arts of the red race. Learning how to fight from him was an extremely daunting task. Every day her body had to live through muscle pain, while her heart cried out from pain due to being squeezed dry. Covered in bruises, her body had unsightly darts, and she wanted to run away from pain whenever Yu Jitae gave her a massage. The hardest one among them was the training with the chains attached. It was hard to breathe, and her heart was squeezed until she was ready to embrace death. It felt as if her body was squeezed into an extremely small room and squashed. Maybe this is actually how I die. Yoram had to endure through the chain training with such thoughts in mind. Taking another cigarette out, she placed it in her mouth. She ignited it and breathed out a mouthful of smoke. She looked at her hands filled with blood clots and calluses. I had to go through all that, and yet you Keel, she was fairly strong. Yoram thought to herself, would I lose if I fought against Keel? No, I wouldn't lose for now. Although Blink was great, 60 meters could be immediately covered using the footwork of Carl Gulakwa stand-up martial art. The magic arrow was also definitely quite powerful, but the speed of the projectile wasn't that great. It was for sure avoidable. And after closing the distance, teleportation required a lot of casting time, and there had to be no mana interference, so Keel would be unable to escape. Then why the heck am I seriously thinking about this? She felt confused. It was the first time she was feeling this way ever since her birth. Back in Ascalipha, everything was taller than herself. She was at the lowest place in the world, and there were only existences and targets that she had to overcome. Those targets that she had to overcome were great existences, so she had to struggle desperately. But what about now? Right now, next to her, who was still diligently running forward, someone was about to overcome her. Extremely easily at that. She wasn't as desperate as herself. She didn't try hard either. Until recently, she had been smiling like an idiot from Sweet Stuff and playing with a baby chicken in her room. And yet the world praised her in awe as if it was the most natural thing. Her teacher, stingy with compliments, repeated his compliments all too easily. Keel is very good, right, Ajasi? Of course, she's good. Back then, Yu Jitae wasn't hesitant at all. Thinking back, she felt lethargic. Going through another cigarette, she started resenting Balm, who asked a strange question like that, as well as Yu Jitae, who answered it. How could you say she's good so naturally? Have you ever said that to me even once? Then what were all those things that I went through just for that one compliment? Yoram found it slightly unfair. Only then did she notice a portion of the identity of the emotion that was harassing her right now. It was a sense of inferiority and a sense of deprivation. Ever since she was born, Yoram had never pitied herself because pitying herself was the same as acknowledging the fact that she was a pitiful child. Even if everyone else in the world found her pitiful, she didn't want to find herself pitiful. But when the thought that everything was all unfair started creeping in, Yoram felt some emotions surging up within. She was not pitiful, that had to be the case. Dick Jitty, Yoram, that was when a message was sent from Yu Jitty. Dick Jitty, what are you up to, Dick Jitty? Did you finish your morning training? Seeing his messages drove her heart into further confusion. With the current state of her emotions, she was not confident in writing a reply while hiding her weakness. That wasn't the end. If he was so content from teaching Kiel, how pathetic would she have been in his eyes? She felt pain from being made to face her weakness, but if he found her pathetic on top of that, she might even want to kill herself. She was scared. Thus, Yoram did not reply to his message. All kinds of things popped up in her mind as her emotions surged up and down. By the time she came to herself, it was already past lesson time. Her phone had rung several times, and she had gotten several messages. They were all from Yu Jitae, but she didn't reply to them. In order to waste time and have dinner outside, she headed to a restaurant with Team Machi. She didn't feel like eating, so she ordered some simple noodles. But even there, it was the same. Wow, by the way, you guys saw that too, right? Isn't she like super insane? What is? Yukio video. That Yoram was on the way back carrying a tray of noodles when Sojiro, who was murmuring something, got hit by Kim Jae-in's elbow and shut his mouth. Kim Jae-in glared sideways at Suero before glancing at Yoram, but Yoram pretended to have missed it and sat on her chair. Her hair constantly dropped while she was having her noodles, and it annoyed her. Yoram tied her hair behind her head, but perhaps because her ears were now revealed, she could hear voices whispering in the distance. Isn't she actually weak as fuck? Right. I think Yukio was a lot more insane. You know, I didn't even see Yukio take any magic studies classes. Apparently she did take it for a little bit. Then it's not Yu Yeom that's amazing, but just the Yu household that's insane, right? Do they have like a dope-ass curriculum? People do say that they have the full support of the association or something. Dude, I don't care about it. I just want to see them two fight. Why? What do you mean why? It's because I want to see you Yoram get smacked, of course. Kick, kick. I do want to see that too. Yoram placed her chopsticks down. After the settling of her emotions, irritation surged up. There was blazing heat rising from the depths of her heart, making her feel like immediately pulling their eyeballs out. She stood up from her seat and carried the noodles which she wasn't even eating. Yoram, hey, where are you going? Kim Jae-in and Sophia talked to her, but Yoram ignored the two of them and walked towards the babbling cadets. She wanted to pour the soup over their heads, and the moment they turned around, she wanted to smack them on their mouths and crush all their teeth. However, Yoram endured it. She held in the emotions that threatened to burst forth. Maybe the anger management training she had been doing with Jayal was proving to be effective. Yoram pulled the chair and sat next to the cadets who had been bad-mouthing her. Once they saw her, they rolled their eyes in a fluster as silence covered the table. Wasn't there someone calling me? Aha. Since I am here anyways, should we eat together? In fact, Yoram didn't hit people or sabotage the place that much, but her public image was a lot worse than the reality because of various rumors. They had been bad-mouthing her till now. If she didn't hear them, then there would be no reason for this red-haired girl to come sit next to them. It was hard for them to even breathe properly, and each second felt like a minute. We are done eating. NN. Saying that, the cadets nervously stood up carrying their plates. Only then did Yoram reveal her irritation. Oi, the cadets who had been awkwardly trying to stand up turned stiff. Do I have to spell it out for you? Are you that stupid? NN, are you gonna apologize or what? Finally, the cadets awkwardly smiled and apologized to Yoram. Sorry. That wasn't what I was trying to say. It was a mistake. One of them even showed an unsightly behavior by saying that he was sorry despite not personally saying that much. However, they still weren't foolish enough to mention Kiel again. When the cadets acted serviently, Yoram felt her irritation dissipate, albeit by a little. However, confusion retook its place once her irritation disappeared. What am I even doing? It was when Yoram was smoking alone in a corner. A shadow appeared in front of her. It was unknown when he even came here, but Yu Jitae was in front of her. Crouching on the ground, she looked up into his eyes. However, she wasn't confident in staring into his eyes for too long, so she looked away before indifferently opening her mouth. What's up? Why didn't you pick up the call? It's nothing. Dense smoke from the cigarette left her mouth along with a sigh. She turned silent again, so Yu Jitae opened his mouth. Skip the training today and skip the lessons tomorrow. Let's go somewhere for a little bit. Why? Just do as I tell you to. It was his normal voice, but it sounded more pressuring than usual. She did not want to show him her weak sides. She did not want to be dependent on him. She did not want to be compared. Whatever the case, Yoram did not feel like talking to anyone right now. Don't want to. I want to stay alone for a bit. Leave me alone here. You Yoram. What? I get depressed as well sometimes. Just leave me alone. No, why? I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna stay here, okay? I won't leave the house or anything, and I won't cause any problems. Fuck, I just need some time to think. It was when she was refusing him with an irritated voice. Yu Jitae suddenly walked up to her and pulled her by the wrist to make her stand on her feet. There was nothing she could do in terms of power. While she was surprised, Yu Jitae pulled her wrist and walked somewhere. Like a young kid being pulled by an adult, she could only look at his back as he took her somewhere else. At the end of the alleyway was a car. Ah, what are you doing? What is this? Let go. Go in. Opening the door, Yu Jitae shoved her inside. Due to the difference in power, she could not escape at all, and she was inside the car by the time she realized it. Like, what are you trying to do right now? Are you ignoring me? I told you. We're going somewhere to play. Like I said, I don't feel like playing right now. Without saying anything else, he stepped on the accelerator. As the car suddenly started moving forward, Yoram gave a frown. I heard from your friends on the way. I heard you were about to get mad, but you held it back. What? Well done. A compliment she wasn't expecting in the slightest came flying in from him. Her mouth that had previously been showing its fangs slowly came to a close, and with a slightly softer voice, she asked, "Where are we going?" "Seat belt." Fuck. Telling a dragon to wear seat belts. Despite saying that, she was slowly putting the seat belt on when a surprising word left Yu Jitae's mouth. Las Vegas. Yoram widened her eyes. Chapter 232. A Dance with Yoram. 1. Is the child happy? Yu Jitae looked at her, but she didn't really seem that happy. Yoram had her legs placed on top of the passenger's seat and was lowering her head. As always, there were several black bruises on her legs, and since those weren't simple bruises, they weren't fully cured yet. Her attitude remained the same even when the rental car traveled through the warp station to arrive in the USA, all the way till they arrived at Las Vegas. However, she would probably like it very soon. He was certain because it was Baum's idea. What about Las Vegas? It was her response to his question when he asked what Yoram would enjoy the most in her free time. He was concerned, thinking that it might be excessive. Not at all. Because she's from the red race, Yoram would actually find those things more comfortable and pleasant. He couldn't really understand, so he asked what she meant. The red dragons are a barbarous race of beasts. They are conquerors and fighters. Their word choice is very coarse, and so are their actions. The things that are on their minds are fundamentally different from other races. Even the nicest and the kindest red dragon in the world enjoys gambling, drugs, and both men and women. Not because those are stimulating, but because it puts them at ease. That's just the way of their life. Yu Jitae could somewhat understand after hearing up to that point. In the third iteration, there was a time when he was afraid of daily lives. Hunting monsters for 10 years, every day was spent stabbing, killing, and shedding blood. Once fighting became a part of his life. He had felt greatly anxious whenever he wasn't fighting. It was more comfortable for him to break his body, and he felt more at ease when shedding blood. But for that to be the case, isn't Yoram too serene? Yu Jitae asked. I think it's partly because we're still young and we aren't influenced yet. And I also think Yoram is special. Her heart is very gentle, kind, and she has both consideration and patience. The red race tends to live by themselves. Even the parents live in separate places as well as the hatchlings. It's because their race would go extinct if everyone was living together. But Yoram lives with us fine right. This is an extremely shocking thing. Which red dragon in the universe would get slapped by a blue dragon to control their anger? If it was any other red dragon, Jael already would have anyway, so in truth, Yoram is an angel. Oh, right, said Keel while nodding from the side. Jael also nodded with a smile, but she was probably just nodding after her sisters despite knowing nothing. In any case, it was an interesting opinion. That Yoram was an angel among the red dragons. But Arjasi, you have to come back early, okay? He then remembered the soft whisper that Balm let out right before he left the house, and her red, whispering lips. He didn't know why something like this was randomly popping up, so he shook those thoughts away. In the warp station, he paid 10-0 per person and received a bracelet. In Las Vegas, you must wear this. A thin rubber bracelet was placed on the wrists of Yu Jitae and Yoram. This level 1 bracelet artifact was a device that sensed the flow of mana and recorded it. It was a device for better security, and all the superhumans of this city, except for the police, had to wear this. Soon, the rented sedan left the warp station and drove into the city, the center of the world's entertainment and pleasure. Even the scenery of the town was fancy. There were all sorts of famous building replicas, including the obelisk, sphinx, pyramid, the Statue of Liberty, and a replica of Haterling in the sky, as well as the Absolute Wall, where the ceasefire declaration of the Great War had been written on. The sedan drove past those buildings and headed towards the hotel. During all that, Yoram did not say a single word. They checked in at the lobby. He added 100 notes under the card and handed them in. Casually taking the tip, the hotelier allocated a bigger and better room for Yu Jitae. This was something called a comp upgrade, where a better room was given for free. However, it didn't usually happen for free, so it was a rather paradoxical word. If you need anything, please press the call button whenever. Yoram, who had followed Yu Jitae into the room, appeared slightly surprised. The furniture in the room were very fancy and elegant, plus an extremely wide bed. Pulling the curtains open revealed the entirety of this fancy city, with the McCarran International Warp Station in the center. Her eyes were vacant. Although she still hadn't said a single word, she still couldn't hide her cheeks from being flushed. "You like it?" asked Yu Jitae. "Huh, well, just change your clothes first. You ain't not gonna make it too far wearing cadet clothes." "Clothes? I don't have any, though." He opened his internal dimensional storage, and the white hands pushed Yoram's wardrobe out. "Did you bring the whole thing here? Hurry and change." There was another room attached to the main room. Yoram walked out after changing her clothes in the other room. She didn't have any formal or one-piece dresses, so she was wearing black slacks pants and a white t-shirt on top. Since she was tall and skinny, it suited her nicely. "How is it?" she asked. "Looks good. You too." Yu Jitae was also wearing a shirt and a pair of slacks pants. His wide shoulders and solid muscles made the simple clothes more attractive. "Are you not going to change your face?" he asked Yoram. In fact, Yoram was quite famous, and there were also several people glancing at her in the warp station. The people did not create a fuss, since this was a place frequented by various celebrities, but even then, it wasn't a great idea to walk around with her bare face out in the open. "I don't want to change my face, though. I'll just grab a hat and a mask or something." "How about you change your hair color, then, to an inconspicuous color?" "What? You know, like brown or black." It seemed that there was something wrong with his words. Yoram shook her head in fright. "Are you crazy?" she almost shouted even. "What's wrong?" "No, no, it's nothing. Whatever, just go. And don't tell me to do stupid things. You're not gonna change your hair." "I'm not. Never." She stubbornly refused to do so. Throughout dinner at the hotel, Yoram diligently ate meat, had a piece of souffle and a dense cream cheese soup, although she usually wasn't that interested in food. During that, she glanced at the people walking past. "What are you looking at?" he asked. "The hell is that?" "What are you talking about?" Look at that person. What a freaking big ass butt." Yu Jitae looked at where she was looking. It indeed was an amazing butt for a man. "And look at that person over there." This time, she was looking at a woman who had plaited herself with a gold tooth, a gold necklace, a gold bracelet, and all sorts of gold accessories. She looks like the owner of a jewelry store. I want to smack her head, steal all that stuff and sell it. Why would you do that to a stranger? No, like FCK, I was just saying it, but you know, our world had something similar to that. What was it? A gold goblin. They always stick all those things around their body, she said before adding, "Oh, and look at him. The one with white clothes. He looked normal, though. NN, he's a normal baldy." Saying that, Yoram quietly giggled to herself. It was slightly dumbfounding. Yoram did not smile a single time despite staying at a hotel that was worth $10 a night and having a $500 dinner, but was laughing at a bald guy. Whatever the case, anything was fine as long as it could better her mood. After finishing the main dish, the waiter brought a dessert along with a decent wine. It was 8 p.m. by that time. Darkness covered the city outside as fancy lights of the town seeped through the window. Taking a sip of the wine, Yoram murmured a question. "Why did you bring me here? How many times do I have to say it? We came here to play. Don't worry about anything and just play to your heart's content while we're here." Putting a piece of cheese into her mouth, she said, "It is nice, but this is not good." "Why, you know yourself. Now's not the time for me to do this." "It's fine. It's not fine. People that run with their eyes looking only at the front need to take a rest sometimes." "Or what, do you not like this place? Do you want to go somewhere else?" "NN. Well, it's not like I hate it, but then just play. Put everything down." Yoram blankly turned to the scenery outside the window. Her pony-tail that left through the hole of her cap appeared like the tail of a puppy. But you know. Yeah. Like I don't know. What? I don't really know you don't know what. See, man, like, what can it be? Do you really not know what I am talking about? It seemed that she was somewhat embarrassed by it. She glared at him for a little before avoiding eye contact and whispering, I don't know how to play in places like this. Her words left like a sigh. Wasn't that natural, though? Yoram right now was not only unaware of how to play, even watching people walk by was an interesting sight for her. Everything for her was a new experience. Ever since she opened her eyes to this day, her life was just a repetition of fighting, getting stronger, and fighting stronger enemies. It was the same when she just arrived for her amusement, as well as at lair. She had been fighting wearing a wooden mask back then, but was now fighting cadets wearing a cadet uniform. He didn't know why she would be embarrassed by the fact that she didn't know how to play. Naturally, Yu Jitae himself didn't know how to play either, but could imitate it to an extent. It was because there was a time when he had to live in Las Vegas for a few years in the past. Thus, he nonchalantly said to her, just trust me. He first took Yoram over to a circus. Alpha Monsters, it was a monster circus show. Under the splendid spotlights, well-trained ogres and saber-toothed tigers either bounced balls or danced. As cheerful music came flowing out, the monsters rhythmically shook their heads, and sometimes male and female dancers wearing risque clothes came out and danced with the monsters. Yoram couldn't take her eyes off the stage. Wow, what was that? After the show, Yoram was very talkative. That was freaking interesting. How did they do that? It was like perfectly on beat. Are all those stupid monsters crazy? They don't have any pride. They just listen to whatever they're told. That's actually freaking interesting. Did they like bash the monsters up when they were teaching them? Because they listen better that way. Excluding the time when she was doing great in the competition, Yu Jitae had never seen Yoram this excited. Was it fun? Ha! Well, but the question of whether it was fun or not might have come across to her as if he was treating her like a child. Maybe the fact that she had enjoyed a small entertainment like that might have touched her pride, but Yoram placed the cigarette in her mouth with a grumble. It wasn't much. Sure, of course. Suppressing her excitement, Yoram smoked the cigarette. Yu Jitae was next to the child but could see the ponytail popping out from the cap. When Yoram turned her head, looking at the shiny and colorful buildings around her, the hair appeared like the gently shaking tail of a puppy. It was a fairly strange thought on his part. Had he ever seen something so common and link it to something different that it resembled? For some reason, he wanted to touch it, so he reached his hand out and touched the hair NN. What you doing? Go away. Yoram flicked her hand, so he retrieved his arm. Weirdly enough, there was a very faint sense of reluctance. It was a strange thing because he wasn't interested in puppies or cats. The tale of a puppy. How? What are we going to do now? Casino. She appeared very pleased after hearing it. Oh, I love it. It's your first time, right? Yeah, let's go. He moved his feet. Yoram's feet, as she walked right behind him, were very light, and on the way there, Yu Jitae explained a few things. It's good to play, but there are a few things that you must keep in mind. What are they? Mentally prepare yourself first. Whether it's exciting or enraging, this is just a little bit of a pastime activity. You can't forget that. You can't get absorbed in it no matter what it is. Okay, of course. Do I look like a kid? He didn't reply to that question. He simply opened his watch and gave her a card. I've prepared this for you. There are $10 inside it. Go change them to chips and go to a slot machine, do blackjack, baccarat, whatever you want. Yeah. You're not coming with me. I have something else to do. If you don't know how something works, just watch and learn from the side. There's nothing too hard inside. How about you still come with me? There's just something I have to buy. I'll go to you after buying them. Call me when there's a problem. Okay. Yoram nodded. In fact, he would be acutely raising his senses, so there wouldn't be a problem even if she didn't call him. After sending her off, Yu Jitae headed to a store outside the casino. He had glanced at it on the way, but there was a variety of ornaments in this place that girls would love, ranging from small jewelries to cute mascot plushies of Las Vegas, and accessories like bracelets and rings with the mascot engraved. He hadn't given any accessories to the kids before. Now that he was at a fairly distant place, it might be a good idea for him to give a gift to each of the kids. They would probably like it. Maybe this hairpin with a pink flower attached would suit Baum's hair quite well. That was the first thing he thought of. Pink suited her quite nicely, perhaps, because her hair had the same color as grass. After buying a hairpin for Balm, he bought bracelets for Keel and Jael, as well as a piercing for Yoram. That was when someone called him. It was Yoram. Yeah, sir. What? Little Yoam-ish FC kid, she spoke with a lisp. It sounded as if she was trying to act cute. He could somewhat guess what it was about without even having to hear the rest. Did you lose everything already? It's only been 20 minutes since you've gone inside, though. She was silent for a short period of time. Soon, a chuckle sounded from the other side of the phone. NN. Chapter 233. A dance with Yoram, too. Going through the storage inside his pocket, he searched for the pocket watch. In the process, he came across Yoram's socks. Putting them away, he grabbed the pocket watch, took it out, and checked the time. It had exactly been 17 minutes after Yoram had gone inside. Where are you? The same place. Third floor, Hehai. Excited, aren't you? After losing a month's worth of the dormitory fee in just a few minutes. Ying, sorry. What did you even do, and how did you lose all that money already? How did I lose it? Like the person next to me was going at it like crazy, so I thought, FCK it. Life can't be that hard, but I guess it is a little bit hard enough, whatever. Just stay there for now. I'll be there soon. After paying for the gifts, Yu Jitae headed to the third floor of the casino. The moment he entered the building, he was met with fancy lights and tourists in party clothes who had come here to enjoy their tour. A few of them had slightly different gazes. Those people had a different objective than playing. When he arrived at the third floor, Yoram found him and ran up to him. Welcome me. Yeah, give me my card. Here, Las Vegas member credit card. He checked the remaining cash and saw that there were roughly $8 left inside. You really blew off the whole thing. NN, do you have no more money or something? I do have it. Some time ago, he had sold the byproducts of a dungeon to the Swiss auction. Excluding tax and the commission fee, he got around $40 in return. If he wanted to, he could easily earn millions a day, but he intentionally only earned the amount of money that would be needed, because that was closer to the general framework of daily lives. What? So you do have more money? Give them to me then. And what if I do give it to you? What? Will you lose $10 in 2 hours now? No. Yoram gave a bright smile in response to his comment. Can I try it one last time? It'll multiply your money tenfold. You don't want me to come with you? Yeah. I want to try it myself. Since I am the one that lost it, I need to earn it back. The right call would naturally be to ignore her nonsense and go together. However, Yu Jitae pondered for a bit. What would Yoram need right now, and what would make her the most happy? He now knew it after living together for 2 years. Yoram was an extremely independent dragon. She did not rely on others easily, nor did she desire help. She gave her best to complete things on her own. Yu Jitae respected her independence because it concerned her pride as a red dragon. Even then, a child inevitably needs the help of adults, even when playing around like this, let alone fighting. She needed help, but he couldn't give her much help. In times like this, how should he, the guardian, approach the child? After a bit of thought, he had an idea. Adding $20 into the credit card, he gave it to her. Oh, do a bit better this time. Okay, I love not really, but respect. I'm heading off then, Yu Jitae. What are you doing? Me, at Cafe Yu Jitae. Are you by yourself? Me, Yu Jitae. Picture please. He took a picture of the cafe filled with chandeliers. Yu Jitae, twinkle twinkle. They are pretty, me. What are you up to, Yu Jitae? I'm going to go to a cafe with Keelani, Yu Jitae. I also braided my hair, me. Your hair? Me. Let me see. A photo soon arrived. Jael's face inside the picture was as big as a house. Since she didn't know how to take pictures, she had tucked her chin in, and there was a big double chin making her look fat as a result. Only half of her fingers making the V sign was caught by the camera. Me. Who tied your hair for you, Yu Jitae? Keelani did. It was usually Balm who did it for her, but it seemed that Keel had done it today. Me. I see you, Jael. When are you coming back? Me. Maybe the day after tomorrow, you, Jael. Day after tomorrow. Me. So in 2 days, you, Jael. Still so much time left, you, Jael. Bamani said she was feeling lonely. It hasn't even been that long yet. Yu Jitae was thinking of what to write when another message was sent by Jael. You, Jael. I want to see you too, therefore. Yu Jitae took a selfie of his face and sent it to her. Me. Here, you, Jael. Not this like that. He spent the time sending messages to Jael at the cafe. That was when his watch vibrated. Yoram was calling him, and this time it had been around 3 hours. Hello. Yeah, did you earn some money? Ah. So the thing is, Yoram hesitated before opening her mouth. Would you like to know, sir? Oh no. He called Yoram over to the cafe. After arriving at the cafe, she ordered a long black before giving excuses with an awkward smile. No, I really didn't do anything fusing wrong. This time I was about to earn some money. What game did you play? It's called Texas Hold'em. There are several cards at the front, and I have to make a combo with my cards. I know what it is. And yeah, so at the start I was really careful, all right. But whenever the person next to me lost his money to me, he continued raising his bet and increasing the pool size. What is that if not a challenge to me? Right. And you couldn't avoid the challenges. Is that what you're saying? NN, SX, why did you roll your tongue? Because we're in America. Saying that, she giggled. Fortunately, she appeared to be still in the mindset of simply having fun, and she was enjoying herself despite losing money. She had gambled in the literal meaning of the word, and had been completely defeated in mind games. If he continued giving her money 2 or 3 times from here, she would start getting frustrated every time she lost. It was about time. Do you want to try one more time? Really? Can I? But this time you have to come with me. Why? I want to try it by myself, though I can do better this time. No, because I am going to give you $10 this time. Huh, for real? The unit itself was different. When she was getting allowances, she only got $10 or $20, but after losing $1,000, there was now $10,000 at stake. Even Yoram, who was ignorant of currencies, knew that it was a large sum of money. That's quite a lot of capital. Huh, yeah. So I also have to be more careful, don't I? But still. Can't you wait until I mess up one more time? You won't win. Ha, no, for sure I can. Do you want to bet? Good. If I restore all the previous money, then you have to serve me as the master, like a slave. Yoram said, thinking of what she had read at a certain shoujo manga. As always, her analogies were very vulgar. What if you lose? Then ill treat you like a master for a day. Got it. He didn't need a red dragon slave. But this way, he could help the child protect her pride as the adult, and at the same time had an opportunity to teach her something new. Walking out of the cafe, they headed once again to the tables. Under the brilliant lights was a carpet of intriguing patterns that strangely urged people to spend more money. There was a whole crowd of people, and although it was overall fairly quiet despite that, there were occasional laments and sighs here and there. Among them, Yu Jitae and Yoram walked towards the Texas Hold'em table. Inside the credit card were $10. Swinging the card, Yoram asked, "Do I start straight up? Explain to me before you start on what you're thinking of doing." "What do you mean? It's simple. Go get cards and bet money. If someone picks a fight, I'll take it on. Well, I might lose, though." At that rate, she was bound to lose more money, but Yoram wasn't a fool either. Perhaps feeling a slight doubt with her own strategy, she slowly opened her mouth. "You know what? Don't tell me too much, but maybe just give me one advice. There's something on the line, so why would I, Simon, just tell me? Anything will do. Do you want to lose $10? $10 for a dragon slave is not bad. Far out, all right. Go away then." But it wasn't like he could really let her lose all that money, because she might get emotional after losing again. It would be an anger sprouting from greed, and was a shortcut to gambling addiction. Yu Jitae walked up to the back of Yoram, who had started walking away, and grabbed her 2 shoulders. "Huh, what's up?" she asked as her body came to a stop. Lowering his body, he aligned his line of sight with the child's and fortunately found a good target. "I'll explain it to you once." "Huh, oh okay, look, over there, yeah, right." Yoram obediently listened to him teach. In a table of 5, 3 of them had folded. It was a table where one man and one woman were continuing with the game. Who do you think will win out of the two? The lucky one. Right. If it was a hold'em of humans, you might be right. But you're a dragon. Look closely. Yoram looked at them with a frown. What am I even meant to be looking at? As for techniques, there's nothing you can see so far. Same as luck. And you can't look at their cards either. NN. In order to have the advantage in a situation like that, you must make good use of what you have. You have good eyes, don't you? Yeah, better than a human at least. Sink yourself to me. Okay. His hands were on her shoulders. Yu Jitae accepted the feeble mana of the dragon seep in. The synchronization was done with an extremely small amount of mana, so tiny that the bracelet could not sense it. Focus and look at them. Yu Jitae spoke from her shoulders, and she focused. Yu Jitae's gaze looked at both the man and the woman. Firstly, he looked into their eyes, and he glanced at their faces before finally scanning through their bodies. Yu Jitae's eyes looking at a human were as if he was staring at a block of timber. Yoram felt slight goosebumps, so she rubbed her arms. Without caring about that, he opened his mouth. Focus. He opened his mouth when her eyes were again back on the people. How is it? Can you see it now? Yoram could finally understand a little bit of what he was trying to tell her. Yu Jitae's gaze was focused on extremely tiny details. For example, his eyes focused on the slight twitch of the man's eyes when he received a card. It wasn't international, nor was it a twitch visible to human eyes. It might even be a slight movement revealed by the electric senses given off by the man's brain. Even a dragon like herself could not see it without consciously focusing on it. Straight after that, the man's expression turned into an afraid look. This time, it was at a level that normal humans could also sense it as long as they were attentive. It looks like something's FCK'd, does it? But there's a lot on the line. NN, is he gonna fold? It's a shame, but he's fuked right. No. After glancing at the man's eyes and the expression, the next thing that entered Yu Jitae's sight was the man's posture. His posture and attitude. His shoulders and his expression were greatly shrunk from visible fear. However, his legs were slightly open while his knees were bouncing up and down. He looked quite excited. Ho, he's not folding and he's going at it. Did he get a good hand? Let's see. After the final bet, it was the final showdown and the cards were revealed. The man had a flush, which was a fairly high hand. Oh no, the opponent gave a frown. She had gotten confident from the slight look of fear on the man's expression, not realizing that it was a trap. Oh, now I get it. He had a good hand but still acted scared, right? That was very natural. That's about right. Hold'em is a fight. You have to bait them into biting at your weak points, but there is almost no human in the world that can completely hide their expressions and thoughts. There are some but very few. And there was greed in the man's eyes, and his expression revealed his intention to deceive his opponent. However, his inner thoughts were revealed by his gesture and attitude, and it's hard to hide those. With a vacant look on her face, she looked back at Yu Jitae and nodded. Greed from the eyes, intention from the expression, and inner thoughts from the attitude and posture, right? You get it. NN. Who? It suddenly makes me kinda nervous. Be prudent. Don't be caught up in the atmosphere, not like it's my money anyway. Oi, Yoram chuckled. I'll be back, just wait and see. She then joined the table. In the end, gambling was about luck, and it was impossible to win every time. Even if one was good at mind games, it was hard to go over 55 win rate. Ho, the pretty lady is back. Were you that worried about my pocket? Of course. I'll give you more money, so open it up. But with that said, 55 win rate was extremely massive. The more rounds they went through, the 5 more chance to win slowly revealed its destructiveness. Besides, after successfully inferring the enemy's mind once, the gambler will gain information about the other player. Their gestures, feet, expression, gaze, habits. They will gain data on such things, and their understanding of the opponent will therefore increase. And naturally, the win rate would go up even more. Raise, 30, call and raise, 50, raise, 70. There were more and more chips at stake, but Yoram was not nervous. Call, ho, you're not folding here. Did you get a good hand or something, Red Lady? No, I have 2 pairs. 5 hours after the start, around 2 a.m. in the morning, Yoram leaned on the chair and heartily laughed. She had restored the $30 that she had lost, but I thought you would only have a pair. God damn it by 5-fold. With a bright smile on her face, she looked at Yu Jitae. However, he couldn't watch the situation unfold with a relaxed gaze, and after thinking about it, he realized that it was because there was something they had betted for. I'll give you back your money first. Wait until I am done with the game. After changing the chips back to money, Yoram gave him the card with a wink. Jitae. Chapter 234. A Dance with Yoram. 3. A strong point of Yoram he could point out as her teacher would be that she had the heart of a beast. Perhaps because there was no turning back, Yoram had no fear driving herself into the unknown. That was just how her personality was like. It was something Yu Jitae, who always calmly formed plans despite having absolute power, did not have. And her personality was being revealed in the casino. Raise. 1, 0. Yoram pushed black chips into the circle. Seeing that, the opponent gave a frown. Hey, lady. Do you think you are always going to be the one coming out on top? You better stop. There's this thing called beginner's luck. What? Smoking was allowed inside the casino. With a cigarette in his mouth, the middle-aged man opened his mouth. If you want to enjoy the casino for a long time, let me teach you something. Look at the table. There are 3 hearts within the community cards, aren't there? 5, 2, K, A 10. Yoram similarly was smoking a cigarette. A mouthful of thick smoke dispersed with a sigh. And what? Think carefully. Why do you think I was raising it by a 100, but suddenly went with 500 this time? Do you think I won't have 2 hearts in my hand? There was a fishy smile on his mouth. However, the bet had already been raised, and the chips had left her hand. The middle-aged man gave chips worth $1,000 before pushing 5 times the amount. Raise. 5-0. 5-0. This time, the players and the dealer, let alone the audience, widened their eyes in shock. Did he say 5,000? What a jump! They clamored because 5-0 was the bet limit placed in this casino, and although it was none of their business, they were interested in seeing who would be the one losing a fortune. Yoram looked back at Yu Jitae. Was it because she was scared? No. At this point, her expression was so hazy that it was hard to decipher. Intention revealed from expressions, that was what Yu Jitae taught her. Following that, she was making an expression that hid any sort of intention. However, it seemed that she still couldn't hide the greed that was revealed in her eyes. With a faint smile, Yu Jitae gave her the card. The heart of the beast was going to make something big happen again. She changed all the money in the card into chips and pushed them forward. Call. There were $14 at stake in just one game. Due to the large amount of money, the dealer was also very excited and raised their voice. Showdown. Finally, it was time to reveal their cards. The man flipped his 2 cards. Q, 10. It's a flush. A heart flush with a Q. It's a strong hand. The audience created a fuss. Flush, the 5th strongest hand from the bottom. Besides, there weren't any common numbers in the community cards, so a full house or a 4 of a kind, which were both stronger than flushes, were impossible. That wasn't the end. 3 hearts in the community cards, and 2 in his hand, most importantly, Q, which was the strongest after K was in his hand. And from the 52 cards of the deck, there were only 13 heart cards, from which 5 had already been revealed. 98. The man considered his chance to win as 98. This was almost impossible to lose. There was only one hand that could allow Yoram to win at this point. However, the moment Yoram flipped her cards, the confidence in the man's expression crumbled. Of all things, that was in Yoram's hand. A4, people shouted with excitement. You were our A of hearts. Of hearts was just in her hand. She actually won it. What a fiesta. It was the same flush, but her of hearts, which was a tick above the middle-aged man's hand, was in Yoram's hand. The moment his expression was filled with astonishment and shock, Yoram giggled. People would think you had a royal straight flush or something with that confidence of yours. Why, you damn girl. Here's an A of hearts, and a heart from me too. Moi. Placing her hand on her lips, she blew a kiss as the middle-aged man begrudgingly stood up from his seat. The defeated player left the table. Yoram also stood up from the table after changing the chips into money and putting them into the card, as the audience created a pathway like the Red Sea divide. That was amazing, lady. How much did you freaking earn from one game? Give me a share of your luck. I've been losing from last night. They were excited from the dramatical defeat of someone else. Sure, Yoram replied. She bumped her fist with everyone on the way out. However, that wasn't the end of their games of the day. When the 2 of them had left the casino for a little breather, 3 men with large builds walked out of the dark alleyway and stood in front of them. They were all superhumans that had learned martial arts. What are you bunch? Yoram relaxedly asked with a cigarette in her mouth. Look, no need to be so cautious. We're not here to do bad things. Then, don't you want to bring your game to a bigger table? With their chins, they gestured and pointed at the middle-aged man who had lost his money, waving his hand with a smile. Then, the middle-aged man pointed at a shabby building in the corner of the dark alleyway that didn't suit this paradisiacal city. That place was the underground casino, where the real ones bet money without any limits. What are you up to? Is it because you don't want to lose all that money? No, no, no. Don't misunderstand us, okay? We can't harm tourists either because we don't want the police to create a hole in our heads. You are free to go if you want to. The men revealed their harmless natures with a nod. Yu Jitae wasn't really inclined, because places with larger units of money tended to have bigger, fluctuating madness within. They had earned enough and had enough fun already, so there was no reason to go in any further. Let's go, you Yoram. However, when he looked back at Yoram's expression, he found an incomparably excited look on her face. Don't want to, she replied. What? How dare you tell me to do something when I am your master? He had forgotten it for a bit, but Yoram had paid him back. Slave, let's go there. Oi ehi, you have to call me master. She dragged him by the wrist and pulled him along while he was looking for words to return. With no other choice, he followed Yoram and the group of men into the underground casino. Unlike the shabby outside appearance of the building, the inside was dark yet flashy. The lights, the carpet, and everything appeared like a proper casino, and there were countless true bettors playing their games. The moment Yoram and Yu Jitae entered the building, several gamblers walked up and welcomed them. Oh, she's here, the red-haired girl. You're the one that emptied the pocket of old man Silan, right? Well done, Kiwahaha. I heard you were in luck today. Without being intimidated by their energy, Yoram nonchalantly made a V sign with her fingers. So, who's playing against me? She asked. Right. Did old man Silan go somewhere? Shouldn't have. He was gritting his teeth till now. Ah, he's coming. The middle-aged man who had lost a fortune to Yoram was walking towards them with a short young man next to him. Yu Jitae looked at the tiny young man. He couldn't sense anything from him, meaning that he wasn't even a superhuman. He was just a normal human, but his eyes were bright and intelligent, and it was a gaze that was rare to find in a place like this where people only had eyes intoxicated in alcohol, drugs, and money. Isn't that Dennis? Shameless old man. Why would you bring the winner of last year's poker contest here? He really didn't want to lose, I guess. Cucuck. The middle-aged man gave a scowl hearing the voices of the bystanders while Yoram grumbled. What, you're gonna use a substitute? What if I am? Don't want to do it now. HMPH. It's up to you to take the game. Go away if you don't want to, stupid old man. What, you immature young kid? You scared or something? His lowly provocations did not work, and Yoram simply had the question of whether it was fine to play or not. She turned towards Yu Jitae, looking for his consent. He decided to let the child do whatever she wanted to do. I will take all the responsibility, so do whatever you want to do today. Yu Jitae signaled that, with a nod as Yoram sat on her seat with a bright expression. The game soon began. There were more than 10 people watching the game, and because it was a fairly big game, the underground casino dealer raised his voice. Small blind. Dennis, who was the first to bet, pushed a black chip forward. It was $100 from the get-go. Seeing the difference in the scale of the bet, Yoram gave a frown. What a lunatic. Straight up like that. The opponent was quiet. His expression was saggy like a dead man, while his eyes appeared indifferent. Both his posture and attitude were stiff like a machine. There was nothing she could sense from his outward appearance. Realizing that, Yoram also turned serious. She bet $200 for the big blind, followed by the preflop. 2 cards were given each to the 2 players. The 2 of them stealthily looked at their cards as the opponent, Dennis, started betting. He pushed forth a black chip worth $100. Yoram called. Until then, the game was peaceful. There was no reason to get worked up from the start, and because the night was long, the audience was also thinking of relaxedly watching the game unfold. However, the moment 3 community cards were revealed in the flop, the atmosphere of the game turned upside down. J, J, J. People screamed in shock. Urak, what? It's already a J triple, you fusing shithead. Are you sure you fucking mixed the cards properly? When the eyes of the crowd fell on him like arrows, the dealer, who himself was also surprised, quickly pointed at the authentication certificate of Las Vegas attached to the shuffle machine. My word, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Is this going to be the ultimate finisher? The ones who had been planning to enjoy a long, relaxed game turned bloody-eyed as the lightened mood immediately vanished. Even in Texas Hold'em, one of the poker games where high hands were quite frequently spotted, a triple coming out on the flop was a rare sight that can only be seen once in 3 months or so. If the 2 of them had a pair in hand, it would immediately be a full house. And if there was one of them with the last J in hand, that would be a 4 of a kind. And usually, a higher hand than 4 of a kind could hardly be seen in half a year. At this rate, the game would end in a single round. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Dennis was calm. He quietly grabbed several black chips and pushed them forth. The number of chips he pushed were 10 in total, $1,000 from the start. What's gonna happen now? Will the redhead fold here? Fuck no. What kind of coward would take their hands off here? All the listeners agreed with the final shout. No matter how much was at stake, it didn't make sense to turn tail from this. With a coldly settled expression, Yoram opened her mouth. Raise. 20. Dennis indifferently raised it again. 50. Yoram continued the raise by calling out 100, which Dennis continued raising all the way to 200. Only then did Yoram call $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, and $20,000 at the end. By the time it all ended, there were 72 black chips in front of the dealer, worth a shocking $72,000. The onlookers were astonished. Was there something they were believing in that allowed their full-on sprint? Did one of them perhaps have another J, while the other had a pair for a full house? When the fourth card was unveiled, J, 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 they once again let out voices filled with screams. A four of a kind, damn it. There's a four of a kind on the board, damn it. What the FCK is going on? You sure you mixed the cards properly? Wait, that means none of them had a J in the first place. No J in hand. Maybe both of them already had a full house in their hands. In the following bet, Yoram raised to 50, 0. Dennis followed suit with a preposterous call to raise it to 100, 0. More and more chips were being built up, and as the scale increased, tension was built upon tension like a sandwich. People couldn't even breathe out loud as they quietly waited for Yoram to reply. Nonchalantly, she agreed to the ridiculous bet. Call, $372, $0. A mountain of black chips were placed on the table. At this point, it would not end until one of them headed to complete annihilation. The onlookers knew its nature because they had seen similar situations once every few months, so they watched the game unfold with eyes filled with excitement. It was the beginning of a race to ruin. Chapter 235. A Dance with Yoram 4, the dealer gulped. Since the surroundings were so quiet, the sound of his gulp reverberated clearly. River at last, the final word was revealed. J, 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 J3. In truth, what the card was no longer important at this point. A single game with $372 $0 on the line, where four of a kind was already made certain. Whatever the two of them had in hand was no longer important, even if that made a full house. But although the ridiculous community cards made countless other elements of the game meaningless, it did succeed in bringing madness to the people. The place had already become a part of greed, with Yoram and Dennis the only ones that were calm. Finally, it was the time for the last bet. Dennis spoke with a powerless voice. All in. He had brought roughly 1,000 black chips. The dealer raked in the remaining 827 chips. "Ah, you owe, key it," people shouted, and all in. In just one game, the first game at that, there were about to be $2 million at stake. What? All in? I don't have that many chips. Fold then. Shut the crap, UFC cur. The fact that she was lacking in chips in comparison must have been under his calculation. However, she couldn't borrow money and couldn't fold either, since there was a lot of her money on the line. She was giving a frown when Yu Jitae, who was quietly watching her, asked. Confident. Wearing a scowl, Yoram turned towards him. There was a menacing frown in her expression, like a baby wolf whose food had been stolen away from it. He looked into her eyes. Yu Jitae couldn't see anything within. It meant that Yoram was completely controlling her greed, and that instead gave him certainty. Got it. Drop. When Yu Jitae placed a card on the tabletop, the audience gazed at it with sparkling eyes. There was a gold familiar engraving on a black card. It was when one of them gasped with a retch. A D, dungeon free pass. Immediately, a veteran dealer ran up and confirmed whether it was fake or not. When he stated, "It's the genuine article with the official stamp of the association," the people buzzed even more. It was the unlimited dungeon raid privilege that he got while working as season. The onlookers attentively appraised Yu Jitae's face. He wasn't a famous superhuman. Several people present were quite knowledgeable about the superhuman industry, but none of them knew who he was. In other words, he must have picked it up somewhere. Since it was a card with unique magic setups, it might net $1 million or $2 if it was returned to the association. Is that a suitable price? Of course. Even then, Dennis did not look surprised in the slightest. It was instead Yoram that was surprised, because she knew of the value of the dungeon free pass. For her, this was just a continuation of her gambling, and yet Yu Jitae was trusting her so much that he was willing to put the unlimited dungeon raid qualification on the line. Isn't that what it meant? You don't have to go that far, it's fine even if you lose it. No, I won't lose it, ever. Shutting her lips tight, she turned her head back to the front. That was the end of the bet. Showdown. At last, the results were revealed. 5-2, those were the cards Yoram had. Some of the onlookers were so shocked from the ridiculously low numbers that they were about to faint, but 4-3. Dennis' hand was even lower than Yoram's. It was Yoram's win. People shrieked. Crazy. They don't have K or a J or even an 8, and yet they do that. These guys are crazy. What in the world is on their minds? The screams of the crowd shook the entirety of the underground casino like a tsunami. Still dumbfounded from the shock, Yoram was dazed when Dennis asked with a distorted frown on his face. Oi, ha! Are you crazy? How do you follow my raises with a hand like that, ha? His question caused the crowd to settle a little. What would she say in response? Wasn't Dennis raises crazy in the first place? Did she win after an intensive mind game? It was when they were all holding in their voices, waiting for the redhead's reply. Yoram's voice in return was a bewildered one itself. I just did it. Once again, people shouted from all around. The dealer changed more than 1,000 chips to money and added it to the credit card as Yu Jitae took his dungeon free pass back. Only then did Yoram come to terms with her victory. While there were still shouts and laments of astonishment among the crowd, Yoram ran up to Yu Jitae with a smile brighter than ever. I won. I won. She jumped up and down before hanging her arms around his neck. Yu Jitae then realized that the child's heart was beating like crazy, as if it was about to explode, so he hugged her back. Her expression was filled with joy once her intentional look of peace was gone. Wah shit, I was scared as FCK. Wow, I was this close to being FCK'd. For real, nice job. Did I do well? You did great. Really. For real, of course. Then hurry up and compliment me more. Hurry, I'm proud of you. RFCK, I love it. I'm about to go crazy. Sex. Hugging the child, Yu Jitae repeatedly complimented her while thinking to himself. Dennis was sprinting forward, hoping for Yoram to fold, while wearing a calm expression until the end of the game. A demeanor like that was an absurdly amazing thing for a normal human. It was the temperament of a hero. However, Yoram also had something similar. Not only did she have the heart of the beast, she also knew how to be patient, knew how to hide her true intentions, and also had the confidence to fight. The result wasn't important. Yu Jitae realized for the first time that Yoram could show calmness in front of a true battle. Although there was his generous support and trust in the center of all that, it was Yoram who had managed to pull it off. Today's gamble had a very positive impact. An experience like this would remain in a portion of Yoram's memories and stay there forever. No matter what battle she would face in the future, Yoram could reflect on her current memories and settle her emotions. However, the situation wasn't just over yet. You damn mother FC curs. Stay right there. It was when they were about to leave with the card. Perhaps because they had lost $1 million in a single game, large men wearing black suits came running towards them holding guns in hand. There were 7 in total, and it was clear to both Yoram and Yu Jitae that they were related to Dennis. $1 million was enough to drive a small organization in the town like them crazy. Bang, 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 bang. Ear-splitting sounds of firearms echoed as the chandeliers dropped from the ceiling. Those lunatics are back at it again. Run. Hide under the table. It was chaos. The gamblers pushed each other away as they ran as some of them fell. Tables flipped, and the surprised dealers quickly took out shotguns, but another round of firearms caused them to fall. Kayak. A sharp scream of a woman resonated above the gunshots, as well as someone's desperate cry for police. It was when Yu Jitae, placed in the center of the incident, was about to move his body. Yu Jitae, Yoram grabbed him by the arm. Strangely enough, her expression was filled with excitement. Let's run away. What are you doing? Let go. You're my slave. You have to listen to me. Saying that, she wrapped her arms around his and started pulling him. Why was she like this, and why did they have to run away? He was thinking that, but suddenly remembered an American drama that he had watched some time last year with Yoram and Jael. The protagonists who had been gambling in the underworld, running away after hearing gunshots, maybe Yoram, had remembered the same thing. Yu Jitae suddenly found this red hatchling to be like a young kid. Things like the heart of a beast and the calm temperament of a hero all sounded laughably unsuitable now. He sometimes forgot it since she always acted like a mature adult, bleeding in her zealous efforts, but Yoram had just turned 17. Hurry, hurry up. Let's run. Thinking that, Yu Jitae decided to play along with the child. Together they ran past other people, jumped over fallen tables, and headed to the exit. The moment they opened the door, they were welcomed by three people pointing their firearms at them to stop their escape. Bang, bang, bang. When the guns fired their bullets, Yu Jitae stood in front of Yoram and stopped the bullets with his body. Dozens of S-ranked protective blessings within his body snatched the kinetic energy from the bullets, making them drop powerlessly. He then took one of the guns and swung it like a club. These guys were a bunch of rogues that put their lives on the line for just $2 million. They had chosen this place as their hideout because people couldn't use magic in Las Vegas. Paradise. That was also why they were using firearms as their weapons, but they were naturally powerless before well-trained superhumans. Kay Kang, the head of one of the villains, exploded. Startled, the other two placed their fingers on their triggers, but a foot came flying in. It was Yoram's flying side kick. With a loud bang, one of the remaining two lost his chin. His head was turned to the side as his heavy body fell down the staircase. Lastly, the remaining person with a body especially bigger than others tried to physically stop them. However, he seemed to have guessed that it wouldn't work out and appeared fairly flustered. Yu Jitae grabbed the guy by his neck and casually tossed him as the large, muscular superhuman, weighing around 340 kg, helplessly rolled down the stairs. Grab them, seemingly out of their minds. The members of the gang pursued them while shooting their guns from behind. Once the two of them left the building, they found a truck driving towards them. As the hysterical chase began, Yoram and Yu Jitae quickly turned a corner which the truck followed with an excessive drift. It was impossible to dodge without using mana. Thinking that, the driver of the truck drove into the two of them despite the casino building being in front of it. Quang! A loud explosion covered the area. From the midst, Yu Jitae carried Yoram and jumped out, reaching 20 meters in height without even using mana. Kai ha ha ha, those retards. Being carried like a princess with her eyes gazing at the blazing scene of the explosion beneath her, Yoram laughed herself to death. That seemed to be the end of their eventful day. Superhuman police officers appeared in the distance, and the surprised rogues began running away. Oh, wow, look at that. However, the place Yu Jitae landed after the jump happened to be the terrace of the ballroom located on the 6th floor of the casino. Who are you guys? Oh my. A couple that had been intoxicated by their champagne, and the atmosphere had been sharing a deep kiss, but startledly jumped away after spotting them. Inside the building were people entangled and dancing under the brilliant lights. The building had great soundproof walls, and they were absorbed in their entertainment no matter what was happening outside. Hey, slave, let's dance together. What? Hurry up, I feel crazy good right now. I probably won't dance ever if not today, you know. He hesitated, thinking why he had to dance all of a sudden, but it just served to prove how excited Yoram was. In any case, it wasn't the right condition for a dance. Yu Jitae wearing a business shirt, slacks, pants, and shoes was all right, but Yoram was still wearing a t-shirt. You don't match the dress code, do you? Hearing that, Yoram flicked her head towards the woman who had been sharing a deep kiss. Honey, sorry, but let me borrow your clothes for a bit. Ah, who? What are you? She was no different from a gangster herself. That night was literally a chaos. In the end, wearing the borrowed dress, Yoram danced with Yu Jitae under the chandelier lights. However, Yoram was not the protagonist of a drama and didn't know how to dance despite the atmosphere. Thus, she kept on stepping on Yu Jitae's feet until he became slightly irritated at last. He said just forget it, as Yoram once again laughed till she gasped for breath. That was how they spent that night. From sunrise all the way till noon, the sound of laughter did not leave her mouth. Chapter 236, A Dance with Yoram, 5. The next day they played. They ate, played around, watched another show, and ate again. There was an incident that happened in the middle while she was at a slot machine inside the casino. She called it the biggest fraud alongside claw machines and chucked the machine. It was fine, because Yoram was now loaded with money. However, she couldn't avoid getting kicked out of the casino, no matter how much money she had. Throughout the day, Yu Jitae was treated like a slave. Yoram seemed to have forgotten about it, but suddenly remembered it during the show and said to him, "Hey, slave, your shoulders." Well, placing her on his shoulders, because it was hard to see, wasn't a difficult task. carrying her on his back because she couldn't be bothered to walk, and lending her his knee for her to tie her shoelaces were all okay. But once they started having a meal, Yu Jitae became slightly unsatisfied with the result of this bet. It was because she ordered chopped steak before giving him the fork and asking with an open mouth, "Hey, slave, I'm a baby. Gimme FUD." This girl, she must have seen something. She knew exactly what Yu Jitae hated doing and was trying to make him do it in this temporary master-to-slave relationship. Use your own hands when you're eating food. Wang Yoam doesn't know how to use chopsticks, you Yoram. Have you gone crazy? Hing, Ing, how should I eat this? If my slave feeds me, I can swallow the whole thing for some reason. Yu Jitae really didn't want to do this from the bottom of his heart today. Even Jayal eats her food by herself, doesn't she? Hello, where's my slave? However, a bet's a bet, and he had to inwardly give up on something as he picked up a piece of steak and brought it to her mouth. That was when Yoram stuck her tongue out and started licking the sauce that was on the steak. It wasn't suggestive in the slightest and was disgusting at a glance. He frowned. Kaihahaha. Staring at his indifferent frown, Yoram laughed her heart out. She then murmured to herself as if she had figured something out. Ah, so this is why Baum said that, huh? What did Baum say? Whatever the case, up to that was fine. Yu Jitae could force himself to do such things, but once they were in front of an event clothing store, he could no longer endure it. Oh, look, slave. Those clothes look pretty. Pointing at one of the clothes, Yoram turned around, but Yu Jitae had long disappeared. Who? Hey, slave. Where did you go? Yoram shouted in regret. It was because her finger had been pointing at a bunny boy, clothing revealing the body line alongside rabbit ears. Fuck, he's usually dense, so how did he even know that I was gonna make him wear it? In regret, Yoram called him, but his watch was already off. Thinking that he would come back soon, she waited for an hour, but Yu Jitae did not return. At this rate, he probably wouldn't come back until the end of the slave contract. Where did you go? Come back. Paradise in the city quiet at noon. I won't make you wear it. I really won't. Yoram's shout echoed across the town. Night arrived while they were playing to their heart's content. At a certain bar inside Paradise, Yoram and Yu Jitae ordered an extremely expensive bottle of alcohol under the moonlight. It was a cognac named Remy Martin Louis XIII. This cognac made in Champagne was quite unique because of its rarity, not its price. A bartender in clean clothes poured the cognac into a burgundy glass with a snap of his wrist. Once the bartender walked away, Yoram glanced at Yu Jitae and asked, "How do you drink this? Just drink it. No ice or salt or anything like that. You can just drink it straight." What? So it's the same as soju. With a sip, the alcohol entered her mouth, and Yoram, who had been savoring the taste and the smell of the drink, widened her eyes. The soft texture of velvet. A fragrant, fruity smell incomparable to average brandies filled her mouth, and after swallowing it, a residue of the delicate scent of oak remained on her tongue. Oh, not bad, is it? Yeah. After having a few more drinks, Yoram seemed slightly drunk due to lowering her body's detoxification speed to its bottom. With every breath, the smell of cognac rose up from inside her. Enjoying that sweet scent, she quietly continued taking deep breaths in and out. This alcohol's very interesting. In what sense? Even breathing is enjoyable. That's nice. Every breathing moment became special. That was why Yu Jitae had chosen Remy Martin Louis XII. Outside, the bar was dark, so the ambient light of the bar was very snug. The two of them quietly remained sitting there for a short period of time until Yu Jitae eventually broke the silence. "We'll be going back in a few hours. NN, how was it? Did you enjoy yourself?" "Ah, no." Yoram swirled the glass in a circle with a grumble. It wasn't that fun. Yu Jitae ignored her comments and nodded. He had already gotten used to her way of speaking. "It's fine to enjoy yourself, but once we go back, you must return to what you have been doing." "You know that, right?" "I do. Do you think it's a shame?" "No, I've enjoyed enough already." Her eyes were fixed on the glass. Her fingers scratched the surface of the glass. Yoram pondered for a while before opening her mouth. "You know, Yukil," she added more words after a short hesitation. "If I find her irritating, is that a problem?" "Why, nothing. I was just curious. Who knows? If it's to the point that you are not comfortable with living together, that would be a problem. No, it's not like I hate living together. It's not that, but, I don't know. I do think it's a little uncomfortable, don't really want to go back and see her face either. It's also slightly annoying. Actually, I've been trying to avoid walking into her recently." "Why?" What do you mean why the pace of her breaths turned slightly more rapid? But I don't think she's the problem. You know me right. My personality is quite trash. I am a BTCH that hates a lot of things in the world. So I just after that, Yoram did not say anything else. For a very long time, she couldn't speak of her weakness. It was embarrassing and disgraceful. It made her detest herself, since acknowledging her weakness was like the value of her existence being denied. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae thought to himself. Although he was imperfect with human relationships, Yu Jitae could understand almost exactly how Yoram was feeling. There was a commonality between his life and Yoram's. While he was thinking along the lines of that, he suddenly thought of something that he wanted to share with her. I had a dream. With a light voice, he opened his mouth. Still indulged in silence, Yoram looked at him. It's a dream I have had since I was very young and extremely weak. Naturally, it was hard to achieve, and I've repeated countless failures. Yoram appeared slightly surprised. To her, Yu Jitae was the strongest human in the world. The strong was a target of worship for the red race, and yet such Yu Jitae was talking about the times where he had been weak. There was a method that I used to think was correct, and I felt that I would achieve everything as long as I could earn it. But that wasn't the case. I've gained a lot of things, but still couldn't achieve my goal. His voice sounded slightly melancholic to her. Thus, I decided to grab more things, regardless of the means. More and more. Wouldn't I reach my dream one day? I thought that, but in the end, I couldn't reach it. And then, repeating countless failures, I became impatient. I started giving up everything I had tried for from the slightest of mistakes. Let's restart from the beginning whenever there's a problem. That was my mindset. Should I borrow your words? Yeah. Fuck, it was going well, but I got FC-ked. Let's just do it again from scratch. When Yu Jitae awkwardly copied Yoram, she dumbfoundedly giggled. That's not the same at all, isn't it? Anyway, being impatient like that was a stupid thing to do. My vision was narrowed and I couldn't look far ahead. Your head becomes a mess and it forgets what's important. With the joke set aside, there was something inside Yu Jitae's words that rang her heart. Yoram closed her lips and contemplated. What is your dream? He asked her. Seeing her guardian with a different and unusual atmosphere around him, Yoram also deeply thought to herself. She remained hesitant, so Yu Jitae asked again. Is it to survive, or becoming stronger? No. Aren't those the only two options? If not, then for what are you becoming stronger? Dream, that mellow word touched the depths of her emotions. It pricked at something inside her heart. Lowering her gaze, Yoram touched the glass with her two hands. Words she had never let out of her mouth. Words she had never forgotten, not even for a single day. Yoram had such a dream. There are some words that I haven't conveyed, yet her honest thoughts escaped with a sigh. To your oldest Unny. Yeah. And also to my youngest Unny, he didn't ask what it was. You're a becoming stronger in order to convey those words. Right. Slowly, she nodded her head. He gave the child some time to think. When he drank his glass of alcohol, Yoram belatedly drank hers as well. Soon, he could feel her fragrant breaths. Yoram, listen carefully to what I say. Hearing his words, Yoram raised her gaze up from the glass and looked into his eyes. You and me. For lacking existences like us, the path is always narrow and is covered with sharp pebbles. Us from the mouth of an undoubtedly perfect existence, whom she assumed had been strong from the beginning, left the word us. If you only look at what is right ahead, it is difficult to move forward. There are tons of sharp rocks in the world. Sharp rocks. Yeah, the world is filled with obstacles that will block you, interfere, scoff at your steps that are eager to hurt you. Sometimes it might be painful, and sometimes it will be sad. You might become afraid of going forward. That's why we need to looking far ahead. Yoram clenched her lips. She could finally understand why he had brought her to this place, as well as why he was giving such answers to the doubts in her mind. She started understanding all his words. Las Vegas. In this place, Yoram got to experience various joys that she had never felt before. Enough to remind how she was a red dragon herself. Each and every moment had been fun, and it was a shame that she had to return despite there being more enjoyable and exciting things here. However, the reason that she had to give up on such interesting things to become stronger was because Yoram had a dream. Didn't she vow to herself on the day of her amusement that she will definitely convey those words that she couldn't before on the day of her return? Of course, if you don't look at what's right ahead of you, you might easily miss trivial things. You might stumble on a rock or get scraped by a thorn bush, and you might even fall in a quagmire. But that's fine. No matter what, we can stand back up and walk forward again. Do you know why? Because we're looking at what's far ahead. Yes, the road sign was pointing into the distance. There was no reason for Yoram to consider Keel a competitor. So that means I don't have to be overly considerate of the trivial things in front of me. Exactly. Keel was just Keel, a being unrelated to Yoram's dream, so there was no reason to be jealous of her, even if she was in front of her. Nor was there a need for self-hatred. If you're simply feeling the competitiveness and trying harder to overcome it, that's fine. Because although the talent Keel has is great, you can be more desperate. NN, I believe you won't be pushed back by Keel, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter even if you do get pushed back. You do not need to be in a constant rush for now. Have your feet on today and your eyes on tomorrow. Got that? Feet on today, eyes on tomorrow. His lesson shook her mind from its core as the complex array of emotional knots became untangled, being satisfied by getting stronger every day. Feeling a sense of superiority from winning the competition, being anxious of a genius that was about to overtake her. The time she spent worrying and those childish emotions began to dissipate as Yoram finally felt her heart gaining peace. Do you understand what I'm saying? She realized that this was his lesson not as a guardian, but as a teacher. Yoram looked up at him. Today, he appeared all the more like an adult. She had always considered him big, but today he was even bigger. That might have in turn made her feel smaller in comparison. The words that left her mouth after she contemplated and ruminated over his words were slightly wrong when she reflected on it after a few seconds. Yes, sir, that was the end of their enjoyable time in Las Vegas. On the way back inside the car, Yoram built up everything that had happened in the last few days and carefully saved them in a corner of her memories, thinking that when something unbearably difficult happens, that she would open it again. Chapter 237, Regarding Romantic Feelings. 1. Argosy. What is it? Do I smell by any chance? Smell. A chemical reaction caused by specific molecules carried by the air, stimulating the olfactory receptors of the nasal cavity. Thus, this sense of smell she was giving off was indeed a smell. No. Then why are you pushing your nose towards me? Because it smells good, so I do smell. But it's a good smell. Balm pulled her body back, so Yu Jitae had to push his body forward by that much. This thing. It's nothing much actually, Balm said with a nervous look on her face. You mean the scent? Yes. It's just a natural scent that spreads with the pulse of a green dragon's heart. It's very common, actually, I know. Then why? To be honest, there is something else I am curious about. Is it smell? Is there a different smell? No. Then what is it? Since her back was already on the backrest of the chair, there was no further retreat for her. Yu Jitae's body was a lot larger than hers, and thus his body was about to cover her body. I need to be a little closer to know what it is. What is that? What do you even mean when they were that close? He found it hard to look into her eyes because it was perplexing. His gaze, therefore, traveled down to her nose. He had been unconcerned about it before, but her nose was pretty, so he lowered his gaze even further. Looking at her red lips brought a surge of perplexity, yet again, so his gaze traveled even further down. Under her neck, revealed behind her U-neck shirt, was her white skin and her collarbone. That place was also unsuitable for his gaze, but with that said, lowering his gaze from here on was even more unsuitable. It would be a disrespectful attitude, so Balm would probably not like it. Then should he look at her feet or her stomach? Thinking about it like that, there was nowhere on the body of this hatchling where he could rest his eyes. Once again raising his gaze, he looked into her grass-colored eyes. Balm was nervous, and her eyes were drooping low as if she was slightly scared. Since it was always hard to tell her inner thoughts, the regressor couldn't figure out whether this was a made-up expression or if it was a result of her honest emotions. In times like this, he tended to brush it aside, thinking to himself that there must be a reason. Daily life was difficult, and he was a broken human. By nature, there were things he couldn't understand, but he was not planning on disregarding the matter today just because he couldn't understand it. This was an extremely important matter. He asked, Balm, are you scared of me? Balm quietly pondered before giving a small nod. Why? Because someone bigger is like coming towards me. You are a dragon, and no matter how big I am just a human. But still, I'm smaller right now with a slightly frightened look, or perhaps a glaring look. She appeared nervous. You are a bit weird, he said. Sorry. Wasn't it you that were doing whatever you pleased? You were the one controlling the gap and teased me knowing I was feeling troubled. Yes, and yet you are scared of me approaching you. Does that not sound weird to you? He thought to himself. There was something that did not make sense in Balm's behavior. It was somewhat understandable for her to laugh at his perplexity, because he too felt amused teasing Jael and Yoram, and the birth of a different emotion in that process was also understandable. He knew how Balm had faint romantic feelings for himself, and ridiculously enough, he too was feeling some strange emotions. Then what was the reason for Balm to fear himself? It's fine for me to go near you, she said. Why? Because Ajasi will be normal. What do you mean by normal? The same as yesterday and the day before. Once again, it was her unique way of speech, and it was clear that she was trying to enshroud the topic at hand in obscurity. However, he decided to be more stubborn this time. Yes, let's say you're right. So you mean I can't go near you? Yes, isn't that weird? Didn't you want to monopolize me? When did I say that? You said it. About how you wanted to have the cake by yourself. Well, that's, because cakes are tasty, seemingly realizing how nonsensical her words sounded as she said them. Her lips quivered and closed. Her eyes avoided his eyes as her gaze turned even more anxious. That frown, it seemed that Balm wasn't aware of how the reluctant look on her face was stimulating Yu Jitae even more. You're a bit strange. Balm opened her mouth and talked back. You're also strange today, Ajasi. What about me? You usually never do this to me. What am I even doing? Look, you look as if you are trying to eat me, Yu Jitae thought to himself. From who knows when, the range of his perplexity had widened, even when it wasn't an embarrassing situation, even when they weren't overly close, even when Balm wasn't looking into his eyes, and even when she wasn't softly whispering into his ears. He was easily troubled. By the time he realized it, he was already a step further in. He found Balm pretty and often thought about her. Looking at a pretty hairpin reminded him of her grass-colored hair, and he thought about Balm even when he was looking at other humans. It was no longer an issue that could be glossed over. He may be inexperienced, but was no fool. He wasn't clueless about the fact that this was similar to romantic feelings. The regressor valued logic above everything else. He couldn't logically understand the birth of romantic feelings inside him. It was impossible for such things to occur, nor should they, and besides, there wasn't even a clear cause, was there? Why am I like this, you ask? Yes, I don't really get it either. Like the unspecific time frame of an ice melting, he couldn't specify the exact moment it began, so Yu Jitae couldn't believe the fact that there were such emotions existing inside him. He needed certainty. That's why I'm going to look into it now. Into what? After finishing his words, Yu Jitae carefully reached his hand out and touched her cheek. When she gave a startled look on her face, a gush of perplexity rose in his heart, almost enough to suffocate him to death. Tell me if you don't like it. Since this perplexity had caused him to turn away from those situations, he wasn't able to clearly discern his emotions till now. Ajasi. Wait. What if someone comes in? No one will. Lowering his body, he went even closer to her body. The scent tickling his nose became even denser. You can't Balm didn't say she hated it, even though she was so scared that she was almost about to cry. The cause of this absurd situation was what happened a few days ago. The next morning after their return from Las Vegas, Yu Jitae headed out with Balm early in the morning and bought food. The breakfast menu of that day was black bean noodles with sweet and sour deep-fried pork. It was one of Keel's favorite menus, but since Yoram was especially into spicy food, they ordered some spicy noodles on top. Unit 300, and one was filled with tension that morning. It was because Yoram, who tended to avoid Keel these days, was having breakfast with them. Yoram was silent, and so was Keel because she knew how Yoram was being conscious of her. Jael stole a glance at Balm. In return, Balm caressed her hair, so thinking that it wasn't anything important, Jael immersed herself in her noodles. Meanwhile, Balm glanced at Yu Jitae. He faintly shook his head to the side, telling her to not worry about it. And soon, Yoram broke the silence. You Keel. You became that transcendent cadet or whatever. In fact, Keel had failed the test. She had returned with 17 seconds left on the clock, but it was quite late compared to other successful cadets. However, the details of her test were overwhelmingly unconventional, and her name was being mentioned more than thousands of times a day on the internet. Since that was the case, Lair made her an exception and seated her as one of the transcendent cadets. Keel had become one of the 5 transcendent cadets of Harsukmu, but for some reason, she didn't look too happy. Well done. Thank you did well, but if you try to get on my level just because of that, I'll smack you all right. NN, you might think something like this. You and I are both in the same grade, received the same military education, and were both dragons, so you might be able to fight against me on the same level. Right. Yoram picked up her chopstick and pointed it at Keel. In her hand, it looked like a chisel. I'll actually F-seeking smack you then. Keel frantically waved her hands in front of her body in response. Ehu, no, me on the same level. If you wanted to, I am sure you can break all my limbs. Right, why would we even fight? If we go and save people together, I think that would be awesome. The table turned silent after her words. Although Yoram was silent, she appeared quite content, but that instead proved how much she was conscious of Keel. And also, just because your output's a little good, don't go everywhere shooting spells. You can't control it at all, can you? Doesn't your heart feel empty after a spell? And your fingers tremble and feel burnt? And that's a problem, you know. You're simply pouring out mana while your body is unable to handle it. If it runs out that fast like a premature ejaculation, you'll be useless when you're actually trying to save someone. You get that? Thanks for your advice. On the outside, Keel appeared to be obediently following her advice, and there wasn't any change in their hierarchy. But there was an incident during the meal. It happened when both Keel and Yoram picked up the same piece of pork. With a servile smile, Keel released her chopsticks, while Yoram comfortably brought the pork after confirming the hierarchy. The problem happened afterwards, because Keel took the few remaining pieces of pork and piled them on her plate. Oi, why are you taking everything? Yoram tried to take one of them, but that was when Keel raised her chopsticks and blocked hers. Thinking that, Yoram added more power to her grip. A different light appeared in Keel's eyes. For a split second, a sharp light like that of a blade appeared in her eyes that were looking into Yoram's eyes before quickly dissipating. When Yoram glared back into her eyes, Keel flinched and laughed while scratching her head. She then placed the plate underneath her where the large baby chicken was. Chirpy started diligently chewing the pieces of pork that it got from Keel. Far out. Just say that you were going to give it to the chicken. Sorry, Keel laughed hee-hee in a subservient manner. After the meal, Balm talked to both Yoram and Keel separately. Her role was to make the two of them feel competitive against each other while not harming their relationship. In order to do so, she had to talk to each of them separately. Is Yu Keel a competitor for me? No, I don't care a single bit about her. Frankly speaking, her role is different, and she just started learning magic, so it would be shameless of her to try getting on my level, replied Yoram when she was alone with Balm. Yoram, would I even be a match for her? Of course Unni is the strongest. I won't even be able to fight against her. She tries very hard, right? And there's no reason for us to fight either. That was what Keel said in response. You know, by the way, NN, I don't really get it because I'm more into physical fights than magic are. Don't take me wrong and just listen. I'm just asking since I'm super curious. Is she really that talented? Of course. But if we fight, I won't lose, right? Yoram asked. By the way, Unni. NN. I've never heard my mum tell me I was good at using magic, so I can't really understand yet. Am I really a genius? Aren't all the other dragons the same as me? Of course not. Then not that I will fight her, but would I be able to win if I fought against Yoramani? Keel asked. In response, Balm pondered before smiling and telling the same thing to the two of them. Who knows, until you actually fight her. It was while slight tension was budding inside Unit 301. A message came to Balm via her watch. Surprised, she quickly dashed and looked for Yu Jitae. She found Yu Jitae sitting on the sofa playing a game with Jael. Ajasi. Yeah, I won an award. Balm appeared happy, which was quite a rare sight. An award. Yu Jitae checked the message that was on the display screen of her watch. Horror Novel Contest Awards. Hair Color Broccoli Chapter 238. Ewa, let me see. When the message was forwarded to her watch, Keel started reading out the words written on the invitation. Thank you for submitting your valuable manuscript for this summer's horror novel contest, as she mumbled through the words of the invitation with her clear voice. The kids that had gathered nearby started becoming more excited. Sitting on Yu Jitae's lap, Jael turned towards him with a bright smile while Yoram tapped Balm on her back as a way of telling her, not bad. Congratulations to author Hair Color Broccoli for the award, but the moment her pen name was mentioned, Balm flicked her head towards Yoram, who then looked off into the distance. Whose pen name is that lull? Regardless, her mouth did not know how to stay quiet and babbled on. Yoram, what's wrong? Do you want to die? Sorry. Is that all you have to say? When Balm acted annoyed with a slightly serious yet joking countenance, Yoram returned a sneaky smile while supporting her bust with her arms. Wanna touch my titties? Episode 78. Regarding romantic feelings, too, in the new era, Korea became the center of horror literature. It was because there was an especially large amount of spirits and ghost-type monsters alongside intellectual and demonic monsters in Korea. From an era where ghosts had simply been an object of imagination, it became so that there were now several people who had seen real ghosts. Although they did exist, only few things were revealed about these bizarre monsters, thus leading to a new horror boom. Besides, it was now an era where both interpretation and translation were perfect thanks to the increasing development of magic engineering. So each genre of literature tended to gather to one specific place, and horror literature, which was on the minor side compared to other genres, just happened to be treated as a major genre in Korea thanks to a lot of media traction. International Horror Literature Exhibition of South Korea, receiving an award in a contest like that was an honor a lot greater than Yu Jitae had initially thought. Out of thousands and tens of thousands of manuscripts that had flown over from all across the world, only 13 of them got an award. Although the final evaluations weren't out yet, it was enough to make Balm absurdly happy. I wasn't expecting it at all. Keel brought a spoon to her mouth like a mic. Miss you, Balm, how do you feel? He wondered what this sudden role play was, but Balm in her good mood gave a wide smile suitable for an interview. I feel amazing. You've been working very hard for it. Ah, what was it called again? Anyway, do you think first place will be possible? That will probably be difficult, I believe. Why do you think so? You wrote very, very well, so have more confidence in it. You didn't read it, though, did you? Aunt Balm thought to herself before replying. It will be hard. There is someone who came first for 5 years, including last year and the year before. Huck, really? For 5 years? She's really famous. You probably know her name as well. Balm said while looking at both Yoram and Keel. I don't know she about that. Me neither. No, you probably do. She's called Carrot Girl. Don't you know, Carrot Girl? Ah. Seemingly realizing something, Keel gave a clap. Isn't she really famous? Like I saw her name on a lot of romance novels. Right. She's a romance novelist. There have been several movie, drama, and manga adaptations of her novel. She's the most famous writer in Korea. 750 million ebook downloads. Korea's best romance novelist with a legendary record of selling 28 million hard copies worldwide. Although Yoram didn't show it on the outside, her unforgetting memories clearly remembered that name. How would she ever forget it? The house owner's dangerous secret, author. Carrot Girl. Carrot Girl, it was the author of the paranormal romance book that she had stealthily borrowed from Balm's room a few months ago. This damned author had written a horror novel pretending like it was a romance novel. But she was so good at writing that Yoram had knocked on the door of Yu Jitae's room in the middle of the night, thinking that he might be a ghost too. She also discovered later how her name was often mentioned in a fair bit of shoujo manga as the writer of the stories. Or you Balm. NN. Then why is that bastard writing a horror novel? She's a shoujo manga writer, isn't she? Is she? I looked it up, but she was originally a horror novelist, but it didn't make her much money apparently. She probably came back after a huge success with romance novels. What a dog-ass bastard. You better smack her away. Her writing was freaking annoying. While the kids were chatting to each other, assuming what the award Balm will be getting was, Jael was sitting in the corner, not knowing what was going on, and was simply blinking her eyes. She looked back at Yu Jitae, but noticed that his eyes were hazier than usual. Yu Jitae was quite confused. Balm receiving an award with her novel, it was extremely hard to believe, since he had personally read the novel she had written in the 6th iteration, plus had given it to a professional for a diagnosis. He knew Balm was not talented at writing novels. A famous novelist of the time had said after reading her novel, she appears to be completely untalented. The characters are dead. The narration is weird, and the main theme of the story is gloomy and without any message. Especially the emotions of the characters are very, very weird. Here they are laughing, and they cry and suddenly get mad. I don't think there will be many people understanding these characters. The Balm back then was the same person as her current self, So how could she receive an award with a novel? But some parts are also normal writers with a slightly strange mentality tend to write like this. When Keel made an ugly look with her face and called it the ghost's face from the side, Balm giggled. There was one thing that was different from the previous iteration. The current Balm smiled very often. Did she change from living a daily life? Her past of living like a hikikomori compared to her joyous present, it was evident that she had somehow changed. Oh, I just looked it up, but there is a thing called a gold prize, said Keel with flickering eyes. By nature, gold was the best color, was it not? I hope you get the gold prize. But when Balm told her that the gold prize was one level below the grand prize, Keel became slightly disappointed. Regardless, her wish came true. A few days later, after the end of the final evaluation, the formal invitation letter to the rehearsal of the awarding ceremony arrived at the house, and written on it were details about Balm's award. Hair color broccoli. Gold prize. The grand prize went to Carrot Girl, but that had nothing to do with her. Carrying the letter, she jumped out to the living room and hopped around in joy. After the end of the rainy season, late summer as the heat started to die down. The horror literature institution located in Mapo district of Seoul was busily preparing for the awarding ceremony rehearsal. In the basement parking lot of the large building were countless sedans driving by, and several famous writers were heading to the venue in groups. Today was a rehearsal, but since it was a fairly renowned event with quite a bit of attention worldwide, there were a lot of eyes on it. Several news articles had been written already, and looking at an article with Balm's pen name, a group of writers chatted to each other. You know this person? Ha! The one getting the gold prize this year. This person is a new writer, right? Probably. It's my first time hearing that name, I guess. A unique pen name like this should be hard to forget. Yuahat. They heartily laughed out loud. Coincidentally, Balm was walking out of a car and heard it while Yoram, Keel, and Jael next to her all heard it too. Balm glared at Yoram from the corner of her eyes as Yoram supported her chest with her hands and pushed it forward. The smile on her face was so annoying that Balm was this close to actually pinching it, but soon decided against it. Balm, heaving out a sigh and shaking her head, had black hair. It was because she didn't want to become a laughing stock in front of a camera. Yoram, Keel, and Jael were all wearing a mask and a cap each. Oi, by the way, is it fine to have your hair black? NN, it's fine. Nothing happened yet. Don't worry about it too much. Licking her lips, Yoram gave a nod. Yu Jitae wasn't with them. He told them there was an urgent task and said he would be 30 minutes late. An urgent task in this important situation. Thought Yoram, but Balm said it was fine. She knew that him calling something an urgent task meant it was extremely important, so she did not delve deeper into it. The hatchlings headed to the waiting room of the rehearsal venue. The waiting room was literally a room, and 10 or so out of the 13 awardees were seated already. Most of them were chatting with their managers, families, or staff members, so it was quite bustling with noise. Finding a seat in the corner of the room, Balm, Yoram, Keel, and Jael were chatting about what Balm would say after receiving the award. That was when a middle-aged Asian man who appeared to be in his 40s entered the room after carefully pushing the door open. He said several things to the staff before stealthily heading to one of the awardees sitting next to the window and lowering his head. Nice to meet you. Ah, yes. Who could you be? I am the manager of the writer Carrot Girl. Ah, yes, yes. What is the matter? You see. Sweating profusely and seemingly troubled, he started laying out explanations and cautiously asked if the awardee could yield the position next to the window. The awardee dumbfoundedly rolled their eyes, but soon agreed and meekly moved to a different spot. People started clicking their tongues and whispering to each other after the manager walked out of the room. She's doing it again. I heard last year was also ridiculous, right? She flipped everything or something. That's nothing. That person is it was already famous what kind of person Carrot Girl was, but still oblivious to it. Balm was blinking her eyes when a loud and sharp voice of a woman resonated from outside the waiting room. It was you who wanted me to come. I said I didn't want to come. Quang. The door was pushed open with a deafening thud as a woman with an orange hair walked in with her heels, creating loud clicking sounds. She was in late 20s, but her crumpled and discontent face appeared a lot younger due to her being a superhuman. She was none other than Carrot Girl herself. While everyone's eyes were on her, Carrot Girl took deep breaths in and out. When the same manager from before grabbed her by the arm in a flustered attempt to calm her down, she flicked her arm and shook his hand off. She appeared very upset, and turning around, she glared at her manager. Manager, why do you always do this? Miss, that's because how many times have I said it? I told you I had to take time off tonight. No, that's, I did contact them, but do you even know how important that meeting is? If I'm even 5 minutes late, it will drench my face with ink. Can you take responsibility for that? Please calm down. The institution did say that they will make the rehearsal fast enough. Go and tell them to be faster, thanks. Oh, okay. The lack of inspiration is driving me crazy already. If you keep working like this, I'm not going to write again. You guys are not the only management company. When she shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and go right now." The manager in his 40s quickly left the room with beads of sweat. She turned around as the people, whose eyes had been fixed on her, quickly looked away. A different manager gave empty laughs before apologizing to the surroundings and leading her to the cushion placed next to the window, which the previous manager had prepared. Clicking her tongue, Carrot Girl walked noisily with her heels before finding the girls of Yu household staring at her. Although their faces had been covered with a mask, each person had an aura that was difficult to hide. Their bodies, eyes, and the shape of their faces were all like a ray of light shining outward. Who are these girls? Pointing at the Four Seasons with her finger, Carrot Girl asked her manager. An idol group here for a performance. The manager frantically shook his hands and exclaimed, "And no, she's the writer, hair color broccoli, the winner of the gold prize." Ah, that broccoli. Carrot Girl looked at Balm. She glanced past her hair before giving a grin, more like a tire saying that. She went to her seat and sat down as the surrounding people distanced themselves away from her. For a short while, the waiting room was filled with silence, but people started chatting to each other again once she was engrossed in her watch. That FC King bitch. Look at the way she talks. Yoram, who belatedly understood Carrot Girl's words, murmured to herself. She freaking called your hair color a tire just then, right? Yoram, calm down. Her own stupid head looks like bird crap. Wish I could rip her damn mouth out. Yoram swore, looking at the yellow and red hair pin on her carrot-colored hair, and Balm had to tell her it was fine. I know, right? Why does that Ajima say whatever she wants to? So annoying, but even Keel chimed in and glared at Carrot Girl with a frown. It was different from her usual self, so Balm had to soothe her with an awkward smile. It's all right, Keel. You feel bad, right, honey? I'm fine. I heard other people talking about it, but she apparently has quite the personality. But even then, it was when Keel was complaining that the door of the waiting room was pushed open. Thinking that it was her manager coming back to the room, Carrot Girl glared at the door with wide eyes, but the one that came in wasn't her manager. Tall height, large body, it was a man who appeared extremely vicious. She grumbled. Carrot Girl when her eyes met with the man's for a split second. In that instant, Carrot Girl was so surprised that her body froze right on the spot. Sorry for being late. It's all right. Come here. While Yu Jitae was giving coffee to the kids, the manager hurriedly came back for Carrot Girl, telling her that there was a place she had to go to. Who? Oh, okay. Carrot Girl walked outside in slow strides and conspicuously looked at Yu Jitae until the door closed behind her, with a gaze as if she was honoring something great, as if she was moved by something. Feeling that gaze, Yu Jitae turned towards her for a bit, but soon forgot about it. When he turned his head back to the kids, he found Balm directly staring at the door. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Why, do you know that woman? No, it's just she's Carrot Girl, apparently. She's a freaking crazy bitch, said Yoram. Her voice that abruptly jumped out was a bit loud, and the bustling waiting room suddenly turned quiet, amplifying the sound of someone's laughter that followed it. One of the other writers, who had accidentally laughed, embarrassedly lowered his head. They sat there waiting until one of the staff members ran into the room and shouted, "We will start the rehearsal in 5 minutes." Sending Balm to the stage, Yu Jitae stepped outside for a bit and contacted the association. That was when a middle-aged man walked towards him from a distance and bent his back. "Hello, sir." "Ah, yes. I'm a manager of the writer, Carrot Girl." He was wearing a very anxious-looking smile, which at the same time appeared very servile. "Yes, what is it?" Chapter 239, Regarding Romantic Feelings, 3. The rehearsal was being held on the stage. Fitting their genre of horror, dancers in bizarre paranormal clothing danced like ghosts in alignment with mysterious music. While the camera director and the audio director were pointing at different places with their fingers, various writers sitting in the audience seats were stealing glances at one person. Hair color broccoli was a person outside their expectations. She was dumbfoundingly beautiful, but there was a sense of distance alongside her beauty. They were scared to start a conversation with her, but their curiosity made them continue stealing glances. Her slightly slanted eyes appeared decadently appealing, while her indifferent pout made her look like a discontent goddess. She didn't seem like a pretty girl and gave off a holy aura. Like an otherworldly person she appeared, and she in fact didn't even seem like a human. Whenever she looked back into their eyes, people felt stifled regardless of their gender. That was when a faint smile appeared on her uninterested expression. It wasn't something to be genuinely happy about, however, as people unknowingly felt frightened. Carrying that mysterious atmosphere around her, she opened her mouth. It's a little nerve-wracking. It's my first time getting an award in my life, you see. Ah, right. Ha. Me too, it was when some of the other writers were looking for words to say. A middle-aged female writer opened her mouth after a little cough. By the way, yes, that Miss Carrot Girl said something before, right? Ah, she did call her hair color a tire. Baum nodded as the middle-aged writer glanced at Carrot Girl sitting in the distance by herself with her legs crossed. It must have been your first time seeing her, and I thought you might be surprised. But you don't have to worry about it too much. Others nodded, seemingly in agreement. That person has always been very short-tempered. She thinks she's the best in the world, so it seemed that her reputation wasn't good as they continued bad-mouthing her. I am fine, thank you, but did something happen to her? She wasn't in a good mood. I am in the same company as her. It seems that she's scrapping everything she writes these days. Oh, really? Nothing to write anymore. Lack of inspiration. Things like that, it's normal since she's been writing stories non-stop for several years, but the problem is that she's blaming others for it. Ah, as people whispered, crazy does she think she's the only one with a writer's block? Baum curiously asked another question. She must have gotten the grand prize because she can write horror novels though, right? Of course. But that's simply for her self-satisfaction. Self-satisfaction, because she's originally been a horror novelist, a hobby so to speak. Some of the writers gave a frown. A manuscript written as a hobby coming first did prove her talent, but they were nonetheless discontent. But both her company and herself earn money with romance. Romance novels probably give her around 80 times more money than horror novels. I don't know the details, but it's clear why she's creating a mess all around. She's just hysterical after losing her way to earn money. That would be stressful. She's already earned a lot of money, so how greedy can she be? But I don't know the details. She doesn't have many friends in the first place so well. It's just the staff of her company that are dying out in the process. Ehu, after another sigh, people continued talking behind her back. How can a person like that write romance novels? I know, right? There won't be anyone willing to take her. A few of them giggled while some threw glances at Carrot Girl. Baum thought, is that so, and didn't think much about it then. Left alone, Carrot Girl remained in a corner until the start of the rehearsal. She didn't like her own habit of chewing her fingernails, but today she couldn't help herself. The face of a man was stuck on her mind. Dark lips and jawline, pale skin, and an exhausted gaze that seemingly considered everything in the world beneath him. He was a rather shocking man. Carrot Girl bit her fingernails. When she was young, there were a lot of tall and great people near her, but as she aged, she realized that most of them were insignificant. By the time she became a best-selling author, called Korea's Joanne K. Rowling, the world became full of insignificant people for her. She was still just 29 years old. Miss Juhi, no more, no less. Let's just do one more novel. China is going crazy right now. There are so many people waiting for your novel. Are you going to betray all of them? Betray? Since when was it a mutual relationship? Aren't those people going to point fingers at me straight away if I write a terrible novel? Listen, Miss Juhi, am I writing for loyalty? How many times do I need to say it? I'm going to do what I want to do now. What brought her to the top, funnily enough, was romance novels, which she had started writing just to earn some cash. She wasn't interested in romance, and she preferred horror which touched the depths of a human. But as she continued writing, Carrot Girl became dissatisfied with her own work. Perhaps it was because she had been writing romance novels for a long time, but now she could only write a novel that others enjoyed, and forgot how to write what she herself wanted. She had gotten awards from it, but it honestly didn't make her feel any better. This wasn't the horror novel she wanted to write, and she had become a broken author who didn't even know what to write. A life that others might see as blessed, while she was going through a hellish time all alone. That was when she saw him. When researching for materials to write about, she had visited a superhuman mental hospital, interviewed a haunted criminal, met actual ghosts, and talked with murderers. Those were all comprehensible things. But today, she met an incomprehensible person for the first time. Despite a short eye contact, there was tons of inspiration filling her mind. She wanted to know him better. She wanted to talk with him. What did he think about, and how could she best express a person like that? The things she had long forgotten were coming back to life. Dante, the poet, had Beatrice, while Nietzsche, Freud, and Rilke had all been courting for Lou Andreas Salome's attention. It had been her lifelong question. How would it feel to have a muse, a person whose existence alone flooded out inspirations? Today, she had found the answer to that question. Manager. Yes, the idle kids just then. Ah, you mean the gold prize writer, right? Yes, whatever. Do you remember the man that was with them? The one with a good body? Ah, yes, of course. What was that person like? In response, the younger manager who had been left inside the waiting room replied, He looked really kind. Kind. Yes. Not sure if kind is the right word, but he was a very good listener, and the girls that were with the writer hair color broccoli all looked very attached to him. He was kind. It was a little weird, but that would be even better. Thinking that, she dropped a bombshell. I am thinking of meeting him. Sorry, bring him to me, whatever it takes. It was an absurd statement, but the manager was already used to it. Only if I was rich, grumbled the manager, as he awkwardly looked for the said man and requested some of his time for dinner. However, the words that came back from him were firm. Sorry, but no. Sorry. I have no plans on meeting her. The manager felt as if he had become a door-to-door salesman. Doesn't he know who Carrot Girl is? We will be happy to give quite some cash for compensation. That'll be fine, thanks. The manager would even cling to his pants if he could, but for some reason he just couldn't bring himself to do so. With no other choice, the manager reluctantly called Carrot Girl and conveyed the situation. From the other side of the watch rang a deafening voice. With beads of sweat, he tried to pacify her over the watch for a few minutes, but the call suddenly ended. The manager was sweating profusely, wondering what was happening, when he suddenly heard her voice from a distance. Where is he? Shouted Carrot Girl, who had run all the way in a one-piece dress, drenched in sweat. Miss, weren't you in the middle of a rehearsal? The manager startledly opened an umbrella to block the sunlight, but Carrot Girl disregarded his question and shouted, Like I said, just tell me where that man is. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae was calling the association in preparation for the upcoming second night. After ending the call with Jefferson, he turned his body and was about to head back inside to watch the rehearsal. That was when a set of hurried footsteps were heard as a woman suddenly jumped out from the corner of the building. Ah, you. It was the orange-haired woman whom he had seen at the waiting room. Hey, let's talk for a little. Regarding what? It seemed that she had been running wearing heels. She was gasping for breath and appeared to be lacking in stamina despite being a superhuman. Repeatedly, she wiped the sweat falling from her forehead and took a deep breath in before finally opening her mouth. I know it's impolite to do this when it's our first time seeing each other, but listen. Me, I earn $1 million a month. Yu Jitae was speechless. So what? I have a lot of successful pieces, around 10 of them. 5 of my novels were adapted into dramas, and 2 of them recorded the best rating for their broadcasting channels. You might not know, but I am the only one in Korea who has 750 million ebook downloads. The one under me doesn't even reach 100 million. And also I am wait. I get it. So what's your business? When he cut her words off short, Carrot Girl gave a big frown, but she wiped her sweat and returned to her prideful smile. Looking at you gives me tons of inspiration. This is my first time. This might sound weird, but it is very important for me because each of my novels are worth millions of dollars. But these days, I haven't been getting many ideas. Her words were about to get longer again, so Yu Jitae growled with a lower voice. Your business, his low growl with the resonance, like that of a beast, silenced the high-toned voice. Carrot Girl was visibly surprised and clenched her lips. But despite that, there was a look of satisfaction on her face for an unknown reason. No more, no less. Just meet me 5 times. Meet you. Why, I told you. I'm getting inspirations from you. I also want to know you better. It won't take long. Just a meal along with some conversations. Don't need it. You should go. What? Wait. I'm not just trying to meet you for free. You are probably also busy with your work. Like I said, I'm not doing it. Why are you so rash? You won't lose anything. How about I buy your time? $10,000 an hour. How is that? I can give you more. That much is nothing to me. A smile full of confidence flashed past her lips. It was the attitude of a person who thought everything went according to their wishes, and was an attitude he had seen often from superhuman rankers. Her neck, without a single wrinkle, was very thin. During her chatter, he imagined grabbing and twisting that neck. It would be an effective method for silence, but that would ruin Balm's awarding ceremony. Do you understand human words? Sorry. What did go before I break your neck? A sense of disgust was overflowing from his voice. Why do you say such a thing? Go away. Frozen stiff, she stopped on the spot. What? Wasn't he kind? She was speechless, and she couldn't open her mouth, but at the same time, she felt satisfied. Right, a man like him should be like that, of course, however. Him turning around and heading into the building wasn't a welcome sight. Wait a second. With her heels clicking against the floor, Carrot Girl ran in an attempt to grab him. However, her heels broke in the process due to the unreasonable pace. Ack! About to miserably fall on the ground, she shouted, and that was when the man turned around. His wide chest was right in front of her. There's no way he doesn't catch me right, she thought, but Yu Jitae slightly pulled his body away, and Carrot Girl ended up straight on the asphalt floor with a large thud. Yu Jitae was dumbfounded from that slapstick comedy, or whatever it was meant to be, when Carrot Girl flicked her head up. Why did you pull back? No, whatever, that's all right. Is there something you wish by any chance? Dripped the moment she raised her head, blood dripped from her nose. Seemingly ignoring that, she reached her hands out and grabbed him by his pants. Are you dissatisfied because I was trying to buy you with money? Let me apologize then. I'll apologize. Let go. Wait. The second place. Broccoli, are you her boyfriend? You're not right. Besides, I'm not doing this because I'm interested in you as a man or something. At this point, even he felt doubtful. Yu Jitae was suppressing her right now with quite a bit of killing intent. It was hard for anyone to be this desperate, even if it was their life that was on the line. That, in turn, meant that she was so desperate to the point that she was literally about to die. However, that was none of his business. Whether she was desperate or not, everything else apart from the hatchlings had no meaning to Yu Jitae. He stepped on her hands that were grasping at his pants as a sharp shout echoed across. Ah! He was about to turn around when the woman shouted again. Wait, the contest. Right. Only the grand prize is guaranteed for an OSMU movie adaptation. I'll help with that. That girl got a gold prize right. I'll help you with the movie adaptation. I know a lot of people that work there. But this time, the woman proposed a decent offer. A bit of money and authority couldn't be compared to the power born from connections, the power created over a long time as money, connections, and credit built upon each other. Do you still hate it that much? Just having a meal with me? Yu Jitae thought to himself. Balm had been very happy when she got the message saying that she would be getting an award. It was extremely rare for her to be that happy. If her novel were to be adapted into a movie, how happy would she be? Chapter 240. Regarding romantic feelings. 4. That day, only Balm and Jael were home for lunch. Yoram had gone for her training, while Keel was at a Spirit Beast cafe with Chirpy. Jael. Inside the quiet house, Balm called the child who had been blankly staring at the tropical fish inside the aquarium of her room. Jael turned around and looked at her. Do you want to eat something? NN, where's Ajasi? Probably off to work. Yu Jitae wasn't in the dormitory, but it was nothing to worry about. Balm was the only one in Unit 300, and one that knew of Yu Jitae's connection with the association, and also knew that he was busy with association-related tasks. And she also had a vague idea about the hostility. He's outside a lot these days. Until then, Balm wasn't concerned in the slightest. She decided not to think about where he was or worry about when he would be coming back. There wasn't anything in particular that she was seeing from Providence either, and she just assumed he was busy. What do you want to eat with Ani, Jael? Instant noodles. Didn't you have them yesterday? Whenever he wasn't home, she simply had to play his part. That was what Balm was thinking. He had watched a movie where the protagonist was a regressor. The story was about the protagonist returning to the past from the future, rebuilding his future. But being an actual regressor, Yu Jitae found it difficult to concentrate on the movie. In the movie, the worldly affairs affected by the protagonist had turned out to be mysteriously advantageous for the protagonist. It was as if the protagonist of the movie had entered a world of his dreams instead of returning to the past. Real-life regressions weren't like that. The flow of time was like a continuation of pushing through the starting points of various domino lines. There might only be several dominoes falling in the near future, but those mingled and turned in the distance, leading to thousands of other outcomes. Extremely insignificant elements twisting the future and impacting important figures didn't happen just once or twice. An example would be how the Second Great War had broken out in the fifth iteration after just 2 years of Yu Jitae's regression point. It had taken 20 years in other iterations, but it was dragged forward due to his reckless rampage. What was fortunate was that large incidents like the Great War required some inevitable prerequisites. Unless one was trying to intentionally twist the future, the flow of a grandiose incident like that tended to stay in place. However, small things like a daily life tended to be damaged all too easily. To protect daily life, he had to clearly separate normal life from abnormal life. Daily life couldn't be too different from other people's lives. A life that is happy and joyous, a life that is sometimes upsetting, sad, and painful. It was the life of everyone else. And adding a few spoonfuls of joy and happiness in the process was the life he was pursuing in the seventh iteration. Daily life had to be normal. Thus, the regressor did not collect money meaninglessly and did not seek out unnecessary authority. He did not influence the surroundings with things that weren't necessary. He was cautious. The daily life he desired had to be probable in the eyes of normal people, and he had to fit himself into the realms of the normal. If he didn't do so, and gained everything the kids wanted all too easily like a deus ex machina, it would mess up the compensation system in their minds. They would no longer be able to find small bits of joy precious, and that in turn would no longer be a daily life. One of the most natural powers within the probabilities of daily life was human connection, a relatively distanced connection that was not too far and not too close. It's a beef omakase. Do you like beef? That was why Yu Jitae started having a meal with this orange-haired woman. With 3 meals, he would create a decent connection, and the woman would add more joy to Balm's life. An adaptation into a movie was an exceptional event, and since it wasn't a direct solution he forced, it would fall under the realms of probability. Balm would be happy, and she would consider it great, just so-so. But this place should be different. It's quite expensive. Throughout the meal, Carrot Girl stared at Yu Jitae. The promised number of meals was 3. As if bewitched by a spell, she observed his expression, face, gesture, and paid attention to his voice. She continued writing something down on her notes as if there was a constant flood of ideas. Were you a soldier? Or maybe a criminal? Soldier, from which force? Yu Jitae gave a frown and she quickly changed the topic. Ah, that's my bad. Well, it could be a military secret after all. Have you killed monsters before? I have. Have you killed a lot? How was your military life? I fought a lot and killed a lot. It's nothing great, just the duty of a soldier. After a short silence, she slyly asked. Then, what about beings other than monsters? It was a cumbersome question, and his face turned stiff. What do you think? She again wrote something down on her notes. Throughout the 3 encounters, Yu Jitae repeated giving short responses, but she returned every time in a visibly brighter mood. These people called writers were impossible to understand. And in the process, Yu Jitae felt unfamiliar with these types of meals. There was not a sliver of joy or pleasure. It was as if he was eating in front of a block of wood. This was what he had been feeling whenever he was with other people until the 6th iteration, but had now become unfamiliar to him. For him, meals had become naturally pleasant times. Why was that the case? Looking back, he realized it was because all his meals had been with the hatchlings. Here, towards the end of the 3rd meal, Carrot Girl gave him a business card. Hinari Pictures, Vice President. Kang Yungu, it was the business card of a person he did not know. What is this? Hinari Pictures. Don't you know? It's the best horror movie production company in Korea. They have good connections with cinemas as well. This is the one. Yes, 2 of my movies have been released here. I've already talked to them about it, and though it's not certain yet, they will contact you before the end of the awarding ceremony. You can then sign a contract with our company to talk about the OSMU publication rights. Is that so there wasn't anything certain yet? In other words, you ended my long writer's block. Thank you. I'll talk to you again when the movie is confirmed. Thank you. She seemingly wasn't expecting a thanks from him and widened her eyes in surprise. Let's meet again for the contract. I'll help you out. It was night when he arrived at the dormitory. The kids were gathered in the living room, eating fried chicken and chatting to each other. I'm back. Oh, Ajasi. Hi, come and have chicken. Keel flapped her arms with chickens dangling on both of her hands as Jael also welcomed him with a wide smile on her face. Where were you? Just meeting someone. Yoram apathetically nodded and bit through a piece of chicken. Tomorrow was the awarding ceremony. Tomorrow, Balm would be acknowledged by others for the story she had been writing for almost a full year. A party was a must for a happy occasion like this, thus the chicken and coke they were currently having. Hi. In the midst of their noisy chatter, Keel suddenly opened her mouth with a bright smile. Oh, right. Ajasi, do you know what? Bamani prepared her lines for the awarding ceremony, you know. It's about Keel. Keel was swinging a piece of paper when Balm, in a fluster, quickly snatched the paper away from her hands. Seeing that, Yoram, Keel, and even Jael bursted into laughter. Why? What is it? Nothing. It's nothing. He was curious, but Balm had no plans of telling him what it was. She seemed to find it funny herself as well, and giggled while hiding the paper. The sound of laughter in Unit 301 continued till late night. Even after returning to her room, Balm couldn't control her joy. There happened to be a person with whom she wanted to share the joy, so she called her. NN, Balm, hello, Granny, Agu, what's happening? Your voice is very bright. Something good must have happened, right? I got a gold prize. NN, you mean your novel? Yes, Agu, well done. Very well done. Throughout the night until the break of dawn, Balm continued talking to Lee HWA about this and that. She wasn't at all fatigued. Was it because she was a dragon? Perhaps so, but she probably wouldn't have felt tired even if she were a human. That was how happy she was. The day broke. With only 3 hours left till the start of the awarding ceremony, Balm arrived alone at the waiting room wearing a beautiful modernized version of a traditional Korean dress. The horror institution offered makeup and hair stylizing, and the awardees were gathered in the waiting room for their makeup. Hello, everyone. Oh, Miss Broccoli. Welcome. Several writers who were acquainted with Balm welcomed her. With bright lights above them, the awardees excitedly chatted while receiving the services of the makeup artists and hair stylists. From talks about their work to companies and congratulatory comments for each other, the conversation topic naturally moved to that one woman who wasn't currently inside the room. By the way, do you know how Carrot Girl is really quiet these days? That ridiculously annoying person. Yes, she's suddenly become a different person. She doesn't get angry at all and smiles amiably like she even greeted me first at the company. Oh my, wow, oh right. I also heard something about her. What is it? Carrot Girl, I heard that she's meeting a man these days. Ain. She's been complaining about inspirations, so much maybe she got inspiration for her romance novels. Maybe. Why do you think she was constantly peeking her head into horror? It's because she ran out of ideas for romance and tried to do something by changing genres. Well, that's good for both of us, I guess. Balm listened to their conversation and nodded when appropriate. As usual, she wasn't thinking much about it and simply thought, is that so? After her makeup, people gasped in admiration around her as Balm smiled embarrassedly and gave a nod. Then she took out her script for the award acceptance speech from the dimensional storage and read through it before putting it back in. She completely memorized it already, but wanted to look at it again for some reason. Dear writers, please enter the venue, shouted one of the staff. Balm sat at the very front seat of the audience in preparation for the start of the ceremony. That was when she heard the sound of clicking heels from a distance as Carrot Girl, who had completed her makeup and hair stylizing at her own store, nonchalantly sat next to Balm. As people had been talking about behind her back, she appeared to be in a very good mood, and her previously sharp countenance was full of comfort. Whether that was the case or not, Balm wasn't concerned about her, but Carrot Girl suddenly started a conversation. Hello, Balm turned around. You look really pretty today. Sorry, you look pretty. Even without makeup, you looked great, but you look really cute with makeup on. Ah, thank you. You look great too. Can I touch your cheeks? Balm shook her head with a smile. Unlucky. You could have made your hair green as well. In that way, there could have been a headline going Carrot versus Broccoli. Look at me. I'm carrot-colored, right? She fluttered her orange-colored hair and Balm replied with a smile. I'm all right. It's already an honor to receive a prize. HNN. Really? Despite smiling on the outside, Balm wondered why this woman was suddenly acting familiar. Even the other writers next to her were dumbfoundedly stealing glances. Did her personality really change that much? How do you feel? It feels very nerve-wracking because this is my first time. That's good. You know what's coming up after the ceremony, right? Yes. Aren't you going to thank me? This Unny had to use a fair bit of influence. Balm closed her mouth for a bit as she couldn't understand her words. What was happening after the ceremony? Despite thinking that, she didn't forget to put an amicable and kind smile on her face. But I read your manuscript, but it looked quite suitable for a movie adaptation as well. You described the atmosphere quite well. This was your first work, right? You must be talented. Movie adaptation. NN, don't you know? Didn't GDSSI tell you about it? GDSSI. The smile disappeared from Balm's face. I guess he didn't tell you yet. Well, the production company just gave their okay sign this morning, so that must be why. Carrot girl who had been lacking romance inspiration. Meeting a man these days. Yu Jitae who had been busy these days. Carrot girl's personality changing all of a sudden. And a movie, an ominous feeling reared its head. Like a black rose, when the smile disappeared from her lips, Carrot Girl curiously asked, Why are you frozen stiff like that? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where's your manners? And did you really not hear anything? Well, that's fine. You can figure out what's happening from now. Come with me for a bit after the ceremony. We will go meet people from our company and no, say it from the start. Her voice was like a bucket of cold ice. While Carrot Girl vacantly blinked her eyes, Balm asked, What did GTSSI do?